Chapter 241 Nothing Could Go Wrong. Saline City, Arcadina. Drinkle, drinkle, drinkle. The rain had been drizzling for 6 hours now. In fact, it was so light that no one could feel any tiny droplets sprinkling onto their bodies. The light shower quickly cooled the hot air from the summer night, instantly refreshing and calming all those around the vicinity. And because it had been falling for several hours now, the earth had immediately soaked up the rain, forming several puddles across the hard stony ground. Creak, creak. Even in this weather, the night was filled with melody. As a massive group of knights stealthily made their way towards a deserted-looking estate. Amongst these men was James Barn. Several months ago, he had met with Mr. Death, and surprisingly, even though he didn't have enough money for the job, Mr. Death had still agreed to aid him in taking care of Eli. From Mr. Death's intel, Eli should already be in this estate at this moment. Apparently, this estate was one of his secret bases. Your Highness, can we really trust this Mr. Death? Asked one of James' commanding captains. Is right, Your Highness. Should we really trust someone who has no honor? Your Highness, I think we should think this through a little bit more. From his experience, assassins weren't all that loyal, and this Mr. Death was too mysterious to be trusted. Of course we can. He is known for always completing his jobs, no matter what request he takes. So since he dared to take this task, then that means that he would do his best to accomplish it. Now stop being such a baby, James answered with an irritated tone. James had been waiting for this opportunity for months now. So how could he let it go just like that? His men must be really crazy or too chicken to demand such from him. Besides, he still held a deep-rooted grudge against Eli for disgracing him. In his mind, Eli was the one who paid for those assassins to beat him up helplessly. He had been in bed for months now, and frankly speaking, he wasn't fully cured yet. He couldn't really fight at his full capacities. Hence he had brought out a large number of his men here to do the fighting for him. He just didn't want to miss the moment when his men would pin down Eli. In fact, he wanted to be the one to slice off Eli's head clean from his neck. Just thinking about it made his smile blossom like a maiden in love. So how dare his men say that he should back out now? HMMP. If you're too scared, then say so. Don't keep using Mr. Death as an excuse. We will strike tonight, and that's that. Yes, Your Highness, answered the helpless knight. James had brought 3,500 men to deal with Eli. Presently, he and his men were stealthily closing in on the estate. From Mr. Death's report, Eli only had 2,200 men within the estate. So, James was sure that with 3,500 men, they could easily wipe out Eli's 2,200 just like that. The closer they got, the louder the sounds from their enemies. Some guards around the estate were gisting with each other, while others were busy patrolling around the estate's gates. When everyone was in position, James' second-in-command quickly raised his sword in the air and yelled, "Charge!" Yoch! The men replied, as they swiftly ran towards the estate. As knights, sneaky moves were seen as cowardice. So running up ahead and letting the enemy know that they were here was the right way to go. They were not assassins. They were knights. They acted like the Spartans in the movie 300, who just ran up yelling at their enemies. I mean, you've already set up traps and sneaked in, why yell and ruin it all? Also, normally, if they were here to take over a city or town, then James would send a messenger over. The messenger would negotiate with those who want to be slaves and so on. But this mission was to kill Eli, and not to take over anything. Hence no messengers are required for this one. As per normal code of conduct, even if they sneak attacked, they were supposed to announce their presence just before the attack. Hence they yelled out when they were a little distance from the estate. Anyway, they were knights with honor and pride. Hence they ran in, like indestructible forces from hell. The men ran towards the estate with bloodthirsty eyes, as they held their swords firmly in their hands. Their prominent muscles and veins bulged out like balls of strength, rippling across every part of their bodies. As they charged forward like seasoned warriors, splash, splash, their feet caused droplets of muddy water to dance energetically from the ground in a haphazard manner. Very quickly, some of the enemy guards at the gates rushed forward in attempt to counteract the men. Others ran into the estate to alert their master, while some tried to close the estate's main gate. But of course, it was too late. Ah, cling, cling, cling. Those at the gates had been killed, and the men stormed into the place like an angry mob. One should know that their enemies didn't expect any attacks, so they were a little bit unprepared. Captain Hoggins, who was James' fourth in command, quickly led his own squad forward. Instantly, he spotted an enemy running towards him. The enemy tried to cut his left hand off with his sword, but he quickly blocked the enemy's attack and kicked the enemy's knee with his right leg. From tears, he wasted no time in swinging his sword in full force. Slash. The enemy's right hand had been cut off. Slash. Followed by the enemy's head. Of course he didn't have time to celebrate his victory, as another enemy was making his way towards him. With this one, before the enemy could even attack him, he quickly ducked and hugged the enemy's waist, forcing him to fall on his back. Stab. His sword had once again pierced through his enemy's body, seething deep into his heart. This was war. Chapter 242. Nothing could go wrong. As they fought their way in, some pesky archers on the walls kept shooting a few of them down. But so what? No matter how many arrows they shot, it wasn't enough to stop a moving force of over 1,000 men. Some of the men saw several wooden ladders around the walls, and quickly went over to climb them. Though, the enemy knights on the walls shot several arrows at the men who were trying to climb up the wooden ladders. The first men to climb were shot, and just when they were about to fall, the second men on the ladders used their bodies as shields. Men, form a larborg around the ladders, commanded one of the men. Immediately, the men around the ladder had formed some sort of human support chain around the ladder. With this chain, many other people climbed on each other, and supported the person ahead of them. Then, the person who was holding the dead body was steadily pushed up top, and when the archers ran out of arrows and tried to get more, the men swiftly made their move and attacked them brutally. Slash. Several swords had cut the heads and body parts of multiple archers, who were all surrounded by these pack of bloodthirsty men. The entire scene was gruesome, with blood squirted out from several blood vessels from these unfortunate archers. Of course some archers had brought their swords along, and were struggling to fight, even though they were surrounded with no way out. Cling, cling, cling. Those archers who tried their best to fight were pinned down forcefully, and stabbed multiple times all over their bodies. Their chest, arms, necks, and even their belly buttons were accidentally stabbed, as they were surrounded by a pack of men with swords from all directions. For some, they were pinned down hard, and their eyes were plucked off, like marshmallows on a stick. Stab, stab, stab. The gut-wrenching pain was all that they could feel, for their life force was quickly ascending above the brutal Hertfillian world. As the battle continued, everyone suddenly heard a loud battle cry from ahead. The enemies had finally regrouped as one unit, and were rapidly storming straight for them. Quickly. Formations. Tip, 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 tip. The men swiftly formed very long lines across the estate, and by the time they were done, they briskly charged forward like raging lions. As they charged, James looked at his third in command and nodded. Right now, they had to sneak into the main building using Mr. Death's map. Like lightning, several men immediately formed a massive shield around James and 200 other knights. Cling, cling, cling. The shields fought off anyone around them, as they tried to move James and the 200 away from the battlefield and closer to the main building's back passageway. Cling. As the battle went on, some of the enemies quickly surrounded Elis' human shield and tried to kill them all. Your Highness, let me lead the shield forward, said his third in command. Hastily, he pushed his way from the center of the human shield and tried his best to ward off the enemy knights. His main goal was to fight, while nudging Highness group ahead. And a while later, They had finally arrived at a massive ancient-looking door. The huge heavily carved ancient door was studded with iron and had a golden cord doorknob on it. The 100-year-old marks on the door did nothing to hide its ancient beauty. The door handle was intertwined with several overgrown vines that curled around it, giving a mysterious feel to it. But who cares about the beauty of the place? Break it down now. A while later, boom! The men had successfully pried and kicked the damn door wide open. Actually, they had all been struggling to open it this entire time. At the other side of the door, several enemy guards had surrounded the door and tried to push their weight against the door. But unfortunately for them, James' team was ready for action, and they quickly pushed down the weak sissies. Immediately, the enemy knights who had been pushed aside tried their best to stop these intruders. Of course, some turned around and ran off, as they were going to report this matter to their master as well. But how could James let them go far? All 200 knights charged and quickly defeated the 30 who were guarding the door. In fact, it was overkill. Stab, stab, slash, slash, poke, poke. Well, now that they were done with this little hindrance, like the flash, they speedily ran through the long curved-like hallway before them. As they ran proudly, James' heart rate accelerated steadily, as it pounded excitedly from the thought of Elis' death. Just a little bit more, and the throne would finally be his. Coming out of the tunnel, they were immediately greeted with several other guards who were currently standing around a massive bronze-colored door. Again, they fought their way through, and passed through 3 other doors before arriving at a massive grand hall within the main building. "Your Highness, I think they're inside," said his third-in-command. James nodded, and the knights immediately tried to open the bronze-colored door. Boom! The door was pried open, and James walked in like a glorified king. Finally, his dreams would become reality. How he had waited for this day. His smile was as broad as a Cheshire cat's, as he walked in, trying to loom all proud and domineering. "Elder brother, weren't you always the smartest? Didn't father give you all his love? Weren't you untouchable? Ha 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 ha. This day would be your last. Today will be your end. My dear elder brother Eli." James was on cloud 9, as he thought that nothing could possibly ruin this day. But of course, life always had a way of nipping one in the butt. James stepped into the room full of smiles, but just one look at the man before him and his lips quivered in anger. "No, no, no, no. Why are you here?" Chapter 243 The Culprit. "No, no, no, no. Why are you here?" Standing before James was his second brother, Connor Bunn. Connor had been standing by his table like a boss, while his subordinates all guarded around him like a president. Before James had broke down the door, all of Connor's men within the room had regrouped and formed a shield around him. They had also placed several items around the door so as to keep their enemies out. But of course, that they were all pushed aside by their enemies. As the bangs from outside the door grew louder, Connor and his men had unsheathed their swords in preparation for a bloody battle. Soon, he would be facing his greatest nemesis. Those were his thoughts, before James finally burst the door wide open, and walked in like a proud peacock. Connor first looked at James in confusion, which later developed into anger. A while ago, he had made a deal with Mr. Death. Mr. Death had told him that Elis' camp was somewhere around the outskirts of this city. Hence 4 days ago, he had arrived within this estate, as per Mr. Death's request. His plan was to wait here for Mr. Death, before they marched towards Elis' camp together. Now fast track back to this evening. When his men reported that they were under attack, he had thought that Eli had discovered his plan, and was here to deal with him permanently. But who would have thought that it would be his stupid little brother, James, instead? "I should be asking you the same question, instead, James. Why the hell are you trying to kill me?" Connor said in an intimidating tone. He couldn't accept this outcome. In fact, he would have been willing to die under Eli or any other knight. But to die under James' hands would be the most disgraceful thing that he could ever face. It was a serious stain to his reputation. And even if he died, he was sure that his soul would never rest in peace. In his opinion, it was better for him to commit suicide on the spot, than to have James end his life. No, Elder Bro. I think this is all a misunderstanding. How can I try to kill you? I thought you were Elder Brother Eli, that's why I barged in. James anxiously, as he tried his best to avoid Connor's glare. He was still cowardly after all. And whenever Connor yelled at him, he would subconsciously shriek from fear. His voice became as low as a mouse, as he tried his best to coax this elder bro of his. Sure, he wanted to kill Connor too. But now, he realized that he couldn't. Before coming in, Mr. Death had said that Eli always had about 50 people with him in the room. But now, the situation was different. Firstly, this was Connor and not Eli. Secondly, Connor was currently surrounded by about the same number of guards as he had. And thirdly, he wasn't sure if Mr. Death would aid him in taking Connor down as well. Plus, this brother of his was a hot-headed person who loved to fight restlessly. Any wrong moves could result in a punch to his face. Hence, he chose to act docile for the time being. But he couldn't help but wonder about the mix-up. What was going on? How could Mr. Death confuse Eli with Connor? Connor was thinking the same too. Even though he felt like roasting his brother's head on a stick, he still wanted to get down to the bottom of this, so that in the end, he would know who else he had to roast as well. Sure, he loved fighting. But even though he was not as smart as Eli, his brain was still better than most people's. Something about the situation didn't sit right with him. This whole thing was too strange to be a coincidence. Wait, you said that you were here to kill Elder Brother Eli? Connor asked curiously. Yes, big bro. I asked an assassin to kill him. And we made a plan to do it tonight, James answered anxiously, as his eyes met Connor's cold glare. Assassin, Connor mumbled while deep in thought. Who is this assassin? That. I can't say, Elder Bro, James replied, while awkwardly rubbing the back of his neck. What a joke. He still wanted Mr. Death to kill Connor, so how could he say anything now? He was afraid that if he confessed, Mr. Death would just leave him out here for good. Connor squinted his eyes, coldly looked at this ungrateful brother, and sneered. James, I'll give you one last chance. Say it now, or you'll die by my hands. Thup. He quickly removed his sheath belt from his waist, and placed it down neatly on his table. Most men liked fighting and running with their swords on their hands and their sheaths on their waists. But Connor found the sheath to be a burden. Hence, whenever he seriously wanted to fight, he would throw his sheath away before engaging into battle. James' face completely lost color, as he immediately understood what his barbaric elder brother was about to do. For heaven's sake, he was still heavily injured. And even though he could walk and run for a while, his wounds would immediately tear open if he did any strenuous activities. Right now, he could only spectate or run. Fighting was definitely not an option. We can talk this through, Elder Bro. So please calm down. I know you're only joking about killing me, right? James said anxiously, while backing away from Connor and his men, who were moving closer to him. You've known me for so long, little bro. So tell me, when have you ever seen me joke around? Tell me the name of the assassin, and I promise to let you leave. James remained tight-lipped, as he nervously looked at Connor. It seems like you really want to die. Well then, I won't disappoint you on granting your death wish. James' legs went soft, as he watched Connor run towards him in full speed. This psycho brother of his would really kill him if he didn't say anything. He had thought that Mr. Death would pop out any moment from now and kill Connor. In fact, he was almost confident that Mr. Death would save him. But the closer Connor got, the more his confidence diminished. Why had Mr. Death not made a move on Connor yet? Did he truly abandon him? Stop. Ill talk. It was Mr. Death. Chapter 244. The Culprit 2. It was Mr. Death. Silence. The men who were about to engage in battle stopped, as they saw that both of their leaders stopped as well. Damn it, Connor exclaimed, immediately scaring the already frightened James. What's wrong, big brother? TSK, dear little foolish brother. Do you know why I've been asking you this question? Connor asked playfully. James shook his head exaggeratedly, as he was still scared silly. A while ago, he could have sworn that he had seen his life flash before his eyes. As Connor was just a few seconds away from slicing off his head, the shock and fear had rendered his brain to stop functioning momentarily. You know what? I also hired Mr. Death to deal with Eli as well. So tell me, what does this mean for us? Connor looked at James, who kept shaking his head like a lizard, and felt like beating him up. How could such a stupid wimp think of competing for the throne with him? The heavens were really blind. What a slow brainless person, Connor's men thought. Pa, it means that we have been set up, Connor said, while smacking the back of James' head. And after a moment of silence, James' eyes finally lit up. Ah, we were set up, James exclaimed in shock. Oh, for heaven's sake. Of course you were set up, yelled an annoyed mysterious voice. Immediately, everyone turned around to see who it was. Connor and James' eyes lit up, as they immediately recognized who the owner of the voice was. It's you, they yelled. Sorry I'm late. I hope I didn't miss the party yet, said the mysterious Mr. Death, who was standing at the door with his men besides him. Connor looked at Death coldly, and tightly held in sword in anger. You see us up, James exclaimed in fear. Yes. We've established that already. Honestly, are you always this slow? Even I am getting annoyed in explaining this simple logic to you. James exclaimed in fear. Yes, he was angry. But he was also fearful of Mr. Death and the men beside him. But why did you set us up? Who are you working for? Connor asked, while trying to mask his anger. Death smiled underneath his mask, and walked slowly into the room alone, while his men stood at the door. Would you all like to play a game? Silence. The room fell silent, as the men were confused about what they had just heard. Was it just them, or did this hooded assassin really ask them to play a game? Death smiled, as he watched their faces distort and twist from confusion. In truth, the missions that he always enjoyed were those that were interesting to him. This time, his employer had told him to have all the fun that he could get. So why not play to his heart's content? Yes. A game. Are you all interested? Hearing that, the knights didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Did this guy bring them all the way here, just so that they could play some stupid game with him? I mean, how lonely did one have to be to resort to this? As they thought the way that they almost lost their lives in the previous battle outside, they almost felt like ganging up on him now. Screw you. Who the hell would want to play your sick games? Go to hell, and F your games, _ The men replied emotionally, as they yelled out at the top of their lungs. James looked at Mr. Death in annoyance. Why the hell would he play any damn game? Any moment from now, his men would burst through his building and rescue him. Yes. They would come for him. You all have no choice. Right now, your men have killed each other during your previous battle, and those that survived the ordeal have already been captured by my own men. Trust me. They were just a handful. So to put it bluntly, you all make up 910 of today's survivors. Isn't that exciting? Everyone was shocked by what they were hearing. They had thought that maybe some of their men would come in and save them. But sadly, their hopes had been crumbled down by this dastardly Mr. Death. Silly. Since I was the one who brought you all here, then that means that I have a way to kill any of you anytime I want. Like I said, you don't have a choice. You either play my game, or you die. The choice is yours to make. Everyone quickly quieted down, as they now knew that this man had their lives in his hands. Connor, who had been listening to the scumbag talk, was finally convinced about their survival chances. HMMP exclamation mark. You said it's a game, right? Then what do we get for winning this game? Death looked at Connor for a while before bursting out from laughter. Ha ha ha. This is the first time that someone has ever asked me this question. Although too hot-headed, I still find you very interesting. Yup. I like you, Death said, while sizing Connor up. "I wish I could say the same about you. I hate you. Not only did you not help me in killing my target, but you also set me up to die," Connor yelled. "True. But everyone dies, right? So am I really to blame here?" Silence. Everyone was truly baffled at Mr. Death's shamelessness. Even Connor and James were shocked. Was this still the same mysterious guy who instilled fear in them previously, who had switched personalities with him? But what they didn't know was that Death was always cold and aloof. Until he found something interesting to do. A man like him had all the money, power and influence around him. So he got really bored being the #1 assassin in Arcadina. Everything was easy for him. There were almost no challenges, and his life was seemingly meaningless. Hence whenever he stumbled upon interesting missions, how could he not be happy? Alright. Alright, enough chit-chat. What do you want if you win? I want to know who your employer is. As the knights heard Connor's suggestion, they couldn't help but nod. Because if they ever survived this game, then they would definitely march up to the culprit and hack his body into multiple pieces. "Well, I can't tell you who my employer is, but I can leave you a single clue at the end." How does that sound? Connor thought for a while before accepting. The ball was in Mr. Death's court, so he really didn't have a choice to begin with. Death looked at him and grinned. "That's more like it. And just so you all know, I'll be keeping you here for a week and a half, before letting the winners out. It's not like you all have a choice here. So smile and loosen up, because soon, the games will finally begin." Chapter 245. Oh happy day. A few days had passed since the gang had arrived at Baymard, and so far, their stay here had been completely magical. They felt like even if they spent over a year here, they would never be able to fully enjoy all the facilities that Baymard had to offer. Today, the children were going to meet up with little Momo, Linda and their friends. Previously, they had heard that little Momo would be resuming school on August 3rd. And since this was the last week of July, they immediately decided to have as much fun as they could with them. The 4 juniors, Herman age 9, Bridget age 9, Tobias age 7 and Rebecca age 6. Were all going out with little Momo today for a fun-filled day. "Mom, Dad. Can we go now?" Herman said, while fidgeting on his seat. Yeah. Can we go now?" Rebecca added, while jumping up and down on the couch. Yeah, Tobias and Bridget added. Normally, 9-year-old Herman was cool and collected. But after staying in Baymard for just 3 days, he immediately lost his cool, and acted his age. As a noble, he was never allowed to just let loose. Especially because he was a boy. He had been training as a night page for 2 years now, and it was essential for him to seem tough and manly at all times. But yesterday, after he tried bike riding, he threw his damn acting tough lifestyle out the window, and had fun for the first time in his life. F it. It felt too good. Tobias felt the same damn way. As for the girls, they was just 6 and 9 years old, so they were both fine. Typically, women within the Pino continent had to take posture classes at the age of 5, etiquette classes, knitting and so on. A woman was trained to be obedient, perfect in house chores and speak less, so as to not add more troubles onto her husband. Apparently, the men had loved submissive puppet-like women. For nobles around the Pino continent, they were also supposed to know poetry, and learn how to run and govern the man's estate, harem and businesses while he was at war or away. No running about, except in their courtyards, no loud laughters in public and so on. But for the women in Corona, they were exempt from all that crap. They did what they wanted, and got the same jobless that men did. So both of them weren't really restricted like other women within the Pino continent. But even so, they still couldn't stop themselves from feeling overly excited. They had eaten and seen things that made their minds freeze from shock. So how could they not be fidgety as well? Please. Can we go now? Duchess Mina and Duke Samuel shook their heads helplessly, as they watched their adorable children jump up and down eagerly. After having their own fun yesterday, They had also forgotten their ages as well. So how could they not understand their children's emotions? "You'll go. But after your lunch." "Now eat," Duke Samuel said. Time flew by. And very quickly, little Momo, Linda and their friends had arrived at the hotel lobby. Of course, once they came, the lobby receptionist took down Momo's name and sent someone to confirm if the guests at the rooms were waiting for anyone or not. Even if it was Landon himself who had arrived, they would still do the same thing again. Unless it was a criminal investigation. A while later, the children came running down hurriedly, with 2 guards as their companions. "Where are we going today?" they asked excitedly. "Wait and see. It's my favorite place of all. Giggle giggle. You'll know when we get there." As they left, little Momo and the other children teased them endlessly. On their way, they took a train to reach their final destination. Their luxurious hotel was at District D, and even though the place that they were going to was on the same district, it was still somewhat far. It was kinda like the downtown of the upper region. Their hotel was close to the main highway, but the place they were going to was further in. Within the district, they could have taken a bus to their location. But today, the little Momo decided to teach them how to use the train. They had been using the bus ever since they got here, and today would be their first time stepping in. They walked to the train station, and little Momo and his friends quickly showed where they were on the map and where they were going to next. The guards paid extra attention, so that next time, they could also make their own trips alone as well. This is platform 4, and since the time now is 1:08 p.m. so we've got to take the 104 Gringot train, which will be arriving any moment from now. And if you ever get lost, take the 101 Potter train or the 109 Weasley train back. And if you lost your map and need to check the train's time schedule, don't fret. Just find any train station and you'll be good to go. All train stations and train stops have large maps posted on the walls. CHRRRRR. The train had arrived. The children and their guards were all in marvel at these things called trains. They were bigger than those bus carriages, and the seats were more spread apart as well. There was also a voice that would remind people what stop it was, and several poles and hanging ropes within it, for people to hold on to if they didn't have seats. In short, they felt that it was very well made. The journey was short, and very quickly, they had finally arrived at their destination. Ping. "Now stopping at Jonathan Street," said a loud voice. "It's here, let's go." "Hold hands," Linda said, while holding her little Momo's hands. One should know that the trains weren't the buses. With buses, the driver would wait for you to even take your time and head out. But with trains, one only has a limited amount of time to head out. She had once missed her slowness due to her slowness. At that time, she had taken her time in placing her book in her zip bag, before standing and walking unhurriedly towards one of the train's doors. But when she got there, the door closed up right in front of her, forcing her to head back to her seat and jump off at the next stop. Well, never again. Common. Hold hands quick and let's go. Chapter 246. Oh happy day. 2. After leaving the train, the children walked for a while until they finally came across a 5-story massive building. "We're here. This is my favorite spot in the entire Baymard," little Momo said excitedly. "So what will we do here?" Bridget asked curiously. "Go-kart racing." As they stepped into the building, they saw several other children and adults here for go-kart racing as well. "Ah, I forgot. Since you guys are new, you'd have to take a MJ license before you can drive yet. But don't worry, on this first floor, you can get these licenses at any time," Momo said. For go-kart racing, Landon had followed basic standard rules back on Earth and applied it here. From ages 510, the children could go-kart, but they needed to get a MJ license, mini junior license. Basically, they need to be briefed on their safety gear, how to operate the go-karts and so on. And after they were done, They will get a 6-month MJ license for karting. Also, for this age group, even though their go-karts are fast, they wouldn't be as fast as the adult ones. The maximum speed of these mini junior karts have been significantly lowered for safety reasons. From ages 1114, the children were now considered as juniors, rather than mini juniors, and here, they would have to get their J licenses, which would expire yearly. And finally, those from 15 and above would now be considered as adults. So they would get their safety briefings, as well as an A license, which would expire every 2 years. For go-kart racing, the only thing that Landon had changed about it was the addition of licenses. For him, safety briefings were very important. Hence, he wanted the guests to be constantly reminded about them, even if they have to keep renewing their expired licenses now and then. As for the building's structure, the ground floor was for safety reviews, license tests, approvals and renewals. Moving upwards, the second floor had a massive indoor track for the mini juniors to kart on, and following that, the third floor had an indoor track for the juniors, while the fourth floor focused on the adults. As for the fifth floor, it had conference rooms, offices for workers, accountants and so on. Also, each floor had a restroom and an equipment fitting area. And for food and drinks, one could find it at the massive food court within the ground floor. Now, one should know that Landon had also thought of outdoor situations as well. Hence he had allocated land, the size of 2 estates, for go-kart racing. At the back of the massive building, one would find 3 main tracks that have all been divided by 4 feet tall fences. One section was for the mini juniors, another for the juniors, and the last one for the adults. Each track was ridiculously large, with enough space for the racers to take turns, go up and down small slopes, and so on. Also, each track space had a very small 2-story empty car park-like space for the drivers to drive on. They would drive, spiraling upwards to the second floor, and would finally drive downwards on a sloped bridge. Landon had used the Niagara Falls amusement park style for this part, with a land space meant to fit 2 entire estates into it. Landon chose to make the ride epic for all riders. In conclusion, with both indoors and outdoor go-karting options, the attraction site was definitely going to be a huge success. If the outdoor tracks were full, then people could play indoors, and vice versa. And if it was raining or snowing, the racers could still have fun indoors as well. The children, as well as their guards, spent about 40 minutes in getting their licenses. They had sat in training go-karts, and had been instructed on how to maneuver the karts. They had also been asked if they had heart problems or other illnesses as well. And just to be sure that the children didn't hide anything, the workers had also asked the guards about it too. Very quickly, the workers wrote their names up with a typewriter, cropped it out, signed it, stamped it, binded it between plastic casings, and finally handed it to them. This is part of your identity. Keep it safe at all times. They all nodded profoundly, as this was their first holding any document with their names on it. The guards also got theirs as well, and hurriedly placed them in their new wallets, as if it was some sort of secret document. Today, they had gotten the sweet taste of driving these bad boys during their tests. Sure, they were on duty now, but come tomorrow, someone else would take their shifts as well. By then, they would definitely come back here no matter what. As they followed the children towards the outdoor track for mini juniors, they kept subconsciously touching their pockets, in fear that their licenses would somehow magically roll out of their wallets, and out of their pockets. One could never know. After all, Baymard was a magical place, so anything was possible. You guys are finally here. Quick, quick, hurry up. This race is about to end. Soon, it'll be time for the next, yelled Linda, as she immediately spotted them coming in. Like the flash, they dashed over hurriedly and swiftly waited for the race to end. 2 minutes more, they were strapped into their carts and ready to go. Herman looked at the red light in anticipation. From his briefings, He was told that red meant stop, yellow meant get ready, and green meant go. As he sat in the reddish-black cart, his heart started pounding loudly from anticipation. Time seemed to have stopped completely, as all sounds around him seemed to drown out from within his mind. He felt young and alive. He felt, oh heavens, what the heck was this feeling? He clenched his steering wheel hard, and smiled brilliantly underneath his reddish helmet. As he watched the light turn to yellow, this is it, he thought. Green, vrrrrrmmm. He was off. Starting off, he quickly drove past several others who were besides him. Vrrrmmm. Damn. Someone kept dancing in front of him, to keep him behind. HMPP, not today. He looked at the neatly grass, and decided to take a chance. They could arrive at the next bend. Vrrrmmm. Oh no. The grass was too slippery, and felt completely different from the road. He could feel his cart almost losing control. But looking at the upcoming bend, he knew that if he didn't get back on the track, then he would hit a large pile of tires at the side. He clenched his teeth, and turned his steering wheel to the right forcefully. Vrrrmmm. He had successfully landed back on track before the bend, and had even passed that annoying person that kept dancing in front of him. But little did he know that it was his own sister, Bridget. Clap, clap, clap. As he made the bend, several other children who were waiting in line, as well as workers, clapped vigorously. Previously, several of them were already at the edge of their seats just from watching him. Brilliant. Outstanding. Damn. I need to be as good as that racer. As the spectators cheered, the person in the cart kept smiling blissfully. Not because he could hear them, but because he couldn't stop the explosive feeling from within his heart. This feeling! He wanted to safeguard it forever. I feel alive. He thought. At the end of the day, he was the only newbie amongst them. To get it right, one of his sisters crashed on the tires, while the other came dead last. As for his brother, he too crashed on the tires as well. It was epic. They raced for a few more hours, and when they were tired, they headed for the food court to fill up their bellies. They sat down excitedly, and spoke about their experiences, like love-struck teenagers. I love this go-kart racing thing. Me too, bro. You were awesome out there. Yeah? How the hell did you make that turn with that speed? It was awesome. But I'm sure that if I had tried it, I would probably hit those black walls tires. Black walls? In your case, you would have probably flown over the entire estate. Ha ha ha. The children laughed merrily, as they chewed down on their food like hungry lions. Indeed, today had been a fun-filled day for all of them. Chapter 247. Fishing ships. Over these past few days, Landon had been jumping from one place to another, as well as entertaining Santa and his gang. With the coronation ceremony just a few days away, of course he would be as busy as a bee. Today, he was heading over to the ship manufacturing industry to assist in transferring out the finished products to the newly established fishing industry. Ever since the industry's completion at the beginning of March, the workers had been busy working on 4 main projects within the industry: commercial fishing ships, marine warships, coastal guard ships and cargo ships. So far, they had been working on these ships for 5 months now, and only 2 categories out of 4 had been completed. All these ships were being built within massive shipbuilding warehouses, just like how it was done back on Earth. The workers would control large electrically powered machines to attach the ship's metal frames and outer plates across its massive body. Of course, workers would also paint the walls, install the ship's control systems, doors, windows and so on. For fishing ships, they were typically small in size, and only had 2 decks in total. So with the help of these machines, the workers were able to build 1 fishing ship in 3 weeks' time. Those working under this department were divided up into 2 main teams consisting of 100 workers each. were all dedicated to producing as many fishing ships as they could. And during these 5 months, Baymard had successfully built 10 fishing ships. It could have been 13. But at the start of construction, the workers did some mistakes here and there, which was practically fine. It was all in the learning process. After inspecting the products, Landon immediately headed for the cargo ship department. For cargo ships, of course there were different sizes for them. So only the smallest size had been completed yet. Even though there were several types of cargo ships that existed back on Earth, Landon only chose to produce the ones that required cargo to be placed indoors. Cargo ships that exposed large containers in the open was of definitely a no number. In essence, Landon had come up with 3 main sizes for indoor cargo ships: 2 decks below ground floor, 5 decks below ground floor. Of course, above ground floor, each of these options would have several 2-3 floor building structures at the back and the front of the main deck. These ship layouts were all standard cargo ship designs that were used back on Earth. In fact, some cargo ships could have 8 to 9 floors below deck level, as they needed to transport cars and other massive goods. Right now, Landon felt like 89 floors below deck would be too much. Hence he chose to stock to the max, being 5 for now. Of course, even though these floors would be below deck, that didn't mean that they would be below sea level. Just like cruise ships, or even the ship used in the Titanic, the deck was way up from the sea level. Anyway, right now, the workers had only been able to complete one type of cargo ship, and that was the one that had 2 decks below the main deck floor. As for the workers within this department, Landon had divided them up into groups of 3. And this time, each group consisted of 350 workers in total. They had used a total of 4.5 months in completing this cargo ship. Hence Baymard now had 3 of these cargo ships in total. As for the other type, Landon had placed groups of 600 to work on those ones, which should be completed sometime in December. He looked at the half-completed ships, and knew that he couldn't rush their progress rates. Establishing Baymard's first exportation sailors would have to wait. Moving on to Coastal Guard ships, one first needed to access the duties of the Coastal Guards. Firstly, they did search and rescues around the waters, be it looking for corpses or even identifying abandoned ships around Baymard's shores. They had to do all of that. Secondly, they were in charge of enforcing Baymard's ocean laws. Whether the laws were environmental or even political, every law had to be followed to the latter. Thirdly, they were there to look out for any enemy threats approaching by water, and inform the Marines, as well as do political negotiations if necessary. And lastly, they were the main people who assisted in pulling stranded ships towards the shores. So with all these in mind, the Coastal Guards needed 3 types of boats: tugboats, rescue boats, Coastal Guard weapon ship. For tugboats, they were somewhat smaller than fishing ships, and in their case, 23 of the boat is made up of massive mechanical engine systems that could even pull a stranded cruise ship all on their own. Seeing it always amazed people. How could a tiny boat pull a gigantic ship? Anyway, Baymard had a total of 9 tugboats in total. Now with rescue boats, these ones were somewhat smaller than tugboats. When rescuing someone, time was of the essence. Hence their small sizes were more suitable for the speeds at which they would travel at. In total, Baymard had 24 of those boats. With the tug and rescue boats, Landon felt like they had enough for now. Hence he allowed everyone within this department to focus on making weapon ships for the Coastal Guards. Typically, Coastal Guards had their own separate warships, as the ones who were always on the lookout, or always involved in negotiations. They needed to be secured and guarded. Hence, their weapon ship had to be the same size as Marine warships. Looking at how far they had gone, Landon had immediately estimated that it would take another 3 months' time before the first set of Coastal Guard ships would be built. As for the Marine warships, they too would be completed around that same time frame. Now that he was done with the inspection, It was finally time to transport these ships to the new fishing industry. VRRRMMMM. Take it away, boys. Chapter 248, Fishing Ships to VRMMMM. Once they arrived at their destination, the workers slowly offloaded the ships from several lowboys. With the help of other heavy machines, the location they were at was the side branch for the newly established fishing industry, which had just been completed a few days ago. In essence, the main headquarters was within the lower region, but the branch sector was at the coastal region. The headquarters was where the accountants, secretaries and other business workers met. Also, within the headquarters, there were several industrial buildings meant for packaging and cleaning up fish or other captured goods, as well as warehouses for storing packaged goods too. 3 hours later, everything was finally offloaded. This side branch was very far away from all other harbor activities, and could only be accessible to workers within the fishing industry. The region was well fenced and had its own private harbor at its front as well, and of course within the branch, and around its perimeter. There were also several regular guards and coastal guards too, just in case someone tried to sneak into Baymard from this end. Other than the private harbor and security buildings, there were also 2 warehouse buildings, and 2 main employee buildings that have a food court, locker room, clinic and so on. Borderline, this industry was just a few days old. And now, Landon was ready to teach a few of them on how to operate the fishing ships. Have the workers been selected and briefed? Yes, Your Majesty, replied Mikhail, one of the newly appointed supervisors within the branch. Good. Let's go. Standing in front of him were 12 selected workers from the food industry. Initially, these workers used to cast their nets around the harbor alongside others, and wait for the fishes to fall into their traps. The issue with this was that, if one wanted a large catch, then they would have to go further away from the shores or even the harbor. And since they didn't have fishing boats, their yield for the day was typically too low. Right now, fish was indeed expensive in Baymard. This was because it was seen as a hot commodity. The amount of fish caught had never been able to accommodate Baymard's growing population. But with the creation of these ships, Landon was sure that the price of fish would eventually go down with time. Of course, pricing could also fluctuate depending on several reasons, like the increase or decrease in the ship's oil price, and so on. One could never know tomorrow's economy. For 4 days now, these 12 fishermen and women had been briefed on safety measures that they need to take on the ships, just in case something went wrong. They had also been chosen because they knew how to swim, as well as how to do several basic net knots. Anyway, before they would be allowed to man a boat unsupervised, they would need to undergo a month of training before they were good to go. And who better to train them than Landon and a few of those who built the ship? Yup. He had called out those engineers to come out and assist him in properly explaining how to run these ships. Of course, they didn't need to know every mechanical part of the ship, just the basics, and what to do if they were in a bind. The situation was similar to those who drove cars, like knowing that overheating could mean that there's no water in the radiator, and so on. Just driving and knowing these simple details was enough. For Landon's plan, he first wanted to train these 12 people first, and from there, they would be in charge of training hundreds of others. With these 12, each day, he would have every one of them rotate jobs with each other, so that by the end of their training, they would all be proficient at doing all jobs on the boat. Today, the trainees would be divided into 2 groups. 6 would board one fishing ship with 4 other supervisors, and the other half would board with 2 other supervisors and Landon. Once everyone had boarded on the ships, they immediately set sail towards the open waters. Kobe, who was one of the 12 selected fishermen, was thoroughly amazed at the ship's design. This was his first time on a ship, or even a canoe. So how could he not be intoxicated with excitement? Standing on the ship and hearing the noisy vibrating engines rattle and churn, he couldn't help but grin widely, as he thought of how he would be charging these bad boys in the nearest future. And that's how the mechanism works, His Majesty said, while pointing at a lever. He had been attentively listening to His Majesty, as well as reading the printed instructions about running the ship and controlling all the levers and buttons at the ship's control room. Everything was labeled, and some of the buttons were even colored, green and so on. CHRMMM. His Majesty had requested for the ship to stop, and the nets to be casted. Several machines began to work, and very quickly. The nets were immediately casted, and after waiting for the net to sink, they continued on with their lecture again. His Majesty also talked about something poisonous called jellyfish, and other weird names that he had never heard of. But luckily, His Majesty had given them sketches of what these creatures looked like. So if he ever found one, he would be sure to never touch them no matter what. Time flew by, and at the end of the lecture, His Majesty had immediately requested for the net to be brought back up. Tessa. Do you see the yellow lever with the label net on it? Yes, Your Majesty. Pull it downwards until I tell you to stop. Yes, Your Majesty, replied Tessa, as she hurriedly made her way towards the switch. VRRRMMM. The net slowly resurfaced, and to Kobe's shock, it was completely full. Heck. He was sure that more than 1,000 fishes had been caught just from this round alone. This was the biggest catch that he had ever seen in his entire life. He couldn't help but smile bitterly, as he remembered how he used to catch 10 to 12 fishes a day. The difference was truly too great. Riverdale City, the Empire of Arcadine. DRMM. The massive golden-colored door opened, and a 30-something-year-old knight walked in. You called, my lord? Yes. Any news? My lord. No one has gone or come from there yet, answered the knight, as he knelt before his master. Ah, it seems like it's time. First thing tomorrow morning, go over to Baymard and find out what exactly is going on there. Yes, my lord. Chapter 249. New guests 11a.m. It was a fine summer morning. The vibrant sun's rays were shining glorious, as it warmed up the land, as well as its habitats. Gallop, gallop, gallop. The steady sounds of horses could be heard speedily making their way through the rocky roads. On the horses were two burly-looking men, who were currently out on a mission from their master. These men were even Shylock. Their master, City Lord Marder, had asked them to check out the situation within Baymard. I say we get this done with, and leave immediately, Eve asked. I agree, Shylock replied. One should know that Baymard was a place that no one could go as they pleased, lest they incurred Alec Barnes' wrath. Presently, they knew that Alec was still trying to destroy their master. So if he should ever find out that they had ventured there, wouldn't he use that as an excuse to eliminate their master? Sure. It might take months or even years before Alec found out. But once he did, in Marder's case, the result would be death. Other people might be thrown in jail or beaten up. But as Shannon's nemesis, how could Alec let it go just like that? As they rode ahead, they immediately spotted a silver-looking carriage, steadily making its way towards Baymard as well. Strangers. Yesterday, one of their subordinates had reported the arrival of some strange visitors, who were apparently headed towards Baymard. The subordinate had been on his way to relieve himself, when he accidentally heard part of their conversation. As soon as the matter was reported, even Shylock had sent some of their men to find out more about these strangers. And from what they knew, these people also had different agendas as well. They claimed to be here in order to look for spies from the Empire of Tariq. But why the hell were they sneaking around and asking after one Baron Rogers? Something was completely fishy about their story. Sure, they had a royal parchment paper saying that they should hunt down enemy spies within Western Arcadine. But since when did Western Arcadine mean Baymard? From what they had gathered, this Baron Rogers had gone missing a while ago. And ever since his disappearance, these people had been using that royal parchment paper to search for the Baron throughout Western Arcadine. Bottom line, because of the arrival of these people, they had decided to wait and follow behind these strangers, so as to see how those knights in Baymard would treat visitors. In their minds, they had decided to treat these strangers as guinea pigs. Meanwhile, in the parade ahead, 15 knights on horseback were currently safeguarding the silver-looking carriage at its center. In the carriage were 3 people, 2 knight captains, and 1 personal butler. A while back, their master, who was the city lord of Prajdan city, had suddenly given them the quest of killing. One of the knight captains lifted up the carriage's red curtains, and quickly peeked at the path behind them. Pewee, those 2 dirty-looking riders are still following us. What? They're still behind us? What do you think that they want to do? What else? I think they plan to rob us, or they might be afraid of bandits, and thus planned to stick close to us. One of the captains frowned while deep in thought. What if they were part of some gang bandits? Who knows? Their friends might be up ahead, with hopes of jumping us anytime soon. Then what do we do? Stop the carriage. The horses huffed, as their reins were pulled by their riders. Even Shylock looked ahead and sneered. They too stopped. Bam! The carriage door was opened forcefully. I say, you 2 there. Are you trying to pick a fight with us? Last time I checked, you weren't part of our group. So why would you stop when we stop? As the captain spoke, he immediately pushed his blue-colored cloak to the side, revealing his chest and rank to them. It seemed like he wanted to brag about being a knight captain, so as to scare them off. Typically, each rank had particular badge shape for their knights. These badges could have different crests on them, based on their master's family crests. Badges could come in different designs and patterns, but the shape was what really distinguished one's status within knighthood. For knight pages, their badges were rectangular shaped. For captains, their badges were star-shaped. And so on. Looking at the badge, even Shylock smiled at the clown before them. Weren't they knight captains as well? It was just that they were undercover right now. Hence, they dared not take out their own badges, lest they completely ruin their mission. Sling, answer me now, damn it. Why the hell did you all stop? The captain said, while drawing his sword. We stopped to relieve ourselves, Eve said smilingly, as he pointed at this thing. Yeah? And why are you looking at our things? Do you all swing that way as well? Shylock teased. The other knights outside were speechless. Who are they all trying to fool? Didn't they say that you want to relieve yourselves? Then why are you both still sitting on your horses? Are you going to pee on the horses? And why the hell are you all smiling like fools? Are you all stupid or something? The captain glared at them angrily. He was already pissed off when they didn't acknowledge his captain badge. But now, how dare they say that he was bent? No matter how much he yelled back at them or tried to scare them, they would only smile, giggle or treat him like a 5-year-old toddler who was still throwing tantrums here and there. This feeling was truly frustrating. Since you all are relieving yourselves, then we would hurry up along, so as to not bother you all any longer, the captain said angrily, as he banged the carriage's door loudly. Bang! He was so pissed. He then poked his head out of the window and yelled, "Drive!" The procession continued, and just when he was about to relax, one of the Garads outside tapped the carriage's door. Captains, they're still following us. Chapter 250. New guests. All through the journey, the captains within the carriage had been cursing at those 2 shameless riders. The reason why they didn't attack them was because they were afraid that they were bandits who had several gang members around the roads. Within this journey alone, they had stopped more than 4 times, just to figure out what was the deal with these shameless riders. Surprisingly, it seemed like the riders were just regular people who were heading to Baymard. If they had known, they would've killed these damn bastards a long time ago. Just remembering how annoying these riders were, instantly made their blood boil 1,000 times over. How hateful. Once everyone arrived, they were somewhat taken aback by the unique high walls before them. It was the tallest that they had ever seen. and the sturdiest by the looks of it. Even Shylock couldn't help but smile bitterly as they looked at the magnificent towering figures before them. If they had known, they would have talked their master into owning Baymard ages ago. So what if they were lacking more knights? Just passing through the city gates, they were indeed in awe at how thick the gate's doors were. They were as thick as regular bank vaults, and designed with such vault lock mechanisms. And what surprised them the most was the fact that the gate tunnel had two of these giant metal doors, one at the front, and one at the end of the tunnel. And not just that. They could see several regular metal bars, all stationed at different points within the tunnel. With this sort of security, one didn't need to worry about the enemies breaking in anytime soon. It wasn't just them who had these sort of thoughts. The other captains and guard knights were also in awe at the city's lockdown gates. One should know that most cities just had one or two measly iron bars, and that was it. So how could they not be in awe? Coming out of the tunnel, their jaws instantly dropped. What sort of buildings were these? Why were the roads so black and clean? And what were those black massive containers, garbage bins around the place? Was this still the barren land that they knew of? As they stepped in, they immediately saw a towering sign above them that read, "Welcome to Baymard." Sector name, King's Landing. King's Landing. What a majestic name, they thought. Very quickly, they had spotted several people standing and walking about in weird but cool-looking clothes. Why were they all dressed in better attire than them? Was everyone here a noble? Series of questions popped into their heads as they spotted someone coming over towards them. "Hello, welcome to Baymard, _." Straight away, they were promptly directed towards the land port. And on their way, they had asked out of curiosity, and had found out that these people were just regular people. Some of them had even been slaves once. Immediately, disgust and envy filled their hearts and minds. Weren't these people too stuck up? How dare they act like nobles, if they were just peasants? HMMPP. They were just clowns, who were trying to be something that they weren't. "Sir, please, we need you to consent to the rules that have been provided," said a front desk officer. Before any visa process began, the main laws had to be read and approved by the visitors. That way if they violate any of them, then they only have themselves to blame. "I don't agree," one of the captains yelled out in displeasure. What a joke. Who the hell would sign such a document? For him, the thing that really pissed him off was the equality thing. I mean, were they crazy? There was no slavery here. Hence everyone had equal rights. And for heaven's sake, why was having sex with a 14-year-old a crime? It was clearly stated that they couldn't touch anyone without the person's approval. Even if they raped a 30-year-old woman, they could still be locked up. Wasn't such a woman old cargo? Why would they punish them for using old goods? The more he read the rules, the more he had realized that this place was truly uninhabitable. Without all these activities, how else were they supposed to have their fun? One should know that in this era, all they had were bars, prostitution centers, fighting rings and so on. Of course for fun, people would throw banquets, pilgrimage villages, kidnap people, burn down towns, and even defile both women and men, as these were everyday occurrences. But for a city to remove all these factors, was really something unheard of. So that begs the question, what did they actually do in here for fun? "I want to see your city lord," the captain yelled. "Sir, we don't have one. We have a king." Even Shylock, who were sitting at the waiting area at some seats around the waiting area, were immediately taken aback by what they heard. Well, the captain was screaming so loud that they were sure that everyone else could hear what was said as well. Previously, the captain was the only one to start visa applications, because he had wanted to see what it was all about before sending his men over. There were over 10 front desks for processing visas, but everyone else chose to wait for the captain to finish up first. Anyway, for those who could read, They passed their time looking at the ridiculous rules that were written on several brochures around the waiting area. "And who is this king?" the captain asked curiously. "It's His Majesty Landon Barn. What? The bastard shrimp survived? How the hell did he manage to take care of all those enemy knights?" Even Shylock were thoroughly confused. How could a dying man, who left with only 300 knights and a few spare change, be the owner of this glorious city? And how the hell did the city transform in the first place? They had visited this place just before Landon had arrived. And the grass was not that green. No. Literally, the grass, the land and everything else was dried up, sprawly, and barren. So how did they go from that to a healthy luscious place? Did that bastard really break the land's curse? So, the bastard is the one in charge of making such ridiculous laws? Well, I won't sign it no matter what. Then I'm sorry sir, we have to decline your visa application, the front desk agent said politely. Bam. Deny? Do you know who I am? The captain yelled arrogantly. As a proud knight captain, when had he ever been belittled so much? This was the height of disrespect. I'm asking you, do you know who I am? How dare a puny peasant like you deny my access? Look at this. I'm an official knight captain of Arcadina. I command over hundreds of men under my unit. And if I want to crush this puny place of yours, then I would do so just like that. So what if killing is a crime here? With only 300 knights within this place, what can you all do to me? And if you even dare to touch me, then I can assure you all that my master would send reinforcements to come and get me in a heartbeat. When that happens, I want you to have it in the back of your mind that you see the one responsible for killing everyone here. Now, be a good dog, and give me the visa thing. Or else. The front desk worker still kept her smile in place. Security. It all happened in a flash. Very swiftly, several black uniformed people ran inwards the captain and tried to restrain him. But once the captain's men saw this, they quickly pulled out their swords and ran towards the battlefield. Even Shylock also got up as well and stepped back, as they didn't want everyone to conclude that they were together with these morons. Please, drop your weapons, stay back and put your hands behind your heads now, the security guards said calmly, as they pointed black metal objects at them. Sling. The knights had quickly drawn their swords. At this moment, the air was filled with tension, as numerous emotions completely engulfed the men. Put our hands behind our heads? Never. Why are we even talking with them? Let's just kill them now. Please. This is your last chance. Drop your weapons or face the consequences. The guards reminded. What bloody consequences? Brothers, let's attack all together. Charg. ZZZZZ. Instantly, the guards shot their tasers at the knights, and their bodies immediately began to shake, like a fresh fish out of water. But the men shook, as their bodies turned limp from the electric current. Their muscles clenched so much that even blinking seemed like a near impossible task for them to accomplish. A painful vibrational wave washed all over their entire bodies, and every fiber within their body felt like it was haphazardly speeding non-stop. It felt like their bodies would rip apart from these deadly vibrations. Some of them had even peed themselves throughout the entire ordeal. But the more even Shylock continued to watch on, the more paler faces became from fear. It was truly a jaw-dropping scene to watch. Their legs trembled, and their bodies turned soft from the horror before them. What in heaven's name was going on here? They only had one thought now: run. They had to get out of this mad place no matter what. Screw the mission. This was definitely sorcery. They fled non-stop, as they were eager to warn their master about these creatures who call themselves Baymardians. They didn't even wait to see how those other people had turned out, as they were scared silly by those shriveling men. This Baymard was a hellhole, and no matter what, they couldn't afford to offend these monsters. Master, save us. Chapter 251. An innocent tricks the royal palace, the empire of Deiferes. tap, 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 tap. The sounds of several footsteps could be heard hurriedly making their way towards the throne room. The sounds echoed sharply across the guarded hallways, sounding overly loud, like the thundering heartbeat of a condemned criminal. One thing was clear: these footsteps could only belong to light-weighted people. Tap, 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 tap. Within the palace, the people busily went about their day merrily. As they did their daily chores earnestly. But when they saw the owners of these footsteps, straight away, they quickly made several detours, as if they were avoiding some sort of fatal plague. Thump, thump, kai. Some dived into the garden bushes, while others speedily leaned on the walls, and immediately pretended to be statues, while holding their breaths in fear. For some, they quickly picked up several decorative ornaments like vases, held them in front of their faces, and quickly pretended to be pillars, as their faces hid behind the ornaments. Sure, some of their facial features were peeking out. But so what? They had to think fast. Because today, the local palace tyrant was on the move again. Standing outside the throne room were several guards, who had also heard these resounding footsteps creeping closer and closer towards them. As well as a palace rule, only those who had urgent political information or death reports could run like so within the royal palace. It was seen as disrespectful for anyone to run in someone else's home, talk less of the royal palace. So who would have the guts to do so if it wasn't urgent? Of course, they didn't have to be curious for long, as their question was naturally answered within a few minutes. Princess Eldora. Standing before them was the unruly second princess of Deiferes, the local palace tyrant, Princess Eldora, because her brother was the first prince. She had been acting spoiled, right from a young age. If one didn't know her character, and just looked at her face, they would readily think that she was as pure as an angel. But the truth was obviously far from that. Throughout these years, she had killed innocent people openly, just because they touched her, or even spilled water or anything on her clothes. She had executed 11 royal tailors, just because they didn't get things right in their first try. Normally, tailors were being the final sewn clothes to their clients, and from there, the tailors would have them wear them, so as to see if the customers were pleased with them. 910. In this era. Adjustments were always made more than 3 times, just to get it right. So in essence, the princess hated those adjustment phases the most. It was either you sewed it perfectly within the first try, or you don't. In fact, she killed whenever she pleased, and she wasn't sorry about it either. Her resume was indeed a long one. If she wasn't pleased with her meal, then she would kill the head chef. If she wasn't pleased with the people who massaged her frequently, then they had to be executed without a doubt. As a royal member, she was privileged to have hundreds of maids massage her body, just like they did for Cleopatra. So she executed them as frequently as they got hired. And just like that, she had quickly become a tyrannical being within Deiferes. Princess Eldora. Please, we can't let you in. His Majesty is currently meeting some very important people right now, so we can't, said one of the guards fearfully. Eldora sneered, and walked ferociously towards the men. Are you in any way stopping me from seeing my father? Do you know what happens when someone ticks me off? It seems like you're truly eager to die today. As the men heard this, their heartbeats couldn't help but accelerate a little, as they knew that this lunatic could really kill them if she wanted to. Her ice-cold gaze was truly scary. For the last time, step aside. A good dog does not block its owner's path. Now move. Of course, whenever there was a shepherd, there would always be sheep present as well. In this case, these were the princess's loyal maids, who had been with her more years now. With the protection of a powerful princess, these maids could do whatever they wanted. Hence they acted as mini tyrants. They bullied and spoke rudely to anyone who didn't bother to put them in his or her eyes. Even when they went shopping, the store owners had to be extra polite, as they didn't want to offend the princess in any way possible. Anyway, The princess squad had immediately backed her up. Just like the loyal dogs that they were. The princess wants to pass through, so let her go. Who the hell do you all think you are to even stop our princess? Why are you all even breathing in the same space as she is? Underscore. Dot. As they spoke, Eldora inched in slowly. As she calmly approached the guard who had first spoken to her, pa, 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 a series of clear crisp sounds resounded across the hallway. As Eldora connected her palms with the guard's cheeks, the slaps were as loud as claps, as they left several reddish palm prints on the poor guard's face. Silence. Pa, 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 pa. Eldorado kept slapping him on both checks for a full 2 minutes, without stopping or talking. And the more she slapped, the more the guard's eyes burned with rage. Click. Due to his rage, he had bitten his tongue to the point where he could even taste his own blood. In his mind, he had already visualized multiple scenes of her dying under his sword. Over and over again. If only he was a royal member, then he would teach this arrogant brat the lesson of her life. How detestable. Dot. Eldora looked at him and smiled. I know you hate me right now. But so what? Like I said, you are just a weak, measly, and idiotic dog, whom my royal family has tried to look after. So who are you to stop me from going anywhere? Move. Underscore. Immediately, everyone gave way for her to pass through. Even the guard who had been slapped had no other choice but to do so. Bam. Very quickly, the massive golden-colored door had been forcefully pushed open. Dot. Woo. Dot. 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 Father, I won't allow it. King Sirius. He is mine. Chapter 252. An innocent request to woo. Dot. 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 Father, I won't allow it. King Sirius. He is mine. Silence. Dot. Everyone within the throne room momentarily froze, as they saw Eldora slowly approach them. In truth, some of the ministers were extremely terrified of this little bringer of destruction. But what surprised them the most was her incredible acting skills. Bravo! They almost wanted to clap for her weak display towards His Majesty. Looking at this unruly daughter of his, King Julius was so angry, to the point that he almost coughed out blood. Get out! How dare she embarrass him in front of his ministers? Wasn't she just throwing his face here? HMPP. It looked like he had really spoiled her too much, for her to do such a thing. Dot. As he looked at his ministers' reactions to his daughter, he couldn't help but wonder, which one was the real her? One should know that in front of her father, Eldora had always acted like a weak lamb. But once her father left, she didn't care about showing her true colors to anyone else. Julius had heard the reports from both his secret guards and even his ministers. But every time she appeared, she would act like a wounded rabbit who was left in a den filled with wolves. So he could never come to a conclusion when it concerned her matters. Who should he believe? His blood or outsiders? As for Eldora, her father was obviously the man in charge, so why would she do anything that would make her lose her most powerful backer? Showing her true colors was definitely not an option here. Dot. I said get out. Julius bellowed. And immediately, Eldora hurriedly ran over to her father's side, dropped onto the ground, and began to hug his feet helplessly. Woo. I'm sorry, father, but if you don't solve this issue for me, I might truly be threatened to commit suicide, Eldora said, as she forced fakes out of her large melon eyes. Drip, drip. Her tears continuously flowed out like the river Nile, as they immediately flooded part of Julius' royal sandals and feet. She sobbed intensively, as if her whole world had come crashing down. As the only time that she'd stop was to fill up her lungs with fresh air. She truly looked pitiful, while hugging His Majesty's feet. Dot. Julius looked at her weak appearance, and his heart instantly softened. As he remembered the reports about her, he felt like they were probably misunderstandings or something. It was really hard for him to picture her doing all those things. How could this soft lump of clay ever willingly hurt anyone? Julius looked at his ministers, and quickly ushered them away with his eyes. Your Majesty, seeing the little princess so sad, has made me a little hesitant to continue this meeting, so I beg to take my leave now. Me too, your majesty. Seeing the princess like this, really breaks this old man's heart. One by one, all the ministers left. After giving the heartfelt excuses to their king. They are gone now. So tell me, who belied you? Why are you crying? The guards who were standing within the throne room, secretly rolled their eyes as they listened to the father-daughter duo intensively. Bully her? Who would dare? Your Majesty, don't you think that's too easy to deceive? It's your precious daughter who's doing the bullying, not the other way around, alright? Father, I want to marry King Sirius, Eldora said pitifully. Why? Didn't you reject the thought of being his bride years ago? One should know that several years ago, before Deiferus and Yodenbad finally buried their long-standing enmity. At the time, King Maclean had sent several official envoys to Deiferus to negotiate for peace. And at the end of their peace treaty, the Empire had offered for the princess from both empires to be wedded to each other. Of course, since Maclean only considered his first 5 sons as eligible for this, Julius' first 5 daughters had to choose any of the princes as well. Likewise, the princesses from Yoden had to choose the princes from Deiferus as well. Now at that time, all the princesses had shunned the 5th prince from Yoden, all except for the 4th princess, who seems to pity him and chose to be with him instead. His 4th daughter had always been the quiet type with a gentle heart. So of course, she felt bad for this Prince Sirius. Throughout these years, all the princesses and princes had been visiting both empires, so as to know each other better. Everyone else, except for this 5th prince, had shown themselves to their partners. So nobody knew how the 5th prince actually looked like. Some thought that he was filled with warts, and others thought that he was ugly. But all in all, everyone had always laughed at the 4th princess of Deiferus for being engaged to a ghost. But what they didn't know was that whenever Maclean sent special envoys to Deiferus, Sirius was always amongst them. He had wanted to know the true characters of these women. Hence he had to go undercover, and see them for what they truly were. And in truth, he had approved of the 4th princess silently. He would often talk to her as friends whenever they were at the Epitund. But the lady didn't know that he was the 5th prince. Surprisingly, when he had visited, he accidentally bumped into Eldora, and she immediately requested for his hands to be cut off completely. Such a woman was definitely not fit to be his queen. Didn't you say that the 5th prince was probably too ugly to marry? Father, that day, we were all just joking around. So how could I mean it? Eldora said pitifully. What a joke. How could she be with anyone else other than a king? Previously, she had thought that she would be joining the winning team. But who would have known that her fiancé, the crown prince at the time, was so useless? What was so hard in convincing one's father? She had lived her entire life, relying on subduing her father. So what was so hard in that? Anyway, she wouldn't allow this opportunity to slip through her fingers, no matter what. Woo. Please father, I want him. Julius looked at his daughter and sighed. He should be arriving in a month's time to take his bride. So if you can convince him that you are a better choice, then I see no problem with that. Hearing that, Eldora's eyes instantly lit up. Fortunately, this King Sirius has never been here before. So it was simply impossible for him to have feelings for that worthless sister of hers. This was good. If she could seduce and convince him otherwise, then she would be the Queen of Yoden. Plus, in her mind, she was way good looking than her 4th sister. So this mission was definitely a piece of cake. As for Julius, he thought that since his 4th daughter hadn't developed feelings with Sirius, then it was definitely possible for them to switch. Plus his 4th daughter was quiet, and seemed not to care about which partner she finally settled with. So he didn't see anything wrong with it. Of course, if it were the other way around and his 4th daughter had already developed feelings for Sirius, then he would never agree to such a request from Eldora. He loved all his children after all, so he wouldn't intentionally hurt any of them no matter what. Eldora quickly pecked her father's jaws in excitement. "Thank you, father. You won't regret it. Happiness. Apart from the happy Eldora, who was drowned in her endless fantasies of being queen, several other people were exhilarated as well. The time had finally come. Tomorrow was His Majesty Landon Barnes' Coronation Day. Chapter 253 Coronation Day. The sun sat high up in the sky, as it ignited the world with its glorious radiance. Like a symbol of joy, its warmth had quickly lighted up the hearts of those below it. The streets were bustling, and the sounds of laughter could be heard from all around Baymard. Everyone was jumping around excitedly, as they waited in anticipation for the main festivities to begin. Today, their king would finally be crowned. Today was their king's coronation day. On this glorious day, no one was obligated to work, as it was considered to be a public holiday for all. Of course, the only ones who could work were those at the hospitals, as well as those who were protecting the city walls and coastal shores. Across Baymard, people could be seen reading numerous brochures around the highways. To put it simply, the coronation event would start with a parade. This parade would leave the palace with Landon, pass through the main highway along the upper region, and finally arrive at the central region. Now within the central region, it would stop at District F Refugee Permanent Resident Sector. For Landon's plan, if they reached District F, it would pass through several other highways within the district and circle back towards the upper region. Anyway, the brochures pinpointed the exact time and place where the parade would be throughout the procession. It also showed when the parade would arrive at the palace as well. One should know that when the parade ends, the crowning phase would officially begin. So if one didn't want to watch or follow the parade, then they could just head on towards the palace when it was time for the official crowning ceremony. With the brochures, everyone would know where to go and what to do during the whole event. As for the people on the streets, they didn't have to wait too long, as their patience had finally paid off. Mummy, look. Din, did-I-din, did-it-dun-dun-dun. Din, did-I-din, did-it-dun-dun-dun. Make way for Prince Landon. Make way. For Prince Landon. Singing. How could Landon miss this grand opportunity? No entrance was better than Aladdin's entrance to Jasmine's palace. Oh, Disney, if they knew how he had used their ideas, they would probably puke out a ton of blood just from looking at him. He was definitely a thief. But so what? Who would know? He had edited out 80% of the lyrics to the song, and had inserted words that would relate to the people's journey instead. Din, did-I-din, did-it-dun-dun-dun. Din, did-I-din, did-it-dun-dun-dun. Leading the parade were two large parade floats that had 30 drummers and 30 singers all stationed on them. These parade floats had tires, and were extremely large as well. To make sure that everything turned out smoothly, Landon had indeed fitted these drummers and singers into shifts. So after 15 minutes, they would switch. Since there were two floats, one float would carry the singers alone, and the other would carry the drummers. And since there were 30 of each, then every 15 minutes, half of them would stop, and the other half would immediately take over the shift. In this way, the parade would go on smoothly with no errors. After the floats, the parade would continue on with 30 skilled dancers, who were supposed to dance energetically to the beat of the drums. Amongst the group of dancers, some were acrobatic, while others twirled around with ribbons in their hands. Of course, since the performers would definitely get tired quickly, there would be a van within the parade procession, with extra dancers in it. Typically, when it was time to switch shifts, they would spray smoke around the area, and the dancers would quickly make the switch. Even back on Earth, it was highly unreasonable for one to expect dancers to perform for such long periods of time. Why? Just something like the Rio carnivals in Brazil could take several hours to complete. So it was impossible to not make any switches regularly. Following the dancers, a large parade van on wheels with an opened roof would slowly drive towards the procession. The rooftop had rails, just like a balcony. And while the car proceeded, a mascot could be snacking and waving on it. Every country or empire needed a mascot. For the USA, it was the bald eagle. For some other countries, it was a lion, beaver and so on. Of course in this world, they hadn't thought of that yet. So Landon decided to be the first to do so. Hence he decided that Baymaud's mascot would be the ferocious snowy saber-toothed tiger. In truth, since the saber-toothed tiger had the similar color as Barney, he decided that the costume should be somewhat adorable as well, lest it scares the children off. The van that was carrying the mascot was also painted to look exactly like Baymaud's national flag. And following the van were the several people who were wearing clothing that represented all the jobs in Baymaud. One could see cooks, holding either pots or spoons, construction workers and so on. And from there, another 10 dancers were added to the mix again. These dancers were all dressed like swans, and other magnificent birds, as they danced about beautifully. One should know that throughout the entire procession, Landon had picked a total of 16 songs to be played. A song only lasted for 3 to 4 minutes, so it would be ridiculously boring to have one song play for entire procession. In this way, the parade would be more interesting. After the swan dancers left, another group started throwing flowers around the place, while engaging with the audience at the roads, followed by 5 police cars, and 3 other open-roof cars that were carrying the royal family members in them as well. One could say that the cars were somewhat similar to the ones popes usually used when doing parades. It was open-roofed, so that Landon and the royals could wave and smile at the people while the parade proceeded. Also, on the side of the cars, were several military personnel in blazers, ties and shirts, who were acting as Landon's personal bodyguards. Of course following that, were 10 other police cars, and that completely ended the parade procession. As the people heard the sounds of the drums coming from afar, they quickly made their way towards the highways in excitement. They had never seen or heard about a parade before, so they didn't know what to expect. The only thing that they were sure of was that His Majesty had never disappointed them. So they knew that this parade thing would definitely be phenomenal. Santa and the gang had all left their hotel, and immediately stood close to the highway road. "Are you sure that it would pass here?" Duke Samuel asked while looking left and right. "For sure. It says so in their brochure. Besides, we can't be wrong. Several others are also here as well," Santa said excitedly, while gesturing at the busy street that was filled with workers, children and so on. "Wait. Does anyone hear that?" Carmelo asked, as he could hear the faint sound of drums beating away. "Din, did-I-din, did-I-dun-dun-dun, din, did-I-din, did-I-dun-dun-dun, I hear it, I hear it." "See, I told you I was right. I think it'll turn on our streets next." Chapter 254 Coronation Day 2. Very quickly, music filled the air. As the people watched the colorful bluish-white floats make their way past them. The floats were decorated to look like winter. One could see massive fake snowflakes on the floats, as well as several snowman figures on it, to signify the winter season. The festive drums immediately lifted the spirits of the people. And very quickly, everyone began to dance and jump around merrily. Their bodies trembled slightly, as excitement thundered throughout their entire beings. As they watched the parade, their expressions became similar to that of little children, who had just received their Christmas gifts. The procession continued, and when it was time for the royal family to pass by, everyone immediately turned crazy with excitement. "Your Majesty, we love you. Army General Lucius is so cool. Look, look. His Majesty waved at me." "Awesome." "What waved at you?" "He was clearly waving at me." "You just happened to be standing close, that's all." "So you want to take that wave as yours?" "No way bro!" Exclamation mark. His Majesty clearly saw me first. Listening to the conversation from the crowd, Santa and his gang couldn't help but respect Landon even more. Ever since they had stood here, they hadn't even heard one single negative thing from the people about Landon. In these people's eyes, their king, along with the rest of the royal family, could do no wrong. It was clear that they thoroughly loved and respected their king. Such deep emotions could only be gotten from people who were satisfied with their treatment under Landon's reign. Hence right at this moment, whatever doubts Carmelo and Adrian had was all dispelled by the people's emotions. Listening to the people's conversation, they couldn't help but feel completely helpless. Even they had begun to wonder if their own people were as enthusiastic and ridiculous as the ones here. For heaven's sake, these people were fighting over a wave from Landon. I'm telling you, His Majesty waved at me all right. Clearly blind. It was my wave, not yours. The two 40-year-old men went on and on about the wave thing, until someone else finally spoke up. You all are fighting over nothing. Finally, someone with some sense, Santu and his gang thought, as they nodded to what was said. His Majesty was clearly waving at me, so why would you both fight over my wave? In truth, the children had also wanted to claim the wave as theirs, as they too fully idolized Landon as a god. If they should ever hear anyone ever insult him, even in Corona, they were sure that they would probably kick the person down. How dare they insult an immortal? Standing along the highway, Santu and his gang couldn't help but look at Landon in reverence. Right now, he was glowing like the sun, and his warmth could be felt by his people. He was their beloved protector and provider. He had saved them from starvation and even death, as well as given them hope for the future. He was the true definition of what a ruler should be like. Time passed by quickly, and just like that, the parade had finally arrived at the royal palace. Now, it was time for the actual coronation ceremony. Everyone had quickly gathered below the palace's grand terrace, as they waited for His Majesty to emerge. On the terrace, Linda, Biri, Mother Winnie, Mark, Gary, Trey and Josh were already standing present in wait, as well as 3 new official priests. Of course Lucius wasn't there with them, as he had to come out with Mother Kim, since they got engaged during winter. After a while, trumpets were played, and a royal announcer made his way forward, presenting Prince Momo, Princess Grace, Princess Lucy, Duke Lucius, Queen Mother Kim and His Majesty Landon Barn. Tap, tap, tap. Several guards came out, followed by the royals, in the order at which they had been called out. As esteemed guests, Santu and his gang had been given the privilege of standing on the terrace alongside Mother Winnie and the others. In Landon's mind, soon, they would all be one big family after the treaty was signed. So what was wrong in letting them get VIP seats? Watching from the terrace, Carmelo, Adrian and Baron Hamilton were taken aback by Landon's attire, especially the magnificent long reddish robe, that required a butler to hold its ends, as if it were a long wedding gown. Beautiful, they thought. On the terrace, there were several high chairs and tables with several objects on them. The chairs were very high, so that when the guests sit, they would still be able to see those below. Hence it would look like they were still standing. There were several wooden stairs for the visitors to climb up to the chairs. The steps were similar to those 2 or 3 step stairs one could use in climbing at Rock. In essence, Landon had set the entire terrace up like a church. Only, everything would be done facing the crowd. Silence. The people were silent because of the presence of the priests. They had been going to church regularly, so completely understood and respected these priests. Even Santu and his gang could totally relate with them. They had attended 2 sermons already, and sometimes, the women would cry due to some of the moral stories and lessons being told in the church. In their eyes, these priests were very spiritual people. The ceremony proceeded, with it being a mixture of Asian, British, Egyptian and several other coronation cultures that existed back on Earth. Landon wanted to create a unique ceremony for Baymard, as it was no longer part of Arcadina. Your Majesty, please, "Step onto the stage and kneel," said one of the priests who was already standing on the stage. They had brought out a high stage, so that when he was kneeling, all those below would be able to see it. Landon removed his lavish robe, quickly climbed up calmly, and knelt down. Bam! Very quickly, all three priests gathered around him. Holding two towels, a bucket of water and a bucket of a reddish mixture. One of the priests read out something on a paper, while the other two performed several actions on Landon. From there, they started bombarding Landon with series of questions. "Your Majesty, please look at your people. Look at each and every one of them well. These are your people, and your family. Do you swear to protect them all through your reign as king?" "I swear." "Do you swear to give your all, and never turn corrupt?" "I swear." "Good. Your Majesty, please lower your head." Shwa, shwa. "This reddish water used to wash your face is a symbol of your people's blood and cries throughout the years." After the washing was done, they quickly used the clear water to rinse his face clean and wiped it dry with a towel. They continued to do several other significant rituals on him, and when they were done, Landon continued kneeling until the priests brought his crown, staff and robe over. For this ceremony, Landon had decided to keep the name Landon Barn for now, because if he changed his name to Landonably, Nopline might find him sooner than he anticipated. Anyway, once these items had been worn on him, Landon rose up as per the instructions of the priests, and stood there majestically, with his massive crown on his head. From this day forward, Baymard officially has a new king. His name is Landon Barn. The people looked at him in reverence, as their hearts became connected as one. This was their king. All hail the king. All hail the king. Chapter 255 Coronation Day 3 Standing before the people, was their majestic king. King Landon Barn. System, I'd like to enhance my voice as usual, so use my technology points to do so. Yes, host. Landon looked at his people, and raised his left hand up as a sign for silence. This wasn't his first time addressing them, as he had been throwing several public events over the year. Hence they immediately quieted down, and looked at their king in reverence. Silence. My beloved people, look at those around you. Look at everyone around you, and please hold hands. Because, these people are your families as well. Only by being united, can we truly find peace and happiness, Landon said, while holding Lucy's right hand. And since he was holding his royal staff on his other hand, Mother Kim quickly engulfed that hand with her own hand as well, while holding Lucius' hand with the other. In fact, everyone on the terrace had quickly held hands with one another. Even the guards, Santu and his gang, were also included on this as well. Of course, the announcer couldn't hold hands, as he had to hold up the megaphone towards Landon's mouth. But even so, Mother Kim, who had initially placed her hand on top of one of Landon's own, quickly took it off, and placed it on the announcer's hands, as he held onto the megaphone. The announcer was shocked, and quickly smiled back at her emotionally. We are one. That was the message that he had subconsciously gotten from this. Instantly, those below also held hands as well. And subconsciously, they began to sway from side to side as they looked at each other tenderly. They looked like the people in Haville, who swayed while singing a Christmas song, when the Grinch stole their presents. It was truly tear-dropping. Baymardians. Please hold your heads up high. Because today is your day. Today is not meant for me, but for you all. Today symbolizes our freedom, our battles, our hope, our strengths, and most importantly, our love for one another. 18 months ago, we were seen as cursed people. Our land was barren, our families were dying from immense hunger, and the entire Arcadina had abandoned us for good. But look at us now. We are better, healthier and stronger than ever before. We, the citizens of Baymard, had all joined forces in great efforts to rebuild our city from scratch, and together, we will continue to face challenges and hardships, as well as experience peace, joy and unity as one. As Landon spoke, The people's hearts began to hammer within their chests when they thought back to their former days. Some people even cried, while others comforted each other, as they held hands in joy. As they looked at His Majesty, they couldn't help but subconsciously kneel while holding hands. One by one, they dropped to the floor in tears. Their ancestors had indeed sent them an angel. Carmelo, Adrian, Baron Hamilton, Santo and the rest who were watching this immediately felt touched by the sight before them. The children and women began to silently cry, while the men made subconscious promises to build Corona into a peaceful and wonderful place, like Baymard. All the spies and corrupted people had to go. Power existed to protect the weak, and that was that. Looking at those below, everyone on the terrace, including the guards, all felt like they had a sense of duty to fulfill for all eternity. As His Majesty Landon had always said, with great power, comes great responsibility. Landon looked at his people and felt moved as well. Baymardians. Because of our faith and hard work, we've all been able to fight for a better tomorrow, not just for themselves, but for our children as well. Hence today will also represent our official Independence Day. This day will set as a reminder of everything that has been accomplished in Baymard throughout this period of time. That is why from this day forward, Baymard will no longer be a city. It will be an empire instead. As Landon spoke, the people began trembling from excitement. Since Arcadina didn't want to associate themselves with them, then why should they bother with the place? My Baymardians, the things which I have sworn to and promised will definitely be done, so long as I breathe. So do not let anyone tell you that it cannot be done. No challenge can match the heart and fighting spirit of Baymard. Your voices, your hopes, and your dreams will define tomorrow's Baymard. We will create new allies, as well as become a beacon of peace and love within his dark cold world. This is a new era, for which Baymard will shine as bright as the stars in the night skies. As your king, I will fight for you with every breath within my body. And I will never, ever let you down. So my Baymardians, please rise up and stand firm. For I believe that we will not fail, and our empire will thrive and prosper for all eternity. Landon said, as he spoke with great vigor and pride. The people immediately rose up from the ground, and cheered passionately as well. Long live the king! Long live the king! Long live the king! Landon looked at them and nodded in satisfaction. It seemed like they had gotten the message. Of course he had jumbled up a lot of powerful speeches back on Earth to create this one. Sigh. Being a king had to do with too much speech making, which was just too exhausting to do every single time. What worried him the most were the men from Corona. Would they be convinced enough to accept his treaty deal later on? But of course, he was obviously worrying for nothing. Santo and his gang were looking at him with deep respect, as they too were utterly moved by his speech. Such a man was indeed fit to be a king. Carmelo and Adrian quickly looked at each other in understanding. No matter what, they had to become allies with Baymard. And while the people of Baymard were deeply immersed in festive activities, others also had their own special activities as well. But rather than being in a festive mood, their own situation was something comparable to being in purgatory. Chapter 256. The wait was finally over. Saline City, Arcadina. 9 days. That's how long Connor, James, and their men were locked up in a rat-infested dungeon by Mr. Death. In here, their royal attires and knightly clothes had been completely stripped off, and now, they all wore peasant outfits within the cells. Of course during these days, their breakfast consisted of bread that had been thrown onto the dirt and soaked in water, making it mushy and disgusting. As for their dinner, Mr. Death had been compassionate enough to give them small portions of plain white rice and water. Of course, they didn't have the luxury of having lunch. The guards had told them that if they were truly hungry, then they should bite off the heads of those dungeon rats, and eat away to the heart's content. Having the option of soaked bread for breakfast, dead uncooked rats for lunch, and a small portion of plain rice for dinner, The men immediately realized that they couldn't be picky with what they had. Hence they had no choice but to wolf down the soaked bread and dead rats. Even water was scarce, as it was given only during dinner. Apparently for breakfast, the water was present in the soaked bread. And the rat's blood also acted as water during lunch. As they looked at their menu options, they couldn't help but miss their homes immensely. We want to go back, underscore. Dot. Of course the meals weren't the only things that they had to worry about. To put it simply, the cells smelled like shit. Dot. Making it very hard for them to eat happily, or rest properly. Ever since they stayed here, they had done their business in the buckets within the cells. And so far, the buckets hadn't been changed or emptied even once. In essence, each cell had 20 people within it, as well as 10 buckets too. Hence it was expected that throughout the duration of their stay here, they were meant to use those same buckets until Mr. Death decided to set them free. So the shit from 9 days ago was still in the same cell as them. It was within the buckets. The guards were sure as hell not going to change them when they got filled. So they had no choice but to control the amount of shit and piss that they realized daily. They had also been given several strands of rope and leaves to wipe their butts with when they do their business. Squeak, squeak, zzzzzzzzzzzzzz. The rats and flies danced around their bodies, as they ate, slept and spent their entire time locked up in the cells. Uck. Dot. The sight was utterly disgusting. Of course for lower-level peasants or slaves, such an environment was very common for them. For sure, if there was an epidemic right now, these people would definitely catch it in a heartbeat. The living conditions were truly revolting. Dot. Sitting in his cell, James felt like he would go crazy any moment from now. He was a noble for crying out loud. Dot. And a royal one at that. So when had he ever been subjugated to such extreme conditions before? Scratch that. When had he had to share his shit bucket with lowly knights before? Throughout his entrapment, there were several times during his sleep that accidentally swallow flies while eating or sleeping. In fact, he was pretty sure that he had seen a fly lay an egg on his soaked bread once. Everything about his situation made him want to scream out at the top of his lungs. He felt like if he saw Mr. Death again, he would definitely wring the bastard's neck till he dropped dead. Right now, he was imagining it like how Homer Simpson always tries to strangle Bart. Just you wait, he thought. Connor on the other hand was pissed as well. Of course not for the same reasons as James. What made him mad was the fact that he had lost a good chunk of his power just like that. With his forces reduced, how the hell was he supposed to compete with Eli? Every prince was officially given 10,000 official knights. And throughout the years, he had managed to secretly recruit an additional 2,200. For this mission, he had used all his secret troops, as he didn't want to use the official ones. But now, everything that he had struggled to attain had all been destroyed in just one night. So how could he not be mad? A person like Eli probably had his own secret troops as well, in addition to his official troops. Hence, if all he had was his official troops, then wouldn't that mean that he was currently weaker than Eli? He inwardly cursed Death and his damn employer 100 times over. As he looked over at James' cell, he couldn't help but want to break the idiot's head over and over again. It was all due to this fool's actions that he ended up in this mess. This was just too hateful. On the 10th day of their entrapment, after eating their usual breakfast, the men were finally let out. It seemed like it was time for those so-called games to begin. Jingle, jingle. Several guards quickly came towards the cells, and searched for the keys to the cells unhurriedly. While we open these cells, I expect no funny business from you all. We've got more than 3,000 men guarding this zero lace, so don't think you can escape from here anytime soon, the chief guard warned, as the other guards struggled to open the cells. The men truly went thinking of running away, as they knew that they couldn't escape as well. Plus, they really wanted to know who had hired Mr. Death to trick them so much. Only by following Mr. Death's rules Would all their questions finally be answered? Click. The cell doors were opened. As they walked out of their cells, several guards who were standing around the cell doors quickly kicked, slapped or hit them harshly as they moved forward. Get out, you worthless pieces of trash. Common, keep up. Do you think we have all left King Day? Move it. Once they had gathered up at a tiny courtyard, more guards came forward, blindfolded them, and quickly led them to an unknown destination. The men felt a mild panic attack that began like a cluster of sparks in their abdomens. Their breathing immediately became more rapid as they tried to stop their primal urges to flee. But of course, some people couldn't handle the pressure of the unknown, and tried to run away. No, I don't want to go. Please, I'll do anything. Me too. Please, kind sir, please spare me. Please, I don't want to die yet. Some people were pinned down as if they were psychiatric patients, while others were knocked hard in the head, instantly falling unconscious or dead from the hard hit. As the blindfolded men moved forward, tension swiftly grew in their faces and limbs, as 1,000 possibilities immediately emerged from within their minds. What sort of game were they really going to play? Could they really win? And if they did, would that madman truly let them go? The men were truly depressed, as they didn't know what to believe anymore. Right now, they had no choice but to take the risk. James trembled in fear, while shaking like a falling leaf in autumn. On the other hand, even though Connor was truly scared, he quickly began counting his steps, as he tried to memorize his way within his shrouded state of darkness. The men walked for quite some time, before they were finally able to hear several sounds coming from above them, and for a moment, they were utterly speechless by what they were hearing. You pieces of trash deserve to die. Boo. Kill them. Boo. Chapter 257 Game, Set, Match. You pieces of trash deserve to die. Boo. Kill them. Boo. Very quickly, the guards who were leading the men in immediately removed their blindfolds, and untied their hands for the show. They had been brought to what seemed like a training courtyard, with several audience seats above it. So in essence, it looked like a mini coliseum. Connor opened his eyes, and was amazed at how many people were present for these so-called games. He was sure that not less than 2,500 people had gathered to watch the show. Looking up, he immediately spotted Mr. Death seated way up at what seemed to be a VIP stand, which had a canopy, and various tables and lavish chairs as well. As the guards took off their blindfolds, they continued to hear several boos from the audience. Boo ooh 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 ooh. Mr. Death smiled, and rose up from his seat, making the audience instantly go mute. Silence. Well, I don't have much to say, except begin the damn games, he said excitedly, as he looked at his new toys below. Yeah? The audience exclaimed. Back on the courtyard, James, Connor and the men were quickly placed in several massive large cages at the sides of the field. For the games, they would go out in tiny groups or individually. So when battles were conducted on the fields, the rest of the men would have to be locked up in the cages until it was their turn to go out. Of course there were cages for those who hadn't participated yet, and cages for those who won as well. As for all the losers, they were to be shot and killed ASAP. Who asked them to be weak? Also, if any of the men held back because they were under the same camp, then both of them would be shot dead, period. Mr. Death had placed over 200 archers around the fields, to kill those who ended up violating the rules of the game. Kill or be killed. This was his world, and here he had the final say. On the fields, Death had also placed several deadly objects all around the courtyard, as an act of charity. There were 3 feet tall iron stakes, that were strategically placed around the field, as well as small holes, the size of bathtubs all filled with sewing needles. There were also 7 feet tall pillars, that had several sharp iron rods pointing out from it in all directions. If one were to accidentally run up to the pillar, for sure, they would get pierced by at least 3 of those pointy rods at once. In short, the entire field was set up to be a death trap for the men. Watching people die gruesomely was one of the things that Death loved to do the most. Hey you. Get out of there now. Today is your lucky day. You 35 get to open the show for us. Now isn't that exciting? The guard said playfully. From the 35 that were chosen, Connor was amongst them, as well as 18 other people from James' side, and the 16 from his side as well. Once he stepped out of the cage, the guard immediately gave him a spoon. He looked at it in confusion. Did they expect him to fight using such a thing? Move out, you piece of shit, Putch. The guard had just kicked his back, immediately propelling him towards the field. He balled up his fist up in anger, as he was outraged at the notion that someone would dare to kick a bun. He turned around and looked at the guard, as if marking up the guard's looks. Sooner or later, he would have his revenge. At the end, it was he who would get the final laugh. Looking at his brother who was currently walking towards his doom, James couldn't help but sneer. In his mind, he was sure that during this battle, this arrogant brother of his would surely die. After all, there were more of his men out there than Connor. So how could this brother of his possibly win? James smiled, as he fantasized about Connor's death. The rules for this round are simple. At the end of this game, we expect just 10 winners to emerge victorious. Your goal is to gorge out both of your target's eyes carefully. Of course, if any of the eyes have a problem, then you will be shot. Again, if you're only able to take one out from your target, you will still be shot. Know this, you all are expected to complete this task within 5 minutes. As for how we select the first 10 winners, only the first ones to report their victory would survive. Now, let the games begin. One of the guards yelled. Immediately, the men rushed towards the center, and quickly began to determine who their target would be. There were 35 of them, and only 10 were expected to advance. Hence, no matter how he looked at it, 25 extra people had to die at the end, no matter what. And from what they said, even though they would allow 10 people to pass this round, if only 4 people had succeeded in gorging out both eyeballs within the time limit, then only those 4 would proceed out of the entire 35. Out on the field, everyone immediately locked down their targets. On Connor's side, there were 17 of them. So the other 18 were all James' men. Hence, they were the enemy. Some even planned to gang up on several individuals, while others planned to play dead and wait for the opportune moment to strike. Straightway, Connor targeted one of the burly men on the enemy's side. In truth, he wanted to pick the weakest looking one. But if he did so, he would immediately lose respect from his men, if he or they ever survived. As their leader, he was expected to pick the strongest person there, so as to lessen the burden for his subordinates. But how was that fair for him? He couldn't help but grumble slightly, as he looked at the Iron Giant before him. Chapter 258. Game, Set, Match 2. The games had finally begun. Connor looked at the giant who was running towards him at full speed, and immediately reached out for his weapon. Picue. The giant had punched him hard on his lower jaw. Damn it, he had forgotten that he was holding a spoon, and not a sword. At this point, he was as silly as Disney's Hercules, who was holding a fish as a sword, when battling with the river guardian Blue Horse Guy. Step aside, 2 legs. Ha! The giant swiftly raised his right leg up, and forcefully sent it back downwards. As he tried to step on Connor, who had currently fallen to the ground from that first punch. Bam! The giant's aim had missed, as Connor quickly rolled away, avoiding the fatal attack. As he rolled, Connor's mind immediately went to work. The giant was definitely taller, larger and stronger than him, so he couldn't use his sheer strength to overpower the beast. And he sure as hell couldn't use a spoon to do so either. Time was running up, and soon the round would be over. Connor looked around for a while, and his eyes immediately lit up. Who you ha, who you ha, who you ha. The giant kept trying to hit him several times, but Connor speedily dodged them, and made his own small attacks as well. Hi-ya, hi-ya, hi-ya. Connor had kicked the giant on the back of his leg, as well as the giant's back. And very quickly, his plan had finally been set in motion. Once the giant was close enough to one of the numerous stake pillars around, Connor quickly ran up to him and jumped forward, with both legs aiming at the giant's chest. The giant had been pierced on the stake pillar. Although he blocked Connor's chest attack, he was still pushed slightly back. And it was this push that led him to fall into Connor's trap. Shoo-pew. The giant spat out blood, and died briskly. His waist, heart, lower left belly, legs and skull had been pierced by several iron rods on the stake. There was no way that he would be alive after that. Soon, 5 minutes were up, and the winners had finally been chosen. Of course Connor was amongst them as well, but just when they wanted to head back to the cages, the announcer looked at them and smiled. Did you really think that it was over? Well, think again. Before you all head back, you have to play pre-second round game. In truth, the game is pretty easy. We will hold up 4 wrapped parchment papers in front of each and every one of you. These papers would show which body part you will lose before you step back into your cages. It could be anything, from your ears, legs, and even your heart. Of course, if it's the heart ... then too bad. You'll have to die right here and now. Your lives are in your hands, so you can't blame us for your bad luck. And if you don't want to play, then you don't have to. You just have to raise your hands up in the sky, and an arrow will kill you by piercing your heart shortly after that. To play, or not to play, the choice is completely yours. The games proceeded grimly, till everyone had already participated. Of course all the winners from the first round had to lose a body part as per the game. Connor had gotten lucky, as all he did was lose his pinky toe. And James could also be considered somewhat lucky, as he too lost a finger as well. But there were some men who lost their legs, arms, head, eyes, tongues, ears, and so on. And the worst part of it all was that after losing so much blood, they weren't even given a healer to tend to their injuries. With all the flies in their cells, one could only imagine how their coming days would be like. According to the guards, if they die from excess loss of blood, then it was their bad luck that caused it. Hence they were left in their cells like lepers from the Bible. But of course, how could the fun stop there? They thought they were suffering now. But if they only knew that this was just the tip of the iceberg. Some of them would even opt to commit suicide on the spot instead. In the following days to come, Mr. Death had asked the injured winners to wrestle wild animals, roll over a large coal of fire, survive in a boiling statue, and so on. For something like the boiling statue, it was somewhat similar to the boiling bull statue death sentence that existed in ancient times. Criminals would sit inside a golden metal bull statue, and once they were in, firewood would be placed under the bull and lit. Essentially, the metal would cook the same way a pot would cook. In the end, the criminal's body and bones would turn into a mushy paste of blood and grounded meat. In essence, one could almost melt at extreme temperatures within that bull, if left for long periods of time. Again, Mr. Death had given the winners parchment papers as well. Yes, you guessed it. They would pick out how long they were to be cooked alive. Some people might pick 2 minutes, and others might pick 4 hours instead. Who knows? Everything was decided upon by fate. Of course they didn't have a choice either. Like Mr. Death had said, you either play, or you die. All these were events that would definitely occur within the next 4 days. But whether they survived or not, was something that only the gods would know. Right now, they were tired from their first day at gaming, and were in need of a good night's rest, that is if they could get past all the flies and rats that came to nibble on their open wounds. Riverdale City, the Empire of Arcadina. Marder walked around for a while, and finally sat down on his bed. 3 days ago, He had sent his men to Baymard to find out about the situation there. But can anyone tell him why these two knight captains suddenly turned mad? They came back telling him about a magical black bar that could make someone shake, and even wet themselves. They also said a lot of fairy tale stories that no one would ever believe. Wasn't this the first stage of madness? Marder would rather drink his own blood dry than believe that magic existed. What did they take him for? A 3-year-old? It was like saying that humans could fly, and fishes could talk. Who the heck would ever believe that? Yup! Exclamation mark. His men were definitely mad. He had also decided that for the meantime, none of his guards would go to Baymard again, lest they all turn mad. Let some other people be the guinea pigs, before he sent his men in that mad zone. Can they be cured? I think so, my lord. We will send for the best healer within the western region at once. Chapter 259 Royal Secretaries Baymard. Welcome esteemed guests. His Majesty has been expecting you all, said head butler Nathan. Santa, Adrian, Carmelo, Baron Hamilton, Duke Samuel and the 3 husbands of Santa's sisters were presently at the castle. It had been 2 days since the coronation event, and now, they were finally ready to strike to a deal with Landon. They felt like Landon was a loyal and trustworthy person to have as an ally. Hence, they wanted to partner up with him ASAP. Plus, they felt like they would be able to gain a lot from their cooperation with Baymard. Very quickly, they had soon reached Landon's castle office. Now, it was time for them to get down to business. We're finally here, Santa exclaimed, while running towards Landon. The rest of the men looked at him and shook their heads wryly. This guy would never change. So they might as well get used to it now, rather than having heart attacks every time. Apart from Landon, Lucius, and Landon's new secretary, Secretary Kane, were also present as well. Yes, he had finally gotten himself a secretary. Well, actually, he had hired 50 secretaries for all palace affairs. He couldn't emphasize enough on how important these secretaries were in organizing his day-to-day activities as a king. In essence, within the main government estate at District C, there was an office there for submitting appointments to meet with any of the royal family members, be it Lucy, himself, Mother Kim or Lucius. Appointments would need to be approved and booked before anyone was seeing anybody. And after all the submissions had been received, the secretaries would run it through the royals involved, and a screening process would commence. In future, there would probably be more than thousands of requests coming from all over the world. Hence only those that were deemed necessary and important would be accepted. Generally, all requests would be placed in 3 main categories: those from the Baymardians, those from treaty-signed nations, and those from outsiders. In truth, each of these categories would have several other subsections like national security, children, selling goods and so on. Hence Landon had hired a total of 50 people to get the work done faster. Anyway, apart from appointments, these secretaries were in charge of scheduling the meetings based on the schedules of the royals, as well as sending letters to inform those who made requests about their submission, acceptance or denial. And within the meetings, these secretaries had to take meeting minutes and send them to each individual participant after the meeting was over. They were also in charge of storing and recording all documents, whether the submissions had been denied or accepted. That way, if someone was denied, the records would be able to tell when and why. For example, if a visitor had requested for more access to Baymard's military or lower region industries, and had gotten denied once, then his secretaries would record everything down immediately. So if that same person came again with the same reason, but wanted to speak to another royal member, then the secretaries were required to tell the next royal member about the first denial case. In this way, no one would be able to cheat his way through anything. Landon was well aware that even if he said no, some people would still try to go through Lucy or Mother Kim, but the answer would always be a hard number. Also, based on all categories and subcategories. All submissions would be processed by the secretaries based on government law, and since they might be receiving hundreds of requests, then the secretaries could just reject the ones that were in violation of BEMARD's rules. For example, if someone wanted to request it for rape to be allowed, then for sure, the secretaries could just reject that ASAP. Of course, they would still need to record everything, and present a weekly update of all rejected requests to Landon. Now, apart from all these, some of these secretaries hired would also be personal secretaries as well. As royals, they had too much to do daily. Hence they needed people to manage their day-to-day schedules for them. Take for example Lucy and Mother Kim. Sure, they were teachers. But apart from that, they had to visit the sick, the church, and aid in a lot of trivial issues within the empire. They always had to be on the move, as their presence was seen as empowerment for a lot of people. Hence every day, they had 2 or more things to accomplish before hitting the sack. So when they went for these public events, they typically needed to go out with their personal secretaries, as well as guards. But of course for their ordinary dealings, like teaching and so on, the secretaries didn't need to be present during those periods. At that point, the secretaries would act like parents, while the nobles would be their children. They would be there early in the morning to pick Lucy and Mother Kim up, and quickly usher them to school. And after school, they would rush back over and send them towards their next appointment or home. These secretaries needed to work like managers for pop artists, always on the move and looking out for their clients. Back to the present. Secretary Kane was in charge of handling today's meeting minutes, so that when he got back to the office, he would be able to type everything out with any of the typewriters there. Of course from there, he would send the minutes to all participants by letter, through BEMARD's post office. After introductions were done, Kane looked at his notebook and immediately ticked off the names of those who had showed up for the meeting. So far, no one was absent. Before today, everyone who was attending had filled out their names and addresses on several forms. Hence he had already prepared everything beforehand. He looked at his watch and nodded at Landon. 10 a.m. It was time for the meeting to officially begin. Chapter 260 Signing the Treaty. Kid, we called you here to talk about forming an alliance with BEMARD, Carmelo said. After playing chess and spending time with Landon, Carmelo, Adrian and Baron Hamilton had all gotten accustomed to calling Landon Kid. In public, they would call him Your Majesty Landon. But in private, please, they felt very familiar with him, hence they treated him like his age. 16. We've written down this pact here, for you to look at, Carmelo said, as he passed on a single sheet of paper towards Landon. Landon looked at it and smiled. From what he saw, the systems deal gave more benefits to Corona than what they had just presented him. This was great. After reading it for a while, he placed the paper on the table and grinned. What a coincidence. I was thinking about the same thing too. So I made a little treaty myself as well. Secretary Kane, please pass the treaties around. A minute later, Carmelo's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Not just him, but everyone else's mouth twitched as well. Each of them had just been given ring binders that had more than 200 pages in them. How was this little? They had given him a single page, yet he had dumped an entire book at them. Kid, aren't you just asking for a beating? If you were so prepared, then why didn't you tell us about this before? Do you know how long we spent coming up with the contents of that single page? Of course, with 200 pages, the meeting had gone on for 5 whole days, before they had finally signed it. Santo and Landon signed as the main representatives for their individual empires. Santo was going to be Crona's king, who would rule alongside Penelope, so it was his signature that was required, and not Carmelo's or Adrian's. Of course, on the place for witnesses, everyone else signed over their printed names as well. With that, the treaty had officially been signed. As for Santo and the rest, they were extremely pleased with the treaty, as what they previously asked for was only 5% of what Landon had offered them now. No matter how they looked at it, this was definitely a win-win for them. Firstly, the treaties spoke about their main reason for forming an alliance: learning more combat techniques. But now, rather than having an inch as they requested, Landon had gone a step further, and had given them a mile instead. For training those from Corona, under Section 12, Article 4, Baymard was obligated to train the men on physical hand-to-hand combat, and failure to do so will result in breach of contract. The article also went into detail about what services Baymard would provide, punishment for contract breaching, as well as the expectations Baymard had towards Corona. There were also circumstances that made for exceptions to when this particular rule could be broken. In essence, at certain time frames, Corona was expected to bring 300 men to train each semester. He had decided to open up 3 semesters for them: January 1st, April 30th, May 1st, August 31st, and September 1st, December 31st. Of course, these people had their own empires to defend, so they couldn't stay here forever for more than 4 months' time. Hence Landon had decided to do things in a different manner. Each person could only register for 1 semester out of the 3 per year. After their registered semester, the men were required to go back to Corona and stay there for the rest of year 8 months. And within those months, Landon would give them daily training routines and notes on combat, ethics and so on, that they had to study. He would give them classified military fighting manuals. That would all be in Carmelo's care. In Corona, Carmelo would open a new school with a military library within it. There, only those who have been authorized to touch those manuals could do so. Landon had preferred to think of that library as those Uxiah pavilions. Well, Baymard already had its own pavilion too. Hence allowing Corona have its own wasn't a bad idea as well. Apart from studying and training back at Corona, it was also their sworn duty to train their fellow knights as well, on what they had learnt so far. Only by doing so, will more people have access to this training. One had to know that Corona probably had over 100 soldiers there. So it was near impossible to have all of them come over here to train. And taking large number of trainees would not be good if a war actually broke out there. The country needed its security in order. Hence even 300 to 5,000 soldiers every year was an extremely safe number to work with. For now, Landon would start small, before increasing the number of soldiers that could come over each year. Anyway, after those 8 months of constant training, the men were expected to come back and attend next year's 4-month semester as well. But on the first week of their arrival, they would be given several exams to determine their ranks. If they trained and studied hard, then they should be able to promote their ranks with ease. If not, then they would have to repeatedly the semester again. Now, for the first year, Landon would train at least 900 soldiers throughout those 3 semesters. And next year, that amount would double to 1,800 soldiers, as new knights would join in as well. Essentially, Landon had agreed to train each soldier for 4 years straight. And after that, Baymard wouldn't register them for semesters anymore. By then, they would have their graduations and leave for good. But of course, they would have graduated as ordinary enlisted sergeants, which was still 22 places below the top position. They were still in the enlisted category, and still had to reach the warrant officer category, as well as the officer rank category. Hence if they still wanted to increase their ranks, Landon would still give them things to study when they got back to Corona. Some of these ranks require constant service, training and studying for 1 to 2 years. So after studying, they could come back to Baymard to request for an official ranking examination anytime. If they passed, then they would be given their badges, as well as several documents proving their promotion to the next rank. Bottom line, each year, each student was only supposed to spend 4 months in Baymard. And after 4 years, they were meant to graduate for good and stay in Corona, training more men. Now, as for their housing issue, Landon had decided to build an academy close to Baymard's own. and call it the Corona Military Academy. And since he had decided to treat them as soldiers, then they would also be ranked as them as well. They would take ethics, math, combat, rock climbing classes, and other classes that had nothing to do with bullets or guns. Baymard weaponry classes were completely off limits to them. But everything else was fine. And out of these courses, they would have 3 shared courses with the Baymardian soldiers, as well as the normal morning drill exercises too. In truth, he didn't want the men from Corona to think that they were being treated unfairly. Hence he wanted them to do the drills with the Baymardians, and see that the drill sergeants yelled at everyone. He didn't want them to think that they were discriminated against. Hence sharing some activities like these was the only way to do so. As for their uniforms, the men from Corona had said that they wanted it to be camouflage yellow. So Landon had decided to make them like so. When building the academy itself, Baymard had to use their own money to construct it. But for the running of the academy, that was all Corona, be it sewing clothes, paying electrical bills, or even paying military cooks, cleaners and so on. Corona would foot the bill. And while the knights were here, based on their schedules, they could also work as part-timers as well. Even though Corona was paying for lighting, heating, military meals and so on, the knights still needed pocket money as well, be it for extra feeding or to hang out with their friends. Extra money was definitely a must. And like it or not, some of the knights coming here might not be high-ranking ones, which meant that their pay would be less. So if they stayed here for 4 months, wouldn't their money eventually run out? Hence Landon wanted to give them more opportunities to live well while staying here. They could work at any job that didn't include the industries or any workplaces that gave out Baymard's secrets. So they could work at stores, the park, food courts, and even military cooks within their academy, if they wanted to. They had a lot of options to choose from. All in all, the men from Corona were extremely pleased with this particular military deal. Chapter 261 More benefits apart from training knights from Corona. There were also several other benefits as well. For one, Corona citizens could get visas ranging from 6-8 months' time, while regular people could only stay a maximum of 3 months instead. And if they were the royals of Corona, then of course, their time frames would be extended as well. The royals could get 1.5 to 2 years' time on their visas when coming to Baymard. Typically when the visitors came, they were given visa IDs that were enclosed in plastic coverings, just like regular ID cards. The idea was that once they got into Baymard, they were expected to go to the Baymard Passport Office at District C. The office would measure their height, write down their eye, body, and hair colors, as well as take note of any distinctive marks around their faces and so on. Of course, since people grew regularly, rather than focusing on things like height, those at the ports would look at their eye colors, hair color, facial marks and so on. Without the internet or cameras, Landon had to think of a way to make the staff verify the identities of those who had passports. What if someone killed the owners of those passports and tried to get in using them? Security was very essential, hence they had to take down all distinctive features about these people. Right now, only few people knew how to sketch professionally in Baymard, and quite frankly, it would be nearly impossible for them to sketch hundreds and thousands of people quickly. So picture sketching was definitely out of the question. And in addition to taking down any distinctive features, the people would be asked to create a 5-letter number code as well. Usually, when one opens a passport, the left page of the passport is empty, and the right page generally has the photo and visa details. For Baymard's passports, these codes would be on the left-hand page. And the other visa identification details like name and expiration date would be on the right. Anyway, for security purposes, this code would be printed on the passport using invisible ink. So when the visitors arrived at Baymard, during check-in, they just had to give the code to the staff there, and Hesh would use a UV light torch to check if it was correct. And apart from this code, there would be 5 other questions written in invisible ink as well. Those questions would be placed directly under the code. These questions were very common ones back on Earth. What's your mother's maiden name? Where did you live when you were 10? In short, for identification purposes, personal questions like the ones above would be asked during every single visitor check-in, even if they had once stayed at Baymard months ago. If they were going in for the second time, they would be asked regardless. Also, out of all 5 questions written on the passport, those at the ports only had to randomly ask 2 of them. That was all. Anyway, when the visitors came to make their passports and their code had been jotted down, they had to pick out 5 questions out of 200 existing questions, and give answers to them as well. And once everything was noted down, the workers would write out their information on a form and send it to the printing industry. Their passport booklets would be completed and sent back to the office between 48 days max. The orders were first come first serve, no matter who had applied. Of course, before every visitor leaves the office, they would be told to come back 10 days later to pick up their new passport booklets, as well as return the tiny Visa ID card that was given to them at the ports. For passport covers, Baymardians had red-colored passport covers. Those from treaty-signed empires had blue covers, and the rest just had green passport covers as well. As for the royals from both Baymard and all treaty-signed nations, their own passport covers would be gold. Yes, Baymardians had to have passports if they were going out. Like Landon had said, what if they were killed, and someone was trying to impersonate them here? Though they had their ID cards, those ones didn't go into detail like the passports. Hence, they had to get it no matter what. At any rate, with all these details and checks, Landon was hoping that no one would be able to sneak into Baymard so easily. Also, with these passports, the workers could also see how many times a person had applied or requested for a visa here. The passports would have 30 pages in total, hence it would last them for a while before they had to get completely new passports. The only thing that would change would be the amount of visas found within the passports. So when next they came, they wouldn't need to pay the fees for creating passports. Just that for adding the visas onto their passports. The price for that was like 15 bays, so it wasn't really that expensive to do. Now, apart from the whole visa thing, Baymard had also agreed to keep all dangerous prisoners from Corona within their maximum security prison at District B. District B had all protection academies like the military and police academy within Baymard. So for sure, this prison would be guarded heavily 24 hours every single day. Of course, the prison was very far from the main highways, and was a little bit hidden from the public's eyes. Anyway, it's been almost half a year since construction for several prisons had begun. There were 2 types. Ordinary crime types, which was at District C, just behind the police headquarters, and maximum security type, which was at District B. Of course, the ordinary crime type was completed a month ago, but the max security one still had a long way to go from Landon's original plans. And even though it was still under construction, the completed sections of the prisons could still be used. So if dangerous prisoners were sent from Corona, Baymard would still be able to keep their end of the bargain as well. All in all, this deal would continue to remain feasible until Corona could protect itself, as well as have their own maximum security prison too. After all, Baymard couldn't carry Corona for 1,000 years, now could it? In the future, once the entire Hertfilia is treaty-bound, technology would definitely be allowed to spread. So by then, Corona could make their own damn prison. And at that point, this clause would immediately become void. But for now, Baymard was responsible for taking care of some of Corona's criminal baggage. Chapter 262 More benefits too. Again, those few benefits weren't all that Corona was getting from this treaty. Education, no matter what academic facility it was, tuition was essential for its maintenance, teacher payout and general upkeep of the facility. Generally, there were a lot of things that went into their student fees. Things like healthcare was a must for the students to have, especially the international ones, lest they fall ill and need treatment. And in addition to that, money was needed for several bills, be it paying for electrical bills, field trips, teaching services, items like lab equipments, chemicals, chairs, and so on. In short, all of these added to the cost of one's tuition per semester. In general, each class within Baymard's public school had children of various ages. Preschool ages 35 for each semester. Baymardians, 1,500 bays. Treaty-signed territories, 2,000 bays. The rest, 2,500 bays. One should know that each semester was 4 months, so it perfectly evened out for paying the teachers and so on. So each month, the Baymardians would have to save just 375 bays copper coins, so as to pay out 1,500 bays. One could look at 375 bays as $375. Sure, it seemed ridiculously small to save up and pay tuitions, but in this era, it was just right. Elementary school ages 5-11, from kindergarten, grade 1, all through grade 5. Baymardians, 1,800 bays. Treaty-signed territories, 2,650 bays. The rest, 3,200 bays. Junior high ages 11-15, from grade 6 all through grade 9. Baymardians, 2,200 bays. Treaty-signed territories, 3,000 bays. The rest, 3,800 bays. Of course after this grade, they would graduate. And that was it. From this price list, it was clear to see that Corona was still getting a good deal, compared to others. With respects to pricing, Landon would charge students according to what class group they were in, and not their ages. For example, elementary school usually took in children from ages 5 to 11. But previously, there were students at 14 who didn't know how to write, and were placed back at elementary school. So instead of charging them the price of a junior high student 1,115, they would get charged as elementary students instead. But no matter what educational level they were at age 15, they were seen as adults. Hence it was graduation time. There was nothing Landon could do about it, as that was the coming of age period here. Of course, as time went on, more and more people would get educated, as well as place their children in school at an early age, and by then, things would even out on their own. So Landon wasn't too worried about this. Also, the school also allowed to give out scholarships to the Baymardians, treaty-signed nations and the rest. These scholarships were there to encourage and reward those hard-working children. And apart from that, there were student programs that allowed minors from ages 914 to work. But they could only do very light jobs, if they wanted to aid in paying off their fees with a monthly plan. One should know that apart from the nobles, peasants would also be attending this school as well in the nearest future. So giving them numerous opportunities for success was definitely a necessity. Actually, even back on Earth, children could work. However, the amount of time they put in, and the amount of work that was meant to be carried out, needed to be extremely light. For example, they could dog walk in the parks, help in gardening local areas, window cleaning, lemonade stand selling and so on. Children also made money as well. Normally, an adult could work up to 8-10 hours a day. But for children, it would be advisable for them to use 4 to 5 hours max. Of course, even though this era was completely different from the one back on Earth, Landon had still chosen to stick to Earth's principles. But he knew that eventually, some children would grumble and ask for an increase in work time. After all, children here worked just like adults at age 6 and even 7. Some of them were already serving at bars and restaurants for 8 hours straight, while others worked at stables for close to 10 hours without sleep. There were some who even worked by the seas, and carried heavy boxes daily. Some also did babysitting, did house cleaning, and worked in the farms like pros. So 4 to 5 hours for them was like no work at all. But just because they could do it, didn't mean that it was the right thing to do. Working like that at a young age would definitely affect them when they got older. Hence 5 hours per day was the max that Landon could allow. For the work they could do, Landon had already thought of few. They could work as underage part-timers at the ranch. There, they would be given a special badge that showed their underage status, as well as other special work documents. And no matter what job they did, they would always have to do it under someone's supervision. Anyway, at the ranch, they could wash the horses, brush their hairs, feed them foods like apples, and even clean up their poop. Provided it wasn't tedious, Landon didn't see any reason why they couldn't do it. They could also work with Baymard's gardening company as well. There, they could help gather up fallen leaves, plant flowers and even cut bushes from their clients' backyards or work areas. They could be posted at the park, other public areas, or even someone's private property. But of course, they would never be working alone, as everything would always be under supervision. They could also work at the Baymard's cleaning company, where they would clean windows, mop hallways, sweep rooms and so on. In essence, there were so many light jobs for them to do. So making money wasn't going to be an issue for these incoming international students. And just so that their schoolwork wasn't affected, they were only allowed to work on weekends. Again, if they couldn't pay up all their fees at the end of the semester, then they could apply for an extension payment plan, and work during all holidays here. Generally, Landon wouldn't allow international students to stay within Baymard during the long holidays, but if they still owed the school and wanted to work for their pay, then by all means, they could go right ahead and do so. With this, Landon decided to change his initial stance on having students stay in Baymard during the holidays. Now, he would allow them to stay, but they had to apply for a stay before doing so. Regardless, if they decided to stay, their maximum work hours during holidays would be 25 hours a week. 5 hours times 5 days. Tackling student visas, it wasn't logical to have students change visas every 3 months, since they would essentially come back and study till they graduated. But even so, Landon couldn't give them anything that went over a year. Hence, he had decided that their visas would last for 1 year max, and if they wanted to renew it again, they just had to prove that they had registered for next year's semester. And that would be all. What if he gave some people 5-year visas, and then didn't bother to show up again? Or worse, their visas got stolen? Everything Landon was doing was trying to reduce identity theft to a minimal scale. Compared to other empires that allowed all assassins, crooks and thieves to sneak or bribe their way into larger cities just like that, Landon was trying his best to make this place a safe haven for his people. Hence all these checks were damn important in stopping criminals from getting in. Sure, some would definitely get in, but the numbers had to be few. Moving on. 1 year was a lot compared to ordinary visitor entries. Hence, be it international culinary students, or public school international students, they would have specific passport covers as well. All treaty-signed international students would have grey passport covers, and the other international students would have dark brown-colored passport covers. The reason why Landon truly wanted to differentiate everything was so that those who worked at the port would have an easy time identifying different persons. If one saw someone with a blue passport, they would know that this was a citizen from a treaty-signed territory. Likewise, if they saw other Baymardians or even students, they would automatically know as well. Of course, Baymardian students didn't need special passports, as their red-colored ones were more than enough to carry them through. After all, all Baymard citizens would be able to keep the same passport for 10 years, before it would finally expire. With all that said, as per the treaty, Baymard had given educational discounts to Coronians if they decided to study here. Chapter 263 Conclusions for the Future. Ha 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 ha. Good, 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 kid, really the best, Carmelo said, while patting Landon's shoulders happily. Carmelo was in such a good mood, that even if someone punched him for no reason, he was sure that he would turn the other cheek at them. Why didn't the heavens allow Landon to be born sooner? Bloody hell. If he met Landon when he was in his teens, do you know how much they would have changed by now? He could only curse his luck for being born too early. Truly, life wasn't fair at all. Landon looked at Carmelo helplessly. Isn't it too early to get excited? I've told you that only when Queen Penelope signs as well will this transaction be officially completed. And besides, what if she doesn't agree to these conditions? Nonsense. How could she not agree? A Hangul can only give birth to a Hangul. So we definitely think alike. Presently, the treaty was placed in ring binders, because one person's signature was still needed. But when Penelope added her own, Landon would join all the single pages from the ring binders and create a book with them. For documents as important as this, it was important for it to be properly binded, with hard book covers, and so on. In fact, it had to be binded like how Parliament books, and even Vatican Bibles were created. But he couldn't do this yet, until all signatures were present. The system had required for both Santu and Penelope to sign this treaty. Hence he needed her signature. God damn it! How the system knew that Santa had gotten together with Penelope was beyond his imagination. Was this what it meant to be all-powerful beings? Did they also watch Santu as well? Anyway, for the signature part, he wasn't worried at all, as he had learned that Santa alone would be leaving in 3 days' time. Penelope had given Santa a time frame to be back, so he had to leave ASAP. Hence he would send the treaty to Penelope using Santa. Kid, leaving that matter alone. Are you sure that Baymard can operate a transport route for the citizens of Corona? It would be great if it could happen. But wouldn't that be too much for you all to handle? Baron Hamilton asked curiously. This feat alone would be difficult for Corona to do. So Hamilton was somewhat inquisitive about how Landon would magically accomplish such a task. Landon smiled and shook his head. Really, it's nothing at all. Our ships would be ready by next year's winter season. So we'll officially start during spring. Specifically May. Landon replied. In truth, it was the system that had placed it in the treaty, so Landon had no choice but to go along with it too. In essence, the system wanted him to form a water transport route from Baymard to Corona. For this, Landon already had a well-detailed plan in mind. Firstly, he needed at least 8 transport ships to be built before spring next year. Of course, construction of such ship types were already in progress, and would definitely be done before then. Anyway, as for ship schedules, Landon had to adjust them according to the ships. Now, one had to know that ships in this era had hundreds of people below deck, who were constantly rowing their lives away all through their journey. Of course, sometimes, if the currents were pushing the ships towards their destination, then they would stop rowing, and the captains would continue to stir the ships instead. Typically, using these ships took the passengers a month's time to travel from Baymard to Corona. But now, things were a little bit different. Back in the days, sailing across the Atlantic could take sailors at least 9 months to a year to accomplish. But with the invention of motorized engines, people could sail in cruises, as well as transport bananas and other food items, within 3 weeks to 2 months' time. Now picture that for a place that only needed a month journey by using old-fashioned sailing ships. Again, One could cruise from Hamburg, Germany to New York within 15 days. But old sailing ships could have done that in 67 months' time. Hence, for a place that only needed one to sail for a month, Landon had estimated that at most 2 days would do for the schedule. In truth, with motorized engines, they could arrive within a day's time. But Landon added another day, just in case any foreseen incidents occurred. For the schedules, Landon had decided that ships would arrive in Corona on Mondays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, and on Tuesdays, Fridays and Sundays. The ships would leave instead. Of course, the vice versa of these schedules would be planned for Baymard as well. These 8 ships would be going back and forth on the water route. Hence they needed protection of their own. That's why they would have guards on them, as well as missile and cannon launching systems on them. So for how the citizens could register for these trips from Corona, Landon had planned to let Santa set up an office there. Of course, he had decided to use only one coastal shore within Corona, and that was the one that had one of Santa's largest estates on it. If anybody wanted to ride on these cruises, then they would have to come to that coastal city and do so. There, they could register or book their sleeping cabinets for their journey. To make bookings easier on the staff, Landon would give a layout of these sleeping cabinets, ranging from economy to first class. In this way, the workers would know whether sleeping cabinets were available or not at all times. All in all, next year May, the Baymard Corona transport system would be officially open for business. Amazing. I truly want to see if a ship could actually travel that distance in such a short period of time. Kid, book the first ticket for me when the time comes, Baron Hamilton said excitedly. Me too, Santa added. As a merchant, how could he not want such a ship? But he knew that this brother of his wouldn't bulge anytime soon, so he could only cry out silently, and try the ship out for himself when the time came. Brat, I'm more interested in this United Nations thing. So you're saying that we will join in after the treaty gets signed? Adrian asked. Yup. That's how it'll be. For now, it's just Baymard and Corona. But in future, I plan to unite the entire Pino continent as well. Within the treaty, they had also spoken about forming a U.N here in Hertfilia. And yes, it would have the same format as the one back on Earth. It would have a board, with parliament members and so on. It would exist to aid other nations in times of need, like an outbreak of plagues, national disasters and so on, as well as aid empires who were struggling to rise as well. Of course, this board could never be used for stealing people's territories, taking slaves and so on. It was here for peace and unity, as well as to fight corruption and things that stood against human rights. Kid, not bad. Bro, I like the way you think. Brat, can't you be more like him? Baron Hamilton said, while playfully hitting Santa's head. As they conversed, the system's notification immediately rang out in Landon's mind. Host, you have 3 new missions. Chapter 264 The Strings of Fate. Host, you have 3 new missions. Landon was surprised. He wasn't even done with this one yet. But this slave-running system still gave him more tasks to do heartlessly. I mean, was this how systems usually operated? Why did it feel like his own system hated him to the core? Other systems would remind their hosts about their pending tasks, and look out for them. But no. His own system would look down from the heavens and chew popcorn, while watching his life like a movie. His system could go into silent mode for several months, and only ever spoke to him when he needed something, or if there was a new task at hand. For example, if only 5 days were left before a task needed to be completed, and Landon hadn't done so, the system wouldn't even bother to remind him at all. After all, it wasn't the system's soul that would be obliterated. So why should it worry about him? Landon felt like calling customer service every time he was faced with the system's spicy attitude. Who knows? Maybe after going through 200 or more worlds together, their relationship would finally improve. Very quickly, Landon went to check out these so-could-be missions. Side Mission 2. Task: assimilate at least 60% of Noplin's forces into the host's own forces. Rewards: 250 bonus points, 1200 technology points, and 650 development points. Deadline: 18 months, 1 year and 6 months. Side Mission 3. Task: use your new medical and surgical rewards to treat King Adrian's appendicitis. Rewards: 80 BP, 300 TP, and 190 DP. Deadline: August 25th, 7 days from now. Side Mission 4. Task: help the ghostly prince become king of Arcadina, and sign a treaty with him. Rewards: 130 BP, 800 TP, and 350 DP. Deadline: 3 years. Landon looked at these side missions, and instantly, his mind went to work. Treating Adrian was something he could definitely, but assimilating 60% of Noplin's army was a little too much. Sigh. What choice did he have? System: aren't you going to give me any information on where his warrior slaves, troops and other soldiers are? If host wants them, then host will have to buy it from the system. The system is only here to tell you what your mission is, and nothing else. Landon felt like crying. He knew it. This system was too black-bellied. For sure, it wanted him to buy maps and info from it. Forget it. He might as well give up on asking for customer service. He had a grumpy system, and that was that. After buying several maps from the system, he realized that Noplin had 9 bases in Tariq, 5 in Arcadina, 7 in Deiferus, 4 in Yodan, and 3 in Corona. Of course those training estates in Corona were non-existent, as Landon had taken the warriors there, as well as destroyed the estate itself. Apart from that, Landon had also bought maps that showed underground slave camps all over the Pino continent. This kind of mission. Was the system trying to kill him? Looking at the maps, he decided that now would be the best time to strike. Thinking about it now, even if Santa took goods back, it would be a while before news left Corona and traveled to the ends of the Pino continent. Information could take months and months to properly circulate around, before getting to the ears of most powerful people. Like Landon had said, even if it reached the shores, traveling to the capital city was a different matter on its own. So right now, no one really knew about them. And even if they found out about Baymard's growth, they still wouldn't know about its military prowess yet. Hence, with all these analyses, striking earlier was the best mode of action. Well, he could only strike Arcadina for the time being, as he had to wait for the treaty to be brought back first, so he couldn't afford to go too far from Baymard for the time being. For these missions, Landon had decided that most of the traveling would be done by ship. Looking at the estates scattered around Arcadina, Landon had realized that Noplin had placed his camps within cities that weren't too far from the ocean. This was probably so that if he needed backup, they could quickly get on ships and come to his aid. Don't get it twisted. Some of these cities would take 1-2 weeks to a month from their base to the shores. But it was still close, compared to placing them in regions that required one to travel for 3 to 4 months before reaching the shores. Also, traveling by ship was for sure the best, as traveling by horse towards some of these destinations would take Landon 6 to 7 months to do. Hence it was better to sail around the perimeter of Arcadina, and drop off at the nearest coastal city. Landon sighed and massaged his temples. It looked like he'll have to set sail again soon. But his mind couldn't help but wonder about his final side mission. The system had asked him to help someone sit on the throne, as well as sign a treaty with him. But in all honesty, Landon had no idea who the guy was. After searching through his memory, he still had no clue about the guy. Who the hell was this ghostly prince dude? System, can you give me his whereabouts? Host shouldn't worry, as the threads of fate have woven both of you together. He will find you on his own host. Landon looked up towards the ceiling, and felt like strangling the system. What bullshit strings of fate. Why make his work harder? He had no picture or memory of this dude, supposed to know when the time came. TSK. He couldn't wait to reach the level where he would be able to know more and see these so-called gods. By then, he would take a heavenly chainsaw, and run it through their bodies. Strings of fate my ass. Secret base, somewhere around the northwestern part of Arcadina. The night sky was filled with stars, that shone as bright as a diamond. And glistening brightly, across the sky's dark canvas. It came alive, as the sparkly dots twinkled shyly. As they stared back at Hertfilia. Standing on a balcony, was a lone man, who seemed deep in thought. He had been moving from one base to another, while carrying out numerous missions within Arcadina. Tap, tap, tap. Very quickly, he could hear footsteps making his way towards him. Young master, I just received some interesting news from our men at Riverdale City. It seems that during the month of May, something strange occurred within the western region. A 30-something-year-old knight said. Young master. It concerns one of your cousins. It's about the famous bastard, Landon Barn. Chapter 265. Next moves. Young master. It was reported that a group of soldiers, at least 1,000 in number, had made their way to conquer Baymard within the month of May. The young knight said. Any report about the men leaving Baymard? No, young master. It would seem that they had succeeded in conquering Baymard. William tapped his fingers on the balcony for a while, before sighing out in pity. Sigh. It seems like that this cousin of mine was either forced into slavery, or worse, killed. He's a pitiful one, young master. Indeed. Send a message for our men in Riverdale City, to find out about his situation detailedly. If he died, then they should step back. But if he survived, then have them rescue him immediately. But young master, what do we do after rescuing him? Give him 30,000 copper coins, and have him leave Arcadina. This place is too dangerous for him. So it's best for him to go instead. Yes, young master. William looked up to the sky and continued sighing. He had heard about this cousin of his, and had also seen him while in disguise 2 years ago. Funny enough, he had spoken to Landon for close to a month, while pretending to be a fireplace boy. Normally, palaces often had over 700 people working within them. Palaces required dozens of servants just to maintain the day-to-day workings of the place. The servants were meant to take care of the royals, as well as the thousands of knights living within the palace. Some were poop boys, who threw out buckets of shit daily. Others took care of the horses, fetched clean water, polished armor, and so on. And one shouldn't forget that each noblewoman within the palace had more than 30-50 maids assigned to their individual courtyards. It was like living in a tiny cramped city, with everyone all serving the needs of a single family. So of course the palace would have over 700 people in it. As for how the living quarters for the servants were, one could say that 710 people would sometimes cramp into a single room each night. Only favored maids, butlers and slaves could sleep in groups of 2 or 4. In short, they were treated like shit. Anyway, with so many fireplace boys around, William had easily sneaked into the palace using that identity. Of course no one had discovered him, because of all the cinders on his face. Fireplace boys could work in the kitchens, and any other areas with fireplaces. Hence they usually took care of the charcoal, and swept all the cinders out. So their faces were always as black as those chimney sweepers in Mary Poppins. Hence when he walked around the palace, he would always leave his face like so. Back then, William had immediately realized that this cousin of his wasn't built for war. Everyone bullied him and talked badly about him. Heck. Even the maids treated him like garbage. No matter how he looked at it, there was no way that Landon and his army of 300 would win against thousands of knights. If you do survive, I will do everything in my power to give you a peaceful life, William thought. Young master. There was also news from the east. It seems like that Slytherin Court guy is secretly heading towards one of Eli Barnes' camps with more than 7,000 knights. So far, we haven't figured out why they're moving such large forces yet. Ugh, it looks like something big will happen soon. Unknown Forest, Arcadine. Under the clear moonless night, the stars illuminated Hurtfilia, giving off a light dim glow to the land below. The night seemed magical, as several fireflies danced in a heady swarm of light, like a frozen firework explosion. Gallop, gallop, gallop. 11 men on horseback were currently riding within the forest trails in the dead of night. "We will stop here," commanded one of the men. All this while, they had been looking for somewhere safe to camp. They had to choose a place that wasn't too easy for enemies to spot, as well as not too close to the deep jungle-like forest, lest they get attacked by wild animals as well. And after searching for close to 50 minutes, they had finally found the perfect location. After setting their camp and preparing dinner, they immediately gathered around the fireside to begin their feast. Connor dug into his meat, and felt like crying. One should know that for the past 2 weeks, they had been eating raw mice and other digesting foodstuff. At this point, if food was a god, he would worship and pray earnestly at its temple daily. All hailed the god of food. In fact, it wasn't just him, but everyone else as well. After eating soaked bread for weeks, one could imagine how tear-jerking eating this roasted meat was. As the thought of Mr. Death, their faces immediately became distorted from anger. These past 2 weeks had been the worst time of their lives. All of them had come out with at least 2 or 3 permanent injuries on them, from losing their arms, toes and so on. Everyone had lost their body parts to these games. They had gone into that estate in groups of thousands. But at the end, only 11 of them from Connor's side had survived. As for James' side, only 4 people had made it out, James included. No matter how they wrapped their heads around it, they couldn't see how that waste had managed to survive. But little did they know that Mr. Death's employer had specifically instructed that both James and Connor had to survive. They could lose small body parts like toes, fingers and ears, but not major like an entire leg or arm. Even if they were about to make the wrong moves, Mr. Death's people would make sure that they were done, as per his employer's request. So even if they chose the option of losing an arm, Mr. Death's people would switch it to any measly body part. Your Highness. It was definitely Prince Eli who did this, one of the Eld exclaimed in anger, as he thought about the whole situation again. I agree, Your Highness. Mr. Death said that his employer was a royal, so I can only see it being Prince Eli. No, Your Highness. I think it was the first Queen's scheme. Eli's mother. Your Highness. Your Highness. Your _ As the men spoke out in turns, Connor quietly listened to their suggestions on the matter. No matter how he looked at it, the person who hired Mr. Death was merely playing with them. This move showed that whether they died or not, Mr. Death's employer couldn't be bothered by them. In essence, they were telling them that no matter how much they did, it would never obstruct the employer's plans. Hence in this game of cat and mouse, they were just ants who could be squashed any time they wanted. Connor closed his eyes in fury. He was sure that this plot came from Eli. That brother of his had always seemed to know everything. No matter how many assassins or attacks one sent to him, Eli would always come out unscathed. For the fact that Eli still kept them alive, just how little he thought of them. Eli was basically telling them that they could jump up and down like fleas, but at the end of the day, the throne would still belong to him. How hateful. Right now, he just wanted to get home fast, so that he could strategically plan his revenge. Eli had to die for his fury to completely quench down. Bastard. Chapter 266 Crazy Civilians Baymard. It was a fine day. The air was warm, and the sky was blue. It was the perfect beach weather. as it signified summer's vibrant splendor. Today, Baymard seemed to be in a complete uproar. The streets had been filled with people running up and down in a frenzy, as they tried to get to the nearest stores. OMG, it was launching today. The people quickly stormed the stores, as they were hurrying to get these goods before they finally sold out. Indeed, this wild crowd had a mind of its own, like swarming bees. The people hustled and bustled, as they bumped into each other here and there. Some accidentally stepped on others' toes, while others had been lined outside stores for several minutes now. And what did they want to get? What was so damn important for them to run around like mad people? One word: radios. Well, radio communicative devices already existed in Baymard, but they were only used by the Baymard's security forces. Hence civilians didn't have access to them. Radio frequency gadgets like walkie-talkies were already used by the army, police, security guards, and so on, as well as radio communications within official cars like police cars. Bottom line, only protective forces used them. But today, Baymard was officially launching its first radio, which would have channels and stations on them. Now, ever since Landon had come back from that mission in June, he had been training some of the slaves to be on-air radio personals. They had been training for 2 months now, and Landon felt like they were now truly ready. One shouldn't forget that the radio station and towers had already been constructed way back. In fact, Landon would have launched these radios in spring. But with the mission at hand, he chose to launch it today. As for the radio stations, for now, there would only be 5 stations, which offered numerous talks on them. And since Baymard had the same first letter as Britain, then instead of British Broadcasting Corporation, Landon had switched it to Baymardian Broadcasting Corporation. In short, it was still the BBC. Did he steal it from Earth? Yup. Was he sorry about doing so? Nope. It was too iconic, and quite frankly, very easy going on the eyes, or should he say tongue. As for these stations, their names were like so. 1 BBC Radio 1 8891 FM, local news. International news provided by Landon or spies. Of course that also includes war, policies, territories that signed treaties with Baymard, rules and so on. 2 BBC Radio 2 9093 FM, sports. Adult-oriented topics, with podcasts on love, Valentine's Day, happiness and so on. 3 BBC Radio 3 9199 FM, everything beauty, from how to take care of skin, teeth and so on. Of course, this station would definitely become popular with the ladies. Medical health and safety, and podcasts from some doctors that educate people on what they are doing wrong and so on. 4 BBC Radio 4 9295 FM, businesses, like job opportunities, important concerts available, news on when public attractions like the zoo get competed, and so on. Important newspaper info would also be added to these segments. 5 BBC Station 5 9799 FM, historical, drama, fantasy, sci-fi and comedic children's story times. Here, children could listen to new stories any time of the day. Anyway, these were Baymard's current stations. And within each individual station, certain time frames would be dedicated for each segment. Take for example BBC Radio 5, which had 5 children's genres in total. From comedic stories from 9945 A.M. Dramatical stories 10:45 Historical stories 1111 hours 45 minutes A.M. Sci-fi science 11:45 P.M. Fantasy stories 2:45 P.M. And since these stations would close by 9 P.M., then the exact stories would be repeated on that same order from 3 to 8:45 p.m. One should know that Baymard didn't have any recording or playback devices right now. Hence they had no choice but to repeat again the same things again and again. In doing so, Those children who missed it due to school and so on could listen to them again later in the day. The same went for the workers who would miss news, sports and so on. In short, these radio stations had to cater for everyone's needs. Within the busy stores, the people squeezed and pushed their way in, as if they were in some sort of fight club. And in a blink of an eye, these radios had almost sold out. Right now, in one of the stores, only 4 radios remained. Done. All the customers who had just managed to get in quickly made their way towards the shelves. As soon as they neared the shelves, their eyes immediately turned into predator mode. The scene immediately turned into a battlefield for them. One of the customers ran as fast as he could, but when he was closing in on the shelf, someone literally dived on top of him, pushed him down, and rolled away. He looked up and realized that it was a woman. She was definitely cheating. She looked back at him, and smirked ... as if saying, "Who told you not to use these moves?" Unfortunately for her, in that split second when she looked back, someone else ran with a cart, and literally hit her from her side with it, accidentally allowing her to fall into the cart. From there, the man pushed the cart towards the crowd behind him, as if trying to buy himself more time. The woman glared at him hatefully. "Can't you see that I'm a woman? Woman. This is equality." Very different from the chaotic scenes within the stores. Those who had just gotten their own radios were excitedly listening to the news in amazement. Santu and his gang were amongst them as well. One had to know that they had gone undercover in disguise just to get their own as well. And just from this experience, they had soon realized that they weren't above battling for them as well. Damn. They had done all sorts of crazy stunts just to get their radios as well. Was it crawling on the floors? They had done that. Jumping over people? Do you still need to ask? At first they wanted to be civilized. But when they saw how crazy the crowd was, they quickly threw those idiotic thoughts out of the way. F it. It was now or never. They entered the jungle, and managed to come out victorious, with little claw marks here and there of course. After reading the instructions that came with the radio, Carmelo plugged in the radio, and quickly pressed the tiny red dot on the device. Wait. Turn it to FM 8891. I think that's the BBC Station 1. Adrian said excitedly. Carmelo turned the large extended disc on the device until he got to the first station. And very quickly, they could hear Samion's voice coming from the device. In other local news, Baymad's first car show would take place 5 days from now. We have all been taking our driving exams since last year. And now, everyone would get the chance to own their own cars. As for what this car show is, well, you'll just have to see, won't you? I'm Karen Wimblow. And this is the BBC Radio Station 1. We'll take a short 15 minutes break now. And when we resume, we'll talk about the latest political development in Arcadina, as well as that from the Empire of Tariq. So stay tuned with us, because later on, we will be looking at international news. As they listened on, everyone's eyes almost dropped out of their sockets. This is amazing. Just how does that brat keep doing it? Mummy, is there a person inside this tiny metal radio? I don't know. After a while, they switched to other stations, and were thoroughly drawn in by what they were hearing. The women wanted to know how to prevent wrinkles, but the men wanted to either switch back to sports, business or news. As for the children, they had gotten a glimpse of these stories, and had wanted to keep the channel there. Looking at the radio, they couldn't help but feel like crying. They had fought their way in, and had only managed to get one radio. Now everyone was fighting for it. The only question they had right now was when the next set of radios would be placed back in stores. Are you looking to die? Keep it at station 3. Let me die. Well, leave it at station 2. Pew. What do you all know? It'll stay at Station 1. Didn't you hear that international news would soon start? And so what? I want to know about my beauty regimen. Station 5. Station 4, _. And just like that, radio madness had quickly swept over the entire Baymard like a storm. Technology. Chapter 267. Shoo. Go away, uncle, so none of you are willing to go back with me. 3 days had gone by just like that. And today, Santa was finally leaving Baymard. But since he would be coming again once Penelope signed the treaty, everyone chose to go later on, and not right now. And since they were allowed to work, they immediately started thinking of going job hunting and so on. Sure, they were royals. But ever since they had stepped in here, they had seen other royals work as well. Mother Kim was a teacher, and even King Landon worked at the hospital and every other place one could imagine. Yesterday when they looked at the newspaper, they saw several job ads in them. One should know that at the end of every semester, students graduated and started looking for jobs. Hence there were always people trying to get into the job market. Even those who were on holidays still needed summer jobs. Hence the newspapers were always filled with several jobs offered daily. Of course, some jobs like junior electricians, or any job that was deeply rooted with Baymard's secrets, were completely unavailable to non-Baymardians. On the newspapers, it would say things like, must be a citizen of Baymard, and so on. Yesterday, they had spent their entire time preparing for some job interviews. They had read articles on the newspaper about prepping for jobs, as well as what they should bring to these interviews. The whole thing seemed so fascinating. Especially to the women. One had to know that all they did all day was sit at home, make sure that the maids had prepared their husband and children's meals, run the household, and so on. They actually never touched anything, so this was a whole new experience for them. As for the men, they couldn't leave as well. As 4 days from now, they would begin a test trial on how Baymard was going to train their knights. They would train until Santa came back. And apart from that, they were also allowed to take up part-time jobs if they wanted to. Staying in Baymard for months would definitely run their money dry, whether they were nobles or not. Hence getting a job was definitely for the best. In respect to the children, they were all starting school in 2 days' time. So of course they would stay as well. Yes, Duchess Mina and Duke Samuel had decided to allow their children stay in Baymard and study for both semesters, and in summer, they would come back to Corona as well. One had to look at the bigger picture here. If they could get educated, then when they graduated, they could help in making changes within Corona. After all, like Landon had said, the future were the youths. And so as to keep their sons' sword-fighting skills intact, they had decided to leave 4 of their most trusted guards with them while they stayed. One had to know that night pages trained almost every day. Hence they needed the guards to keep their sons on their toes. At least once a day, the sons should practice fiercely for an entire hour or more. As for their daughters, they were more than pleased to elevate them, as they felt like the courses offered here were way better than what was offered at Corona. So far, their daughters had taken etiquette classes, poetry, reading and writing classes, as well as simple math classes, addition and subtraction. But when they saw Linda and all the other children here, they were completely stunned by how intellectually smart they all were. Anyway, today was August 10th. And school had already resumed on the 3rd of the month. But even still, Landon had assured them that it wasn't too late for the children to join in the semester. Presently, they had all signed up for Math 1, addition and subtraction, Math 2, division and multiplication, Pyron 1, nouns, adjectives, reading, writing, etc. Of course those were just their main courses, as they had other courses like arts and craft, history, poetry, gym, and so on. So one could say that these children would have their hands full for the rest of the semester. Bottom line, Santa was leaving with half of the royal guards. And neither anyone else was staying here until the treaty was brought back. Looking at the goods that he had stocked up on his ship, Santa couldn't help but smile a bit. For this first round, he had only chosen things that were a necessity for his people. Things like mattresses, beddings, books, pens, winter jackets, and so on, were his first line of action. Before leaving, he had spoken to Landon about the price. Landon wanted these items to be accessible to even peasants, so there was no way that he would allow anyone to sell them at a ridiculously price. Hence he came up with a price range for various areas, based on the exportation tax fees and so on. For example, if 12 pencils cost 3 copper coins, then Corona could sell it between 38 copper coins per pack. Landon had added shipping rate, exportation tax, middleman fees and so on to that initial price. But since Santa would usually buy in bulk wholesale, the price should automatically become cheaper when compared to shipping individually. At the end, he had cost down on a lot of fees. Time passed by swiftly. And once everything was finally packed, Santa came back to say goodbye to everyone. Woo, bro, they're so mean. Can't they at least pretend to miss me a little? Santa said while hugging Landon and pouting like a little kid. Landon shook his head and smiled awkwardly. This guy was truly shameless. Everyone felt a headache coming along, as they looked at the giant-sized child before them. The children smacked their hands at their foreheads, as they too felt like this guy way too childish, even for them. And they should know, they were the ones who were kids. Uncle, you know we'll miss you, right? So stop crying, replied one of the children. Yeah, uncle. We'll miss you for sure. Uncle, haven't I told you that you're best in the whole wide Heartfilia? The children tried to coax this babby-like uncle of theirs until they saw signs of his mood cheering up. Santa raised his head and looked at them sadly, with a puppy dog look on his face. Really? You'll miss me? Santa asked pitifully. For sure, uncle. They replied. Okay. Since you'll all miss me too much, then come back with me, Uncle. Please get on the ship. Farewell, uncle. Goodbye. Chapter 268 Mission preparations. Only a day had passed since Santa's dramatic exit from Baymard. The dude was crying and waving a blue handkerchief towards them, as he set sail into open waters. What a strange guy. Today, Landon had decided to start prepping for his missions ASAP. First, he wanted to see Lucius and plan out his attacks on those camps. And after that, he had a hospital appointment with Adrian. He had to treat Adrian's appendicitis. Landon quickly made his way towards the police headquarters, and into Lucius' office. Yes, Lucius was also the chief of police of the whole station, so one could imagine how busy the dude was. After speaking for a while, Lucius had gotten the full gist about these missions. I think it's a good idea. It'll be good for giving the men more field experience, and if we do succeed, then we'll be able to add our military forces by a massive fold, Lucius said, while looking at all the maps. From how detailed they were, he could see that the training estates were all in the same cities as the underground slave camps. This was perfect. In truth, Landon had planned to stop taking in more slaves, but since these training camps were literally within the same cities as the slave camps, Landon felt like it would be cruel to leave those slaves behind. And from his last mission, he had gotten to know that most of these slaves, as well as trained night slaves, had their families within both camps. So in the end, he was sure that he would have to rescue them either way. Well, with more slaves, there would be more laborers to work at all the upcoming projects that he had in mind. Some jobs needed him to hire hundreds of people on the spot, and almost everyone in Baymard had fixed jobs, except for the graduates. So more manpower would always be a beneficial. For example, if he wanted to start running an amusement park from scratch, hands down, He would need to hire at least 800 people on the spot for both working shifts. They would be needed to check all the equipment daily and hourly, run the park and so on. So where was he supposed to get so many at once, when most people already had fixed jobs? New industrial ideas require a lot of people. These were Baymard's early development stages. Hence they needed all the help that they could get. And with more treaties signed, that would mean that more empires, countries and continents would want their goods. So in essence, Baymard would be supplying worldwide at a fast rate. Hence laborers would always be needed. But even if the entire world balanced off technologically, jobs would always be created, as new ideas from youths and so on would be invented as well. So for the matter of taking in new slaves, Landon was going to say hell yeah to that. As for Lucius, his mind was literally glued at the possibility of doubling Baymard's protective forces. One had to know that even if graduate supply, it wouldn't really add up when compared with the number gotten from missions. For example, by the end of last semester, only 112 graduates applied to join the army. But when Landon came back from those missions, he had brought back more than 7,000 potential soldiers with him. Forget it. This mission was definitely an opportunity to strengthen the army, police force, security guards, marines, coast guards and all other forces. So of course it was a great idea. From the overall map, even though there are 5 camps residing within Arcadina, we can easily reach them through these 3 coastal cities here, Landon said, while drawing circles onto the map. As they conversed, they began assessing their all regions around each camp. Looking at the map, one could see that these camps had been strategically positioned like tuning forks. Picturing a tuning fork, the handle end is where the coastal shores are, and each shore leads to 2 camps. Well, from the first coastal city, one would ride on horseback for 2.5 weeks before choosing to continue on straight right path, or choosing the left road path. If one continued on the right path, after 3 more cities and 2 towns, they would finally reach the city with the first training estate within it. But if they choose to follow the left road, then they would also pass 4 more cities, 1 town and 1 village, before they could reach the second training camp. And all this was if they got off at the first coastal city that Landon had selected. From the map, the first coastal city and second city selected all led to the training camps in the same manner. Hence these 2 coastal cities would definitely lead them to 4 of the camps. As for the last one, it was just direct, with no form of disguise to it. What do you think? Compared to the other coastal cities around Arcadina's shores, those ones are indeed the closest to our targets. So what's the plan from there? Will you do these operations together? Or will you all split up? Lucius asked curiously, as he continued to observe the map. Looking at it clearly, going together in a group could take more than 7 months to complete these missions altogether. So splitting up would be best. Well, split up. And since there are 5 camps, there would also be 5 main leaders as well. So for this mission, my team and I will conquer 1 camp, and the soldiers will handle the rest. Now, 2 coastal cities have 4 camps, so we'll send the men out in pairs. I see we're going with this. This way, they could help each other if need be. Exactly. Since they repaired 2 teams and sail together towards 1 coastal city. From there, they would follow the trail of the fork on the road. And later, 1 team would split to the left, and the other to the right. And even if 1 team finishes their mission early, they still had to wait on their ships for the other team no matter what. That way, if they waited for too long, they could simply scout the region to find out what was going on. And if rescue was needed, then they would know how to proceed from there. That's the plan. And I'm guessing you'll be heading towards the last coastal city, right? Yup. After all, it's the closest to Baymard's shores, and I need to be here before Santa gets back. Landon said. In essence, it would take a month for the men to sail towards the first coastal region around Baymard's shores, which was basically Arcadina's northern zone. Arcadina was 3 times larger than Corona. So of course, just moving across it took a massive amount of time. Looking at the second camp, which was located at the within Arcadina's northwestern territory, it would take the men 3 weeks to sail there. And for the third camp, which was actually within the Arcadina's western perimeter, one could literally reach there in a week's time from Baymard's shores. Hence Landon had chosen to deal with this third camp. With how much time it took for one to arrive at these camps, it was obviously better for them to split up and do the work more effectively. For example, looking at the first camp, one would have to sail for a month, ride on horseback for 2.5 weeks, attack, conquer, and then head back towards Baymard. Bottom line, one would spend at least 3 months out there if they wanted to head on towards the first coastal shores. One had to know that Landon also had to conquer the camps within the empires as well. So if he was to personally do everything himself, time would definitely run out for him. After all, the system had given him a deadline, and failure to do so would lead to his death. As for the ships that they would use for these missions, it would be those same ones that they had used to head back to Baymard from their last mission. Also, those crewmen who come with them had been training Baymard's sailors on how to use these old-fashioned boats. Hence Landon didn't really have to worry about anything at the moment, since for this trip, he would be taking those crewmen, as well as the newly trained ones. The question now is, when are you leaving? I think a week from now will do. Not bad. You need to prepare for this one. After all, some of the men would be away for 3 months. But not to worry. I'll have everything prepared immediately. They spoke for a while more, before finally concluding everything for this upcoming mission. Brat. I'm busy now, so run along. Lucius teased. Old man, who the hell wanted to stay here with you? I'll have you know that I have a very important appointment to catch. Where? At the hospital. Chapter 269 Work Preparations. Landon looked at his watch and realized that he had time before Adrian's operation. His appointment was at 4 p.m. But it was currently just 11:15 a.m. Well, that was good. He had planned to meet the government officials sometime within this week, so he might as well do it now. Nicholas, how are the stats looking? Landon asked, while looking through the report before him. Your Majesty. As of July 31st, 1025. Baymard's overall population was calculated to be 97,863. And of course, we had also taken into account the newly born babies within the month. And the few elderly deaths as well. Nicholas said excitedly. Ever since he had been using this chart system, everything else seemed to be fairly easy to talk about. He had never used this pie chart or tabular thing, as he was used to writing everything in paragraphs. But His Majesty hated that. His Majesty just wanted tables or pie charts for numbers, as well as straight to the point bullet points besides them. Of course, he still needed to write detailed reports and properly store them away as well, but when presenting to His Majesty, it was all done in simple formats, as he found that he could easily remember and see which areas needed more attention, if they were on charts or tables, rather than paragraphs, be it how much food Baymard consumed, or how much supplies they needed. Everything was just simple to see in chart form, and even in table form. Looking at the total population, Landon was thoroughly pleased with the analysis. One had to know that from May of last year to July of this year, Landon had been bringing in at least 5,000 slaves into Baymard monthly. And even when he went out for this mission, he had still managed to bring over 17,000 people back with him. Coupled with a growing birth rate in Baymard, the population had quickly skyrocketed from its measly 1,500. Now, they were a massive 97,000. But of course, Like most cities that had large land spaces that could host over millions. Like Tokyo or Toronto, Baymard had the same capability as well. In essence, thousands of years from now, Baymard could also make room for more than 7 million people as well. So this 97,000 was still nothing to the city's housing capacity. Landon stayed for a while and spoke about more policies with Nicholas, as well as what he wanted improved during his upcoming absence. And an hour later, he decided to head towards the lower region. He had a lot of plans to put in motion. So time was of the essence. The construction industry. Stepping into the industry, Landon couldn't help but smile a little. 70% of the buildings had been renovated, while the rest were still currently under renovation. Those buildings had pipe water supply, heating, lighting, and sewage functions. And most of their building structures had also been changed as well. In short, it was truly an upgrade when comparing it to those good old days. "Welcome, Your Majesty," Tim said while rushing towards Landon. In truth, he had been aiding the construction workers to work on the other buildings that needed renovating. So he had seen Landon come in a while ago. So he quickly hopped out of one of the heavy machines, washed up his hands, and ran towards Landon. "Ah, Tim, just the guy I was looking for. I remember that renovations on your office building was just completed a few days ago. So how's the change?" "Your Majesty, you still need to ask." "Of course it was great. Best feeling ever," Tim exclaimed happily. One said no that even though he had previously had those essential utilities at home, he still spent half of his day at work. So when the place wasn't renovated yet, he had always felt like crying, as even taking a dump was a problem with no indoor plumbing. And in truth, his thinking had already begun to change. After living for more than 7 months within a modern house, how could one get used to shitting in buckets again? He felt it very weird to do, and a little awkward. But before, he wouldn't have minded to even do his business in front of everyone, as peasants generally didn't have a choice of these matters. For them, plumbing was a distant dream, which meant that there was no running water, and no way to flush any poop away. One should know that even in noble estates, as well as the palace, there was no such thing as privacy, except to the king or patriarch, apart from shitting in buckets and passing them along to the butlers. The royal also made several shitholes as well. You know, just in case your bucket was full and you needed to go right now. Bottom line, privacy wasn't really a thing. Anyway, these shitholes were just benches with holes on them. So one bench could have up to 12 holes on them. The place was open to both male and female. So when you do your business, you might be sitting close by to another woman or man who's producing weird sounds from their ass as well. These holes all lead to several buckets and basins within the shit rooms, where servants would go in and empty later. They just had to pray that no one's poop would drop on them when they were taking out the load. And worse, if someone accidentally dropped their keys within the hole, the servants below would have to swim in shit just to get them. Of course, since most places had noble, peasant and slave benches, everyone was used to doing their business in front of the world. But now that Tim had started doing his business in private, how could he feel comfortable pooping in front of others? It was just weird. Okay, just thinking about how he had shown his ass here and there in the past, he couldn't help but blush a little from embarrassment, especially when he remembered that some of the women had seen it. Ugh. Kill him now. Both men walked and talked, as they made their way towards Tim's office. Chapter 270 Work Preparations 2. Well, since you're already busy, I won't take too much of your time. Take a look at these. I need you to select some of the construction workers, to start building 2 new industries, Landon said, while passing on his architectural design plans to Tim. Tim quickly took them, and read the names of each project. Project 1. Diaper and sanitation pad manufacturing industry. Oil making industry. Yup, Landon wanted to make these ones as soon as possible. At first, he had thoroughly forgotten about the first one. But after he accidentally saw Lucy's stains, he couldn't help but put this on the list. No matter how technologically advanced they were, women would always need sanitation pads, and babies would always need diapers. In Landon's mind, these projects must be completed before the end of the year. In this era, women just used torn rags as pads, and would wash them up later or throw away. The problem with those was that they didn't absorb much, so women still ended up leaking very frequently. Again, some would also cut the hair of animals like sheep and stiff down there for better absorption. But the problem was that it would always leave their private itchy, and sometimes infected. Again, one other reason why Landon had decided to make sanitary pads was because he had also gotten a very funny report from the hospital. They had reported that several people had come to the hospital saying that they were sick, just because they had started seeing their period every month. One had to know that in ancient times, women saw their period once or twice a year, and also reached menopause around the ages of 2530. That's why they married early. But the reasons for all of this were just too many. Firstly, they were too stressed. Stress was a big one. Even back on Earth, some students or overworking women would miss their periods for a month or two, just because of exams or project deadlines. Now imagine these women who were constantly stressed till they died. It was even a miracle that they even saw them periods at all. And on top of that, their nutrition was trash, and they worked like slaves and robots. One should know that poor nutrition and too much hard work meant that these women had extremely low body fat. But that was the problem. Women needed a certain amount of body fat to keep their reproductive system healthy, as well as slow down menopause. Back on Earth, only girls with severe eating disorders could ever suffer from such, and that percentage was less than 1%, but here, almost every woman had this problem. Even noble women were stressed. You think scheming, plotting and so on was easy to do? All of them suffered in their own little way. When looking at everything, it was no wonder that the women here would freak out about seeing their periods more than once or twice a year. But this also showed that they had been eating better, and were less stressed compared to their previous state. For the human body, even if it has suffered from deficiency for several years, that did not matter, it would still heal up fast regardless. For example, just because one had a tumor for 3 years, doesn't mean that treatment had to take 3 years to do. Likewise, even though these women had suffered for years, within this period of his reign, their cheeks had become more fuller and rosier, when compared to their previous skeleton zombie-like appearances. At that time, their jaws, arms and bodies were so skinny and malnourished that Landon had sometimes felt like if he made them work for more than 3 hours a day, their bones would instantly snap into half. But now, they looked like the regular people that Landon was used to seeing back on Earth. Their bodies had taken up enough nutrients, their stress levels had gone down drastically, and now, their periods had come more frequently. Even the nurses were shocked with their own bodies as well, as some of them had also thought that they too had reached menopause. And that wasn't all. Some women between the ages of 33 to 36 had also become pregnant, and had called it a Baymard miracle. They went to the church and sang their praises there in joy, as they cried while holding their babies. Landon didn't know whether to laugh or cry at their proclamations. It was indeed a miracle. Bottom line. Because of all this, Landon had no choice but to make sanitation pads ASAP. As for diapers, babies here were just tied with cloth. And how effective was this? If you pee on yourself, will it still leak out? Yup. So diapers were also a must. Well, that was it for the diaper and sanitation pad manufacturing industry. As for the oil-making industry, there wasn't really much to elaborate on. Oils already existed in Baymard. as he had requested for them to be made before his last mission. They were used by the spas, and some of them were also sold at the stores as well. Baymard had only produced 6 different body oils. 2 were spa ones, and 4 were body lotions for men, women, children, and babies. Right now, all Landon wanted was for an industry to be built for them, so that they could move out of the alchemy industry as well. And when looking at the construction time frame, Landon expected the first industry to be done around November, and for this oil one to be done in October. Your Majesty, consider it done. I will select at least 2,000 workers to start construction on both industries promptly. Tim assured, as he escorted Landon out of the premises. That'll be for the best. After finishing up with Tim, Landon looked at his time and finally decided to head towards the hospital. It was time to treat Adrian. Chapter 271, Curing Adrian 315p.m. Tap, tap, tap. 2 people could be seen walking side by side, as they hurriedly made way through the busy hallway. Nurse Paul. Has the patient arrived yet? Not yet, Dr. Landon, said the 21-year-old male nurse. What about the theater and equipments? Have they been prepped? They are on it right now as we speak, doctor. Good. Please call in Dr. Lincoln right away, and bring me the patient's lab reports immediately. Yes, Dr. Landon. Landon was currently at the hospital, prepping for Adrian's surgery. And how did he drag the old man there? Easy. On the same day that the treaty had been finalized, and his missions dished out, Landon had requested for Santa's entire gang to go for checkup. He couldn't just tell Adrian that he had predicted the dude to have appendicitis. Hence he could only come up with this checkup excuse. Everyone had gone through the checkout process to verify if they had any known illnesses within their bodies. One should know that the workers in Baymard could only identify what they knew so far. So anything else would be too hard for them to solve. Like Landon had said, there were over thousands of medical procedures that existed back on Earth. And the system had just given him a few. One should know that the combination of both surgical and non-surgical procedures that exist back on Earth is roughly close to 500,000. Now, with the addition of 10 more surgical procedures as Landon's previous reward, Baymard would only be able to treat 15 major surgical procedures and 37 non-surgical procedures like the flu, fever, chickenpox, rashes, and so on. Hence these checkups were only on those that the system had given him. Anyway, after Landon had dragged everyone to go for checkup, they had immediately realized that Adrian had an internal injury, while the rest just had little problems like lack of nutrients and so on. And as for the entire checkup process, the hospital staff had done these through a series of medical examinations. Tests like blood pressure, urine tests and so on were all done on them, except blood tests, and that was because those ones needed a computerized analyzer that would be able to count all the white blood cells, red blood cells and so on within the patient's blood. A healthy person had a specific number of red blood cells, white blood cells and so on. So knowing the total number the patient has will tell whether they are sick or not. There were millions of cells within one blood sample. So how could one count them without the analyzer? Sure. They could do it the old-fashioned way by doing numerous calculations, titrating, using graphs and so on. But Landon didn't want to do that right now. That would definitely be done in the future. Dr. Landon. Here are the patient's files. Nurse Paul said, as he quickly passed on a grey file towards Landon. Thank you, Nurse Paul. Landon looked at the file in his hands, and gently nodded his head as he read through. Dr. Lincoln. When performing the patient's physical examination a few days back, what did you find out? As Lincoln spoke, Landon listened very intently. Typically, the first test carried would be a physical examination. Wearing medical gloves, the doctor would gently apply pressure on certain painful areas. so as to depict where the inflamed internal injuries were. Of course, during this stage, doctors would always look for any hard bullous or any stiffening of the muscles from the patient when they touched certain areas. Apart from this, they would do several other physical tests to check reflexes, take temperature and so on. And when they were done, they would write their findings and later send the patient to urine testing. Looking at urine testing, it was done only by the hospital's clinical lab technicians. And the testing itself was divided into three main sections: visual, dipstick and microscopic. For the visual part, they had to examine the urine's experience, whether it was clear, too yellowish, brownish, bloody and so on. Of course all those things showed different deficiencies in itself. From there, they would move on to the dipstick examination. In essence, dipsticks were thin plastic sticks that had chemical strips attached to one of its ends. So once they placed the strips into the urine, the strips would change colors, showing excess or deficiencies of certain elements. At this stage, the clinical lab technicians would check for several things, like acidity, concentration, sugar, ketones and so on. In short, there were a lot, and different colors showed whether one had too much of certain things within their bodies, leading to complicated health issues. For example, high pH acidity indicates that one had a kidney or urinary tract disorder that needs to be looked at immediately. Anyway, the urine could tell them a lot. And after the dipstick test, they would follow up with microscopic tests. Here, they'd place several drops on the microscope at high resolutions and make their observations. They looked at each cell type's shape, sizes and quantity within that single drop. Basically, if they saw too many white blood cells, and almost none of the other cells swimming around, then this showed that the patient had an infection somewhere in their body. Likewise, if there were too many red blood cells, then this was a sign of kidney disease or a blood disorder. They also checked for moving bacteria or yeast, casts and even crystals. In short, there were too many things that went on during urine analysis, and not enough technicians around yet. If they were back on Earth, this urine testing could have been done with a computerized analyzer that would have tested everything within a minute. But here, each lab technician took about 1 hour to do all 3 checks, as well as properly note down the results too. And even with 150 lab technicians working on a single shift, there was still too much work to be done. One should know that with a population over 97,000 citizens, at least 800 people come in daily within each shift. This was the only hospital, so it would be busy as hell. Sure, there were work clinics around, but those didn't do checkups and so on. Those solved work-related injuries, first aid and so on. Those ones were there to relieve the patient's pain, before sending them to the main hospital. So of course, the lab technicians were always busy doing urine analysis, saliva analysis and many more. Perfect. Your deductions from the medical tests were indeed correct. And now, for your last question. Based on your analogy, what do you think was the reason for why I decided to use that new scanning machine on the patient? Chapter 272 Curing Adrian 2. Based on your analogy, what do you think was the reason for why I decided to use that new scanning machine on the patient? Yes, Landon had developed a medical scanning machine ever since he had arrived in June, and the reason was simple. When he had first received all 10 surgical procedures as his reward from the system's last mission, he had realized that these surgeries all treated internal injuries. Now one should know that because his first 5 surgical rewards were external, the staff could easily identify and treat their patients, like sewing wounds and so on. But these ones were all internal. Would he have to open up every patient during checkup just to know if they needed these surgeries or not? Be like, yeah, let me cut you up, and check if you have appendicitis or not. And if you don't have it in the end, Then LLL sew you up neatly, okay? Yeah? No, that would just be too ridiculous. As for those previous examinations, apart from the kidney and urinary tract, those tests only indicated possible infections within the body. But they couldn't pinpoint the infection's exact position. It could be the beast's arms or even the spleen. The doctors wouldn't be able to tell from those tests, as sometimes, some injuries were well hidden under tissue fibers, muscle and so on. So all the test would show was that, yes, Mr. X has an severe infection somewhere around a particular region within his body. But within that region, where exactly was the problem coming from? Again, there were all sort of tests carried out which could also prove that the patient's condition is severe. But to realize all this early, one needed better technology. Take for example, before those medical technology machines came out back in the days, one would never truly know if they had a brain tumor, until it had grown quite a bit, and at that stage, it could be critical for the patient's health. But with modern machines, one could even see several week-old cancerous cell and get rid of it ASAP. One should know that patients can live for 20 to 30 years without knowing that they have cancer, depending on the type of cancer. But if they had gone for checkup regularly, the doctor would have probably seen it in its early stage. For Landon, when dealing with Anon's life, forget about how expensive the machines were, or how doctors did things before technology came about. It was best to prevent the worst, so as to save the future. Should he wait until the tumor grows before saving the patient? Nope. That's why these CT scans were essential. Of course, like how it was done on Earth. Only if the tests indicated that one needed a CT scan, would they get one done. CT scans had X-ray systems on them, so they couldn't just go about X-raying everyone here and there. Usually doctors stay if examinations show that the patient needed one, as well as if the patient couldn't walk, has swelling that can't reduce after ordinary treatment and so on. Ordinary X-ray devices could only show bone, but when combined with a medical scanning system, it could show bones, as well as soft tissues and organs too. Hence CT scanners were definitely the better option here. P.S. Explaining it in detail within the next 8 paragraphs. For all those readers who often complain when I leave out info. If you want to continue to story, without seeing the creation of CT scanners, then jump to the 9th paragraph after this. Sigh, can't please everyone. Now, on the matter of these CT scanners, Landon liked to think of them as scanners that are attached to an X-ray machine, which could also print as well. Hence, they had a few computerized functions too. But unlike a school calculator that could compute several things at once, these machines would just have very few main settings. In short, they had almost the same settings as the photocopying machine that he had previously made. And again, making the X-ray machine part was pretty easy as well. It all worked on the function of light emission and electricity. One needed a cathode, tungsten anode, filter, motor, light source and a special oil. In essence, the science behind it was the change of an ordinary light source to an X-ray beam down the spectrum. And if one looked very fatally, the entire thing had to do with electrons. Simple. Anyway, at the start of the procedure, the patient would be asked to drink a special edible non-poisonous dye. This dye would basically block any X-ray radiations from penetrating one's bones. And of course after drinking, the patient would lie down on a conveyor belt that was attached to the CT machine. Of course from there, the conveyor belt would move forward, as it passes the patient through a tunnel-like hole on the CT scanning machine. And as they pass through the hole, the machine would shoot out several narrow X-ray beams at once. These beams would rotate around the patient in different angles, until the entire procedure ended. Also, as the X-ray beams pass through the patient, the X-ray detectors directly opposite the X-ray source pick up and transmit these signals to the medical computerized scanners, kinda like radio wave frequencies. Well, Landon had modified the scanner to handle imaging. One should know that back on Earth, computers would be in charge of converting signals to images. So to adapt this sphere, Landon had tweaked some things here and there, and made a medical scanner for dummies kind of system here. Like he had said, it worked like a regular photocopying machine. All the doctor had to do was press the on button, OFF button, choose scanning between any resolution which was between 0.50.62 millimeters, print images, as well as punch in the number of printed copies Hesh wanted. No more, no less. And since the CT scans also had X-ray machines embedded within them, Landon had also decided to create separate X-ray machines that would just look at fractured bones and so on. He had no choice. For completing this mission and healing all internal injuries, that was the only way, those were the only ways to go. 327p.m. Adrian felt very funny while wearing this blue patient gown. Firstly, he was a man. And wearing a gown had never ever crossed his mind, not even once. But yet, here he was, butt naked wearing one. And what was up with the back? Why was it so exposed? Its style of clothing was definitely weird. But apart from the awkwardness of the matter, he was also somewhat pleased that he could finally cure himself for good. No one knew better, of all the pains that he had experienced these past few years. At first, it started with very mild pains around his belly button. Then as the years progressed, that pain transferred towards his lower belly. And on top of that, he had also lost appetite, as well as had numerous sleepless nights due to his high fevers. As a royal, he couldn't show fear or any sign of weakness. So the only people who knew of these things were his sons. But now, he could finally treat himself. Mr. Adrian, please lie on this bed, and we'll take you to the operating theater immediately, said one of the nurses, who swiftly rushed over to help Adrian onto the bed. Adrian laid down and listened to the nurses around him, who were currently seeing to all his needs. And as he was rolled away on a magnificent rolling bed that seemed to be pushing him towards an unknown location, he couldn't help but wonder why other healing homes couldn't be like this. This was the height of customer service. Boom! The doors were burst open, and in came Adrian. He looked around the white-walled theater, and immediately spotted 2 doctors and 4 nurses within the room. They were all covered up from head to toe in their medical attires. And when they began to speak, Adrian couldn't help but look up. Brat, is that you? After talking for a minute with Landon, Adrian's heart finally went to rest. One had to know that deep down, he was still very nervous and scared as well. This was his first time going through surgery, so he was a little bit assured by seeing Landon here. And just like that, the surgery finally commenced. They put several tubes around his face, and very soon, he became very sleepy. But the surprising thing was that when he had woken up, they had told him that the surgery was over. How? Didn't he just close his eyes for 5 minutes at most? What the hell did they mean by it was over? Where was the jaw-clenching pain? He almost didn't believe it for a moment. But when he felt a light pain from struggling to up, he slowly lowered his head, and his mind completely went in disarray. How did they manage to cut him open without him feeling a thing? This didn't make any sense. Ding! The system's robotic voice rang out. Side mission 2 completed. Would you like to receive your rewards now? Yes. A few seconds later, Landon began looking at his stats. With this mission done, he could finally leave Baymard. Now, it was time for action. But of course, Landon wasn't the only one preparing for action. Whitewood City, Arcadina. Wish. The sounds of whiplashes could be heard violently hitting against its victim's body. Wish, wish, wish. Ah! The screams of a man who was half beaten to death, whisperly resonated throughout a tiny dark room, as his frail voice carried a hint of helplessness. Please. Cough cough. Don't kill me. I'll confess. The man said in a whispery tone, as he looked at the men around him. The leader looked at the man, as if he were looking at a fool, and commanded for his men to keep torturing him to daybreak. A few hours later, the leader went to his chambers, followed by his trusted knight. Your Highness, do you think the rat will come? Naturally. Chapter 273 The Race for the Throne. Your Highness, do you think the rat will still come? Naturally. Eli was currently within Whitewood City, which was his official base that was given to him by his father. And right now, he was trying to do a little pest control within his city. A few weeks back, they had discovered 3 Terrican spies within the city. And from the looks of it, those bastards had moved in long ago, when he was still at the borders. In addition to that, since the city was extremely close to the capital city, these spies could only come in small numbers of 2, and at most 4. Hence they had almost succeeded in blending in with the rest of the peasants and civilians around. But sadly for them, they all got caught at the end. It all happened on their way back from one of their information gathering missions within the city. Basically, they had gathered somewhere where they believed to be quiet, for a secret meeting to discuss their findings. And unfortunately for them, there was a 14-year-old peasant boy there, who had heard bits and pieces of their conversation while he hid. He, the little peasant boy, had just gotten up from sleep when he heard their conversation. Yes, he had made a secret sleeping area, by hiding a barrel deep within the bushes and trees, as he used this place at least once a day, before going back home or back to work. He was one of the numerous stable boys within one of the famous noble families here. Typically, he started work at 5 a.m. and stayed there till 5 p.m. again. That was 12 whole hours, of washing thousands of night horses, carrying horse dung, delivering horse babies, and so on. In short, anything related to horses were their duty to fulfill. Usually, after 12 hours of work, he would typically go to this secret hideout and sleep, and by 10 p.m., he usually woke up again and went to his second job. As a peasant, they were typically poor, and his entire family was a massive one. They were 9 in total, with him being the first child. Hence, he had to work hard so as to help his parents in feeding his juniors and his grandparents. Anyway, midway during his rest, his subconscious had woken up, when he heard the word Tariq. And as an Arcadian, there was no way that he wouldn't know about the place, as both empires were always at odds with one another. Hence he paid close attention to their conversation, and spied on them through tiny breathing holes that he had made around the barrel. He had discovered that those 3 had a leader within the city, and that they were here to gather information on Eli as well. And now fast forwarding to a week after that incident, he had finally pinpointed where those men lived within the city, and had quickly made his way to Eli. But unfortunately, the leader was still unknown to them. For this matter, Eli wasn't really worried at all, as he had a hunch about who the leader really was. But what truly worried him was another matter entirely. Your Highness, do you think that it's true? Asked Zarius, who was Eli's most trusted knight. Eli sat in silence for a while, as he tried to calm his blazing nerves down. Even before these Tariqs had confessed, Slytherin had already sent him a secret message about the matter. It was just too unbelievably idiotic. Eli fisted his hands in furiously, as the anger within him kept boiling up deep within his system. The fires of fury and hatred completely smothered him, as he swiftly slammed his fist against the wall besides him. Bam! Very good, brother. It seems like you've truly forgotten the consequences of my fury. Of course the brother Eli was talking about was James. Who else could be stupid enough to offer 60% of Arcadina's land off? Eli was so angry that he felt like if he ever saw James again, he would strangle the dude to death. How dare the fool give out his property just like that? When Slytherin had sent home the report, he had almost died from anger. You want to kill him for the throne? That's fine. In fact, even say that respect the fool's guts a tad bit. But to give off a big chunk after killing him was just stupidity. I mean, what was the point of killing him for the throne, if you would just share it away like ordinary food? Just thinking about it made him feel like James was definitely not his brother. For sure. Third mother must have cheated on father, for him to have such an idiot for a brother. But that wasn't what was truly eating Eli up for him. The most annoying part of it all was that his idiotic brother had brought in a new enemy in the mix, the new king of Tariq, and this could definitely ruin all his future plans. Your Highness, please quench your temper. Soon, Sir Slytherin will arrive with the rest of the knights, and by then, we'll be able to move forward with our plans. Yes, I suppose right. There's not much Tariq can do to me from here, so for now, there'll be no more assassination attempts from their side for the time being. Oh. And that reminds me, I need you to keep a lookout for any letter from Baymard. If I'm not wrong, it should be arriving 2 weeks from now, or sometime within September. One should know that the war was fought in mid-May, and so with a 4 to 4.5 month journey, of course everything would come around that time frame. Again, there were official rider guilds protected by the Empire that would deliver the message, so the letter would switch hands at every city and town, if the rider needed to sleep, and in this way, the message would travel without any delays. So to put it simply, when using the messengers, Eli could receive the messages in 3.5 months' time, since the message traveled non-stop. But if his men were to come back, it would be 4 to 4.5 months, as they would stop to camp every 2 days within their journey. These people were used to being sleep-deprived. Hence around this time frame, Eli was expecting good news about Landon's defeat. Any moment from now, he had sent more than enough people to Baymard to handle a measly 300. So there was only one possible outcome within his mind, and that was his victory. A smile slowly crept up in Eli's face as he thought about Baymard. Soon, he would be able to move on to phase 3 of his plans. Soon, he would be king. Chapter 274 The Race for the Throne to the Capital, Arcadina. So you are sure that he's dead? Alex sat on his throne, and looked at his knights inquisitively. Was Shannon really dead? Shannon, dude, can you let my name rest in peace already? Alec looked at his knights, as if scanning them for any signs lying. He had sent these knight captains with Marder, during the last week of August last year, and from their report, they had arrived sometime in December. Stayed they till March of this year, and had left immediately after. And now, they had just arrived during August again. So in essence, they had stayed out for an entire year for this mission. But what surprised Alec was that Shannon was truly dead. So he had just been paranoid over nothing? Ha 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 ha. Everyone within the room. Just like the laughter of a mad crazed lunatic, Alex's loud voice filled the room. As he joyfully slapped his thighs in sheer delight, he laughed and shook. Like how Power Ranger Megazords shook, when they were finally combined together. It was ridiculous. Alec felt relieved and refreshed, as he had heard that his longtime nemesis was finally dead. But later on, that joy slowly turned to confusion, anxiousness and rage, as he began to analyze the matter deeply. Damn. If it wasn't Shannon, then which trickster had fooled him into believing that Shannon had killed his eldest daughter? Shannon's shoulders shook from rage, as he struggled to calm himself down. Just who was it? Previously, he had thought his enemy was Shannon. But now finding out that there was an unknown enemy in the mix, his heart couldn't help but jump a little. From experience, facing the unknown was always scarier, as the enemy would know everything about him, but he would remain clueless about them. How frustrating. His mind kept spinning, as he tried to think of all the powerful men within the empire. But sadly, he couldn't come up with anyone who would have the guys to go against him. For all he knew, it could be someone from another empire as well. Sigh. Forget it. There was no use thinking of it now. What about the boy? Your Majesty, from our observation, he wouldn't be any threat to you in the future. The boy seems to lack courage. Because no matter how we pushed him, he would always remain meek and docile. Yes, Your Majesty. He's as weak as a newborn lamb, that can't stand the weight of its own wool. Alec listened and nodded, as he fell deep in thought. Unlike his knight, he had another perspective to the matter, and that was time. The only reason why Armada didn't stand up for himself, was because he was buying more time for himself. The current Armada was weak, and needed more forces. Hence he could only act humble for now. But Alec wasn't a fool. Wasn't that how Shannon acted as well? Always sucking up to him here and there, as if he cared. TSK. Truly, a snake could only spawn from another snake. He decided to put Armada at the back of his mind for now. After all, what could a wee little lad do to him? Rather than thinking about the good for nothing, it was better to think about other important matters. Like his throne. Yup. This morning, he was reminded by his council, that he had selected today to discuss the matter of stepping down from his throne. Well, 3 years ago, he was supposed to pass the throne to Eli, but every year, he ended up pushing his abdication date to the following year. In short, he didn't want to leave his throne anytime soon, as he liked having all the power. Hence he planned to leave the throne when Eli turned 35 or something. Right now, Eli had just turned 20 this year. So in 15 more years, he'd be willing to give everything up. And fortunately for him, Eli had thoroughly understood him and supported him all the way. So Alex didn't feel guilty about keeping the throne to himself at all. Anyway, he couldn't push the date to 15 years later, as that would make people look down on Eli instead. Hence he had pushed his abdication date to 2 years later. And when the time came for him to abdicate, he would do the same thing over and over again. Anyway, right now, he had to arrange a formal ceremony again, and tell his people about his decision. In short, with how many times that Alex had pushed the date back, the people weren't shocked anymore. In their eyes, this king of theirs truly loved power. Alex smirked in glee, as he thought about how he would be ruling for several more years to come. He looked around his massive throne room and began to massage the golden arms of this seat. Ha 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 ha. It's all mine. Arkadina is all mine, and anyone who wants it, will have to take it over my dead body. Lipa City, Arkadina. Connor was currently within his second base, which was 2 cities, 4 towns and 1 village away from where he had been held hostage by Mr. Death. Right now, he had to make his plans ASAP. He had lost too many men during those games, and this had definitely lowered his chances of securing the throne. Hence he had to live big moves swiftly. A brain. I need you to get out there and recruit more men. And if not many want to sign up, then kidnap them. And if it still isn't enough, take their families hostages as well. We don't have much cash on us right now to buy thousands of slave boys. So kidnapping would be the best way to go. And remember, your deadline is December of this year. Don't disappoint me. Your Highness. Consider it done. Your _ As Connor watched a brain leave, he too couldn't help grinning widely. Soon, he would take his rightful place as king, and no one, not even Eli, would be able to stop him. This time, he would get an army of 20,000. Before he could make his move again. Just you wait, brother. Soon, I'll make you kneel before me. Unknown Road, Arkadina. Unlike his other brothers who had several bases, James just had one, and that was his official base. Hence he was still stuck traveling on the road, ever since Mr. Death had freed him. As he thought about how all the men that he had lost, he couldn't help but cry a little, because here again, unlike his brothers who had been hiring more knights in secret, he only had his official 10,000 knights that were given to Jim by his father. And now, 3,000 were dead. What should he do? If his father ever found out, he would probably deemed him unworthy of being king. THSK was bad. James pondered for a while, as he continued his journey on horseback. And after a few more minutes, his eyes instantly lit up. What if he got his uncle from his mother's side to give him all his knights in secret? After all, he was a prince. So shouldn't lowly nobles show him face by giving him their knights? And if he could even get more than he desired, then wouldn't he be stronger than his other brothers as well? As James continued to daydream about the number of knights he would receive, his mind began to slowly linger on the throne. With so many knights, how could he not be king? Even though his brothers usually called him stupid, wasn't he smart now? HMMPP. Soon, I'll make you all regret looking down on me. Soon, I'll show you who's boss. Chapter 275 Mission Briefings Baymard. System. Can you at least tell me how that ghostly prince guy looks like? Host, I cannot, so stop asking. Landon was thoroughly stumped with this stupid system. He had just finished one of the side air missions during Adrian, and soon the treaty signing one would also be completed as well. Now that left him with the assimilation of Noblin's army, and that ghostly prince one. Every side mission was clear and straight to the point. Except the one about that ghostly dude. Like, what's up with all the mystery? He had no clue on how the guy actually looked like, as well as no information on the dude at all. Whether the dude was a peasant, a noble or a slave somewhere. How would he be able to find him? Oh God. If he was a peasant, then Landon felt like he was doomed. And that was because no one bothered to know about a peasant's last name. So looking for him would be extremely hard to do. Plus, do you know how many people actually live within the Pino continent? It was like finding a needle in a haystack. At least if it was a slave, Landon would have a higher chance finding him from doing all these missions. As for nobility, Landon had paid for several teleportation trips to the capital and to other major cities these past few nights. And do you know what he found? Absolutely nothing. No one had heard of this ghostly prince guy. Not even those from the palace. Landon felt like crying. Host should just give up on asking this system. Like this system has said, the ghostly prince will find you. The system thinks. You think? So what happens to me if wrong? Then the host will die at the end, and this system will get a new host. As Landon thought about that damn ghostly prince, he quickly made his way towards one of the military's largest briefing halls. Today, he was going to give them a detailed layout of their mission. For these missions, since the men would be heading towards 5 different cities, Landon had chosen all 3 of Major Generals, alongside him and Captain Billy Vane to head these operations. And each of them will be leading teams of 800, making a total of 4,003 soldiers leaving for this mission. Of course Captain Thray was staying this time, as he would assist Lucius in protecting Baymard during their absence. Are the men all seated? Yes, Your Majesty. Good. Now, lead the way. Yes, Your Majesty. As Landon walked into the room, and looked at the large crowd of people before him, and immediately, the room which was previously filled with chatters, instantly quieted down. And like in a flash, the soldiers quickly stood up from their seats and saluted Landon, Lucius, Captain Billy and the 3 major generals, Mark, Josh and Gary. At ease, soldiers. You may all sit. Brew, brew, brew. As the soldiers hurriedly sat, Landon swiftly wrote down a few things on the blackboard behind him. The room was designed like a massive university hall, so as to easily brief large crowds. Today, We have gathered you all here for an important mission briefing. But before we continue this briefing, we'd like it if you all could sit according to your squads. Before coming here, you all had been briefed on what teams you would be in. So let's do it like so. Codename Blue Eagle Team 1. You all should sit on the first column to my left. Red Scorpio Team 2. You all will sit on the next column. White Fangs Team 3, Death Star Team 4 and Crimson Dragon Team 5. Please sit on the next 3 columns in that same order. _. 5 minutes passed by, and once everyone was seated, Landon, Lucius and the squad leaders began calling out names and passing on envelopes that had information like maps, and so on. Before this meeting, Landon had another private meeting with the men. And they had talked on strategy for close to 3 hours, and in the end, they had come up with a plan that used ideas from all 3 major generals, Captain Billy, Lucius, as well as Landon. To put it simply, since Landon knew that he wouldn't be there with them, he had bought several well-detailed maps from the system. There were 5 maps in total, that looked at the target city's entire layout, the training estates, the underground camps, the coastal city maps, and even a general map from the coastal city to their designated cities. Hence the men were well prepared and could easily make preparations for their movements. Of course, when they got there, they were to first scout the area and determine how many guards were there, before they could make their move. But irregardless, they had a general plan that would save both the slave knights at the training estates, and the women at the underground camp. And if any plans needed to be tweaked, they would do so according to their leader's suggestion. Right now, they had given them these things, so that they could study them before they left for their assignments. Even back on Earth, great military spies study their enemies for days. Back in the days, British spies would study German activities for months before finally making their moves. It was just essential for one to know how their enemy thought, as well as what roads to take and where all the enemy's camps were located. Studying was a must. But of course, just before they left, the soldiers were to hand back most of the study materials given to them, like the plan of action and so on. That way, if they ever got captured, their enemies wouldn't be able to know their plans, unless they snitched. Hence things like detailed documents on their individual assignments needed to be left here in Baymard, and the only documents that they were allowed to take with them were the maps. Alright. Within each envelope, each of you should have 8 documents within them. 5 maps. A detailed description of the general mission. What role you'll all play individually. Whether you'd be rescuing the slave knights or the women. What specific roles you will play. Like guarding one of the entrances that leads to the women's underground camp. And a detailed list of things that you all will have to look out for. Please, if you're missing any of the documents listed, then please notify us immediately. As Landon spoke, the men quickly opened their envelopes to verify if everything was in order, as they wanted to be fully prepared before they departed. Now, if you all look at your maps, you'll quickly realize that some of the cities heading to all share the same coastal cities. So, Blue Eagle, Red Scorpio, you both would sail together towards the first coastal city. As for the White Fangs and Squad Death Star, you both will sail alongside each other towards the second coastal city. And of course, the Crimson Dragons will head on towards the third coastal city. Landon briefed the men on the mission for an entire 1.5 hours. As they also spoke about what they should do if they got caught, how they could leave trails, signals and modern messages for their comrades to find them and so on. Remember, before you all leave, I want everything except for the maps returned back. You can do this by giving these items back to Army General Lucius Secretary. And anyone who fails to do so will not be permitted to leave Baymard. The dateline for returning these documents is on Thursday the 16th at 4 p.m. In essence, when the men gave back those documents, their names would be ticked off a certain list. And just before boarding for the trip, there would be roll call using only the list of names that had been ticked off. In this way, only those who obeyed the rules would leave for the mission. As the men listened on attentively, as they quickly scribbled down the date line, so as to avoid any mistakes. Now, some of you might be out for 3 to 4 months. So each team will be given a hefty sum, depending on how long your trip will be. This money will cover your feeding and all other expenditures as well. This also includes the purchase of extra ships. Any questions? The men asked questions for an hour more. And finally the meeting was finally over. All right men, spend these last few days saying goodbye to your loved ones. Because 4 days from now, we'll be setting sail. One should know that missions were truly unpredictable. What if some of them died there? It was better to say goodbye to their new family members, new loved ones, children, girlfriends and so on, before they embarked on this dangerous trip. The same could be said for Landon. He had to spend time with Lucy, his mom and everyone else before leaving Baymard for the next month or so. Plus, how could he miss Baymard's first car show? Chapter 276 Car Show. In the blinding rays of the sun's woven brilliance, the birds chirped, the bees buzzed, and the people walked around merrily, as the hot summer wind gently caressed their cheeks. What a fine day! On this marvelous day, a large crowd of overly excited people could be seen making their way towards Baymard's car sales and rental company. Hurry hurry. If we're late, then we won't get the Chevrolet BY2 Volt. Do you think that's the only car they have there? Since we haven't seen any other one yet, then I think that should be the only one. I can't wait to drive mine to work. Nah, I want to carry my fiancée in it. Me too. Presently, except for those who made the cars, most of the Baymardians only knew about one type and model of car, the Chevrolet BY2 Volt, which is a hatchback car type. Sure, they had seen the military cars, police cars, and so on. But those ones weren't civilian cars. Or so they thought. One should know that most of them had been learning how to drive for over a year now. Of course they had started learning how to drive the trucks. But when the car manufacturing company got created, they had begun practicing with ordinary cars. Well, Landon had given the car testing company hundreds of the same car for the people to practice with. The car was all plastered and covered up by driving test logos, and several words that showed that the car belonged to the company. Hence the beauty of the car was completely covered up. In fact, if they saw the same car type and brand in the stores, they would be shocked and doubtful. Typically, most company cars usually got painted on, so that people would know what company they belonged to. That was part of advertisement. The same could be said for police cars. Those cars were ordinary Chevrolet Impalas, which regular citizens could drive. But when painted and plastered on with logos and so on, it becomes government property. Basically. Bottom line, the people only thought that the car show would have just that car. But today, they would soon realize how wrong they were. Because Landon had indeed provided variety. For car types, Landon had decided to make 6 types. And each type would have at least 3 different car models within them. List of cars: pickup trucks, Toyota Kimmel BY1, Garmic Ford Ranger 100, Nissan Timwell Frontier X3, coupe type of car with no back door. One has to use front door to get to the back seat. Mercedes Momo C2, BMW Iris F1, Ford Wiggins Mustang A1. Sedan. Best example would be the police cars: Honda Civic 1025, BY Lan 1, Chevrolet Impala, Honda Accord Lan 1, Lincoln Hydo Limousine. SUVs: Jeep Wrangler 3A1, usually used for military or outdoors. Range Rover Lynx 1, Ford Explorer 1025, Ford Mark 50 Limousine. Hatchbacks: BY2 Chevrolet Volt, Toyota Prius 1025, Nissan Soph Sonic. Vans, Ford Transit W2 car-driven vans, for small deliveries, businesses like florists and so on. 4x4 Grace 100 usually looks like ambulance vans. Boxby Rix 1 looks like parcel mail vans. Platform Kill looks like large moving vans like U-Hauls. Toyota Viana 1025 minivan. Dodge Grand Caravan minivan. That was it. Looking at the long list, Landon felt like he had successfully provided the people with a large range of options to choose from. Be it family people, single folks. Everything was provided for them. There were minivans, two-seater cars, ordinary cars, and even limousines. Sure, the list was missing hundreds of cars. But for now, that'll have to do. As for commercial vans like those used for moving, each type had different sizes as well, from 12 feet to 24 feet long vans, that were either high roof or low roof ones. And the same could be said for the limousines. Those ones ranged from 30 feet long to 40 feet long, and would be used by hotels, other VIP services, future prom activities, and for sure, the royal family. And just to add to the variety matter, he had also worked with a large color shape as well. Some cars only provided 4 main color shades, while others provided 11. He had ranged them from black, white, red, pink, purple, gray, silver, green, blue, yellow, orange and brown. And within each color palette, one could find light shades as well. Light pale blue or deep dark blue. In short, variety was not an issue for now. When looking at the names of the cars, Landon had kept the original names from Earth, as well as added names of the people as well. In truth, he didn't want to forget about Earth. And doing these little things kept him happy, as well as reminded him of his purpose here. As for the prices, some of the cars costed 4,500 bays, while others aimed at 20,000 bays. And of course, Landon had come up with car payment plans as well. Some people could pay in installment for 5 years, or pay up front right now, depending what car they wanted. And added to that, they also had the option of getting car insurance and so on. It was all up to them. These car plans would take into account everything from payment extensions, car changes, switches and so on. Landon hoped that by the end of the day, everyone would leave happily after purchasing their cars. As for driving the cars, since the system had permitted treaty-signed nations to drive within BAMARD, they would also have to take driving lessons before they could purchase any vehicles. As for the rest of the world, sorry, they would just have to take the public transport. The crowd was buzzing, as the people moved like packed sardines. Carmelo and his gang had quickly joined the merry crowd, after leaving the bus stop. Of course Adrian didn't come with them, as he was still recuperating at the hospital. Everyone held hands, as they didn't want to get separated in this sea of madness. And very quickly, the gang soon arrived at the front of the massive company. Oh, it was huge. It looked like the first floor of a mall, and had the parking lot of one too. Well, this was the only car rental and sales company here, so Landon was sure as hell going to build it large. As they walked closer, their steps seemed to have unintentionally increased, as they reached the massive front door before them. Welcome dear guests. Chapter 277 Car Show 2. Everyone froze, as they saw more than 50 different cars all displayed before them. Their jaws dropped, and their eyes twinkled in awe. And for a moment, they had almost forgotten to breathe. Welcome dear guests. Ah. Why? Yes, welcome to you too. Welcome to _ It took them a minute, before they had finally come back to their senses. What kind of response was that? How embarrassing. The staff worker smiled widely, as she handed them brochures, which listed down the names of all the cars out on display today. Looking up, They immediately saw several signboards on the walls: SUVs, coupes. Instantly, everyone's eyes beamed as they looked at the first type of cars, SUVs. One should know that ever since they got here, they had been seeing buses, police cars and so on. And had also been damn curious about driving them as well. And to make matters worse, all of them had tried go-kart racing before. Even Carmelo and the rest of the men and guards. To be honest, the feeling was something that was ridiculously hard to describe. And now looking at the cars before them, how could they not be delighted? Within that split second of coming face to face with the massive collection cars, their bodies and brains felt like it had been completely electrified with excitement. Good heavens! What sort of car is this? Baton Hamilton exclaimed animatedly. He was bouncing and jumping around the car, like a kid dancing around a Christmas tree. Jeep Wrangler 3-1, damn. He had to get this car. The Wrangler grayish-black color, coupled with its strong striking features, quickly made Hamilton feel like this car could take on anything. In short, he thought that if he pushed it over a cliff, it would still survive unscathed. Baron, please don't do it. Funny enough, he thought that it was very similar to the camouflage army cars that he had been seeing around. And he wasn't wrong. Because they were the exact same thing, just green camouflage for the soldiers. The Jeep Wrangler is excellent for rocky paths, Saharas, and other harsh terrains. This was a vehicle made for off-road and sporty activities. And looking at its rugged features, Hamilton felt like the car would always be ready for action. Where do I sign up for driving lessons? While Hamilton was literally drooling over the Jeep, the women on the other hand, immediately fell in love with the pink Range Rover that they had seen. There were 3 shades of pink available, and in some of them, the inside of the car was also pink as well. While in the other shades, the inside was just black. Duchess Mina Carmelo's sister, Duchess Megara Carmelo's first wife, Duchess Athena Carmelo's second wife and Santa's 3 sisters, immediately turned to their husbands at once. Dear, isn't this the most amazing car of them all? Dear, I want this one. Honey, wouldn't this be a nice family car for us? The men all felt headaches coming along, as they listened to their wives. They wouldn't be caught dead in those cars. Why don't you both try getting the black, white or even blue ones behind you? Carmelo asked helplessly. No. Those ones are too ugly, replied Megara stubbornly. Exactly. They're ugly, Athena added, while pouting. But they're the same kind. The only difference is their color, so why don't you change it? After all, it's only a color. Well, since you put it like that, it's indeed only a color. So the pink stays. And besides, what do you have against pink? What did the color ever do to you? Carmelo shook his head wryly, as he looked at his cute wives. What happened to his always supportive team of wives? Why were they acting like 5-year-old kids? He had to admit, it did find them cute. But could they not be so unreasonable? Sigh. Forget it. Let them be happy. Carmelo gave up trying to talk sense into his wives, and the same could be said for the other men. Women. After coaxing the women, the entire gang quickly stumbled upon the longest vehicles in the room. What were these? And why did they all look so fancy? Ford Mark 50 limousines. This entire time through their viewing, they had been listening to the staff talk about the cars before them. In front of each car model type, one would find at least one staff member currently standing there. So for example, even though there were 11 different colored Range Rovers, pink, green, etc., there would only be 12 staffs besides those cars, as they all represented one model only, Range Rover Lynx 1. And seeing the staff before them, everyone quickly rushed up to the worker with tons of questions. Miss, Is this still a car? Why is it longer than the rest? Can it curve on the roads? Can one cook inside it? Very calmly, the worker swiftly answered them. And after understanding more about the car, they quickly realized that this car was meant for luxury. Can we take a look inside? Of course you may. With the other cars, they were okay peeking into them, as those ones were just regular looking. But this one was a different matter altogether. It was so long and classy, that they didn't know if they were supposed to look into it or not. In short, even touching the car felt like they were touching gold. Everyone poked their heads through the car doors, and were immediately taken aback. Mummy, there's a tiny house inside. Look, look. It has cabinets as well. Talking about that, what about the lights and the mirror there? Ah! And look, the floor is carpeted as well. How fancy. This was definitely luxurious. After admiring the SUVs for a while, they quickly went towards the other car types as well. They saw pickup trucks, which the men fell in love with again, as well as sedans, hatchbacks, coupes and vans. All through their entire car viewing journey, they had been surprised, thrilled, excited and motivated. All of them left the place with one thought in mind. And that was to get their driver's license. Landon, on the other hand, had already gone to the car show ages before Carmelo and his gang. Of course, by the end of his own trip down there, Lucy and Grace had gotten pink and pale green Range Rovers, Mother Kim had gotten a cute purple coupe, and Mother Winnie had gotten an orange pickup truck. Landon smiled a little, as he thought about the people's exuberant expressions when he went to the car company earlier today. One could say that this whole show was an absolute success. And now, with the whole thing over, it was finally time for him to leave. Chapter 278. Goodbye Baymard. Warrant Officer Gray Milley, present sir. Private Blake Glover, present sir. As the soldiers' names were being called out, they quickly boarded their ships accordingly. And while that was going on, Landon went towards another group of men. Standing before him were 16 other soldiers. These men were his new spies for the next upcoming missions. In essence, Landon wanted to send them to the other empires. Specifically, he wanted to send them into the cities where those other camps were. Like Landon had said, Nopline had 9 bases in Tariq, 5 in Arcadina, 7 in Deiferus, 4 in Yodan, and 3 in Corona. So in total, there were 28 bases. And the system had only required him to assimilate at least 60% of them. Hence, Landon chose to leave Tariq out of this. One should know that Tariq was Nopline's real headquarters. And Nopline had 9 training camps, as well as 9 underground slave camps there as well. The place was his sanctuary. It was like infiltrating the Marine headquarters in one piece. Sure, Luffy did it. But sometimes, moves like that would lead to a colossal loss. And other times, nothing would change Ace's death in one piece. Landon had seen these camps from the system's monitors, and they were like fortresses on their own. This alone showed how firmly rooted Nopline was within Tariq. In short, Landon's men weren't prepared to take on such a heavy feat with just tiny groups. If Landon were to attack Tariq, then he would send at least 5,000 to 7,000 men towards each camp, and not a measly 800. Yes, each camp. In future, if he wanted to uproot Nopline completely, he would need to take out at least 50% of his entire army to do so. One could never be too careful when dealing with such a powerful man. And worst of all, such men normally have their alliances and backup armies, like Nopline's sister, who was currently controlling the entire Tariq army. Landon had looked into the situation there, and was thoroughly stunned. That woman poisoned her husband, placed her son on the throne, and even controlled everything in Tariq. So how could he think of sending his men there now? There was nothing more he could say. Tariq was out. So with the exception of that empire, Landon realized that if he focused on the rest, then he would have successfully secured 64% of Noplin's forces within those training camps, which was a passing grade, and that was more than enough for now. And while these spies were there, they would gather information and wait for the soldiers to arrive before joining in and attacking the camps. As for how both groups would meet up with each other, Landon had come up with a simple solution. Basically, from the maps he had provided, he had circled one spot within everyone's map, and it was a public area. Specifically, it was a bar. The bar was borderline average, as it wasn't overly popular as compared to other bars. And at the same time, it wasn't unpopular either. It wasn't great, it wasn't bad or terrible either. It was just alright. Plus, staying in a bar was also a great way for them to collect information and know who was new in town. So of course it was a must during spy missions, when trying to meet up with comrades. Sometimes, hiding in plain sight was the most effective method of all, compared to sneaking around in the bushes. The plan was simple. When these spies reached their targeted cities, they were to get jobs and go to these bars daily to drink. And them staying in there was so as that the soldiers who came in future could contact them easily. For now, the spies could visit those bars once or twice a week, since Landon was sure that the soldiers who were supposed to fight wouldn't arrive in those empires anytime soon. So the spies could go to the bars less than often during this time frame. But from February, please, they had to be there every evening at 9 p.m. Well, even February was a bit early as 2. One had to know that some of those places took 3 to 5 months to sail from Baymard to their targeted coastal ports. Not to talk of riding from those seaside cities and moving towards their final destination. By the time some of the spies settled down, it would definitely be around December, and for other, it could be November. By then, Landon and some of the squads should have already been back from their own missions as well. And if they set sail again, they might probably arrive in these empires in late winter or early spring. So February was a little too early for those spies to expect them. But even still, they were required to go to the bars frequently and keep a lookout on things. Safety, time and distance was the biggest issue here. Landon could have sent more men to the other empires, but it wasn't smart to send out many of his forces all at once. This mission needed to be finished in 1.5 years. So Landon would definitely take his time in doing so, while considering the safety of his men, of course. Anyway, while at the bar, the spies were obligated to spend at least 2 hours daily 911 p.m. These were medieval times. Meat and booze go hand in hand, so all drinking spots offered food, hence if they didn't want to drink, they could just eat instead. Anything to pass the time in those bars. And when the soldiers arrived, 1 or 2 of them would come into the pub in disguise. These soldiers would then drink a little, and also pretend to be drunk. And after a few minutes, they would yell out 1 or 2 secret words out, so that the spies would know that they were here. Needless to say, the rest would be history. As for how they would get to all these empires, Landon had requested for 1 ship to carry all of them, and drop them off at 1 neutral location and return back. From there, even if they have to get on another ship or ride through several plains on horseback, these spies would have to do that on their own. For this trip, the army has given them enough money to take care of all their needs. So hopefully, they don't get robbed. Alright. It's almost time for you all to board. There are 16 of you going to the empires Yoden and Deiferes. Even though your missions are very important for the success of the upcoming missions, nothing is more important than your lives. If you feel like you have to abort the mission, do it and flee. After that, send us a letter immediately, even if the letter takes 5 months or even 6 months to get to us. Make sure that you alert us of your situation. Am I clear? Yes, Your Majesty. Good. You may board now. Time passed by swiftly, and very soon, the ships were all boarded, and ready to set sail out into the open waters. The soldiers all felt very thrilled, as for most of them, this would be their first mission ever. They felt pumped and exhilarated, as their hearts pounded loudly from sheer delight. How exciting! Chapter 279 Baron Kane's Dilemma. Preface. City, Arcadina. You fools, you idiots, you. Pa. A series of thunderous slaps could be heard raining on their poor victims from outside a massive closed door. And within the room, 3 men could be seen kneeling before their master pitifully. Their faces had been smacked so hard, that one could see several palm imprints on them, as well as small trails of blood here and there. One had to know that their master liked to wear a ton of golden rings. So for sure, their faces had all swelled up as if they were infected with some unknown virus. You imbeciles. I gave you all one simple job. Find Shannon or the person who killed him. But what did you do? You went about lazying around. If not for those 3 Night Capitanes who informed me on their way back to the capital, how would I have known that Shannon was dead? Pa. Brain Kane was furious. Do you know how long he had been waiting for news on Shannon? It's been over a year now, for crying out loud. If he had known that Shannon had died earlier, wouldn't he have made his moves to conquer the entire western region already? Yup, just like Shannon. He too wanted to divide Arcadina, by splitting the western region away from rest. That was exactly why Shannon was his nemesis. Because both of them were too alike. They had been fighting secretly for more than 13 years now. And for him to find out about his nemesis' death through Alec's people meant that Alec would definitely keep an eye on him. He wasn't stupid. With the death of Shannon, there weren't too many people who would be ballsy enough to go against him within this region. And Alec knew this. If his guess was right, then Alec would soon send him a letter. And even though he didn't know what would be written there, he knew that it wouldn't be too good for him. For one, Alec might send an even stronger power to help that useless city lord rule the city. And since that person would be Alec's spy, that would mean that he wouldn't be able to do most of his activities anymore. One had to know that Kane was the law within this preface city, as well as the law within all neighboring villages and towns. There was a young 24-year-old city lord, who took after his late father's duty. But what could he do against Kane? It was because this assumption, that Kane had left the boy to live after secretly killing the boy's father. He felt like the boy was an insect that could never be used against him. But if Alec wanted to give a helping hand to that boy, then for sure, his power within the city would diminish thoroughly. After all, Kane had been taking 60% of the boy's monthly salary sent by Alec, as well as controlling most of the city lord's army here. All this could still be charged under the crime of deceiving the king, since he had told Alec on countless occasions that he didn't control more than what he shouldn't. Lying about growing an army on its own was too suspicious. And now, if Alec's officials' spies came to stay permanently, wouldn't he be charged, stripped from his powers, exiled or executed? There was so much to consider here. And to make matters worse, he wasn't prepared for such news at all. All this time, he too had assumed that Shannon was in hiding. So even at this moment, it was still too unbelievable to him. This was his archenemy he was talking about, so how could he be dead just like that? Damn. This was bad. The reason why he left Shannon and him alive for so long, was so that they could fight with each other and keep the balance of power even. But now, with him being the victor, how could Alec allow him win just like that? Make no mistakes, even when he fought with Shannon, both of them were careful enough to not kill each other yet. To put it simply, they just wanted to cripple or assimilate each other's forces. In short, so far as Alec was still alive, it would be stupid for them to kill each other. At the start of their careers, they had thought about working together to put Alec down, but they were too distrustful towards each other. What if one of them betrayed the other? One could say that Cain hated Shannon more than he hated Alec. And Shannon knew this. Hence their only choice was for them to go back to the drawing board, assimilate or cripple each other. But with Shannon dead now, Cain knew that as of now, his peaceful life would suddenly become chaotic. He balled his fists in anger, as he cursed the son of a BCH. Shannon, you bastard. Even in death, you still found a way to drag him down. As he looked at the men kneeling before him, he felt like beating them to death. Had they found out that Shannon died before the king did? Wouldn't he have already conquered a massive chunk of the western region by now? By then? Wouldn't he be prepared for any sudden attacks from Alec? It was all their fault. Boom, 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 boom. Shannon had soon turned his slaps into fierce punches. Do you know how much trouble you've put me in? You worthless dogs. Annon's face, who he didn't like, he would punch. Cain was just punching in any direction. As he began his WBA career, the men tried their best to hold in their screams. Their lower jaw, cheeks, and entire face had suddenly turned into punching bags. He had broken one's nose, as well as made one's tooth fly out too. Right now, these people looked like Alec and Shannon to Cain. Bastards. 30 minutes later, the men had all fainted. All of you there, drag these buffoons out now, Cain said, as he pointed at all the guards standing around his audience room. Yes, my lord. Brew. The guards worked fast, and very soon, only 3 people were now left within the room. Now that Cain had vented all his anger out, his mind quickly went to work again. Wuxum, Zeditis, you called, my lord. I have new assignments for you. Chapter 280 Levi Rider 7a.m. Ring, 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 ring. The alarm clock went off, and Levi quickly rose to his feet. Levi was a fireman in training. He had arrived at Baymard during July, alongside those other slaves and knights that came from Noplin's Corona camps. And so far, he was truly like his time here. How could he not? 2 years ago, he and his entire family had been thrown into that never-ending nightmare of slavery. He was just 13 at the time. Their parents were killed while trying to protect them. And he, along with his 7-year-old brother, his 10-year-old sister, and his 16-year-old sister, had been taken forcefully by Noplin's men. While in captivity, he had prayed to the goddess Serena for his and his family's rescue. And finally, she had heard his cries. Yes, as a person from Deiferes, goddess Serena was the one who created the stars, the moon, the land, and life itself. Hence he worshipped and prayed steadfastly to her. For the past 2 years, not a day would go by without him praying to her. And now, he and his family were free. It was just too unfortunate that his youngest sister had died just 3 months after entering those underground sex camps. He felt pain and anger, as his older sister retold what she went through. It took him an entire month to finally let go of his pain, with the help of the church here. At first, he didn't go to church, as he knew that he didn't believe in Arkadina's ancestors. But when he finally did, he was so shocked at how healing the experience was. In a way, it was like therapy. The church rarely even mentioned the ancestors, but mostly gave parables and moral stories that gave the people a sense of justice, love, freedom and purpose. It spoke of the heavens, which everyone could relate to, as well as some place called hell where all bad people go to. And more importantly, it never really focused on which god or belief was better. So everyone felt like they could relate with the church. The stories from the Baymardian Bible here were so touching that even he had secretly cried once in church. This whole experience gave him time to heal his heart, and hope that his younger sister and his parents had indeed gone to heaven. Now, his heart was at peace, and he had thoroughly accepted Baymard as his new home. Who wouldn't? The food, the people, the pay, the work. In short, everything was a dream come true to peasants and people who used to be slaves. In his heart, he would always say a short prayer for Landon. He couldn't give diamonds and gold to him, but he could give his solemn prayer and loyalty to the king. May you remain blessed and live long, my king. Bam, 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 bam. Bro, wake up. Going to be late. As the first to usually wake up, his newfound friends had always tasked him with waking them up as well, because very quickly, they had realized that even when their alarm clocks rang, they would always end up snoozing it for another 5 minutes or so. Oh, trust them. They had gone very late to class because of that damn snooze option. So now, Levi was their new alarm clock. Him up, said several whispery voices. Levi didn't stop banging their rooms until they opened up. Everyone soon cleaned up and headed towards the cafeteria. Breakfast was from 7:30 to 8:45 a.m. So if they missed it, that was it. They would have to buy wrapped up food and snacks like sandwiches and cupcakes from all the small cafeterias within the non-residential buildings. Bro, what's your schedule like today? Asked Dex. I have classes till 3:30 p.m. And after that, I have a 6-hour shift at the alchemy industry. Levi replied while eating his bowl of ice cream. Don't judge him. He loved it too much, and they happened to have several flavors of them here at the residential meal hall. Levi, all of you are just haters. HMMP. Me too. I have classes now, and an overnight shift later. Nope. Not for me, I just have classes today. After eating, they quickly hurried along to their classes. Levi looked at his watch and sighed from relief. He had made it on time for his first class. Confined Space Rescue 2. Confined Space Rescues had 2 classes. The first class taught theory, and the second one, this one, was for practicals. Very quickly, he wore his red and yellow striped safety wear, as well as his helmet, safety goggles, and gloves, and quickly joined the gathering crowd before him. Today, you'll be saving 2 workers who are trapped within a confined space. Specifically, the workers were working on some sewage pipes underground, and an accident occurred. There was a gas leakage, and hydrogen sulfide from the decaying sewage quickly knocked those workers out. As you all know from your other classes, low concentrations of hydrogen sulfide aren't particularly harmful to humans, but if the concentration is too high, who can tell me what would happen? The lecturer asked. Instantly, several hands were raised up at once. Yes, Vivian. Sir, if the hydrogen sulfide concentration were too high, then it will displace oxygen in the air. And from that, the victim could have vision problems, respiratory paralysis, blackout, nauseate, seizures, tremors. And most of all, they would struggle to breathe and later die. Without oxygen around, we humans cannot survive, sir. Correct. Good. It looks like you all are indeed paying attention during your other lessons. So, how fast can high concentrations kill its victims? Yes, Claire. Sir, within 1 to 4 hours of exposure. HMHM. And who can tell me what codename alert is reported to us when there is a high concentration of hydrogen sulfide gas? The lecturer asked. Again, several hands were raised up at once. Codenames were a must in all institutions. Even the hospitals had them. Code red was for fires and explosions, code white is for evacuation, yellow for hazardous spills, silver for an active shooter, and so on. It typically aided the workers in identifying whether there was a terrorist, severe weather or something. Yes, Levi. Sir, for high concentrations of hydrogen sulfide, that will be code GHS3, G for gases, HS for hydrogen sulfide, and 3 for its toxicity level. The lecturer asked several other questions, and once they were done, he quickly placed them in groups of 8, and led them to the simulation building. All right. All teams should get suited up and ready to go when we call. Presently, the students were all standing outside the massive simulation complex. It was extremely wide, and was 4 stories tall as well. Within this building, only 4 rooms on the first floor had chairs, couches or any furniture for that matter. In short, the building was just like a giant hamster playhouse, with several tunnels, holes, pipes and so on. All 4 stories were designed to aid in simulating real-life experiences. For example, one might have to drop down 4 stories tall from a burning building. So within the complex, there was a massive empty region from the 4th to the 1st floor. Where the students could jump off from, at each level, with their harnesses of course. Of course, for safety, several ACES doors had been stationed within each stimulation course within the building. This way, one could only come here with a lecturer and never alone, lest they fall 3 feet down without any safety gear on. Anyway, today, they would be doing their simulation on the west wing of the 1st to 3rd floor. This wing had several massive 3-meter pipes that was connected to one another, and extended all the way up to the 3rd floor. Sometimes, the pipes would spiral in a loop, and other times, the pipes would be straight. These pipes had different sizes as well. Some were 2-meter pipes, others were 1-meter piles and so on. And in addition to the pipes, there were several large tanks, drums and small shipping containers around as well. In short, this whole room was for underground confinement space rescues. The rescue simulation began, and several teams went forward one at a time. And soon, it was Levi's turn too. Teammate, you're up. Chapter 281 Levi Rider 2 Rescue Team here. Team Leader John on channel. Copy that. We've got 2 men down in the underground sewage piping system here. From their colleagues, we were told that they, along with several others, were working down there, when suddenly, the air became almost impossible to breathe. Sir, I've already scanned and evacuated the area of all civilian workers, and from the gas sensor detectors, we have high toxicities of hydrogen sulfide gas down here. Over. Copy that. Please stand by, and we'll send a team there immediately, as well as an ambulance. Over. The lecturer and his assistant said, while simulating a report conversation, through their walkie-talkies. Teammate. Rup. Instantly, Levi and his team ran off to their entry point, while carrying several bags filled with ropes and harnesses on them. They were also ready suited up. So these ones were what the victims would wear later on. Before the class started, they knew who would be doing what for the session. Hence Levi knew that out of his team of 8, 4 would be going in, while the other 4 would be in charge of pulling them out of the underground pipes. As they moved, the instructor began grading their performance on a white sheet of paper. One should know that the pipes and large units were all made out of see-through plastics, so everyone could see what they were doing from the outside. Thun, thun, thun. The team quickly set up a massive tripod stand over the tunnel-like hole on the 3rd floor, and quickly connected several ropes around it. Basically, they would lower the men, as well as haul the victims up using this device. Levi quickly connected 2 of the ropes to his harness, and sat at the edge of the hole. Are you ready? Ready. Dry, dry, dry. 2 of his teammates began rotating a massive roller, which was similar to rollers that were placed on fishing rods. Only this one was about the same size as a basketball. Dry, 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 dry. One of his comrades started unwinding the metal string ropes from the rollers. While another was holding on to the ropes with his bare hands, just in case the machine breaks or something. Slowly, Levi began to descend into the hole. And as he descended, his heart rate quickened, and he subconsciously held onto the ropes on his harness tightly, His chest began to rise and fall heavily, as his breathing became more and more rapid. Every time he was about to descend from such heights, a moment of fear would always hit him. One should know that he was still being lowered from the third to the first floor. So that height alone was extremely terrifying to many. But like Landon had said, firefighters had to get used to heights, because whether they had to jump out of a window with a victim and be caught on an inflatable float below or not, hesitation would not only kill both of them. Hence firefighters had to master their fear of heights, and if they couldn't, then they could always choose another profession. Levi looked down, and soon, his legs had finally touched the ground. He quickly sighed for relief and hurriedly removed the ropes from his harness, and soon, the same ropes were hauled back and used to lower his other teammates, as well as 2 blanket drags that'll be used to place the unconscious victims on. This tunnel splits into 2 directions, so both of you should go forward, while we'll go the other way. I agree. After splitting up, Levi and his comrade hurriedly moved through the pipes, which seemed to be changing in size as well. In some areas, it was large, but in others, it seemed to have drastically narrowed down. Look, there are 2 bodies over there, said his comrade, as he pointed at 2 plastic dummies who were dressed in worker uniforms. Let's contact our other comrades fast. Try you up. This is teammate, Lower Squad 2. We've just found both bodies at the left tunnel. Over. Copy that. We'll make a U-turn and meet you guys there. Over. One blanket drag was with the other team, so they could only strap on 1 victim for now, while waiting for the others to arrive. In essence, the blanket drag was like a plastic carpet that had straps on it. When the patient got placed on it, they would strap the patient in so as to secure him properly. One could imagine the patients to resemble a rolled-up person in a blanket, and after the thin plastic blanket has covered them up like a rolled-up chicken sandwich, they would get strapped up like psychiatric patients at several points, and the straps would be placed at places that didn't hinder their breathing, or make them uncomfortable. Soon, the other 2 who went in the other direction had arrived with the other blanket drag, and very quickly, they strapped the other victim in as well, and carried them back using the ropes on the plastic blanket towards their initial entry point. The patients got reeled up like fish, and later, they too were reeled up as well. 18 minutes, not bad. But you need to be quicker. Next time, I want this same procedure done in at most 12 minutes. Here's where you all made mistakes. The session was finally over, and Levi headed toward his next classes. In truth, he loved being a firefighter. It was always so exciting and thrilling, and very rewarding as well. But of course, initially, he didn't know what firefighters did. However, after studying for close to 2 months, he had soon gotten a quick rundown of the job, and he loved it. For one, firefighters responded to medical calls. This one was what truly shocked him the most. He thought that only doctors would do that, but who would have thought it was his duty as well? From what he studied, they were supposed to work closely with the paramedics during any medical emergencies. From CPR, to giving oxygen, bandaging, and even assisting in childbirth. They had to help at all times. That's why back on Earth, one would always find firefighters around the scene and aging people up and so on. And they were also in charge of cleaning up the blood or dangerous toxic fluids around the place. Apart from that, Levi had also found out that in future, he would also respond to vehicle accidents. He was to quickly help trapped or injured victims, check the area around the accident to see if it's safe, and work with the emergency team as well. And again, he would be in charge of cleaning the vehicle wreckage, broken glasses, blood, gas and so on. Oh. But his duties didn't stop there at all. From dealing with all fires, and also doing rescues on water, land and underground, one could say that he would be everywhere. So even if it was saving people within poisonous gas situations, he had to do the job no matter what. That's why they also studied the toxicity of gases and so on. And lastly, once a month, he and his team had to inspect all fire alarm systems within all commercial buildings in Baymard. With all this said, he had been given a 3-year outline of all courses that he would be taking if he wanted to graduate properly, be it how to use a medical responder, chemistry, or how to rescue people from a heavy water current. He had to learn it all, both practical and theory. But for him, apart from the thrill of the job, the most rewarding part of the job was also the main reason why he worked so hard in graduating. Saving lives made him feel very accomplished and proud to do his job daily. It made him feel like a hero. And in a nutshell, this was his life as a Baymardian firefighter. Xena Coastal City, Arcadina. On the musty harbour, several men could be seen blending in with the crowd, and currently making their way into the city on horseback. Landon looked at the road before him and smiled. He had finally arrived. Chapter 282 Targeted Destination, City of Ivanti. Gallop, gallop, gallop. On an isolated merchant forest trail, several men on horseback were quickly making their way towards Ivanti City. It's been a week and a half since their journey from the coastal city had begun. And now, they had finally reached the outskirts of their targeted city. And unlike the other times where their journeys were peaceful, this time, they had met with numerous bandits along the way. Landon raised his right hand in the air, and instantly, the people right behind him stopped. 4 minutes later, the entire group of 801 soldiers quickly got off their horses at their commander's orders. It was only 5:53 p.m. So they made camp and went over their plans again. In summary, since there were 801 soldiers, 400 would rescue the women in the underground camps, and the other half would focus on rescuing those at the training estates. Warrant Officer Biri, Private Nate, Private Priscilla. Kept calling out their names. I'm sure you all know why your names have been called. As was stated on your letters given to you during briefing, all 30 of you have been split into groups of 6, and are expected to go towards all 5 exit points for the underground camps that are found within the city. I want the perimeters scouted thoroughly, and I also want to know how many guards are there during every shift. Use your thermalite vision goggles to accurately spot them. You leave at 7 p.m. and get back here at 10 p.m. max. Am I clear? Yes, Commander. The group of 30 answered. Biri was amongst the group of 30. And this was his first mission ever. One should know that even though he used to be a prince in the Empire of Yoden, he had never been given any missions by his father at all. In truth, his father, King MacLaine, only considered the first 5 princes when it concerned official duties. And he, as the 9th prince, did nothing at all, except run the city, which was given to him when he turned 15. So this was his first time doing any official missions at all. Biri tingled from head to toe, as bundles of excitement continued to pulse throughout his entire body. He felt himself vibrate slightly with anticipation, as he listened to Landon's every word. This was it. This was a chance for him to prove himself capable. As a soldier, bettering himself so as to protect the people was all he truly cared about, so knowing his battle weaknesses were very important to him. And even though he had given his all during training, nothing could beat real-life battles. Hence, he saw this as an opportunity to improve himself. Good. Warrant Officer Braxton, Private Chantel, Private Apollo. Again, 23 of you will follow me and scout the perimeters and all 2 secret exits around the training estate. You all already know your individual groups as well. So team up quickly, and we'll head out at 7 p.m. Remember, at 10 p.m. max. I expect everyone back immediately. Is that understood? Exclamation mark. Yes, Commander. Underscore. As for the rest of you, go over the plans for tomorrow night again. And be on guard at all times. Guard the perimeters of the camp, and make sure that no one finds out about our presence here. Understand? Yes, Commander. They answered in unison. As they waited for the time to pass by, Landon and the other chosen spies quickly took out several peasant clothes, rubbed dirt on their faces as well. And since there were also female soldiers in the mix, it was better for the women to cover up their beauty, lest it got in the way of their mission. Hence, they had made themselves look quite revolting and horrendous, just for the mission's success. After properly disguising themselves, they quickly went on to hunt several animals like rabbits, as well as pick up very popular herbs too. They did all this, so as to blend in more with the people, as well as to convince their enemies. For example, one of the secret passages is by an apothecary's medicine store. So those that picked up herbs would go there and try to trade in their herbs for money, while secretly scouting the area. Apothecaries were typically too busy to go about searching for herbs here and there, so they created such stores just for collecting, as well as selling out these herbs to other apothecaries and healers too. Again, some of the other secret exits were closer to some hunter guilds as well. There, hunters could grade their skills based on what prey they got, and get ranked from F to SSS. What the guild wanted was the skin of these animals. Nobility paid hefty sums just to wear Hangul-skinned jackets, and even have them as rugs and carpets. The guilds paid the hunters whenever they got any animals whose skin was valuable, to some extent. And apparently, rabbit fur was seen as an F-rank task, as the nobles only used it for good pillowcases to keep them warm during the cold seasons. So since it was everywhere, almost every rich person had it. Hence it wasn't seen as very valuable. It was an F-rank task. 7p.m. Landon and his spies quickly headed towards the city. From their camp, it took them 35 minutes on foot to get there. In front of the city gate, 12 guards were busy controlling and bullying those who came in or went out of the city. Landon and his spies had been insulted and spat on. In fact, some of them had even had their rabbits had been forcibly taken away by the guards. It wasn't just them, but every other peasant as well. The guards had those going on line-up, and before stepping into the city, they had to drop one item as bride, even if they lived in the city. Hence everyone quickly did as they were told. Who asked them to be poor? Landon's team had decided to go in last, as he wanted to make sure that all the spies successfully managed in before he did. And currently, most of them had gone in already, and only 3 teams were left. So far so good, he thought, as he looked at the groups ahead of him. But suddenly, out of nowhere, one of the guards loudly exclaimed, "You there, stop, _ Chapter 283 Targeted Destination, City of Ivanti 2 You there, stop, Everyone tensed up, as they watched the crooked-toothed guard slowly approach them. Who could he be talking to? The guard walked arrogantly, and finally stopped in front of a beautiful girl beside Landon. The spies secretly let out a sigh of relief, but couldn't help but worry about the girl. You. Come with me. The frightened 13-year-old girl stood rooted on the spot, and finally, she began to wail and cry loudly, while following behind the guard like a zombie. System. Can I buy a maddening spell? Yes, host. But the system will charge the host on an hourly basis. So how long does the host want it to last? The system said without any hint of emotions. 1 hour. Host, that will cost you either 8 bonus points, 140 technology points or 44 development points. Use my bonus points as you wish, host. _ Poor girl. What a pitiful child. HMPP. Serves her right. So young, yet already knows how to seduce people. Several people's thoughts continuously ran wild. as they watched the 13-year-old girl walk towards the lion's den. Woo. Woo. Sniff sniff. The victim in question was currently crying her eyes out, as she followed the beast towards the guard post. But suddenly, the guard stopped. Everyone who was previously looking at the scene was utterly confused as well. Was he going to lash out at the girl for crying? Or was he going to hit her? Worst still, did he see another girl that he liked? Even the other guards were confused as well. The guard in question swiftly turned around and smiled at them creepily. Everyone quickly diverted their eyes, as they were literally freaked out from the guy's smile. But then, they heard his maddening laughter, and their faces slowly began losing color. Ha 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 underscore. The other guards around the gate slowly inched away from their friend. This wasn't like him at all. Ha 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 ha. Soon, the guard began taking off his clothes one by one. And every completely lost it. Bro. What are you doing? One of the guards asked. Elder bro. This isn't funny anymore. So please stop. Another bellowed. As for the little girl in front of the guard, she quickly ran toward the rear of the crowd in fear. Series of gasps could be heard from the crowd, as they were utterly shocked by how audacious the guard was. Did he plan to do it in front of all of them? Those with children quickly covered their eyes in shame, and the other men did the same as well, as they too felt uncomfortable looking at a naked man. How shameful. La 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 la. The guard slowly began singing and humming, as he quickly swung his clothes up in the air like a fan. He was butt naked at the point. Ha ha ha. You all are my brothers. Come, give me a hug. Underscore. Sling. The guards had all drawn their swords. Bro. This isn't funny anymore, said one of the guards awkwardly, as he tried to look straight at his brother's face. But it was so hard, as the other parts of his bro kept making him feel uneasy. Bro, please stop this madness, another said. Elder bro. If you come any closer, I can't guarantee that I won't kill you. Underscore. As they begged, they slowly inched away, as they saw their bro step closer and closer towards them. And in the next 3 seconds, the entire area became chaotic. Done. The guard ran towards his friends happily, while butt naked, instantly causing his friends to run for their lives. It was like seeing children play a game of tag. You go and pin him down, and then he'll join in later. Are you crazy? Do you think that I would wrestle a naked man? What the F do you take me for? Underscore. As the guards scrambled around, all the peasants also ran into the city in fear as well. Some of them swore to never stay close or catch the eyes of these perverted knights. As for the little girl, she was just glad that she had been saved. Will she ever step out again all alone? Very unlikely. Landon nodded his head in amazement at how effective this madness spell was. The guard had danced, eaten dirt, chased his friends merrily, and who knows what more he would do within the next 55 minutes. Stepping into the city, all teams instantly splitted up and went their separate ways. They acted like total strangers. No eye contact, no hand gestures, nothing. Now, it was time for them to get to work. Landon and his team walked for another 42 minutes within the city, before reaching their targeted vicinity. And very quickly, they went into one of the city's bushy zones. In essence, this place was similar to a park, as it didn't have any wild animals within it. But, it wasn't as leveled and clean as a park. It was still like a jungle, with several trees clustered together, as well as some streams that flowed through the place. They walked into the forest park-like zone, with several iron buckets which they had just bought from the markets. Anyone who saw them would instantly think that they were heading towards the streams to fetch water. And when they were well hidden, they quickly took out their thermal sensor goggles from their hiding places. Well, some of them had bandaged the goggles to their backs, as if it were a baby who they were piggyback riding, while others wrapped them on their waists. For this mission they had all brought in very large peasant clothings just for this reason. It wasn't uncommon for extremely poor peasants to wear such large garments. So they blended in quite well with the crowd. And with such loose clothes, no one could tell that they had anything packing underneath. Brother, there are 3 little birds in a wooden pot, said one of the soldiers. Ugh. I like that story. But what about the story of the 4 little bears who stayed west, 10 trees back? Yes brother. That one is the best. Even if there was no one was around them, they still had to talk codedly at all times. Time passed by, and soon, it was 10 p.m. Time to head back and prepare. Because tonight, it's going down for real. Chapter 284 Silent Night. The night's wind could be heard softly rustling against the trees and bushes. And in the dead of night, several men were secretly moving through the luscious ancient forest. Soon, the men all halted. And the leader of the pack quickly signaled for them to go leftwards from the city's gate. Of course, for a mission such as this one, there was no way that they would pass through the front gate, so they had decided to form a human ladder along one of the city's side walls. One should know that the city had more than 33 walls surrounding it, and some of these walls were as wide as 5 meters, while others were 100 meters wide. In essence, the property wasn't rectangular, and had several bends and sides to it, hence the many walls. Anyway, the wall that they had chosen to bank on was the one that no knight wanted to guard, and this was all due to the fact that the area behind the wall had shit on it. So in essence, there were more than 12 deep pits of shit placed behind the wall. Landon and his men had wrecked, climbed on trees, and even crawled their way undetected for an additional 43 minutes, before finally reaching the wall. Soon, some of them formed a human ladder, while others kept a lookout instead. Chin. Very swiftly, several men hurriedly lined up against the wall, while others climbed on top of them. They very much looked like a pyramid at this point, with 4 rows of men at the bottom, 3 rows on top of those ones, 2 rows on the next, and then 1. And when the first group got to the top, they quickly tied one end of a rope to their waist, and sent the other end to their comrades. Currently, for every person at the top, at least 2 soldiers at each pyramid level, would tightly hold on to the rope. Biri tied the rope firmly around his waist, and hastily sent the other end of the rope to his comrades. And while waiting for them to secure rope, he quickly glanced round the other side of the wall, just in case there was a guard around. All clear, he thought. Soon, one of the soldiers confirmed that his rope was secured, and not even a second later, he was off. In fact, all those at the top took off in a flash. They placed their legs against the walls, like Tom Cruise in Mission Impossible. But rather than jumping down step by step, they quickly walked downwards instead. As the ropes were slowly lowered by the men on the other side of the wall. Essentially, as they got lowered, those at all 4 pyramid levels would slowly raise the ropes upwards instead. And soon, those at the 4th pyramid floor had no more rope to raise. And later, those at the 3rd and 2nd floors were done as well. Hup, Biri and more than 30 men quickly landed on the floor at the same time and untied, as well as gathered the ropes around their waists. Then, they immediately formed another human ladder against the wall as well. And 15 minutes later, all 800 men had safely entered into Ivonti City. Needless to say, at this point, everyone splitted up into several groups, and rushed towards their targeted secret zones. 1:28 a.m. Landon and 200 others had stealthily made their way towards the main entrance of the training estate. Right now, the captured slave boys were currently asleep, as they had to wake up early in the morning and train for an entire day. For these boys, sleep and food was everything to them. The entire estate was like a fortress that had massive walls with several watches on it as well. Those steadfast walls were built for guarding and ensuring that these slaves didn't dream about breaking free from the estate. Patrolling the front entrance of the estate were 40 enemy guards on duty. And as for how many archers stood above the front wall, 150 to be exact. One shouldn't be fooled by the numbers. Sure, there were only a few outside, but inside the fortress, there were over 4,000 in total. Normally, breaking in would have been a problem for many, but for Landon and his men, not so much. They had technology on their side. And luckily for them, this fortress was placed in one of the restricted and deserted areas within the city. It was one of Noplin's army reserves, so of course it would be away from nosy civilians. Looking at those 150 guards patrolling the gate, Landon did several hand gestures to the people besides him, and they in turn sent the message along. Top, from left to right. Last 50, bottom, from left to right. Translation: the last person on the left end should shoot the enemy on the nearest left end as well. This way, everyone would have a target. As for the last 50 soldiers left, they were to shoot those 40 knights standing guard at the bottom. Message received. Everyone brought out several vials, and quickly loaded up their guns. Thup, thup, thup. Standing, or rather, slanting on the city walls, were several guards who were either snoring away while leaning, or standing 1 meter away from each other while gisting away. Like the case in the previous scenarios, this estate had never been attacked for the past 12 years. And in their minds, no one would have the balls to attack Nopline. Hence, they became lax and free while on duty. For them, most of the work was done by the other thousands who were guarding those slaves inside the estate. So in their minds, there was absolutely nothing for them to worry about. Ha 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 ha. I heard that Solomon branded another slave again. HMMP. Serves them right. Who asked them to be lazy? That's right. How hard could it be to train daily? He. Don't forget that they have to fight dangerous animals daily, unlike us. Just yesterday, Luis said that 400 of them had died this week alone from fighting those ferocious fiends. But so what? Who asked them to be slaves? If they want to blame someone, then they can only blame their wretched parents. The guards continued gisting, and soon, they all felt strange. Or rather, sleepy. Chapter 285 Silent Night 2. Yup. They had been shot with tranquilizers, and the drug doses were indeed heavy enough to make them fall asleep after 4 minutes max. Thup, thup, thup. Ah! Jerry felt a light sting on his neck. And suddenly, his entire body felt heavy and tired. He started rambling about heaven knows what. And soon, his vision became blurry as well. As sleep slowly creeped in, he felt his brain turn numb, as it became very hard for him to come up with any sentences at all. This was too weird. Ugh, he moaned, while rambling. What sort of annoying mosquito is this? Previously, he had felt a light but sharp tingly sensation on his neck, so he had just assumed that it was a mosquito. He tried placing his right hand on the bitten spot, so as to slap the darn mosquito away. But of course, he had thoroughly underestimated his tiredness, because no matter how hard he tried, his arms didn't lift up at all. It was like there was no connection between his brain and them. Let the mosquito have its way. But of course, some of the guards quickly touched their necks and other body parts, and found very tiny weird needle-like objects on those bitten spots. And even though they felt a sense of crises run through their minds, their eyes, mouth and body, had given up on reporting the matter. In short, the dose was so strong that all they could think of right now was sleep. AI. Let's talk later, I'm too tired right now, said one of the guards, while quickly planted his face on the wall's edge. At this point, He didn't even care about the fact that he could accidentally sleep and push himself over the wall, falling straight to his doom. Yeah? Me. Snore. Some of the victims snored loudly, while others just slept silently. Those on the other walls saw this, but didn't feel anything was out of the ordinary, as some of them could hear those at the front say that they were too tired and so on. So, everything went undetected. After all, it wasn't strange for them to sleep on the job here in Noplin's camp. Ha ha ha. Look at them. What the heck did they do today to be so tired? Beats me. All I know is that the snores from some of them could wake up an entire village. Snore. 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 The sounds of the men's snores further confirmed that they were all right, and those on the other walls shook their heads wryly, while others did their best to stay awake as well. One could say that sleep was a subconscious contagious disease. Sometimes, one could feel sleepy simply because others were fast asleep as well. 5 minutes later, Landon and his team had finally decided to make a move. They first wore their thermal goggles, and observed the gates. If they walked straight there, would anyone be able to see them? If they could see Anun's heat readings from the goggles, then that means that the person in question might be able to see them within this darkness. Nope. It was all clear. Nothing came up on their goggles, except those that were sound asleep. Landon did several other gestures again, and soon, 120 soldiers quickly made their way to the front. They stealthily carried those 40 sleepy guards at the bottom. And immediately brought them back to where they were hiding. And 5 minutes later, all 40 guards were completely naked, gagged, and tied to multiple trees. Soon, 40 soldiers in disguise went back to the front gates again. And Landon was amongst them. Looking at the group of guards at the front gate, no one would believe that they were imposters. And since the guards' shifts usually ended at 6 p.m. and hopefully, no one would find out about their identities till then. No matter how one saw it, even though they had the weapons to take down thousands of men. After all, one shouldn't forget that they were still small in number compared to their enemies. So even though they had other teams currently trying to break into the estate from the back entrances, one false move, and that was it. Hence, strategy was always essential. Landon signaled for everyone to get prepared, and soon, he, Private Adam, Private 1B, and 5 others, quickly stepped into the estate. Now, it was time for them to do their part. Boom, boom, boom. Walking into the fortress, Adam's heart raced in anticipation, fear and excitement. He was undercover. Damn, it felt good. Ever since he read one of Baymard's new books, titled James Bond, 007, Adam had felt like being undercover would be the coolest thing ever. In his mind, the enemy would always be tight on security, well-trained and hard to kill. And that's how his fantasy about this mission was. But after entering the fortress, disappointment couldn't even describe his current feelings. What the hell were they doing? The enemy's men were sitting around bonfires, drinking booze, joking around and so on. It looked like they really believed that no one would dare to cross their master. Adam looked at them and truly felt like they deserved to be attacked. What happened to meeting villains that would scrutinize everything? Ha 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 ha. And that's how I killed old Matthias of the North. You liar. You? Kill old Matthew? Please. I did it, I tell ya. Yeah? You did alright, see? Someone who knows the truth. You did it in your dreams. Ha 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 ha. Sigh. Reality is such a downer, Adam thought as he listened to these rambling men. Soon, all 8 men who had just entered the estate quickly spread themselves at different positions along the left and right walls. Of course, they stood a little distance from the walls as well, as what they wanted to do next would definitely leave a nasty piece of work behind. Coming into the estate, Their main focus had always been on the archers. Those guys would shoot them dead if the others just came running in. So first things first. It was time to grenade their asses. Chapter 286 Chaos. Standing a little distance from the tall wide walls, each of the undercover soldiers tightly gripped the grenades in their hands. In total, they had 11 more within their inner vests. And one in their hands. They steadied their breathing, and looked around vigilantly. As they watched the enemies have their fun, the entire place was so packed and chaotic that no one was really paying attention to anyone. With a record of 0 attacks for the past 12 years, the enemy's men went about the merry lives, as they had played and relaxed during working hours. Landon was currently pretending to sleep, while leaning against a nearby pillar. He observed for 3 minutes more, and when he saw that no one was watching him or his men, he quickly stretched his hands as if he were yawning. But really, he was just relaying several messages to his team. Snore, snore, ha 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 ha. The entire place was filled with liveliness. As the enemies slept, laughed, spoke, ate and wrestled with each other happily. Suddenly, the sky thundered, and several loud sounds could be heard from the walls, followed by screams from the archers. Boom. Agony wasn't even enough to describe what sort of pain those on the walls were facing. The pain throbbed in their guts, as a deep and spine-chilling feeling completely washed over them. Some of them felt like their organs were literally being squeezed violently by someone's hands, while others immediately blacked out, or died from taking a direct hit or shock. Below, several legs, arms and body parts could be seen raining down from the walls. A thick cloud of smoke covered the perimeter around the walls. And soon, all the knights at ground level became alert. But with how thick the smoke was, no one really saw the body parts fly around the walls. They just felt several objects hit them hard. Wake up, wake up, wake up. We are under attack. Several knights went about shaking those who were still asleep, while others hurriedly rushed towards the wall to see what was going on. The entire place had been plunged into a state of utter chaos and confusion. Everyone was running left and right with their swords, while others were running into the estate to tell their boss. And in those moments of uncertainty and indecisiveness, the other soldiers outside the estate all stealthily moved in together. Previously, one of the men had shot a grenade toward the gates, creating a large thick cloud of smoke, and those outside had taken advantage of it. They had rushed in, dropped to the ground, crawled, and rolled to the pillars at the sides. The estate was all fenced up, with the front area being a large courtyard. For the walls, one could imagine it like a house that was built rectangular, with several empty courtyards at its center. So in essence, around the walls, one would find numerous carved doors and pillars, all around the gates, walls and inner courtyards. And from the map that Landon had given the soldiers, if they should take a few more steps, they would be able to reach one of these open courtyard doors. As Landon and the other 7 soldiers strategically bombed several other spots, the rest of the soldiers hurriedly stepped into front wall building, and quickly made their way towards one of the rooms there. Their plan was simple. Those who were already dressed as the enemy were to lure others into the room, take their clothes, and give to those who didn't have. Landon had given them 15 minutes at most for this task. And while all the chaos was going on, the enemy knights decided to get in formation and wait for the enemy to advance in. They wanted to see who was so bold enough to attack their master's property. Men. It's snow powder. The enemy has snow powder. Isn't that ridiculously expensive? The enemy's archers had snow powder. Raise your shields up and be careful. Din. More knights hastily made their formations within the courtyard. And now, They had more than 2,000 guards outside on formation. One could describe this scenario as perfect for Landon, of course. At this point, many men were afraid to go above the city walls, as they thought that this enemy was only attacking those there. And of course they didn't have the balls to go out at all, as the walls and even the front gate was filled with smoke. No one wanted to go out blindly and die just like that. Better safe than sorry. But what they didn't know was that all this was within Landon's expectations. Currently, the rest of the soldiers had successfully disguised themselves, and now, they were heading towards the main gate room. This room had a rolling mechanism that could close the massive 4-meter iron gate permanently, or open it up completely. Bam, 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 bam. Bro. Open up, the enemy is around. Private Gavin yelled out, as he continuously banged the door loudly. Soon, a guard opened the door and quickly went back in. From the looks of it, he was looking for something. Blasted. Where did I keep my shield? You there. Don't just stand there. Help me look for it already. We are at war, goddammit. Within the room, Gavin and a few others at the door could see several dusty carts, as well as several empty ale barrels, a pile of rotten apples and foods, 4 chairs and 2 desks. The place smelled awful, and reeks of alcohol. Also, apart from the guard who had just opened the door, Gavin could also see 3 more guards as well. 16 of them went into the room, and pretended to look for the shields. But as soon as they got close to the men, they immediately tackled them, sealed their mouths and stabbed them swiftly. The men mumbled and struggled to break free, as they all felt their life slowly slip away within every passing second. Their eyes were red and filled with rage, as they shook like fishes out of water. But of course, no matter what they did, they could never break free from the men before them, and soon, their struggles grew weaker and weaker, until, their bodies finally having, they had all died, with hatred, and a lot of regret in their hearts. Gavin and the men quickly hid their lifeless bodies at the back of several massive crates, and speedily lowered the gate. And of course after lowering it, they bombed the gate control room, as well as the other rooms on that same floor, and fled. Do you know who our enemy is? Asked one of the guards, who was standing in the courtyard in formation. No. But from the looks of it, their archers are pretty skilled. Thousands of soldiers readied themselves below, in anticipation for the enemy's attack. But suddenly, they heard another set of loud deafening sounds from above. Shwich, bam. Just what was going on? Chapter 287 Chaos 2. It happened so fast, that none of them were able to do anything about it. In short, the gate wasn't gently lowered, but let loose to fall freely. With a loud bam sound, everyone was completely taken back, and soon, fear slowly seeped into their minds, as they felt their hairs stand up one by one. Did their men close the gates out of fear? Just how many men did the enemy have, to cause such a large reaction from the guards at the gate room? Was the enemy really that powerful? Boom, boom, boom. The knights in formations backed up a bit slowly, as they felt like their deaths were near. The blast didn't just deafen them, but also caused their hearts to tremble aggressively, as they felt their bodies shiver from horror. Grenades had one purpose, and that was for killing. Every aspect of it was designed for that one goal, be it the trigger pin system or the explosive factor. Everything could leave one paralyzed from fear. The emotions of the knights went through several stages of utter chaos, and soon, some of them had their first ever mental breakdown. I don't want to die. I only signed up because I thought that we would never truly fight. I'm still so young, so how can I die now? The men quivering from terror, as they mumbled their regrets out loud. But suddenly, several other loud thunderous sounds flooded into their ears again. Boom, boom, boom. It sounded that more than 6 loud bands had gone out around the same time. And soon, the building-like wall above them began collapsing. Pure catch. Like a ferocious wave in the sea, the front wall came crashing down all at once. Previously, the soldiers had bombed the gate room, which was located on the 3rd floor of the wall building, as well as bombed other rooms on that floor. So like a typhoon, it crumbled with a loud bang. As the foundation of those rooms that had been utterly destroyed, the 4th and 5th floors above it came crashing down as well, and the weight of the entire stone structure and everything else was dumped onto the 2nd floor below, which in turn crashed on the ground floor. So by the time the dust settled, the pile of rocks were at least 3 stories high. Within all the chaos, the rest of the soldiers hurried along to regroup with Landon, and 13 minutes later, Landon and his team did the same actions with the second gate. That was connecting the front courtyard section of the estate to the second courtyard. In essence, the estate was almost similar to the layout of the city in Attack on Titans, where there was only one way for one to move into the inner courtyard or cities, and that was through the main gates. In this way, even if the enemy came over, the knights could trap them within the courtyards and rain several arrows on them. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, the second gate was destroyed, trapping 2,671 enemy knights within the first estate. One should know that this estate had 5,410 people in duty each night. With more than half of the enemy's men out of the way, Landon and his team secretly sighed from relief. Now, they were all dressed as the enemy. So when they stepped into the second courtyard, they acted confused and shocked as well. What happened? I don't know. Cough, cough. We were going there as backup, when the wall suddenly crashed. Some of them answered. As for the female soldiers, they had rubbed dirt and ash on their faces, so as to hide their appearances. After all, women weren't allowed in Arkadina's army yet. They tried to make their voices as manly as possible, and walk as men too. Except, they were a lot better than Mulan in that aspect. Mulan, HMMP. It was all Mush's fault. The second gate, as well as the supporting structures there, had been utterly destroyed by Landon and his team. So now, no one had a way of reaching the trapped soldiers within the first courtyard. Except they climbed over those 3-story tall heaps of rocks that were like mountains, and that could take a while. One should know that since the rocks had just fallen, any sudden movements could cause the rocks to shift, roll or displace, resulting in a rock avalanche. The knights within the second courtyard looked at the large pile before them helplessly. Damn, just who was it that attacked us? In amidst the sudden confusion, Landon and his gang slipped away again. From the map, this courtyard had a massive basement level that was 2 floors deep. Those areas were essentially used for slave residences, as the slaves were only allowed to come up to the surface during training, and nothing more. They ran towards the entrance leading to the underground slave residences, and waited for others to arrive. Essentially, they were waiting for some of the men from those other teams. Apart from the front entrance, the estate had 2 other secret entrances as well, which were all situated around very remote areas within the city. For this mission, they had chosen to make a run for it using entrance exit B. So those at exit B were supposed to stay there and kill all enemy guards, while those at exit C were supposed to work their way into the camp, and finish up by destroying the exit. As for himself at entrance exit A, he had destroyed the exit and worked his way here with his team. Landon waited for the others who were supposed to make their way through exit C. And soon, he had spotted them. They were walking towards the rendezvous spot, which, according to the plan and the building layout, was the exact same spot where Landon was currently at. When they met, everyone acted scared. while strategically walking around in circles confusedly. They would run forward and backwards in disarray, as if lost on what to do next. Everyone around them was running, so standing still would look too suspicious. Those who saw this would think that these people were too perplexed on what to do next. But at the center of the entire disarray, two leaders were also moving around side by side in bewilderment. Any issues? None. Good. The group of confused individuals started spreading out and running in several directions. But if one were to observe more carefully, Hesh would realize that all these individuals made several U-turns after a certain distance. Soon, they were all charging towards one direction. With the whole gang here, it was finally time to move on to phase 2 of tonight's operations. Chapter 288. The rescue. In front of the soldiers was a wide stairway that led to the lower basement levels. Both teams descended hurriedly, and eventually split up. The team from Exit C stayed at the second basement floor, which was just below ground level, and Landon and his squad headed towards the first basement floor. Of course, some men from both teams all stayed at ground floor to keep watch, as well as create more distractions for those there. Now was time for battle. No more decisiveness. Thanks to the system's detailed info, they had known how many people were currently standing guard on each basement level. And so far, the amount was something that they could handle easily. Hence, they could just pull out their guns and deal with them quickly. Clovis and his team speedily moved along the hallway, until they heard several voices. Damn. Do you think that the enemy has succeeded? Not a chance. My guess is that they are still outside the gates. 12 guards were currently seating at the front of the dungeon like slave residence. They sat around a massive desk, and kept on gisting, even when they saw Clovis' team approach them. People from above. Tell me, have we already flattened those son of a bitches yet? Yeah? What's happening up there? The knights continued to bombard their comrades with numerous questions, as they wanted to know the situation above ground level. But before any of their questions were answered, their so-called comrades had swiftly pulled out a black stick from under their clothes, and pointed it towards them. Pew-ee, 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 pew-ee. Several shots had been fired, and soon, the guards felt everything turn black. As they quickly lost consciousness, their throats felt constricted, as they could hardly breathe in anything at all. Bam. Needless to say, within the next 5 seconds, they had all dropped dead. Follow the plan. Private Ewing, lead your group to free up the captives on the left side, while Private Tang and his team will focus on the right side. All right. Move out. Everyone nodded and went ahead with their assigned duties. As for Clovis, he was still in charge of taking care of all the guards on the hallway, so he still had a long way to go. Private Ewing and his team ran forward until they came across the first rows of captives. Immediately as the captives spotted them, some of them looked away in fear, others sneered at them in hate and disgust, while didn't show any reaction at all. Of course, there were still those who were still asleep after all the commotion from before. Private Ewing, Private Tang and their teams came closer to the prison-like bars, and first spoke to the captives, before freeing them. We mean no harm. We are here to rescue you all. When the captives heard this, their ears instantly perked up a bit, and their forehands furrowed a bit. Should they really trust these people? What made them different from the saints that paraded themselves in front of their families, and forced them into slavery? They decided to first escape, before thinking things through. The soldiers knew that they had a ton of questions to ask them. But now wasn't the time for this. They were working against time, and every second counted toward the success of this mission. If you want your freedom, stick with us and we'll all get out of here alive. As the soldiers briefly spoke, They hurriedly removed the massive iron bar that was placed in front of each cell. The iron bar was ridiculously heavy, and needed at least 5 people to lift it up. Pew! Pew! Bam! Bam! Several iron bars had been removed, some of the slaves had been freed. Many of the captives felt their hearts quiver with joy, as they felt that their salvation was at hand. Freedom, that word which was somewhat distant to them, now felt seemingly close within their reach. They quickly joined the soldiers in freeing up the other captives, as they moved more iron bars on the prison-like cells on the left and right, as Private Tang and Private Ewing did their duties in releasing the slaves. Clovis, on the other hand, continued taking care of the guards in advance. You there! Stop! What are you doing down here? Standing before Clovis were 30 broad-shouldered knights who had just gotten up from their seats vigilantly. Unlike the other guards that they had met so far, these ones seemed like veterans in battle. The guards held the sheath of their swords, as they felt that it was too suspicious for regular guards to be here at such a time. Attack! Without waiting for a reply, all 30 guards quickly rushed towards Clovis' team. For them, anyone who can't even answer such an obvious question was definitely an enemy. But of course, they had utterly underestimated their enemies. Pew-ee, 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 pew-ee. Several bullets were sent flying towards all the guards at the forefront. Ah! The men who were shot screamed out in pain, as they felt an invisible force rip them apart from within. Those who weren't hit were so shocked that they didn't know whether to proceed further with their attacks or not. How could a metal stick cause their comrades to die? It didn't make sense to them. The enemy was clearly standing there, and had not even moved an inch. So how did it turn into them dying instead? The leader of the pact was currently using the body of one of his comrades as a shield. His right arm had been shot, and right now, even wielding a sword would be a blessing to him. He didn't know if his bone was broken or not. But when he had previously ran up to his enemies, he had heard something within him crack. And since then, he couldn't even rotate his arm properly, talk less of swinging a sword. Right now, he was thinking of how to escape instead. But sadly, the only exit point had been completely blocked off by these demons. With only 6 enemies left out of 30, Clovis and his team of 11 quickly approached the injured men. Previously, they couldn't get a clear shot, as there were too many enemies in number, plus some had just been hiding behind others all along. So they could only shoot their arms and so on. But now, with so many down, it was time for them to end this. Chapter 289 The Rescue 2. Boss, what do we do now? Asked another injured knight, who was also using his dead comrade's body as a shield, while slowly backing away. Fool. Why in heaven's name are you asking me? Can't you see that I'm also confused as well? Sorry boss. As they watched Clovis and his men hastily approach them, their hands subconsciously tightened around their swords anxiously. Din, din, din. For these knights, those approaching footsteps were like the sounds of a caged demon trying to break free. As for their leader, even though he was scared silly, he still refused to give up without a fight. More specifically, he wanted to stall for time, and create an opportunity for his escape. Wait! He yelled. Clovis knitted his brows, and raised his hands for his team to stop. Hearing the footsteps halt, the leader and his men were secretly rejoicing within their hearts. You all are doing this for the money, right? What if we paid you double? No. Scratch that. We'll pay you triple. If you let us go, I promise to give you anything you want. Money, women, fortresses, and anything else that you all desire. As Clovin and the soldiers listened on, they couldn't help but think it funny. If these men had all these things, why weren't they managing their so-called fortresses instead? As for money, please, in their eyes, they were already rich and well off. compared to a large population of Arcadians. Yes, yes, yes. We can give you anything you need, said another enemy guard. Women, servants or even slaves. It will be all yours. The leader looked at Clovis and smiled as if he had already won. See, we can make this work. So, what do you say? The leader said, while flashing a charming smile at the group. Who can resist such temptations? Clovis smiled back, and swiftly pointed his gun at the men. Sorry, but we'll have to reject your offer. Pew-ee, 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 pew-ee. Mother-effer. Before the leader could even his sentence, the bullet had already cracked his skull. Alongside him, all his other comrades were also left with a bullet deeply embedded into their skulls. And now, the supposedly rich guards had all died with glaring expressions on their faces. All right. These were the last guards within this basement level. With them dead, I need you all to quickly aid the rest in freeing up the captives. Yes, sir. Time passed by, and shortly after that, they quickly regrouped with Landon and led everyone back to ground level. They had used up 45 minutes, just for freeing the captives and killing the guards. Landon and 4 others walked out calmly, while observing the situation. Sure enough, everything was still in disarray, as the soldiers who stayed at ground level kept causing chaos by throwing 1 or 2 grenades here and there. Of course, they had thrown just 1 grenade after 5 minutes, as they were just supposed to let everyone think that the enemy was still around. Plus, Landon didn't want them to run out of grenades. So, only 2 people out of the 20 at ground level were supposed to throw the grenades. The enemy had already infiltrated the first courtyard men, so stay on guard. They were probably trying to break through these piles of stones to get to us, yelled one of the commanding knights, who was currently standing before the rubble of rocks. Suddenly, heard several deafening sounds again, and this time, they were more ferocious than they were within the past 45 minutes. Boom, boom, boom. Ah, my leg. All 20 soldiers who were at ground level had thrown several grenades at the gathering of knights. Smoke filled the air, and the ground was raised up as well. Now, Landon yelled, and immediately, everyone ran out like mad. And as they ran, those other soldiers kept creating numerous diversions, until they were sure that everyone had left the second courtyard. Then they ran towards the third courtyard and threw multiple grenades at the tunnel-like gate. Boom. Now that most of the guards had been trapped within the first and second courtyards, only a handful were left in the third one. So, the soldiers took out their guns and shot their way through. Pew-ee, 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 pew-ee. Cries of agony could be heard everywhere they went. And soon, they found the underground tunnel exit B, escaped, destroyed the entire underground exit, and fled into the night. At 5:16 a.m., they met with Piri and the others who rescued the women from the underground sex camp, and left the city. They traveled non-stop for a week and a half while alternating driving shifts for the wagons and so on. And after journeying for so long, they had finally made it to the coastal city. While Landon went on to buy more ships, the slaves from both camps reunited with each other for the first time since they left. Some people found their sisters, brothers, and even fiancés amongst the group. But of course, with how massive they were in number, not everyone was lucky enough to see their family members now. Hence, the men had promised that on the way to Baymard, they would record everyone's name down and post a list on several general lists and newspapers as well. This way, even if they didn't find their families now, they would still feel hope in knowing that they had indeed gone to Baymard with them. Tears of joy and cries of happiness could be heard from all corners of the ships, as they sailed out into the open waters. Landon smiled as he looked at the scene before him. Mission accomplished. Whitewood City, Arcadine. Eli tapped his desk with his fingers in confusion. Why wasn't there any news yet? They were already in the month of September, and no word yet from his men at Baymard. Something wasn't right. How could an army of over 1,000 die or all at the hands of 300? Well, he personally didn't believe that this basted brother of his would have enough power to destroy his men. But nonetheless, he needed to investigate everything immediately. Eli was sure that his men had reached Riverdale City, because they had sent him a letter to which arrived early August, saying that they were in Riverdale City. But the follow-up letter never came through. Was someone helping that bastard brother of his from the shadows? Did his men fall victim towards someone else's assault? Or did his brother suddenly become smart enough to start learning how to strategize against him? Something was off about the matter. Eli was sure about one thing. This brother of his seemed to be holding on to a lot of secrets. My dear little brother, it seems like I would have to personally pay you a visit one of these days. Like you're hiding something from me. Chapter 290 City Lord Sanders prized on City, Arcadine. An enraged roar could be heard from within a massive hall. It's true, my lord. It's true, my lord. Please believe us. Several men could be seen yelling out frantically, as they tried to resist the surrounding guards, who were struggling to drag them away. Those within the room looked at the men with pity. They had fallen from heaven to hell in such a short amount of time. Sigh. These men were previously well respected and had a certain amount of power within their grasps. But after going to Baymard, it seemed that they had become mad instead. Yup, those men were the same ones who got electrocuted in Baymard a while back. The guards dragged, pulled and even had to hit them several times before they could successfully haul them out of the room. Holding on to the doors as if their lives depended on it, they still tried their best to narrate their story, while kicking the annoying guards that are trying to pin them down. My lord, we speak nothing but the truth. Please believe us, my lord. City Lord Sanders raised his right hand up, and gestured for the men to be taken away from his sight immediately. Believe them? Only a toddler would believe that ridiculous tale. If it were true, how come he had never heard of it? He had several men close to Riverdale City. So for sure, if such a weapon truly existed, then they would likely find a way to get it to him first. Sanders looked at the buffoons before him in disgust. From their magical story, everyone in the room had naturally assumed that they had branched off somewhere else, instead of completing their mission. This crime alone was more than enough to sentence them to death. But thinking that there were high-ranking knights within the group, Sanders chose to torture them for 30 days as punishment. The next time they lied straight to his face again, he would for sure kill them. Bam. The door had been firmly shut, and those insane men had all been taken to the dungeons. Silence. The hall fell into a state of quietness, and time seemed to slow down immensely. What do you all think of their tales? My lord, I think that it's absurd. Unbelievable, my lord. We haven't heard of such a thing before. The entire thing is nonsensical. Standing before Sanders were 5 of his most trusted knights. My lord, I think that they had been forced to say those things. And if so, then Baron Rogers was most likely the one who told them to do so. Everyone else furrowed their brows, as even if that were true, what could Baron Rogers offer for their men to betray them like this? Sanders fell deep in thought, as he recalled what Baroness Cynthia had told him in private a while back. Everyone thought that Baymard had nothing to offer. But from what she had said, the place had several valuable rocks and ores that could make anyone extremely rich. Were his men tempted by all that, or was there something more to it? My lord, I personally don't think that they would willingly betray us. I think it could be the work of a powerful potion master. One of the knights said. In the entire Pino continent, only 4 renowned apothecaries knew how to make maddening potions. First, they would insert several needles on one's head. and force the victim to drink some sort of potion. Such apothecaries were typically known as dark apothecaries, and were naturally viewed as taboo apothecaries. But even at that, they were extremely valued by men of higher birth. To hire such apothecaries would cost a fortune. But since they assumed that Baron Rogers was in Baymard, and had access to the mineral ores, then without a doubt, he would have the means to sustain such apothecaries. That could be true. But my lord, what if they really did see what they had just described? Another knight asked. Then we must get those weapons no matter what. Regardless, whether their stories are plausible or not. I need people I can trust, to personally go down there and confirm things for themselves. For this trip, I will only permit 2 people to go. Benolio, Herbert. Both of you will leave in 4 days' time. Yes, my lord. Now, based on what those buffoons said, the place would have certain rules for everything to agree on, so follow their rules and do just that. You are to stay there for at most 5 days. While there, find out how many nights they have there, as well as the exact location where Baron Rogers is. I also need you all to find out who is backing him up, as well as what other secrets Baymard is hiding. Yes, my lord. Both men replied in unison, while kneeling in respect before their master. Sanders nodded back, and turned to his other trusted knights. As for you 3, I need you all to ready 2,500 men for battle, just in case we need to take over Baymard for ourselves. Yes, my lord. After rounding up his plans with his men, he immediately cloaked himself, and headed out to see his new mistress, Baroness Cynthia. Darling, you were right to punish them. Even when I was at Baymard with that good-for-nothing ex-husband of mine, we had never heard or seen such a weapon before. So how could it be true? Cynthia said, while massaging Sanders' shoulders. If such a thing really existed, then why would her ex-husband's forces be weak when compared to others? Listening to Sanders, she felt like everything he had said was a complete joke. Darling, forget about all that. What we should focus on, is killing that scum and keeping those mineral ores to ourselves, Cynthia said, while gently kissing the back of Sanders' neck. Of course he wanted the ores. Who wouldn't? Ever since he had found out about them, he had begun to fantasize about having all those mineral ores for himself. And if the city really did have those magical weapons, then he had to get his hands on them too. The more he thought things through, the more determined he was in getting Baymard within his grasps. He rested on the massive bed, with his little seductress in his hands, while dreaming of all the wealth he would soon acquire. His dreams had never been so sweet. Chapter 291 Message delivered. Ximo City, the Empire of Tariq. Within a massive estate which could rival that of any royal palace, several slaves were currently carrying a massive golden carriage, that had beautiful bluish silk curtains all around it. As the hand-carried carriage passed by, all the slaves within the estate gave way, stopped what they were doing, and knelt down, as if a king was passing by. And even though no one could see who was inside it, everyone still had a vague idea about the owner of that massive shadow. What the hell are you all doing? Go faster, you worthless pigs! The voice from inside bellowed. And those that carried the books-like carriage, tried their best to hurry along, while overcoming their tiredness. Their master was indeed on the heavy side. And they had been carrying him for more than 3 hours now. Their shoulders were almost collapsing at this point. Bloody fool, fan me faster! And you, where are my fruits? The voice yelled out again. It's here, master, said another servant, who had been carrying a massive tray of fruits on his head. He walked closer to the silky blue curtains, and soon, a meaty hand that was covered with golden rings, quickly popped out from the curtains, and grabbed onto the apples on the tray. And after a while, all the servants could hear, were a series of chewing noises. But no matter how their bellies grumbled, they knew better than to expect anything from their master. As they continued the usual stroll, they saw a group of knights hastily approach them. "What is it? Is there any reason why you should be disturbing my afternoon stroll?" the man within the carriage yelled. The healer had said that he should walk about from time to time. And he was doing just that. So why in heaven's name were they bothering him now? As if used to their master's screams, the guards bent their heads and waited for their master to let out steam before relaying their message. "Well, what is it, master?" "We just received a letter from our men in Corona." "Here they are, master." "Is that all? Don't we receive messages all the time? Why are you bothering me for this one?" "Nope," Liln screamed, while rudely taking the letters from the knight. "Master, even though we don't know what was written there, the person who delivered them said that it was urgent." Nopline opened up the first one letter, and writing it, he immediately went berserk. Din, 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 din. Needless to say, he had caused the handheld carriage to fall with him inside it as well. And because the slaves had a duty to ease their master's fall, they swiftly placed themselves under the entire metal carriage just before it landed on the ground. Woe betide them, if they came out with no injuries when their master did. The guards quickly got their master out, and literally carried him back. This master of theirs was so lazy, that even walking seemed like a bother to him. Nopline drew in a deep breath, as he tried hard to calm himself down while skimping over the letters for the second time. The first letter came from the city lord of that city, and the second one was the message that Landonably had left for him. Master, both camps in Reginald City have been destroyed by someone with the name of Landonably. And from his note, his humble one had surmised that he was a peasant who had almost been brought into slavery by our men. So he had done this for revenge. The letter from his subordinate was long, as it detailedly covered all the damages that had occurred, as well as how many knights and slaves that they had lost to this abominable fellow. Landonably, Landonably. Nopline muttered to himself. Indeed, the last name, and even the fact that the person had almost been forced into slavery. All shouted peasant. And even when he thought of all the wealthy people within the continent, no one with such a name popped into his head. With how many people tried to curry favors with him daily, it was safe to say that he knew almost everyone who had the capabilities to make big moves within the Pino continent. So, who the hell was Landonably? Just thinking about it made his blood boil. Damn it, he felt like crushing the person to death was his massive body. How dare a peasant attack him? The guards waited patiently for their master to calm down in silence. Whatever was written in that letter was definitely bad news for them. Nopline placed his hand across his chest, and took in several deep breaths. No matter how strong this Landonably fellow thought he was, there was no way that he would be able to deal with him. Who was he? He was one of the most established businessmen in the entire Pino continent. And what did he sell? People, desires and entertainment. His business had been thriving for more than a decade now. And there's no way that a newbie would be able to take him down anytime soon, not to mention that he had inherited this same business from his father and expanded it. He was a well-rooted individual within the continent. Nopline passed the letter on for his trusted aides to read it, while he massaged his temples. Is this the only letter that arrived? Yes, master. This is the only one. Then that's good. This means that the other camps within Corona are still safe for now. Nopline assumed. But unbeknownst to them, within the next few weeks, they would receive 2 other letters, which will counter their assumptions. For now, send someone to investigate this Landonably fellow. I want to know what empire he came from, his entire family history, what his favorite food is, as well as what or who his weaknesses are. Even if he hoes out to poop or drink, I want to know everything about him. Do you hear me? Exclamation mark. Yes, master. Good. And so, the search for a certain Landonably had begun. Chapter 292 Corona's future. Each of you should have a set question and answer sheet in front of you. If anyone is missing anything, please raise your hand up, and I will get to you immediately. Alright. The time is 10:55 a.m. You can start filling your names on your sheets. Today, Herman and his siblings were having their first school examination, and it was for Math 2. Herman quickly wrote his name, his student number, course name, and the date of today on his answer sheet. 11a.m. Flip, flip, flip. A series of pager-turning sounds could be heard from every corner of the classroom. As the students hastily flipped their question sheets open, the room turned into a battlefield, as the students fought against their opponent, Mr. Time. Herman looked at the first question, while rocking himself back and forth. He was anxious hell. And his belly began to grumble from extreme anxiety. He felt like he had ants in his butt, as sitting still seemed like an almost impossible feat at the moment. Calm down. Calm down. You can answer all these questions. Herman told himself, as he began the exam. Flip, flip, flip. As the tiresome battle with time had begun, students could be seen biting the ends of their pencils, chewing the cork of their pens and so on. But as time passed by, everyone's body soon loosened up. And just like that, the exam was finally over. The battle had finally concluded. Please pass your sheets forward, the examiner said. Herman stretched his arms up in the air, and tried to shake off all his tiredness from the whole ordeal. He had been studying hard for the past 2 weeks, and had even pulled all-nighters on several occasions just for his exams. And to be honest, it had drained them completely. Not just him, but all of his siblings as well. They had never experienced such an exam setting like this one. No. It was more like they had never felt such pressure as they did right now. In truth, they were much more impressed with the school system here. They had learned about things that they never knew existed, like multiplication and division. And while they had serious classes daily, they also had fun ones, like gym class, and arts and craft. All in all, they thought that Baymad's school system was much better compared to Corona. Herman quickly got up, and rushed over to his siblings and his new friends. Now, they were going to meet little Momo and Linda for lunch. As he walked with the others, he couldn't help but want to treasure these moments. For the first time in his life, he felt like he could control his own destiny all by himself. He had made up his mind that when his education was completed, he would help his eldest cousin in running Corona. He wanted to create jobs and opportunities for the citizens as well. He gripped the pen in his pocket firmly, as he felt sheer excitement from thinking about the future. As His Majesty Landon had always said, education was power. And with great power, came great responsibilities. Of course, Herman wasn't the only one who was enjoying his stay here in Baymard. Not too far away from the school, was the hospital. Ha, old fool. You are clearly cheating. How is ludicrous a word? It's a word, I tell ya. He. You can look at the Baymardian dictionary, if you'd like. But if you do, you'll lose your turn. Damn it, you bloody cheater. Grandpa Adrian was currently enjoying his time playing Scrabble with his new friends. Yup. The old man had made a ton of new friends when he was still recovering from his surgery. He had been discharged 2 weeks ago, but had chosen to join the hospital senior programs. Which required him to come 2 days a week. With these programs, they would massage his legs and body for blood circulation, show him the proper sports activities he should be doing at his age and so on. Plus, the thing he liked most about these programs was that it was similar to school. He would sit up with people around his age, and they would talk, play, and do all sort of activities together. The whole experience made him feel young again. With his wife dead, and his children and grandchildren having their own duties and families, he had no one to really chat with around his age. Sure, he had close friends in Corona, But they were usually too busy as well. They had their wives, grandchildren and families to worry about. And to make matters worse, when he was around them, they would still talk to him as if he were a king. Fine. They respected him. But having people continuously treat you with extreme prospect or caution for the past 60 years was downright annoying. The issue was that his friends had all aided him in governing Corona at a certain time. And now, they all saw him as a wise leader, someone to be revered. And what not. Sometimes, they would still call him commander. Even at this age. But here, these old folks didn't care about his bloody status. They joked with him, patted his back while laughing, and even teased him here and there, especially the Three Musketeers and the Fantastic Seven. He found them to be hilarious. In essence, having people treat him like himself made him not feel lonely anymore. Hence he had decided that even if he left, he would come to Baymard once a year to see all of them again. It has been close to 2 months now, and he had already bonded with a ton of them, as well as played board games like bingo, chess and Scrabble, as well as card games like Old Maid with his new friends. Time sure did fly by fast, when one was having fun. Adrian looked at the Scrabble board in front of him, and swiftly looked at the number of letters he had at hand. Look. He's stuck. Ha 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 ha. I knew I would win this match. You? Win, please. Can't you see that I have more points than you do? And compared to you all, I'm a veteran at this game. So there's no way that I won't be the winner. As Adrian listened to their endless bragging, a smile slowly crept onto his face. And soon, he made his move. Queer. 63 points. Silence. Everyone around the board counted the points twice just to be sure. Ha 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 ha. I win. Damn. It's because you had Q all along. Good play. But you know, you were just lucky this time. He. Next time, I'll wipe your ass clean with my moves. Oh? Bring it on, Grandpa. Hey, who are you calling Grandpa? I'll have you know that I'm turning 25 this year. You? 25? Dream on, bro. If you're 25, then I'm 16. Ha 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 ha. Underscore. Chapter 293 Corina's future too. As Adrian passed his time with his new companions, Carmelo, Baron Hamilton and Duke Richard, and the rest of the men, were all going through hell in the name of training. Move, 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 move. Din, 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 din. Carmelo and the guys were now having a crash course of what Baymard could offer their knights. No. Their new Coronian soldiers. They had been given training schedules and class schedules to attend. And right off the bat, they had to admit that Baymard's training methods were way superior to theirs. Damn. From waking them up early in the morning, to having them do field exercises, their entire life seemed to have speeded up a bit. They had realized that everything here was done very fast. If our supervisor said he wanted them to do something in 3 minutes, then they had to do just that, or get punished. Carmelo and the rest could still remember how they had been punished in their first day in camp. The bell rang, and by the time their supervisor came, some of them hadn't even worn their boots or shirts yet. They were asked to run around the field as punishment, as well as do push-ups, frog jumps and so on. The punishment seemed like nothing, but after the early morning training, it slowly started to feel like torture. And to make matters worse, due to the punishment that day, they came late for breakfast and missed it altogether. But they did buy snacks and ate while heading to their classrooms. Their first few days here were miserable, but after that, they began to adjust themselves to the fast-paced lifestyle. And now, they had fully integrated into the place. In essence, they had now fully understood why Baymard soldiers were so well disciplined and time-conscious. Of course, they were required to stay in the academy from Monday to Friday, and then go home from Saturday to Sunday. This way, They could also spend time with their wives as well. Looking at how the Baymardian soldiers never complained when their supervisors yelled or ushered them during training, they couldn't help but wonder how their own Coronian knights would react to all this as well. In the end, whether it would be hell or heaven for them. One thing was certain: after the whole ordeal, the knights would definitely become stronger, combat ready, and more disciplined than ever before. And this was the ultimate goal. Private Carmelo, Private Hamilton, here are your examination results, said their supervisor. Since this was a trail training, Landon had wanted them to get the full experience. So rather than waiting for 6 months and so on, like the Coronian knights who would come in future, they had their exams now. And coupled with all their years of training and experience, Landon felt like it wouldn't be too hard for them to pass the exams. Carmelo, Hamilton, Richard and the rest quickly took their report cards anxiously. Hamilton felt like he would die if he failed any of the courses. Sure, he knew that he had lost his test match with Carmelo, and he was okay with a failed mark in that course. But that was before he held his report booklet in his hands. Carmelo as well knew that he didn't do too well with the rock climbing class, so he too was sweating buckets. In fact, everyone dared not open their report cards, as they all thought of their mistakes. I can't take it anymore, Hamilton yelled out in frustration, as he quickly opened his report booklet while closing one of his eyes in fear. He peeked through the first report there, which showed all the subjects and what grade he got, as well as his overall performance grade. And soon, he opened both eyes and screamed out in joy. Ha 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 ha, I passed. And from the looks of it, I had a B grade in the combat class too, he yelled, while patting Carmelo's back excitedly. What? You actually passed the combat class? But didn't you lose to me? Well, it's a pass, but it's still a B grade. Pew. You probably have an A+ grade in the course. But how did they determine the grade? Look. On several other sheets, they explain why I had the grade. Reflex, exhibiting right moves, _ As Carmelo and the rest listened on, they felt like maybe there was still hope for them after all. Very quickly, everyone opened up their report booklets too. I passed as well, and I got a B in rock climbing, Carmelo yelled delightfully. His entire bones were soaked with happiness. As he closed his eyes and tried to savor the moment, he gripped the booklet in his hands, and tried his best to not run back home to his family. He felt like a little boy, as he truly wanted to give his dad his report card. Carmelo, Dad, I passed. Adrian, but why do you have a B grade in this one? Carmelo, _ While the men were busy training their asses out, their wives had all found full-time jobs as well. Carmelo's first wife, Megara, worked as a park ranger, while his second wife, Athena, worked at the ranch. As for Duchess Mina, she worked with the nursery and babysitting company, while Santa's sisters worked with the gardening company. The women were more than pleased to work as well, as they followed Mother Kim's example. In their minds, if the Queen Mother could work, then there was nothing belittling about it. And in truth, they felt. What was the word again? Yes, independent. It was refreshing to know that if they wanted anything, they could just buy it with their own money. Asking their husbands for everything all the time was somewhat embarrassing. Even when they wanted to give out money to their friends, they had to get that same money from their husbands. But now, working hard made them realize the importance of independence. That's why they had decided that when they got back to Corona, rather than staying indoors all day long doing nothing, they could instead create more job opportunities for housewives as well. They had decided to start off by organizing a nursery and baby care center first. This way, the women would have time off their hands to do other jobs around and support the families as well. Of course, their newly recruited staff would have to be trained properly. Before they began their new business venture, they would also implement a lot of safety procedures just like how Baymard did theirs. This way, no one could just come and take another one's baby, toddler or kid just like that. They wanted it to be perfect, hence they had decided to consult the creator of the whole nursery idea, Landon. Just thinking about their future plans made them feel like they were making history for women. Times were indeed changing. As the gang waited for Santa's return, everyone had slowly envisioned Corona's future in the next years to come. They felt like they had been blessed with the rare opportunity to personally make a change, and they sure as hell were going to take it. They had all been waiting for His Majesty Landon's return. And luckily for them, he was just around the corner. On the open seas around Arcadina. Landon looked at the shores which seemed like a toy from afar, and smiled. Home sweet home. Chapter 294. The changes in Baymard. Time passed by fast, and in a blink of an eye, December had arrived, and a lot had changed. Santa had come, brought the treaty and left with the gang. Right at this moment, some parts of Corona had received the goods, like mattresses and so on, while others had not. So Santa had brought 12 of his Coronian merchant friends along with him, and each of them had brought at least 3 ships for the trip. They had planned to make numerous trips starting from now, until all goods were properly circulated around every corner within their empire. As for the people around the capital, they had already begun hearing about Baymard, as the first goods that Santa had previously taken were all sent there. Every Baymardian item had the words, "Made in Baymard" on them, so it was pretty hard for them to not know where the goods came from. They had their winter jackets, socks, scarves and so on with them, as well as warm blankets and bedding materials as well. Santa's plan was to take care of Corona first, before sending out goods to his other stores within other empires. And with the way things were going, slowly but surely, Baymard's excellence would soon spread out of Corona as well. Now, since the children were staying here for school, Carmelo and his gang had gotten one of the largest luxury villas within District H. That district was closer to King's Landing, and used to be for visa approvals and check-ins. But now, it was converted into a residential area for foreigners. Carmelo had decided that this villa would be their official residence within Baymard. And due to the fact that the children had 6 to 8 more years before reaching 15 and completing their education, their request to own the property for that period of time was approved. But it was done step by step. Typically, leases would be signed based on how long one's visa permits them to be here. But if one wanted to keep any home for a longer period of time, they would need proof. So in Carmelo's case, every year, once they paid the children's fees, they would have to bring the receipts before they could renew the lease for the villa. And the good thing was that the lease had the option of paying for services, like cleaning, gardening, and even hiring guards from Baymard to look after the property. So of course, Carmelo chose that option, and paid a hefty price for it. Now, since the children would be staying in that huge villa while studying, Carmelo had left 10 other royal guards with his nieces and nephews for the meantime. And as a legal guardian, his other niece, Regina, who was his brother's 17-year-old daughter, had opted to stay behind as well. Scratch that. She had wrestled with her own siblings, just for the position. And with that, Santa and his gang had left Baymard for good. And with the treaty in his hands, Landon had now completed 2 out of 4 side missions. He notarized the documents and placed them away. And to commemorate the treaty, Landon had requested for an embassy building to be built for Corona. He had also decided to build a statue of himself and Penelope shaking hands in future, so as to symbolize their treaty. But for now, since Corona didn't have any visa system yet, the embassy would be for the Coronians. There, they would receive and confirm any news about their empire. If a war broke out there, and they wanted to confirm anything. The embassy was the right place for them to visit. Also, the ambassadors in the embassy were also there to discuss all political and economical concerns or requests between Corona and Arkadina. So if Corona ever needed help, the ambassador could seek an audience with Landon and state his request. The list went on for what could be done there, as even criminal transfers would be discussed too, since it was in the treaty. And for the ambassadors, of course, they would arrive when the Coronian knights arrived as well, which was sometime around late winter to early spring. And when they arrived, they would be coming with Her Majesty, Queen Penelope. As for those who previously went out on missions, the last group had just arrived with the new refugees. That meant that Landon had successfully dealt with Noplin's camps in Arkadina. So of course, he gave those who returned a well-deserved break with 1 month off military duties. But while they were resting, he sent several new groups out to Deiphorus and Yoden. And this time, Lucius and Threy were amongst. In short, Lucius had practically stated that he was going, and that was that. He wanted to test out the weapons on real enemies, as well as get back on the field once again. So with Lucius out, that meant that Landon was grounded in Baymard till further notice. Well, for now, they would have to push his wedding date for summer of next year. Lucius and Mother Kim were already engaged, and their wedding had previously been arranged for spring of next year. But with the mission, Lucius might only come back in summer. In Landon's mind, Mother Kim had to be married before him. And fast. With the way Alex Barn was, if he found out about Baymard's success, who knew if the fool would shamefully claim that Mother Kim was still his concubine? Yes, they did end everything, and had even annulled their marriage. Everyone knew that. But someone as shameless as Alec would probably use devious means to acquire Baymard's fortune and power. Hence, thinking up till here, his mother had to marry fast, at least with a new husband. Alec wouldn't even dream of using that approach. As for the new refugees who had just been rescued, Landon had truly reaped a massive number of them this time around. He had gained hundreds of bags filled with seeds, 357 caged animals, 820 stallion horses, and a ton of coins that could fill up 7 wagons. And all this came from all 5 underground pleasure camps. As for how many refugees he had acquired from all 5 training camps, and all 5 underground pleasure camps, they were 34,091 new refugees to be exact. Needless to say, Landon started working on several new projects at once. With the zoo being completed, he had placed all animals in their new homes, as well as trained the new slaves on how to take care of each animal. And once their training was completed, the zoo would finally be opened for business, which would be around late winter as well. Aside from that, Landon had also opened up a law school and court system. Just because Landon never mentioned it, didn't mean that conflicts didn't happen regularly. For sure, disagreement was part and parcel of human nature. But it was just that there were certain laws that everyone had to abide on. Even though Landon had said that killing the innocent was bad, that didn't mean that some of his people wouldn't do it. Psychos could always emerge, as there was no such thing as a perfect society. Hence, Landon had to be prepared for the worst. Plus, a court system was also important in judging foreigners as well. They would be given a lawyer, and all the rights that one should have while being in custody. Court cases would be used for anything, so far as one was suing. But for now, since there weren't many cases to begin with, only 100 people were trained for these roles. Adding to all these changes, Baymard had just welcomed its first cab company as well, and it was booming. With the current population of 131,954 people, even though some of them had their cars, and still used public transport, a good chunk of them preferred to use cabs, as it was somewhat private and faster than public transportation. Also, if one was running late to work or missed the bus, Cans were truly a lifesaver to them. Hence the business was in high demand ever since it started 3 weeks ago. Yup. All this time, the slaves had been learning how to drive, as well as getting themselves acquainted with most of the roads within Baymard, while using Baymard's public map. And now, the company had officially begun business. In short, Baymard had fallen into a state of busyness, as the year was finally coming to an end. Riverdale City, Arcadina. 2 rooms for the night. Standing within a musty old inn, were 2 burly men. They had been traveling for 4.5 months now, and finally, they had arrived at Riverdale City. Do you think that he's dead? He might be. But there's a high chance that he was turned into a slave as well. Nonetheless, Master wants us to rescue him. So we will do just that. Tomorrow, we'll head out to Baymard. Chapter 295. A Tiger Pretending to be a Lamb. 3. The season was soon coming to an end, and the late autumn breeze gently carried the brownish-colored leaves into the air, as it spiraled them about playfully. It was the magic of the hour. The sun's golden rays warmly peeked out through the somewhat golden-colored trees. Most of the trees were bald, as many of their leaves had been blown away by the season. It was 10 a.m., and 2 men on horseback could be seen making their way towards Baymard. And as they rode, the cold crisp air blew past them, and rustled up their hair, as well as left tiny leaves on them while they journeyed on. Today, these men would begin their rescue mission. Gallop, gallop. The men rode undeterred, and soon, they saw Baymard's massive walls. And instantly, their state of cautiousness seemed to have multiplied to an enormous degree. This was enemy territory after all. But upon entering through the city gates, they were immediately taken aback. In essence, they had been prepared to have several arguments with the enemy's guards about access into the city, but who knew that the people would even welcome them with open arms? Something wasn't right here. Were these people enemies or not? Didn't the reports say that Eli and his team had taken over Baymard? Please. They knew Eli, and all these sort of people couldn't have come from him. To know one's leader is to know how his army would be under him. Or was this a new diversion tactic? Tyrants typically had crazed subordinates, and vice versa. Just by looking at the strange unique clothes of these enemy knights, the men were even sure that it couldn't have been Eli. So the question was, who were these people? And what did they want in Arcadina? More specifically, what did they do to Landon? Of course, the people's attitudes weren't the only things that struck them numb. Brock, is this real? Tyler asked. Why? Yeah, I think it is. Brock replied, while looking at the tall magnificent glass building before him. It took them a few seconds for their brains to register what they were seeing, as even though it was right before their eyes, something kept telling them that it was a mirage. It had to be. Goddammit. Just how rich were the enemies? Even someone like Alec Barn could only afford 12 glass doors with all his wealth. But these people could. Looking at how wealthy their enemies were, they couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. This could definitely be bad for their master. Brum. The magic doors opened all by itself. And out of reflex, they quickly backed away from the door and drew out their swords. Sling. They were taking no chances. Bam. The door closed again like magic, as the men had already backed away from it. Staring at this shocking new portal, the men's hearts raced profoundly, as if it would fly out of their chests any moment from now. Brock. How did the door open on its own? I think that this might be sorcery. Yeah, it's definitely a trap. But if we back it now, wouldn't we look even more suspicious? Right. Do you think that we'll make it out alive again? No matter what, brother, we have just one choice right now. HMHM. Ready when you are. Both men braced themselves for a full minute, before running in through the portal at full speed. Bam. The doors opened and closed again. And soon, the men were in. But their initial battle stance quickly died down as soon as they stepped through the portal. Welcome to Baymard _ dot. Looking at the polite staff before them, the men began to feel a little shameful. Just kill them now. How embarrassing. Luckily, the workers didn't laugh or looked down on them, and continued the conversation as if nothing happened at all. Please follow me, and I'll get your visa application started. Visa application? What was that? The men inwardly asked, as they had never heard of such a thing before. For sure, two separate staff members could have separately handled the procedures for each of them. But of course, since they wanted to stick together, they chose to stay at the same place. So Tyler went forward first, while Brock sat on the waiting seats. They were questioned on their purpose for coming here, as well as asked to sign and agree to all of Baymard's rules and regulations. The staff members did their best to explain the punishments for a majority of the crimes, lest someone dares to claim that they had no idea about those. Excuse me, but who is your master? Tyler asked curiously. Master? You mean leader? Yes. Yes. That's exactly who I meant. Ah. Well, our leader is His Majesty Landon Barn _ Excuse me, but could you repeat that again? I think I misheard you for a moment, Tyler said, as he realized that he must have surely had wax in his ears. Or had he just been thinking about the mission so much, so that he was hearing Landon's name everywhere he went? Yes. Our king's name is His Majesty Landon Barn. Any problem? _ After finding out that the leader was the same person they were here to save, both men turned completely silent for a while. How was that even possible? How could someone who left with 330 knights and a few gold coins own all of these? No. They had to confirm it for themselves. After all, seeing is believing. They completed their check-in process in shock, as they kept receiving numerous surprises altogether. Tyler, taste this. So tasty. Here, taste mine. This one is called Fruitopia. Look, they call this a pen, and it even has the city's name printed on it. Just how did they do it? _ The men waited for their bus in excitement, as they went about all the stores within the land port. They acted like tourists who had just arrived in Greece for the first time. One could hear several ohs and ahs from them every now and then. It was like they were watching some sort of show, as they excitedly passed through the shops. Wait. The mission. This could be their way of distracting us, right? We have to stay strong and complete. The men hadn't even finished talking yet, when they saw the bus arriving. Forget it. They ran out towards it like 5-year-old children. No one they knew was here, so why not let loose? Those were the thoughts of people who had almost promised to stay in control. Good morning. May I have your tickets, please? The men quickly shoved it into the conductor's hands and walked into the moving carriage with their mouths wide open. They continued to walk in a daze, until they finally took their seats. And when their butts touched the soft cushions, they felt like they could melt away at any moment. Nothing was softer. Horses were hard, and so were carriage seats that used cloth. But this one felt so soft, as it cushioned their butts ever so gently. And even though they had previously sat on cushioned seats at the land port, they still expected the carriage to have hard seats. So this was definitely a pleasant surprise to them. As the bus left King's Landing, they had been given several documents like brochures, entertainment map, and so on. And by the time they had reached their hotel and checked in, they had gotten somewhat of a rundown of Baymard's history. Apparently, all these came from the brain of this Landon Barn. If that were true, then Alec Barn was the biggest fool ever. Having Landon was like having a national treasure. This sort of person could improve and develop any empire's economy and power. Within their hotel, they had jumped on the soft mattress beds like 5 times already, as well as stared at the lights for more than 4 minutes too. And one wouldn't be able to imagine how many times they had turned the tap on and off. How could running water flow just like that? And it could even turn hot on its own? At this point, they had immense respect towards Landon. That is, if he were truly the king here. What do you think? Tyler asked, while eating the most delicious meal ever, pizza. Do you even need to ask? This place is heaven. I agree. But how do we confirm the identity of their king? It's not like we'll just see him around just like that, right? Wait. It says here that they'll be holding something called Christmas on December 7th. That's only 3 days from now, so let's wait till then. The men visited the mall, the go-kart racing track, skating ring and so many other entertainment sites. And soon, they had experienced their first Christmas holiday as well. It was truly touching and breathtaking to say the least. Looking at the happy people that came around and sang Christmas carols, they couldn't help but feel the holiday spirit as well. The people exchanged gifts under the biggest decorated tree that they had ever seen. And some even did something called a proposal to their new fiancés too. They clapped and cheered, alongside everyone else. And just like that, they had ended up spending an entire week in Baymard. Their mission was somewhat completed, as they had seen and verified that Landon was indeed the king of Baymard. At the end of their stay, they bought several pens, books and other small items. Before heading out, they had to quickly tell their master all that they had seen here. And buying some of these goods would only support their claims even more. More importantly, they had to let their master know that the reports were wrong. The supposedly weak bastard prince was definitely a tiger pretending to be a lamb. And to think that they had come here to rescue him. What a joke. But even though they didn't think that Landon was a foe, that decision would be left for their master to figure out. For now, they had to get to their master quickly. Chapter 296 New Canned Foods. Your Majesty, here are the overall statistics, said Councillor Gregory, from the Council of Agriculture. Landon took the documents and quickly looked at the pie chart before him, and well as several other tables and charts. What about the tomatoes and fish? Are the sales any better compared to last month's? Landon had realized that even with a population increase, some foods still caused them to make losses. Take for example fish. With the new fishing ships, one could carry thousands of fish at once. And even though Baymard's population was over 100,000, after the goods hit the market, they still had too many excesses left behind, as not everyone enjoyed fish. And within this time frame, they had just been keeping the fish frozen for months in the freezers. One could deep freeze fish for 1012 months at best. But for Landon, he didn't want the industries or marketplaces to have so much useless stock at hand. So he had come up with another way to get rid of the excesses. Your Majesty, so what do we do about the excesses? Don't worry. By the end of this month, we'll start producing several new items, Landon said, while circling some information on the documents. Of course Landon had been monitoring the excess problems since August. That was why he asked the construction workers to construct and equip several new and old buildings within the food industry. And even though construction was completed a while back, he wanted to see Baymard's consumption rate of these goods were. With the addition of the new refugees. Looking at everything now, even with the winter coming, Baymard would still have several excesses as well. For food like tomatoes, they could only grow well during hot climates. Of course they could still do so in the winter, but the yields would be devastatingly low. Nonetheless, with the addition of 19 more massive greenhouses around and within the food industry, this wasn't an issue anymore, as the greenhouse mimicked the ever-sunny weather of the summer. Hence leaving Baymard would roughly about the same yield that it had during hot climates. So with all these greenhouses, foods that could only grow in hot climates, were also planted there as well. And with Baymard's growing population, The people and markets needed to constantly be stocked. So greenhouses were definitely a must. Your Majesty, as we currently lost over thousands of rotten tomatoes per month. If we can minimize these losses, then that would be perfect. Gregory said agreeably. If some of the tomatoes were packaged, this would reduce how much would be put into the market. And in turn, reduce the losses from rotting and so on. I've decided that we'll start by selling 60% of these raw goods to the market, while the other 40% will be used to make these packaged goods. And if the market needs more or less than what is given to them, then we'll increase or decrease the percentage depending on their demands. Brilliant, Your Majesty. Oh right. We also have their _. Landon's meeting continued for another 35 minutes. And when he was done, he had decided to head towards the food industry. With the statistics he had just received, it was better for them to start making these goods immediately. After all, aside from all the missions the system gave him, his main priority was always to advance this place to at least Earth's standard. And this included food as well, so he might as well hop to it. Landon and Lior discussed their plans moving forward. And 2 days later, there were several ads in the newspapers about all the jobs they were offering concerning these new industry departments. It also detailed all the positions they wanted, what the pay would be for each position, and so on. A week and a half later, interviews were held at one of the halls within a multi-purpose building in the upper region. As this was already December, school had already ended during late November. So of course, a lot of graduates applied immediately. And even the refugees who had previously been hospitalized for 12 months, due to their injuries at the estates, had also applied for the positions as well, as they were now free and jobless. The interviews continued on for another 1.5 weeks. And by January 5th, several letters were sent out to those who made it, telling them to come to work on the 12th, 16th, 19th, 23rd, 27th and 31st of the month, depending on what their assigned departments were. Essentially, Landon wanted to make 6 main goods: canned tuna, canned sardines, canned tomato paste, canned crushed tomatoes, ketchup and canned beef stew. Thinking about it up to here, these products would also be good for those out of Baymard as well. If someone was really hungry, they could just take out a can of beef soup, sardines and tomatoes, and come up with a proper meal. Plus, even back on Earth, these cans were like 99 cents. So of course in Baymard, they would also have to be ridiculously cheap as well. Maybe 2 cans for 1 copper coin, depending on the can's size and product quantity inside. This way, even the peasants out of Baymard could afford to eat a proper meal, rather than paying 3 to 5 copper coins for bread. With that same amount, they could get 6 to 10 cans of food, which wouldn't expire anytime soon, as most of the canned goods would expire in a year or more. As for how healthy these canned foods were, Landon had paid the system a ton of points, just to get a proper modified version of how the goods were supposed to be made, as opposed to how Earth made them. Hence, they were perfectly healthy now. Time flew by fast, and the letters of appointment were sent out. And soon, the day had come. It was January 15th, 1026. Today, the new employees would begin training for tuna manufacturing. Chapter 297. New canned foods. The new recruits were all lined up and dressed in their proper safety attires. They were formally introduced to Chief Lior, and 8 other new supervisors, who would oversee work at every key point within the production line. Of course Landon wasn't there, as he had already trained the supervisors for the past 2 months on how to work on each production line. Hence he wasn't needed anymore. To start off, they were given a briefing about safety procedures, hazards and zones within the buildings as well as asked to answer several safety Q&As and take a brief health test within the work clinic. And when they were done, They proceeded by having a grand tour of their new workplace. With all those initial steps done, it was time for the workers to finally get down to business. Alright. From the schedule roster posted on the staff board. By now, you all know which point on the production line you'll be working on for these next 2 weeks. So those in Zone 1, please stand behind Supervisor Edward. As for those in Zone 2, please stand behind Supervisor Page. The sorting continued for another 15 minutes. And soon, the chief supervisor had properly placed everyone behind their zone leaders. With that, they quickly dispersed, and Chief Supervisor Morris, and Supervisor Jim, quickly followed those placed in Zone 1 to their station on the first floor. Now, before they began, they further broke down the zone into different subsectors. As there was too much to accomplish fast, chun, chun, chun. The workers all heard the sounds of several trucks pulling over, while giving off a weird beeping sound. Mia looked at the truck and felt a little bit nervous. She had been hospitalized for a while now after her surgery, so this was her first job in Baymard. Needless to say, ever since she had arrived here, she had been utterly shocked by everything around her. Forget it. Even the hospital she was at was something she had never seen in her entire life. The beds were soft, the food was too heavenly, and everything just felt like she was in another world. But the one thing that she wanted to do was work. Everyone within the hospital spoke about their jobs merrily, but she, on the other hand, had none. So you best believe that when she got discharged, she used up most of the money that was given by His Majesty when they got rescued, to get an apartment. And from there, she kept on looking for jobs in the newspapers daily. And the rest was history. The fishes had been dropped onto the conveyor belts. In this job, one needs to be fast. So please, gather around and watch what we're doing. Well, explain along the way. Mia quickly followed along on what the supervisors were saying, and gave her all in doing her job as well. The job was fast-paced, and not too strenuous, which came as somewhat of a surprise to her. She had initially thought that it would entail sitting in an office or so, like how those at the banks or the stores do. But this couldn't be blamed on her, as she didn't know how jobs in the lower region were like. But nonetheless, she appreciated the job even more, as she felt somewhat special, since she was working within Baymard's secret area. And heavens, when her first pay came through, she felt like throwing a party with her newfound friends. She had never earned so much in just 2 weeks before this. Ha 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 ha. She felt like a millionaire! As she wanted to shop till she dropped. But of course, she wasn't stupid. She quickly kept 50% of her income for any bills now or in the future, 25% for emergencies. And the last 25% was definitely for having fun and shopping. From what she had heard from a lot of her friends, this was what they did as well. Now, she could pay for her driving lessons, save up for a car, and properly treat herself. She was a 16-year-old orphan after all, and she bloody well had needs too. But for sure, the first thing she bought were the tuna cans. As one of the workers there, she felt like it would only be right for her to taste her own work of art. She quickly turned on her new radio to BBC Radio 3, and patiently waited for the program to come on. From the station's weekly schedule brochure, tuna cooking show be coming up any minute from now. Of course, stations that told news couldn't be as detailed as those that focused on beauty, food, stories or lifestyle, as news was always changing. For those ones, the people only knew the times that local and international news would be said. But they didn't know what the news actually entailed. Mia sat patiently in her kitchen, while looking over the ingredients again. As per the guide's instructions, she would need green onions, oil, tuna, and the list went on. She looked at her time again, and soon, her eyes lit up, and she dashed for the electric cooker with the radio in her hand. Good evening to you all, and welcome to Cooking 101, and I'm your host for the evening, Sel Gramalto. Chop, chop. We don't have time to waste, of course. Now, begin by washing your ingredients first. Remember, hygiene is everything. Mia hurriedly followed the instructions, as he washed up her green onions and peppers. And when she was done, she held up the knife just as instructed, and tried her best to evenly out the ingredients as well. Like Miss Cecilia from the radio had said, they shouldn't be too large or too thin for this particular meal. Now, evenly spread an oil of your choice on your frying pan, and keep it at a medium temperature. Again, Mia quickly followed along, turned on the electric cooker, and heated the oil up for a bit, and soon, she opened her can, drained off some of the juices within it, and poured the ingredients onto her frying pan, just as the voice had said. Chai. The oil sizzled, and the sensational aroma quickly filled the entire kitchen up. She followed the Cecilia's voice again, and placed the spices, peppers and so on, onto the dishes. Qua. Everything was coming together well, with the aromas from each ingredient perfectly blending with each other in harmony. Mia's belly grumbled slightly, as she kept on swirling her masterpiece in the frying pan. Needless to say, after placing everything onto her plate, she quickly dived in like a starved animal. Excellent, she couldn't help but exclaim in pride at her own masterpiece. It wasn't just her who was enjoying this sort of delicacy as well. All across Bay Mard, men and women had hurriedly listened to the radio and followed the recipes handed down to them. Some of them also looked forward to working with the sardines and tomato pastes too. And so, Bay Mard had welcomed its first canned foods, 5 canned foods, as well as ketchup. Chapter 298. Bay Mard's growing popularity. February 2nd had come, and Bay Mard had suddenly become full with numerous visitors from Corona. Everyone was extremely curious about this place, especially the nobles of Corona. And from the stories that went around, the place was depicted as heaven, as people couldn't believe that water could flow out from a metal stick whenever one wanted, or that the people that didn't use fire as light. The crewmen from all their ships that had visited Bay Mard ever since it officially opened had been narrating their exciting tales in this mysterious city. Not to talk about the guards, as well as the noble women who came with Santa previously. Bay Mard was like a designated touristic or vacation spot to them, and they had spread out its glory with their numerous tales as well. And since January of this year, Bay Mard had been welcoming a ton of people from Corona, with both the poor and rich coming here. And with the talk of the public school, most people who could afford to chose to send their children there to study. As for those who couldn't, when they heard about all the student work programs, they in turn smiled gleefully in joy. They had learned that the next semester would start in April, so they had planned to be there sometime in March with their children, so as to get there on time, and prepare their children for school. They had also heard that if one's child was registered here, then they as parents would be permitted to find a job around Bay Mard as well. This was definitely an option they were looking to invest in. It was also said that once a Coronian child finished schooling here, their services would be highly needed in Corona. From the looks of it, they would be the new pillars that would lead Corona into its new era. This point was the most important one of all. So whether poor or not, how could anyone pass up that opportunity to make their children's future shine brightly? In their minds, their kids had already been admitted into the public school. As for those who were already adults, when they heard about the Culinary and Bartending Academy, as well as the Law Academy that was open to all, they immediately chose to sign up for those in the spring. The first semester for both academies was in May. So many people had already noted down the dates in their minds, as they had been studying hard to get in, because unlike the public school, they had heard that this ones were the hardest of all. So only those who pass their entrance exams, would be able to attend. Hence, people from ages 15 to even 50 had been studying their asses off for this grand opportunity. Even at 50, everyone wanted to leave their mark in Corona, as well as better their families' lives. Hadadadadadadada. The buzzing sounds of people talking, smoking, exclaiming and laughing could be heard from all corners within Baymard's coastal check-in port. It was a complete contrast to the almost quiet port several months ago. And when looking on the streets of Baymard, now, one could easily see people walking around pointing, screaming and walking excitedly. Even the public buses and trains. Looking at the progress rate, Landon knew that soon the rest of the Pino continent would turn its eyes on Baymard. Riverdale City, Arcadina. So it's true. Marder looked at his spies in shock. He had just sent them to Baymard to find out about the situation there. He felt like they should have settled down properly, and were now ready to allow people to trespass on their territory. After all, the last people he sent there had all turned out to be mad. So with several months passing by, he now felt like it was time to know more about his new neighbors. My lord, we didn't see any so-called weapon that would make one shake. But my lord, judging from how extraordinary the place was, it's highly probable that they would have such weapons. Gasps. Marder sucked in his breath in shock. How was that even possible? My lord, these are the things that we got from there, said one of the men, as he handed over a pack of noodles, 2 spices, 4 sardines, 3 pens, 2 notebooks, and a bottle of wine. In truth, it could have been more, but they ate most of the goods away. Marder's eyes bulged outwards, as he looked at the items before him. Soon, the men began to narrate how they had used these items in Baymard. And after cooking up noodles and giving it to their lord, Marder bit into the food, and floated away in bliss. He followed up by tasting the wine, and was completely stupefied. What was this food? It was the best thing that he had ever eaten since he was born. After eating, he quickly used the pen and book before him, and couldn't help but nod in appreciation. And at this point, so many questions popped into Marder's head. How did they get glass to make the bottle? How come their own ink is different from what he knew of? Wasn't ink supposed to be a mixture of charcoal, blood and other minute substances? How come theirs felt and looked so light and clean compared to his? Looking at everything before him, Marder just had one thought, and that was to conquer Baymard. With his army properly reformed, and from the reports from his spies about Baymard, he felt very confident in owning the place. As he sat there listening to his men's tales about Baymard, his mind slowly began drifting into his own fantasies, and they were all about Baymard. Prajdan City, Arcadina. Bah! A majestically crafted silver door was pushed open, and in came 12 men. Boom, 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 boom. They marched forward until they were just in front of their lord, before kneeling down in respect. My lord, they exclaimed. Are the men prepared? My lord. We're all good to go. One of the men replied. Good. Well, set out first thing tomorrow. Yes, my lord. They all replied. As soon as they left, City Lord Sanders leaned back in his throne, and let out a crooked smile, as he envisioned his upcoming victory. A few months back, he had sent 2 of his men to Baymard to find Baron Rogers. Long story short, even though Rogers was dead, the things that they brought from Baymard, as well as the stories he had heard, had all made him want Baymard even more. Baymard was only a 3-week journey from his city, so for sure, his spies already came back ages ago. And all this time, he had been regrouping and calling most of his secret and elite forces for the job. He unhurriedly walked towards his balcony, and looked around his territory in great pride. Judging from the number of guards around, as well as all the things that his spies had heard. Baymard should have about 5,000 knights in total. This number was definitely nothing to him. But of course, his spies had estimated Baymard's power from how many security guards and policemen were around the city. So they were definitely off the mark. For Sanders, a place without a knighthood academy was definitely weak. No matter how he looked at it, these Baymardians were stupid TK enough that they could progress without knights. Even if they had a magical metal stick that could make someone wet themselves, so what? If he used sheer numbers to push them into a corner, then they would be doomed. And with the help of the snow powder he had just purchased, he was sure that he would blast them away with his own magic as well. As Sanders looked at his busy knights below who were training tirelessly, he couldn't help but hum loudly from excitement. Soon, the land of milk and honey would all be his. Of course, Sanders and Marder weren't the only ones who were shocked by Baymard's progress rate as well. Unknown secret hideout somewhere in Arcadina. A young man was currently eating dinner at one of his secret hideouts, with several of his men, when suddenly, someone walked to his side and whispered something into his ears. "They've arrived, young master." The young man, "Good. Usher them into my chambers, and send them some food too." "As you wish, young master." The meal continued, and when the young man was done, he calmly made his way to his bedroom chambers. "We humble ourselves before you, young master," said two men, who were currently bowing before their master. "Tyler, Brock. Welcome." "So tell me, is what you write true?" William asked curiously. "It's true, young master. And to prove it, we've brought several items here as well." 25 minutes later, they had literally downloaded everything they had seen, as well as explained how to use several of the goods they had brought back as well. Ha 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 underscore. William laughed from excitement, as he was utterly surprised at this cousin of his. For the first time in his life, he had miscalculated and misjudged someone. He used to think that Landon was a very weak person, who would break down from extreme pressure. But who would have thought that it would be that same pressure that would unlock his full potentials. Luckily, from what his men were saying, and judging from the rules placed in Baymard, William could still see that this cousin of his still had a good heart there. Was this the types of world that his cousin had wanted to create for his mother? William looked at the goods that he had just received, and smiled. Instantly, he had decided that he would have to personally see this cousin of his very soon. But definitely not now. A storm was brewing in the capital. And it would definitely be a darn shame if he ever missed it. After all, as the ghostly prince, he was obligated to attend this get-together. No? Chapter 299. The countdown begins. Are the men ready? Yes, young master. Excellent. In 5 days' time, we'll head out for the capital. As you wish, young master. Underscore. William laid on his bed and smiled. Soon, all his plans would come together nicely. Freedom, revenge, and justice. Soon, his family would have their just rewards. The capital, the Empire of Corona. It was a brand new day in this glorious city. The day was illuminated by a pale winter's sun that shone on the city dimly. The houses, streets and roads were all layered with several heaps of snow, and the air was cold and heavy. But surprisingly, this wintry weather didn't seem to bother the people within the city. The streets soon became busy, as massive crowds of people soon gathered around several stores. Yup, they were there to scramble for more heavenly treasures. Store owner: do you have that cooking oil thing yet? Sorry, out of stock. What about the lavender soap? That we have. Store owner underscore. Business was booming for many stores within the city, and since most things were extremely cheap, even the poorest of peasants could afford them. These prices really shocked the people. How could a book made out of paper cost just 5 copper coins? one should know that just a single parchment paper would cost at least 1,000 copper coins. So what more of a book filled with 200 or more pages? Was it really okay to sell them at just 5 copper coins? Not to talk about toilet papers, packs of pens, soaps and so on. They felt like everything was a steal. This Baymard must really be a rich place, to offer such prices. Of course, there were some items that costed about 200 copper coins. But those ones were larger items like mattresses. And in truth, it was still somewhat affordable to the peasants. Have you slept on that mattress thing yet? Not yet. I heard that it's to die for. Is that true? TSK. Do you even need to ask? I bought mine yesterday, with my beddings and blanket. Bro. Last night, I had the best sleep ever. Damn. My wife has been nagging me to get more seasonings and sugar, and I can't blame her for wanting them. This week, our food has been so tasty that I started to look at her as a goddess. Forget about those. What about those winter clothes? Wearing them outside, I feel extremely hot instead. That's so true. I've gone to work wearing the gloves and everything. And do you know Gat, while sullying those rocks, I sweated like a pig. People could be seen carrying their mattresses and other items on their heads, while merrily talking about their purchases. But of course, for some, they preferred to focus on the city itself. This Baymard is really something. I heard that the place has magical doors, and carriages that don't need horses to pull them. What? How is that even possible? Calm down. That's not even the half of it. I also heard that they had buildings made entirely out of glass. Glass, I tell ya. Awesome. I want to go there at least once before I die. You don't need to worry about that. I have a cousin amongst the royal guards, and he said that soon there would be something called a transport route, to take us from Corona to Baymard and back. Is that really true? One of the men asked curiously. Old pal, are you doubting me? I even heard that this route would use only a day or more to get us there. Gasps. Of course, apart from the adults, even the children spoke eagerly about Baymard. Whether from poor and rich homes, those that would soon enroll for the schools next semester, couldn't seem to keep their excitement contained. And just like that, discussions about Baymard were now part and parcel of the people's daily lives here. Heck, even those within the royal palace joined in on the gossip. You all will die horrible deaths. The more Duke Samuel Carmelo's brother heard about Baymard, he felt like he had missed an opportunity of a lifetime. His wife and his children had gone, and they had come back, telling him about how marvelous their whole experience was. He looked at Carmelo, Adrian and Santa, like a pampered child who had just been denied a trip to Disneyland. He poured his lips, and HMPPD at everyone else in defeat. What could he do? His family had already gone and come back from the mysterious empire. Little bro. It wasn't like that. How could we have known that Baymard would be like that? If you want to blame anyone, then blame this brat here for not telling us about it. Carmelo said helplessly, while throwing Santa under the bus. Santa looked at Carmelo powerlessly. Real mature, father-in-law. Uncle. It wasn't like I was hiding anything from you. But you know that I'm an idiot, and I can't explain things right. So I chose to show it instead, alright? Santa said, while trying to coax this giant baby before him. He thought that he was childish, but this uncle-in-law of his took the cake. As Santa spoke, Carmelo slowly inched away from them. His kid brother was like a walking typhoon when he got emotional. Adrian, on the other hand, massaged his temples, as he was slowly getting a headache from listening to his son's rantings. Why couldn't this child of his grow up? Rascal. Listen to your elder brother. Why are you making things so difficult? What? Do you still think that you're a kid? 38 years old, for crying out loud. But father. No buts. Look at you. Do you see our little princess here complaining? Adrian said, while gesturing at Penelope. Penelope tapped her fingers on her desk, while listening to her overly dramatic family. In truth, she too was extremely curious about the place. But even though she was curious about all the goods from that empire, what really made her eager to visit the place was their army. Her father, and the other men who had previously journeyed there, had said that compared to Baymard's training methods, Karina's own was just child play. This notion alone made her excited. Penelope's blood kept boiling, as she looked at the marked calendar date before her. Yes. She was using Baymard's calendars, and even their watches and alarm clocks, and in all honesty, it was freaking convenient. Of course, she was also amazed by the other products as well. In short, everything from Baymard seemed to be like a treasure that had fallen down from the heavens onto Hertfilia. When she re-evaluated everything, she quickly realized that signing the treaty with this new empire was the right thing to do, as her people seemed to be a lot more warmer, now that it was winter. The reported death rates from the cities, and even the villages, seemed to narrow down drastically during this harsh winter. It was truly unbelievable what a little warm clothings and beddings could do for one. Penelope looked at her calendar in anticipation. February 25th. That was the day she would leave the capital for Baymard, alongside the chosen knights who would train there. It would take her 1 month to get to the nearest coastal city, and another 1 month to get to Baymard. So she should be arriving around the last week of April, because on May 3rd, the new Coronian soldiers needed to report to duty in Baymard. Just look at how calm your niece is. Why can't you be like that? Ah! That reminds me. You'll also be going with our princess to Baymard. So you better prepare, brat. I'm going. Imaginary happy bells rang within Duke Samuel's ears, as he jumped up and down excitedly. Ha ha ha. Muak. Thank you, father. Muak, muak, muak. The Duke kept pecking his father multiple times, until Adrian's cheeks started turning red. Ugh. Can you stop doing that? Adrian said, while hurriedly wiping his cheeks and trying to frown. What parent didn't feel happy when their child showed them love? As I was saying, we will all stay behind, and you two will go there for yourselves. Penelope, as queen, it is paramount to see what sort of place you have signed a treaty with. So, as one of your advisors, I think you should train there with the soldiers for a month. And within this time, I'm sure you'll be able to properly judge their king and the people, as well as know what sort of benefits we stand to gain from forming an alliance with them. Just treat this trip as one of those 4 or 5 month missions that we used to go to. And if you don't like what you see, then tell Grandpa. And we will find a way to terminate the treaty. You are queen after all. And at the end of the day, you have the final say. Adrian said seriously. HMHM. I'll do as you say, Grandpa. But I don't think that he'll be cancelling the treaty at all. Even without me going there, I can clearly see the advantages it would bring to my people. Plus, you all stayed there for 3.5 months already. So my monthly visit wouldn't do much, would it? I trust your judgments, and I believe that we can have a long-standing relationship with this Baymard. But if I do find anything suspicious, then I'll inform you all when I get back. While Penelope and Duke Samuel kept counting down for their journey to the mysterious empire, Landon, on the other hand, was currently at the construction industry within the lower region. Your Majesty, the workers are ready. Good. Let's begin. Chapter 300. New projects. Today, Landon had gone to the construction company to brief the 74 main project leaders on their new assignments. In essence, Landon wanted them to start construction on a museum, clock tower and a theater. Of course, he had decided to name the clock tower as Old Willie, in remembrance of his mother Kim's late father. As soon as Landon stepped into the briefing room with Tim, he immediately handed out several documents to the project leaders. 12 leaders would focus on completing the museum, while another 12 would focus on the clock tower. As for the remaining bunch, 30 leaders would focus on creating all the clock parts needed for the tower, while 10 would focus on creating all parts needed for the museum. And finally, the last 10 leaders would supervise construction of the theatre. So in essence, Landon had decided for these leaders to supervise 3,500 workers for the construction of the clock tower, 2,000 workers for the construction of the museum, 1,000 workers to create all clock parts, 300 workers to create all internal museum artifacts, 2,000 workers to construct the theatre and academy. The leaders quickly glanced through their files, as they listened to Landon's explanation, and soon, they had gotten the full gist of what they were required to make. But they still had doubts of some of the things that they saw. For instance, why did some of them take too long to construct? Your Majesty, is there a mistake here? Will building this clock tower really take 8.5 years to do? Well, building the actual tower would take way less time. But placing all the clock parts on the tower is what'll really eat up your time. So when the parts are made, you all would be in charge of placing and hanging them within Old Willy _. As of a project clock tower, Landon had wanted to make something similar to the Big Ben in London. But of course, he had shortened the height of the tower down by 13, resulting in a decrease in construction time from 13 to 8.5 years. When finding the appropriate spot for the tower, Landon had looked at multiple factors, like visibility, functionality, and so on. So, he had decided to place it within District C, which had the government offices, schools, banks and other institutions. And even so, rather than placing it close to other structures like the bank, Landon had still chosen to place it on a lone region within the district. Of course, from this location, everyone would be able to see the tower from miles away. As for how many floors it would have, Landon had decided on 7. One shouldn't undermine these floors. Take for example the Big Ben. It had 11 floors in total, but each floor had high ceilings that could be equivalent to a 34-story high building. The massive high ceilings took into account the gigantic clock parts and mechanisms within each floor, and of course at the last 2 floors up, one would have large bells that were as big as those massive bells in Notre Dame. After all the details concerning the clock tower were ironed out, Landon soon began focusing on the museum. So Your Majesty, you want us to renovate the old date recording building for this? Tim asked curiously. Last time, when calendars had just come out, he had asked His Majesty what would become of the building where they marked their dates on. But His Majesty just smiled back at him and told him that in the future, he would know. So it turned out that His Majesty wanted to make this museum thingy. Yes. It's going to be there. But what I actually want you to do is renovate the place, and not destroy it. One should know that the building itself was part and parcel of Baymard's history. So how could he destroy it? In future, wouldn't archaeologists want to see all the marked calendar dates on the walls? As a modern man, preservation was always key. Hence he had asked for the building's floors and exterior walls to be renovated instead. And if any building floor needed additional support, then they could just mathematically estimate and build pillars around the floor. Looking at the date recording estate, the people had already marked off 2 three-story stone buildings within it. And apart from those 2 buildings, the estate also had 9 other buildings within it as well. So with all these building structures available, Landon had decided to focus on 6 types of museums: Baymardian History Museum, Baymard's Historical Past and Present, National History Museum which looks at civilization for the entire Pino continent, and soon, the rest of Hertfilia, Natural History Museum, Extinct Animals, Species, Traditions and Practices from the Human Race, Zoology Museum, Sculptures of Current Species that Exist, Wax Museum for people who made a difference within Baymard, as well as the Pino continent. And in future, the entire Hertfilia Technology Museum which would focus on all mainstream technological improvements. For the Technological Museum, Landon had to only mention the raw materials used to make primitive technology was made, as well as who first thought of it. For example, he could talk about how ink was made from charcoal, blood and so on. Or how and why came up with the idea of creating ancient ornaments. And even things like fishing nets, hooks, and other primitive technologies, could also be discussed too, as all these too were well-known facts in this era. But when it came to Baymard's technological advancements, Landon would be pretty vague about those ones, and wouldn't give out any raw materials at all. He could talk about who came up with the idea, when it was created, how it impacted the people, who were the leaders who assisted him, and so on. But for what was used in creating these products, forget it. Like the system had said, only when he had completely created peace and unity within Heartfilia would he be allowed to share anything with any empire, nation, country or continent. There was just so much to consider with these museums. Chapter 301 New Projects 2. As for the Natural History Museum, when it came to extinct creatures, Landon could only say that they had a 20% similarity to those back on Earth. Take for example, dinosaurs. Heartfilia had what were called preganios. They were way larger than dinosaurs, had very vibrant colors, and also had 6 pairs of limbs. With all these museum attractions, Landon felt like this would be enough for now. And in the future, hopefully, Baymard would also add aviation museums, telecommunication museums, and many more. The possibilities were endless. Your Majesty, so you want all 11 buildings to be renovated to at least 3 stories tall? And they also have to be connected to one another from their second and third floors. In essence, you all would need to build very wide connecting bridges. This way, the visitors would be able to move towards different buildings, even when it rained. And make sure that the connecting bridges are wide. This way, less traffic would build up as the people moved from one building to the next. Also, I need you all to build 2 more glass buildings as well. Of course, apart from these 6 museum attractions, the museum also had to have a food court, bathroom, staff rooms, conference rooms, locker rooms, small first aid room, security rooms, and so on. Hence, more room was essential for the day-to-day running of the place. Now, looking at everything so far. Landon knew that by June of this year, the museum renovations, construction and artifact creation should be completed. Up next, Landon decided to dive into theater construction. For sure, the theater would be in District D, where all the luxurious hotels, go-kart racing tracks and other entertainment activities were. This theater would host Broadway shows, musicals, plays, magic shows, circus acts, stand-up comedy, and even have dance shows, like ballet shows, things like Disney on Ice, and many more. So for sure, it had to be as big as a Vegas show. After all, people from all over the world might come just to watch these performances. Hence, Landon had decided that the entire theater should be made into something like an academy. Yup, he needed a place where he could train people properly, while they performed. Doing these jobs weren't easy at all. It took dedication and practice to master all ballet steps, perform circus acts, or even do something like Disney on Ice. Even gymnasts who swing and swirl from rope to rope needed sheer determination to pull through. Hence, opening an academy wouldn't be a bad idea. As for the theater setup, Landon wanted to build 10th-story buildings around the theater's estate, and each building would have 2 high-ceiling stages within them. The first floor would be where popcorn, drinks and so on would be sold. And on the second and third floors, the audience would find a massive stage on each floor. So, with 10 buildings in total, Baymard would end up having 20 stages at the end. In essence, when one comes into the estate, they would pay or show their tickets. and towards the stage number or building on the ticket, just like how one would do in the cinema. So per night, from 6 p.m. to 11:30 p.m. Up to 20 different shows could be going on, if they were truly busy. And depending on the schedule, there might only be 5 shows on some days. Schedules of various shows would definitely be made several weeks ahead of time, and placed in the newspapers, as well as in the theater's monthly brochure. It would give a brief summary about what the date, place and time for the show, as well as inform the people on what the show is about. This way, the Baymardians and visitors could easily book their tickets prior to the event. Be it magic, acting, musicals, Broadway shows, or even circus acts, Landon was sure that the audience would definitely be well entertained. Of course, for musicals, since Landon literally came from Earth, you best believe that he would be bringing all the classics here, from Celine Dion to pop and so on. Heck, he would make the shows as engaging and energetic as a Beyoncé concert. As for stand-up comedy, they had jesters in this era. But Landon wanted to relive modern comedy, so he had to change the game. And let's not even talk about plays. Whether from Hamlet or even modern movies, Landon had a million plays accessible to him. In fact, everything, including circus acts, Broadway shows and many more, would put Baymard on the map as the new Hollywood, for all rising stars. With light show features, water fountain features and so on. It would be hard for anyone to recreate what Landon had in mind. Moving back to the matter of the academy, it had to be close to the theater estate, and would have its own residences, and student theaters as well, with numerous shows coming on every night from 6 p.m. to 11:30 p.m. All the students would have a chance to get on one of the 20 stages at least once a week. As for their pay, that one weekly show would be equivalent to having a week's pay here in Baymard, since there would be thousands of seats before each stage. So depending on how many people showed up, their pay for that one show could even be equivalent to a month's pay. But no matter what, from the minimum wage in Baymard, it would never be less than what others make here. All in all, Landon expected both the theater and academy to be done in July, which was good, since around that time, some of the rescued slaves from either Yoden or Deiferus would be arriving by then, hopefully. So, that's all for your new assignments. If anyone has any other questions, contact Chief Tim immediately. Meeting adjourned. DRRRRRRRRRHHHH. The sounds of chairs being moved could be heard for a brief minute, and soon, everyone got up, picked up their files and walked out hurriedly. In fact, they ran out of the place like lightning. What was the hurry? Quickly, bro. Well, never make it on time. Damn. Only 2 hours left before it closes. Hurry. Chapter 302. Sudden wealth. The busy streets of Baymard had soon turned topsy-turvy from all the frenzied people moving around hastily. 4 p.m. Evans quickly got off work and hurriedly ran alongside his co-workers to the gate. Din, 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 din. The sounds of overly loud footsteps echoed sharply throughout the area. Evans looked at his time and bit his lips anxiously. Damn. Where was a cab when you needed one? Standing under the cab waiting point, Evans felt like crying. What should he do now? Should he go to another waiting point and check it out first? Actually, since the people had no phones or means to call for cabs, several cab stops had been placed within every block in Baymard. Each day, a particular number of cabs would be assigned to a block, depending on the usual usage volume from the people there. Typically, Evans usually used the bus or train when leaving work. But how could he use those now? He had to get to the upper region fast, goddammit. Bro. Should we just go to another waiting spot? It's just a 5-minute walk from here. asked one of his friends. Why do I feel like when we leave, that's when a cab will show up, underscore. Dot. Evans and his buddies walked back and forth the waiting point. As they were trying to spot any taxi from a mile away, they would jump high up, while stretching their necks like giraffes. As they looked at both ends of the road, and 4 minutes later, they immediately spotted 8 cabs heading their way. It was a miracle. Dot. Instantly, everyone felt their mood quickly improve. They jumped merely like 5-year-old children, as they held their bags tightly in their hands. Ha 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 ha. Scully, what did I tell you? See, if we had left, wouldn't we miss these ones now? Thank heavens that I listened to you. Dot. They smiled stupidly, while waving their hands up in the air. But soon, they saw other hands up as well. Shit. Looking at the crowd around them, they knew that only a chosen few would get the chance to sit in these incoming cabs. Evans readied himself for the marathon, as he watched all the contestants around him prep themselves as well. Dot. As the cabs approached, Evans could feel a blanket of eagerness, leisurely wrapping itself around him unhurriedly. Unconsciously, he began moving forward alongside the crowd, and soon, his fast walking pace had quickly turned into running. Dot. Din, 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 din. As the cabs came in close vicinity with the massive crowd, several people could be seen running at full speed toward them. The crowd was like a river of people, as it moved in one direction. Cluck, cluck, cluck. All the car doors were opened, and several people forced their way in hastily. Dot. The cab drivers looked at them helplessly, as they noticed that some people trying to sit on other people's laps. Sorry, but I can only take a maximum of 4 people. The drivers all explained. And while others were fighting, several other cans pulled up again. It was indeed a busy day. Dot. The cabs were off, and Evans was finally at peace. But of course, how could this so-called peace of mind last for long? They were on their way to District C. And somewhere around District D, they had been held up by traffic. Dot. The traffic had snaked up the hill, as each lane had been utterly filled with no room for sudden lane switches. Peep, peep, peep. The sounds of honking could be heard from a mile away, as the people's impatience began to slowly thin out. Dot. Evans looked at the black velvet road that was placed with white and yellow ribbon stripes, and couldn't help but wonder if running would be faster at this point. Of course, he wasn't the only one who had such thoughts, as the traffic procession was filled with more distressed people, who all felt like they would die any moment from anxiety. Come on, move. What the hell is causing this traffic? Oh my heavens. Why today of all days? Underscore. Dot. This scene continued on for a while, as the cars kept diving forward in a snake-like manner, and soon, they had finally exited the jam. They drove for a while more, until they finally drove into District C. More specifically, they had been heading towards Baymard's revenue agency. For sure, all this hustle and bustle was for tax refunds. Dot. Several months ago, they had filled some sort of tax slip, and submitted it to the agency. These slips were tax return slips. And after submissions, within the next 2 weeks, they had received an envelope from the agency. And within the envelope, which would reveal whether they were owing the government or not. In Baymard, almost none of those that applied had owed, so they were getting their tax refunds instead. Dot. Now, within the envelope, the applicants would find several documents within it. All these spoke about how much they would receive from 1025's tax refunds, as well how the calculations were made, expected payment date and so on. Dot. And since there were no bank cards yet, Landon didn't want to start making checks as well. So that left the people with just one option. And that was to personally go to the revenue agency and collect their money themselves. Dot. As for how the agency organized the entire thing, it was still done on a first-come, first-served basis. So again, enclosed within those sent-out envelopes, they would be able to find a letter which confirmed the day in which they completed their forms. In this way, They knew who was first and who was dead last. For Evans, his ticket showed that he had submitted his form on January 8 of this year. So in the newspapers and on the radio, it was announced that those who submitted between the 5th of January up to January 15th, needed to come to the office within this week and take their tax refunds. Likewise, those that owed, needed to move their asses there and make payment plans if necessary. And if one had lost their date slip, not to worry, they could go to the revenue agency and look it up. The agency also had a massive notice board, where they posted scheduled services as well. For example, on the board, one could see, submission period, January 5th, January 12th, expected period, Monday, March 14th to Friday, March 18th, submission period, January 13th, January 21st, expected period, Monday, March 21st to Friday, March 25th. Of course, even though tax refunds were currently being sent out. The deadline for submitting one's application was still April 25th, and with hundreds of applications coming in weekly, the agency workers had their hands full during this period. Today was March 14th, 1026. It was the official start day for the citizens to receive their tax refunds. Chapter 303 Sudden Wealth 2. The taxi pulled up at the front of the agency, and soon, Evans and his friends ran out in a flash. "You forgot your change," the cab driver bellowed. "Keep it," they replied without even looking at him. Standing before them, was a massive dome-shaped glass building, with the name, Baymard's Revenue Agency on it. And standing around the building, was a massive crowd of people, that moved around haphazardly. Some were going in, some were going out, while others stayed around the building happily talking about their refunds. The scene was joyful, as laughter and excitement continuously filled the air. Evans and his friends quickly weaved their way through the crowd, edging through the dense flow of people, until they had finally arrived at a large hall, which had the longest waiting lines that they had ever seen. Each line was like a snake, as it swirled its tail around the hall. There were 8 lines in total, and at the front of the lines, was a large glass wall, which had staff workers on the other side of the glass wall. It looked like a bigger version of a Western Union or Money Mart counter, as the workers communicated through the glass. Before joining any line, Evans took out his letter of refund that showed his submission date and how much he would receive, and placed it on a ballot box at the start of line 4. Scully. How much time is left before the place closes up? 29 minutes left. Looking at the fast-moving line, Evans sighed from relief, as he felt like he would be attended to before time ran out. 5 minutes after he had stood on line 4, a staff who was holding another ballot box quickly swapped it with the one he had just dropped his letter into. It seemed like they were going to start preparing money for all the names in that box, and they would start from the names at the very bottom of the box. This way, the envelopes would be given out at the front line in a chronological manner. Time flew by quickly, and the line moved on lightning speed. And soon, Evans was at the front. "Identification please." It could be your driver's license, passport or identity card. "Here you go, _" The worker swiftly checked everything, handed him a letter filled with cash and a few cents, and told him to recount the money here, so as to make sure that no bays and cents had gone missing. "Have a good day, Mr. Evans." "You too, you too," he replied foolishly, while turning to take his leave. Evans hummed and smiled, as he waited for his friends outside the hall. He squeezed the money in his pocket and started giggling, while imagining how he would spend it. They had just given him 3,119.32 bays. Just like that. As a full-time worker, he had been working in Baymard for a year and 5 months now. He started work in November of year 1024. And had been working till now, March 1026. even though this refund was only for the year of 1025. He was thoroughly pleased with the amount that he had. The entire thing stimulated him to work more hours this year, so that next year, he would get even more money back. Soon, his friends came out one by one, and they all decided to go out for drinks this night in celebration. Rico, pinch me, I must be dreaming. I can't believe they just handed it to us just like that. This is a lot of money. It'll do more than pinch you, if you keep hitting my shoulders that hard. Well, I'm also shocked too. I thought that they were joking with us, but holding the envelope in my hands, I feel like I'm on top of the world right now. On top of the world. Try ascending to the heavens. In my mind, I've already left you mortals behind. You wish. Ha 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 ha. They laughed. No, for real. What would you all do with your money? For me, I'll finally start my payment plan on that green Jeep that I told you about. Well, be rooting for you, bro. After all, we need a personal driver for such occasions. For me, I want to buy all the good I can get. You know I'm a foodie. Pewee. What a waste of money. For me, I'm saving mine at the bank. All of it. Isn't Black Friday in June? Dude, by then, something new would be produced again. And knowing the type of person I am, I'll probably go crazy if I can't get my hands on it. Dude, forget it. In my case, I can't risk that now. My wedding is in 7 months' time. So I need to start paying for a home, as well as open at least 2 bank accounts for my unborn children. And so, the group of friends set out with their refund money in their pockets, and their own personal goals in mind. But of course, whether they actually did what they said they would, that was a story for another day. As for the rest of the citizens who had received their money or were about to receive their refunds, they have soon gone shopping, as well as come up with imaginary lists in their minds. The malls and stores were busy, as people felt like they had too much money at hand right now. Some paid their children's tuitions, while others paid their rent for the next 4 to 7 months instead. And of course, others prepared in anticipation for Black Friday. All in all, everyone was pleased with this tax refund system. How could they not? In the entire Pino continent, which empire would return people's taxes if the government took too much? Their king was such a sincere ruler who would never cheat them, and it was exactly this kind of honesty that made them feel proud to be a part and parcel of Baymard. Of course, while some people were busy making more money, others had ended up losing more than just money. Hapal City, the Empire of Tariq. Drap. Drap clash. Ornaments were sent flying and chairs were being smashed. Within a massive bedroom chamber, several knights were currently kneeling their master, who was busy tearing down his chamber in a fit of rage. I'll kill him. I'll kill him. I'll kill Jim. Find me that Landonably or else. Chapter 304 Arcadina Down Crash. The entire bedroom chamber looked like it had just survived from a tornado disaster. The bedroom drapes had been ripped forcefully, as one could see visible signs of a struggle between the drapes and their owner. As for the tables, cupboards, footstools and any other wooden piece of furniture in the room, those ones were all either broken or flipped upside down all around the room. But surprisingly, even though the place looked like thieves had just traded it, there was a very minute region that was left untouched, and that tiny space had a table that was filled with numerous mouth-watering pallets on it. Nopline placed his thick hands on his chest, and tried to calm himself down as best as he could. Damn it, thump thump thump. He could feel his heart pounding heavily, as his chest rose and fell quickly. You and you. Come here, he said, while pointing at the servants who were currently standing beside the knights. Looking at all the shattered ornaments and priceless artifacts scattered around him, how could he allow himself to get injured? Very quickly, the servants stooped parallel to each other on the floor, in a dog-like position, and braced themselves for what was to come. Noplin's large behind soon covered all 5 backs. As he placed his massive body on the servants' backs. "Well, what are you all waiting for? Get to the table now, underscore." As if used to it, the servants began crawling and carrying their heavy master towards the table ahead. Clinch. As they moved, the shattered pieces around them instantly dug into their flesh, badly bruising them. But they knew that if they stopped, their master might do worse than having them walk over sharp objects. Arriving at the table filled with rare delicacies, Nopline angrily picked up an entire roasted bird and forcefully bit into it, while grumbling and spitting over the rest of the food before him. Chew, 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 chew. Why am I surrounded by idiots? How come there's no news of that villain? He thought, while looking at his knights in disgust. Nopline felt like the heavens were truly blind. How could that rogue steal from him, not just his money, but his slaves as well? Several months ago, he had received several letters saying that all his camps within Corona had been raided clean. And now, he had just received a letter saying that one of the campsites in Arcadina had been raided clean as well. He had a bad premonition about the whole ordeal, as something told him that the other camps in Arcadina would also be experiencing the same issues as well. Of course before, he had sent people to investigate the matter in Corona. And from his estimation, they should have arrived sometime in February. Also, around that time, he had sent out several messages to his spies around each empire, telling them to look for this Landonably guy. And judging from the distance, those letters should arrive within each empire, from this month of March, up to May. Everything depended on how far it took to travel to the coastal regions of these empires, as well as travel from the shores to the cities where his spies were currently staying at. But where he really felt like he had effed up on, was the fact that he had underestimated his enemy. Just like how the Romans had initially underestimated Spartacus. And Nopline too, had done the same. At that time, the Roman government felt like it was too powerful to be trampled on by one slave. And this gave Spartacus all the time he needed to grow his army to a sizable number. Likewise, Nopline had felt like this Landonably guy was just a cockroach who had gotten lucky. But now, receiving the letter from Arcadina, something told him that this bastard would overturn him if he wasn't careful. He had to act fast. Nopline chewed his food hurriedly, as he continued to rack his brain around all the unexpected events. Melipnus. Yes, master. Send 5,000 soldiers to each camp within the other empires immediately. I fear that this loathsome fellow might attack them when we least expected it. But master, why don't we send out more men? Are you an idiot? This might be what that bastard is helping for. If we do that, then wouldn't our powers in Terik be weakened? By that time, he would probably walk in here and attack us. Enough nonsense. Don't forget that our main task is to find out who we are dealing with first. Nopline thought about the matter again, and soon wrote several detailed instructions on numerous letters. It would be best if they could stop the other assaults from happening. But of course, life never went as one expected it to. In fact, one could argue that his plans were a tad bit too late, as the so-called Landonably had already sent out his own men to those empires several months ago. So no matter how one looked at it, when Noplin's men arrived at those camps, their enemy would be long gone. Nopline chewed his food and went over the contents of the letter. He was told that the enemy had attacked in the late of night, and had used up a massive number of snow powder to blow everything up. And surprisingly, they had also arrived in fewer numbers as well. From all these, one could conclude that his enemy was filthy rich, as they could afford so much snow powder. And apart from the money, they also had skilled archers, who shot the snow powder into his camps. In Noplin's mind, the enemy had become rich by robbing him clean. I want this mission done properly. No more mistakes, you hear me? Yes, master. Good. Now all of you, get out of my sight. Dot. As soon as they left, someone else came in with a small metal chest on his shoulders. Looking at the scared face man before him, Nopline picked up his goblet of wine and stared irritably at the man. Tell me, do you have bad news as well? Is that why here too? All of you are just too useless. Chapter 305 Preparations for the big day. The man waited for his master to finish his usual rants. And before he spoke, Master, if you don't mind me saying, I think it's best for you to first finish your meal before we discuss any further. Who here is the master? You or me? Get on with what you want to show me. Nopline said, while spitting all over the place. As you wish, master. The man said. Boom, 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 boom. 4 sliced-off heads had been dropped to the floor by the scarfist man. Nopline looked at the heads, and immediately threw up at the sight of the already dried-up blood around their neck regions. The heads were pale and white, and the stench coming out from them almost made Nopline black out. Blah, blah. Of course, Nopline couldn't control it, but rather than vomiting on the food in front of him, he turned to the side and vomited on those servants who were still on all fours. Even though they had brought him towards the table, and had placed him on a chair there, Nopline still had them stay like dogs beside him. After all, one never knew when Hesher needed to take a dump. Blah. Those closest to Nopline closed their eyes and prepared themselves to receive their master's blessings. Are you trying to kill me? Why didn't you tell me that there were dead heads in that trunk? Fine, fine, fine. Who do those heads belong to? Nopline said, while wiping his mouth with his sleeves. Long story short, the heads belonged to some of the few powerful men in Tariq, who were resisting his sister's rise within the palace. This brother and sister pair had always planned on ruling the entire Tariq. So if anyone stood in their way, Hesh would have to die. No matter what. Perfect. This would be a message to those old foys in the capital. So, how are the preparations going, master? The men had notified me that in a few more months, we will be ready to advance. Excellent. The royal palace, Arkadina. A curvy woman quickly ran towards her son. Good boy. You've finally arrived. Quickly, quickly, quickly. Get it, the woman said, while pulling her son into her bedroom chamber. From there, she closed her windows and doors, as well as lit several torches around the dark room. As glass wasn't made yet, what they did was have windows made entirely of wood. So when the window was closed, all the sunlight from outside would be shut out, making the room dark. Very swift, the woman lit all 6 torches in her now dark room, and hastily sat her son down. Tell me, how are your preparations going, mother? Everything is set. Good, good. You are truly mother's shining star. Mother has been waiting for this day for over 12 years now. Finally, he'll be able to kick that bastard's behind for all that he had done to me. Mother, don't worry. Trust your son, Connor said proudly. Somewhere in another courtyard, James was also having a conversation with his mother as well. Except, the woman was irritating the shit out of him. Why are you in my courtyard, little James? Is this any way to talk to your mother? The woman said, with a painful expression on her face. Mother? Pewee. Take a good look at you. What happened to the strong woman I used to know? James said in disgust. Like he had said, he had never been close to her because she was busy chasing his father when he was still a kid. So he didn't love her, or care for her at all. From the moment his mother gave him up over fighting for Alex's favoritism, James understood an important point in life. To win, one had to take everyone as a disposable piece. Love, what the hell would he do with that? I know that I neglected you a lot when you were young, but must you really treat me so? HMMP. Do you really think that I care about you? I had put up with you previously, because I thought that you had some value in father's eyes. But who would have known that you would act like a raving lunatic just because of the death of one measly horse? Pah! Before he could even finish his sentence, the women had smacked him hard on his left cheek. Silence! How dare you insult your dead sister? Have you no shame? Exclamation mark, said the woman, who was fuming mad at this point. Since when did her son become like this? Or was this his true nature all along? Immediately, tears flooded her eyes, as she slowly pinned everything on herself. If only she hadn't tried to win that bastard's favor back then. In truth, she had done that to secure her children's futures. One should know that the palace was a deadly place, and if she didn't act fast, maybe both of them would have died at very young ages. Her body was her treasure, and she had willingly given that treasure out to Alec for her children's sake. But ironically, her so-called love had made them hate her even more. Ha 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 ha. She laughed hysterically, as she felt like maybe this was her retribution for all the bad things that she had done in this life. James, who was initially angry at that slap just now, was now terrified, as he heard his mother's creepy laughter. How could one laugh and cry at the same time? Thinking up to here and looking at her haggard appearance, James had concluded that it would be better for him to distance himself from this weirdo, lest she ruined any of his plans. Somebody come. The third queen has turned mad. Save me. And so just like that, the pitiful woman hot dragged out of the courtyard in a disgraceful manner. In another courtyard, a young man, a young lady and their mother were also having their own private meeting as well. It's great to have you back, brother. So tell me, are you prepared? The young lady asked curiously. Ai. Leave your brother alone. He knows what he's doing. Soon we will personally deal with all these worthless buffoons around here, said their mother. As for the young man, he slightly smiled, while listening in on their conversation. Just a few more days, he thought. With all the legitimate princes around, the family reunion was indeed complete. But why had they all gathered at the same time? Your Majesty, these clothes look superb on you. Truly outstanding. Marvelous. Within another grand courtyard, several people surrounded a broad-shouldered man, who was currently observing himself using a silver mirror. Alec stayed silent, as he listened to the rain of compliments coming his way. He nodded in approval, as he thought that this outfit would be perfect for the palace's upcoming event. Soon, it'll be his 45th birthday. Chapter 364 days had gone by quickly. And today, the entire capital was in festivity. The celebrations, which had been going on for 3 days now, was like a riot of color, as everyone was hyped up than usual. The streets were filled with music and song, as the festive beats continuously lifted the people's spirits. They clapped, danced and drank, until they could no longer stand still. They wobbled, like worms. As they tried to walk forward, some leaned on the walls, while others crawled in the ground, as they tried to find their homes. In fact, the streets were all filled with people, sleeping beside the roads, bars, inns, and market areas. But even with all this going on, something seemed out of place with the celebration. It was as if they had been forced to commemorate the day, as many of them tried to get home, but were stopped by numerous guards with swords. Fear crept into many, and so they turned to ale for comfort. They didn't have a choice, since they were too scared not to celebrate. Their tyrant of a ruler was turning 45 today, and if they didn't continue the festivities, well, all they could say was that the consequences would be unimaginable, as it would mean that they wished their king death instead. La 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 la, clap, 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 din 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 din. Within the capital, the streets had been filled with paid dancers and actors, who tried to make everyone else dance and sing in celebration. Also, within the bars and restaurants. There were numerous storytellers, who told brave, noble and righteous tales about their king. These people had been dancing, singing and telling tales for 3 days straight in rotation. And at this point, they were truly exhausted, their feet hurt, their voices cracked, and their throats were constantly dry. Singing continuously in the early spring weather was really damaging to their bodies. Yup, it was March 26th. The first few days of spring. But one shouldn't be fooled, as there were still heaps of snow lying about the streets. And in those heaps, one would find several drunken people freezing to death. Even when the rain fell 3 days ago, many of them still had to take refuge within the restaurants and pubs. Essentially, no one dared to go home, as the show had to go on for their king. And at this point, they truly wished that the day could pass by quickly. They thought of the next day as their salvation. La 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 la, clap, clap. And just like that, they continued their celebrations with their salvation in mind. But unlike the festive noisy streets, the palace was more focused on preparing for the big day. Over the course of 3 weeks, they had been clearing all the snow with the help of brooms that were made from twigs and tree branches. As for icy parts, they used sharp spears to break them, as well as poured boiling water on the surfaces. Even if snow fell again, they would still need to do the same repetitive actions all over again. The palace was a constantly visited place for all the nobles, decision-makers and knights within the capital, as they either had to take assignments personal from their king, or escort their masters as guards to the palace. Even if they didn't have an audience with the king, they could wait for their masters in the gardens. So because of the palace significance, of course they had to constantly clean it up. But unlike other times where they could leave snow on the ground and clear only the roads, this time, everything had to go. Hurry! Place that statue there. No no no. Not the you fool. There. Clean up the walls. I can still see a spider's web up there. Didn't I tell you to get at least 1,300 massive batches of firewood for tonight? Why are there only 912 batches here? With each batch having just 50 sticks of wood. Do you know how many fireplaces would be lit today and how much time it took for one batch to burn? Do you think that this is child's plan here? With all the grand fireplaces within the hall, just one fireplace can take 100 massive stacks of firewood. So tell me, idiot, how the hell is this amount going to last throughout the entire night well into the morning? And why are some of the firewood stacks wet? Do you think that they would burn well? It'll kill you. Don't you know that the decorations need to be finished fast within the next 2 hours, before the cleaning team comes in? So why do I see that you're left with 6 hours of work instead of 2? What the hell have you been doing since then? You fools, look at what you're doing. Don't you know that we need at least 5,000 loaves of bread for the occasion? Why are we still short of 700? Morons. Just a bunch of morons. Everyone who was being yelled at. All around the palace, the head butler, head maid, head cook, in fact, head everything, were giving orders like crazy, as they realized that the moment of truth was slowly closing in on them. Their lives were on the line for heaven's sake. For the head cook, if the food wasn't done properly, and someone even has food poisoning, then they would be suspected of actually using real poisons to kill a noble. And of course, the punishment was death. For him and his entire generation. The ordinary cooks wouldn't be punished. But he, as the main cook who was supposed to oversee hundreds of palace cooks, would be killed. And even if the nobles had poisoned tasters, sometimes, these tasters could just be having an allergic reaction, and it would spell out poison. One should know that poison tasters had just become a thing 80 years ago. And even though that seemed like a long time, new poisons are discovered almost every year. So no matter what, it could always backfire on the cooks. As for the other duty heads, their punishments weren't lesser to the cooks at all. If they should make their king lose face because so-and-so was dirty, messy or not done properly, then you best believe that Alec would have their heads as well. If the firewood suddenly ran out in between the palace festivities, and the hall suddenly turned cold with problem freezing, they could forget seeing the sunrise ever again. So why shouldn't they yell at these imbeciles who wanted to cause their deaths so soon? Morons. You fools. We're all just good for nothings. As the servants and palace slaves went about their busy lives, the royal family on the other hand, were also preparing for the main event as well. Unlike the rest, they were so chilled and stress-free about the whole ordeal. Sitting in a large circular pool bath filled with water, milk, and lavender, numerous royal women were currently being attended to at the same time. Their arms were stretched sideways, and their wet long luscious hairs were all left dangling on their chests, as multiple maids unhurriedly scrubbed their body carefully, lest they roughened their skins. The maids reddened their lips by pricking it with needles, and the top layer of their toenails was scraped off using a knife. And at the end, they let the women soak in the milky bath for another 30 minutes. It was believed that the combination of cow's milk, lavender, and water could make any woman's features radiate like the sun's magnificent light. In the bath, all three queens, as well as Carrie, were all soaking quietly within the milky mixture. So, are we all going to keep making this awkward? The first queen asked sarcastically, as she looked at the other queens within the pool. Whether it's awkward or not, what does it have to do with you? Please, do us a favor and shut your trap. Second and third mother. Even though I respect you all, I can't have any of you talk to my mother like that. So please, mind your tone. And who invited you into this conversation? What? Your mother didn't teach you how to keep quiet in the presence of your elders? TSK. She's just a spoiled brat, nothing more. Splash. The first queen woke up in anger, and slapped the milky water. That's enough. How dare you talk to my daughter like that? So what if we did? Just what are you going to do about it? I suggest you sit your bloated ass down, before I assist you with that. How dare you call me bloated? The first queen raged. What? Do you need a mirror or something? Just look at that huge waist you have there, coupled with that bulging belly of yours. If that isn't bloated, then I don't know what is. That's it. I've had enough. Immediately, all four women pounced on each other like cats. Splash. Screech. Ah! My hair. UBCH. Still as weak as ever, old hag. 5 minutes later, their maids who had heard the commotion came in and separated the women, who were busy scratching and clawing at each other. Let me go. I'll kill her. Kill me. All right, come then, old hag. I'm waiting. At the end, everyone left the bathroom with 1 or 2 scars on their faces. In their minds, they all had one thought. HMMP. Just you wait. After tonight, I'll show all of you who's boss. Chapter 307. A royal party on the capital's busy streets. Several guards could also be seen patrolling the region, as if they were on lockdown. And in the midst of all this, several carriages soon drove into the city from far away. The carriages looked well maintained, and oozed of money. For sure, these carriages could only belong to wealthy nobles or merchants, who had been traveling for days, weeks and even months, just for the celebration. And if one still doubted whether they belonged to the rich, one could just look at all the noble crests that were placed on the carriages. Of course, the nobles only placed them when they were about to enter the city. Who the heck would do and invite thieves when traveling for that long? Again, these nobles all had at least 4 carriages amongst themselves. As they brought in numerous extraordinary gifts for their king, one should know that a good gift could lead to their king bestowing them with more money, land, power, a promotion, or even one request from their king, which could be used at any time. gallop, gallop, gallop. The horses moved, and the commoners who were forced to stay on the streets soon turned to watch the majestic show before them. Whoa, look at that pumpkin-shaped carriage. What about that kettle-shaped one? No, I like that dark-colored one better. Sacked one of the citizens, who kept pointing at 5 mysterious carriages before him. He tried to look for an crest or symbol on the carriages. But say, he couldn't find any. So who could be inside? Young master. As your loyal aide, I don't approve of this, said a 30-something-year-old man helplessly, as he looked at his aloof master. Why are you bothering the young master? Relax. What's the point of worrying about this now? Said another aide. But, with no crests, wouldn't we be a target of suspect to others? Wouldn't it have been better to sneak in, rather than driving straight into the city? Collins. Today is a day of celebration, so even merchants without crests moved in just like that. So why would anyone worry about us? Yes, they might be curious at the start, but with everything that's going in today, no one would have the chance to uncover anything. After all, they are somewhat prisoners of their king. So like I've said, you're overthinking it. Collins glared at his other comrade in the carriage, as if wanting him to smack some sense into the idiot. But the other aide just smiled back at him foolishly. Forget it. It was too late anyway, since they had already entered the city from the gates. Plus he knew that his master's decision was right, as even if they were checked, they still had a reliable identity to use. And that was because one of their men here was a prominent upper-class noble within the city. So needless to say, he was worrying for nothing. But for him, he was uneasy because they had never used the front door to get into the capital before. All this time that the aides had been bickering, their aloof master just leaned at the back of his seat, with his hands folded over his chests. He took this scene as a regular occurrence in his life. As the procession went on, someone secretly sent a letter to one of their guards on horseback, and he in turn passed the note to his master through the carriage blinds. Master. For you. Tap. The note fell onto the carriage floor, and Collins immediately picked it up and handed it over to his young master. 2 minutes later, a smile slowly crept onto the young man's face, as he passed the note to his aides, who in turn read it and sighed from relief. Everything was in order. With the identity of their young master, they had gotten one of the best disguise artists to paint their master's face. This way, their master could enter the palace without a mask on. The aides smiled, as they thought about tonight's show. Oh, what fun it'll be. Time speeded up a bit, and now, the palace servants had miraculously completed their jobs, and everything was good to go. Now, it was 7 p.m., and the several carriages soon pulled up just outside the main hall. The nobles and wealthy merchants all left their carriages one by one, and proceeded to the main hall. And as they entered, they quickly said their identities to the announcer, and entered in the order in which it was told. B. Duke Wulgcord, his wife Duchess Cyrola, and their 5 children, Jake, Maple, Dion, Baron Ferguson, and his first wife Baroness Camilla, his second wife. The announcements were supposed to carry on until 9:30 p.m. And by then, if guests haven't arrived yet, then too bad, because the hall's massive golden doors would be shut by then. After all, the party was supposed to start at 10 p.m. promptly. Within the hall, several guests walked around and greeted each other happily, as these events were more of a way for them to get into more higher social circles. Who the heck cared about the birthday itself? Raising one's status by association was a common way for middle-class nobles, and even merchants, to make more financial and political connections. That's Duchess Vivian. I heard that with her husband just being promoted, she's no longer one of us. Now, she's an upper-class noble. Lucky her. Why can't my good-for-nothing husband focus on his duties, rather than remarrying a new wife every season? Missing the point. Do you remember that she has a son and 4 daughters? If we could hook any of her children up with ours, wouldn't that automatically elevate us as well? True. So what if our husbands are useless? With our children still around, it's still a possibility to consider. Look over there, it's Baroness Bianca. I heard that her husband also got promoted as well. And now, she's a middle-class noble now. So she's now one of us? Goodness me. Are you telling me that they would let anyone in nowadays? How ridiculous. I agree. I mean, even within our middle-class circle, there are still classes of middle-class people. And just by looking at her last season's outfit, you can tell that she's such a low-class woman who would ruin our reputations sooner or later. Dot. As the women mingled, so did the men. Ah, Duke Greystone. It's a pleasure to meet you once more. And you are? Dot. The Duke is probably a busy man, so he wouldn't remember my face that well. Baron Jamie. The one who you met at last month's auction. Ugh. Now that I think about it, I do remember you. So how's the family? The man asked sarcastically with disgust, as he looked at the lower-class noble before him. Good, great, good, replied the other, excited as he didn't find anything amiss. Is that your son over there who's picking his nose? Small talks like this went on for a while, as everyone was either trying to maintain their social class or get into a better one. 2.5 hours went by, and the hall's massive front doors were immediately shut tightly. And now, only 30 minutes were left before the show began, so everyone quickly found their seats, with the most important nobles and merchants sitting closer to the throne. Of course, after that group, the middle-class nobles and merchants were immediately seated. And lastly, the lower-class nobles and merchants were seated right at the back. Sigh. Social class was everything. Also within these last 30 minutes, all 3 princes, as well as the Princess Carrie, also came into the hall from the royal doorway, and immediately sat on the high table on the stage. Carrie had tried her best to cover up the scars she had gotten from today's cat fight. And since the wounds were just new, one could still see several swelling lines on her face if they were close by. Even with all that grounded stone powder on, Carrie, who was currently feeling very self-conscious, kept lowering her head every minute she got, as she didn't want her beloved Anthony to see her like this. And the more she thought about today's fight, the more annoyed she became. Damn. So frustrating. Little sister, I have to warn you, the next time you dare to scratch my mother's face again, I'll kill you with my own bare hands, Collins said, while smiling lovingly at her. With everyone here, he would truly lose face if he showed his real emotions. His mother was his bottom line. On hearing those threats, Carrie's face quickly scrunched up. Prior to his threats, she was already feeling like murdering someone. And now, if eyes could kill, he would try be dead by now. But now was not the time for this. Soon, she would have their revenge. Carrie smiled back at Collins, as if unbothered. Just you wait. After tonight, let's see who will threaten who. Time went by in a blink of an eye. And just like that, it was already 10 p.m. Immediately, the trumpets sounded, and several guards ran into the hall from the royal doors. Din, 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 din. The guards stood all around the perimeter of the stage, excluding the front view. And very quickly, everyone instantly rose to their feet. Their king was finally going to make his grand appearance. Showtime. Chapter 308. The Secrets. The trumpets sounded, and soon, Alec and his 3 wives walked in majestically, while being surrounded by more guards. Immediately, everyone kowtowed to their king. May you live long, your majesty, they said. And soon, Alec raised his hands and told them to be seated. And from there, the festivities began. But first, it was time for the gift offering ceremony, aka, the curry favor ceremony. One by one, they all gave their precious gifts to their king. Of course, those at the lowest level of nobility had their groups bundled together. as the middle and upper class ones felt like those below them couldn't possibly offer anything special. So those at the bottom just placed their wretched gifts on a larger table at a lone corner. As for the middle class, those who didn't have anything impressive to give, also had to place their gifts in that line table. But if one from the middle or lower class ranks felt like their gifts could really blow the mind of the king, then he could come up and announce his gift. And ending it all the upper class nobles were obligated to come up one by one and present their gifts. The room became chatty, and everyone soon felt like they were amidst a fierce battle, as the gift-offering ceremony would usually make one's enemy gain an upper advantage towards them, by winning the king's favor. One by one, the top-tier nobles all came forward to present their gifts. And soon, it was the turn of Duke Winchester. As he walked forward, several other nobles looked at the tiny chest in his hands in disgust. One should know that they had allowed 3 slaves to carry in massive gifts that could fill up 2 or 3 carriages. But this duke dared to bring in such a tiny chest. Wasn't he just asking for his title to be stripped off from him? As Duke advanced, his enemies all smiled arrogantly, as he felt like his doom was truly near. Duke, why does your gift seem so small? What an utter disgrace. Are you insulting our king by offering such a tiny handheld gift? The more people complained, the more angry Alec was. Today was his birthday, and someone dared to play a silly prank on him. Alec had decided to be patient, as he was now inquisitive about what was in the chest. If it was worth it, then he would pardon Winchester. But if not, then it's definitely off with his title at once. Winchester smiled, as he could easily make it what everyone was thinking. Your servant humbles himself before you, your majesty. Winchester said, while genuflecting respectively towards Alec. Duke Winchester, do you know the meaning of what you've just done? Alec said, in a spine-chilling tone. Yes, your majesty. Very good. If you're so confident, then I will not pardon you if your gift falls short. I understand, your majesty. At this point, everyone in the room was curious about what was inside the chest. Was it something rare, precious or unique? Is that why the Duke seemed confident that his plan would not fail? Winchester smiled and opened the chest for Alec to see. Your majesty, this particular item is called a watch, and it can tell the time. Soon, several gasps were let out, as everyone looked at the item in shock. How can that tiny metal bracelet tell the time? Wasn't time normally told by reading shadows, and using the moon's view to estimate it? So how could metal think and perform calculations like a proper human being? Or was it them that didn't hear it correctly? Alec took the golden-plated watch and looked at its craftsmanship in awe. Who designed it? The circular interior of the watch had a white background, and several stationary markings around the watch. Apparently, these markings were the actual time coordinates, like 3A.M, 12, 6 and so on. Alec looked at the moving clock hands, and almost jumped up from his seat. It was moving. It was actually moving on its own, as if someone was pushing it from within. How could this be? Very quickly, Alec brought the device towards his ears, as if wanting to confirm if little beings were inside the watch. Tick, 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 tick. His ears could hear the constant but steady breathings of the watch. His eyes lit up, and he quickly wore the watch just like Winchester had instructed. This entire time, Winchester had been explaining everything he knew about the watch's functionality, like how to read the time and so on. And when he was done, the entire room also looked at the watch in their king's right wrist in reverence. Even his enemies had to admit that his gift was rare and unique. Of course, it wasn't just them that admired the watch. In fact, all the princes were at the edge of their seats. And even Carrie and all 3 queens were all stunned by the watch. They stretched their necks, and hoped to have won themselves as well. But when they individually thought about their plans for tonight, they had planned to take the watch from Alec's body after the deed was done. After all, it would be a shame for such a rare item to be left there just like that. Hence it was only right for them to take it. Your Majesty, this is the most expensive watch in existence so far. And from what I gathered, it was something called a limited edition, with only one of its kind out there. So your Majesty would definitely be the only one wearing it. Alec nodded proudly, as he continuously twisted his wrists just like how Winchester had said. Apparently, when reading the time, one had to turn their wrists elegantly, so as to efficiently read the right direction which the clock hands were aiming at. Alec flipped his wrists multiple times, and pretended to read the time, so as to look cool. He wanted to show everyone that he had grasped the watch's concept just like that. After all, he was a king. Hence he had to show that he was better than everyone else. The more Alec looked at the item on his wrist, the more pleased he was with it, as it had a classy feel to it. Duke Winchester. This is an excellent gift. But where exactly did you get it from? And who was its creator? Chapter 309 The Secrets Out to Duke Winchester. This is an excellent gift. But where exactly did you get it from? And who was its creator? Those were the questions that had been ringing in everyone's mind ever since the watch had been revealed. They wanted their own watches as well. And it had to be another group of limited edition watches too. After all, Winchester had said that those limited edition ones screamed luxury, as a very minute number of limited edition watches were made, depending on the design, size, and so on. Of course, from what they also gathered, the regular ones were even common and accessible to peasants. But for the rich and wealthy, luxury was indeed the way to go, lest they shared the same type of watches with those disgusting peasants. Everyone's ears were alert, as they waited for Winchester to answer Alec's questions. In fact, they had immediately regretted why they didn't bring a parchment paper, and their feathered pens. Those who were seated, slowly leaned forward, while others who were standing, inched closer as well. The room became dead silent, and if anyone even coughed right now, all the nobles would have joined hands and beaten the person to a pulp. Didn't the person know that his cough could be louder than Duke Winchester? What would they do if they missed out on anything? Your Majesty. As for where I got it from, that would be from the Empire of Corona. During the last mission there, I happened to see the people rave about all sorts of items. Your Majesty, it would shock you to know that there are at least 50 other godly items there. All ranging from food, clothes and so on. They had things like butter, cooking oil, mattresses, alarm clocks and many more. Your Majesty, in truth, all those items are better than anything that we have here in Arcadina. Everyone opened their eyes widely in confusion. Since when did Corona become so advanced? Wasn't that empire usually ranked fourth amongst all 5 Pino empires, when it concerned advancement? Be it medicine, or even clothing attires, Arcadina had always been the #1 empire within the continent. For one, its landmass was almost twice as big as all the other empires, so its population was indeed a massive one. Hence there were more famous healers, famous merchants and so on within the continent. So saying that all this came from Corona? Alec asked inquisitively. No and yes, my king. To be more specific, Corona about everything from a newly stemmed empire within the Pino continent. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Was there truly a new empire that they weren't even aware of? Were they really that out of touch with the rest of the world, that they didn't even get a chance to know about this? Alec frowned, as he himself wasn't aware of such major news. If the news was right, then he needed to access the strength of this new empire. As for his spies in Corona, why didn't they inform him about this? It seemed like he had kept them there for too long, and they had forgotten about the consequences of betraying him. Some of them had even been Tate for more than 20 years now. And in truth, nothing ever happened in Corona. so there was typically nothing to write about. So it was understandable that within the span of these past 20 years, some of them had switched sides as well. I mean, who would want a ruler like Alec? Alec continued to ponder on this newly established empire. Was it a small or large one? Because if it were large and far away, then he would only choose to partner with them in delivering goods at a very low price to Arcadine. After all, why should Corona be the only ones to develop within the Pino continent? He felt like it wasn't fair. On the other hand, if the new empire was small and close by, then for the sake of getting all these treasures, he might have to make his move on them. It's been a long time since his battle spirits were let out, and now, he felt like he had to do this before handing the throne to Eli several years from now. So, what's the name of this new empire, and who is its ruler? Your Majesty. It's the Empire of Baemard, and its ruler is your son, Your Majesty. I mean your illegitimate son, who is now His Majesty Landon Barn. Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed. Some people even spat out the piece of meat in their mouths, while others spat out their drinks. Some even banged their tables while laughing, and others clapped from it all. What a funny joke. This Duke Winchester was really a jester in disguise. Good one, Duke. Ha ha ha. My belly. My belly. Ha ha. I've laughed so hard that my belly hurts so much. Everyone found it hilarious, as it wasn't the childhood of Alec's illegitimate son wasn't something was hidden at all. Heck. Even the peasants knew of the matter. As for the royals, they were also laughing too. Wasn't this the brat that had been bullied by them for 15 years of his life? Carrie was almost brought to tears from all the laughter, as she remembered the little wimp who would always ball himself up in a corner when she whipped him fiercely. Even Alec had a smile plastered on his face, as he found the whole thing preposterous. True, the bastard was his son, but he had only seen him no more than 4 times in his entire life. And most of the time, it was only accidentally. In short, there were times where he would spend more than 5 years without seeing the bastard. So he didn't hold any special feelings towards the child, or that poor mother of his. He wasn't even interested in knowing Mother Kim's last name for heaven's sake. So why would he bother with her spawn? He sent them to the most deserted region within the palace, which was even further from where the slaves lived. And even when it concerned their daily needs, he just couldn't be bothered whether they starved or not. Hence when it came to Landon, Alec treated him like an enemy's child in captivity. Ha 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 ha. Everyone continued to laugh. And the unfazed Duke Winchester stood there without even a smile on his face. After a while, Alec raised his hands and called for silence in the hall. Duke Winchester, enough with the jokes. Tell us the truth, Alec said with a rare smile on his face. Your Majesty, this subject was indeed telling the truth. The newly established empire is Baemard, and its king is His Majesty Landon Barn. And if you don't believe me, my king, then please look at the back of your watch. Alec swiftly turned his watch and froze when he saw the engravings, made in Baemard. Seeing their king like this, even though they didn't know what was written on the watch, they could at least discern that what Duke Winchester had said was true. Landon Barn. It seemed like there was more to him than what meets the eye. How interesting. Chapter 310 Final Verdict. Silence. The hall remained so quiet, that if one shoulder dropped a pin, even those at the far back would have heard it. Everyone's mind blanked out for a split second, as what they had heard was too hard to believe. But from His Majesty's reaction, it seems to be true. What? The brat is still alive? How come? Didn't you tell me that you had personally seen him on death's door before? Don't look at me like that, bro. I really did see him looking lifeless, so I truly don't know how he survived. The people were stunned by what they were hearing. The brat was alive and well, and on top of that, he had also built a stable empire for himself too. This was too unbelievable. as they heard Duke Winchester narrate several tales about how Landon turned the barren lands and made it fertile. To how he came up with all these ideas, they couldn't help but wonder whether it was the same person or not. Of course, Duke Winchester had told them the stories that came from all those crewmen and knights who had previously visited Baymard. The tales had become famous tales in Corona. So of course he had heard of them during his visit to Corona. At this point, the nobles had all gathered around Winchester, as if they were listening to a bedtime story. In fact, they had even forgotten about Alec, who was before them. But of course Alec didn't mind, as he too was too immersed in Landon's achievements. Good gracious, was that fellow pretending to be weak all along? Did he persevere here in the capital because he had plans? From the tales, it was clear that the most valuable thing wasn't the goods, but Landon himself. With these sorts of ideas and inventions, one could even acclaim him to be a rare genius. Alec's body vibrated slightly from extreme anger, as he clenched the handles of his seat. Very good. What a little schemer that son of his was. Did he plan everything from the start and play him like a drum? So was he pretending to be stupid so as to fly under his radar? Because if so, then it worked. One should know that Landon being an illegitimate son, he was entitled to study only sword practice, as things like war tactics and so on were strictly forbidden to him. They wanted to turn him into a puppet for Eli, so subjects that required him to think was definitely not an option for him. Hence he had only been allowed to learn the ways of the sword. At that time, he didn't even need to follow up on that son of his. News had quickly spread out of how bad Landon was at fighting. Heck, even the teachers had confirmed the matter to Alec. So he had been utterly disappointed with Landon, because a good pawn opportunity had been wasted just like that. Now hearing these tales, even in 100 years from now, most people would call him a fool. His name would go down in history as a jester, because no matter how one looked at it, he who had publicly denounced this son was now getting the shorter end of the stick. The more he thought about it, the more his blood began to boil. If he had known that the brat was a genius, why the hell would he chase him away? He would have imprisoned him and forced him to create all these goods for Arkadina in hiding. Of course he would have stolen the credit for all the inventions and killed Landon before handing the throne over to Eli, as sometimes sacrifices were essential for the greater good. But sadly, this son of his was way trickier to deal with than he thought. And now, he would be seen as Arkadina's most foolish ruler ever. Where is retired Sword Master Roshi? Come out now! Alec bellowed in anger. And soon, the crowd immediately gave way, as a shivering man walked forward as if he were going to attend his own funeral. Once in front of Alec, he literally lied down and begged for his life. Oh great one, great sovereign, great ruler of Arkadina, I am here. Looking at the frightened man, who was constantly stroking his ego, Alec calmed down a tad bit. HMPP, at least you know your place. Now tell me, how come you as a teacher never noticed how smart my son was? Such a brilliant child, why didn't you tell me that he was so amazing? Everyone almost puked out blood from listening to Alec's pretentious words. When have you ever acknowledged the child as yours? Weren't you the same person who criticized the child's mother, and even said that for all you know that child could be anybody's? You called her a whore for her entire stay here. And now, acting as if we're innocent. Looking at their king's pitiful and caring act towards Landon, they almost wanted to clap at his performance. Even the royals were taken aback as well. Weren't you the same person who slapped your son one day because he accidentally bumped into you? Bravo, your majesty. Alec was completely oblivious to everyone's inner thoughts, as he did this so that news could reach Baymard that he had a change of heart towards Landon. He had to get Baymard under his command no matter what. He had inwardly noted to send his spies to access the overall power of Baymard. He wanted to know how many knights they had at hand right now, and how many they were hiding away from the public's eyes. Even though he truly doubted that Landon would ever have more men than he did, he still needed to know a rough estimation of Baymard's forces, so that he could send out the proper amount of knights for the task. In this way, if this son of his proved stubborn, then he would have no choice but to use the hard way. After all, he had 100% chance in coming out victorious in the end, as there was no way that a newly established empire would take down Arkadina. No matter how he looked at it, it was only a matter of time before Baymard belonged to him, and by then, he would kidnap Landon and keep him alive in a secret dungeon. After all, with a mind like that, the real treasure was the boy. Chapter 311 Final Verdict 2. But of course, Alec wasn't the only one who was affected by the news, as all the royals felt like they had just been smacked hard on the face. Why him? James looked like a volcano which would erupt at any moment, as he felt like the heavens were being unkind to him. How could they favor a useless seed like that fellow over him? Landon had been denounced and still ended up as king. But what about him? He had been battling with his brothers from the get-go, while Mr. Landon over the was busy enjoying a peaceful life in his new empire. He felt that his whole life was laughable. Should he have requested for his father to give him his own land, which wasn't under Arkadina's jurisdiction, just to be king? James quietly grumbled under his breath, as he was unsatisfied with what he was hearing. Connor and Carrie also thought the same, as they too felt like life wasn't fair at all. Connor didn't know whether to laugh or cry, as that seemingly unlucky brother of his had ended up being king without even fighting for it, while he on the other hand, had been going neck to neck with Eli for more than a year now. It almost made him want to bash his head on a rock. Damn it. As for Eli, a lot of his personal questions had been answered today. For one, now he knew that all the men he had previously sent were all dead. He was supposed to receive their letters around last year August. And now, they were in the month of March. No matter how he looked at it, they were dead. Eli had previously dropped the matter because within this time frame, Connor, James and that bastard ghostly prince were all coming for him at once. Hence he needed all hands on deck around him. And due to that, he had never really confirmed the matter of his men's disappearances. But now, he did. Landon had killed them all. In his mind, this brother of his must have recruited at least 4,000 soldiers into Baynard. Over the span of these years, that must be the reason why his men had lost so poorly. But the issue was, how were the recruits getting into Baymard? Because with all the spies that he had en route, no one had seen or heard any major groups or recruits going there. So was it by sea? Were the recruits from different empires? Eli felt like he had truly miscalculated when it came to Landon. Sure, he had a hunch that something was wrong, but he thought that it would have been some old sage guiding Baymard. But who would have thought that the sage in question was Landon? Previously, Eli had a ton of questions, like how they got more food, since no merchants or goods had been seen making their way into Baymard. But when Winchester said that Landon had made the land barren again, Eli's answer had already been answered. As for the nobles, they felt a little bit regretful now, as some of them, as well their children, had accidentally spilled, tripped, or made things difficult for the brat on numerous occasions. But when talking about the merchants, their eyes bulged out, and they inwardly decided to head to Baymard, even if then had to disobey their king's orders on the low. Duke Winchester. So you're saying that Corona has already allied themselves with this new empire? Yes, your majesty, Winchester said, while genuflecting. Very quickly, Alec bombarded Winchester with even more questions, as he truly wanted to know every little detail concerning this newly established empire. Why? Your majesty, if I may, I think that we should remove the ban on Baymard. Why? Yes, your majesty. In doing this, we may be able to get even more benefits when compared to Corona. The The nobles and merchants all stuttered while giving their candid advice to their king, as they truly wanted these goods as well. Your Majesty, even though you've disowned him, you are still his father. And even though you also denounced his mother, she was once one of your women, so of course she might still have lingering feelings for you. Alec's eyes lit up, and he subconsciously nodded in agreement, as he felt like what they said made a lot of sense. He was still Landon's father, so the least the boy could do was give him some face. But of course, he knew that such a person who could remain silent for 15 whole years would definitely not care about his opinions at all. So he had no choice but to make his move on Mother Kim. Yup, he planned to seduce her. Even at 45, he was still a catch, as he looked like a 30-year-old man, with his ripped abs, handsome face, and muscular body. Alec felt like if he displayed his full charm on Mother Kim, she would think twice and make Landon over his every command. After all, Mother Kim was and is still probably Landon's main weaknesses. So if he could get Mother Kim wrapped around his fingers, then the rest would be history. Step 1. Let Landon and Mother King see that he is remorseful. Step 2. Send men to access Baymard. Step 2. Seduce Mother Kim, and even marry her back, so as to keep her on a leash. Those were all the steps in Alec's mind. Everyone soon waited anxiously for their king to give a final verdict on the matter. Pass down my orders. From today onwards, the ban on Baymard has been removed. This king misses his son, and would like to reunite with him once more. As the celebration continued in, all the royals, excluding Alec, had just one thought in mind, and that was to see this Landon fellow after today's grand finale. Landon Barn. Those were the words in the minds of everyone here. The dice had spun, and now the tables had turned. It seems like they had to pay this new king a visit. Chapter 312. The show begins. The birthday feast went on for a while more, but due to the heavy news, Alec wasn't in the mood anymore, as his mind couldn't stop thinking about Landon and Mother Kim non-stop. If possible, he would like to give her the position of his first queen, so as to keep her grounded around him. Alec held his goblet tightly, and gulped down all his ale down at once, and soon, he decided to turn in for the night. One should know that during these ceremonies, after receiving the gifts and eating lightly, the king would turn in and leave the guests to further enjoy themselves within the hall. This period would be used for building connections, making business deals, and mingling with others in higher social classes. The feast could continue till 2 a.m. at most. Right now, it was just 11:57 p.m., and Alec felt like he had to leave quickly, so as to make proper plans for Baymard. Even if he had to use all the gunpowder in the world to put that son of his in his place, then by all means he would. When Alec stood up, everyone did the same. And only sat back after Alec's shadow wasn't visible anymore. And right on K, all the princes who were scattered around the hall tactfully left the group of people they were talking to, and headed out of the hall. It would be stupid for them to attack Alec within the hall, or in the midst of all these nobles, as hundreds of guards were currently surrounding Tusk Place right now. But typically, when Alec leaves the party and heads back to his own courtyard, he usually only uses 100 hidden guards and 12 guards around him. So Alec had left more than 95% of tonight's guards to stay behind and keep watch on the guests. Typically, when Alec left the hall on such occasions, he would usually go to his own courtyard, which was a 41-minute walk from the palace hall, and he as king had his own personal route that led straight to his living quarters as well. Not even his wives and children were permitted to use this pathetic without his permission. At this point, it was a no-brainer that it was at this 41-minute walking route that the princes had planned to attack Alec. Of course, where the attack would take place on the route was something that each prince decided separately. Eli planned to go towards the gardens at the back, while James decided to pass through the west doors, and Connor the east doors. Carrie, who was also busy talking to the other noble ladies, also left through the gardens as well, as she had to get a front row seat to the upcoming show. As for the queens, they didn't have any chance to see their children's glory, as they were obligated to oversee the festivities when their husband was away. And due to this, they couldn't help but get a little anxious. What if something went wrong and their sons were killed or locked up instead? Alec was a beast, and to be honest, they felt like he could even kill his own children if need be. Within the hall, all princes had been engaged in conversing with numerous nobles, who in turn had been busy introducing their daughters to them, hoping that their families could be directly liked with royalty. So while Connor and James tactfully left the group of scheming nobles and their daughters, Eli on the other hand decided to use them as his shield. Duke Nightingale. If I may, I would like to ask your eldest daughter, Pascaline, to join me in the gardens for a walk, Eli said charmingly, as he looked at a particular blushing damsel before him. The girl was standing in the midst of 11 other noble daughters. And at this moment, she felt like she was the most luckiest girl in the world. Her heart fluttered and tightened, as she looked at Eli's exquisite face and physique. All this could be mine, she thought. For Eli to spot her from amongst the group of ladies, did that mean that she was way prettier than they were? She looked at the other girls, who looked like they had just eaten shit, and sneered at them. In particular, she sneered at another lady whose family was a little richer than hers. HMMP. So what if you are from the Borgos family? At the end, the prince didn't even look at you. The other girls tried to contain their disappointments, as they too had been eyeing Eli all night long. Even Pascaline's younger siblings from her father's other wives, could not help but grit their teeth in anger. For many of them, Eli was their dream man. But now, this Pascaline BCH had seduced their ideal man. How hateful. Duke Nightingale on the other hand, felt like he had just won the lottery, as he saw this invitation as an opportunity to get his eldest daughter to become Elis' first queen. This was great. The other nobles around the duke sized up his eldest daughter even more, and compared her beauty with their own daughters. And at the end, they had all labeled Pascaline to be a seductress. Nonetheless, they weren't discouraged, as princes usually had 3 or more wives. What was the rush? In truth, Eli had singled her out not because of her beauty, but because of her overly infatuated gazes. For his plan to work, he needed to love-struck them guinea pig, and she just happened to fit the job description. Prince, of course you can. I am your humble servant. So who am I to turn you down? My daughter here is also willing. So please enjoy your stroll, Duke Nightingale said, with a broad smile on his lips, while gesturing to his daughter to move forward. Before the newly acclaimed couple asked out, Duke Nightingale gave Pascaline a secretive look, as if saying, "Don't mess this up," to her. Pascaline nodded slightly, and followed her dream husband out. And once they were out of sight, several other nobles soon came towards Duke Nightingale and toasted with him. Even those who hated him had to put on their best performance, as they too hoped to make use of this opportunity, and send their own daughters to Eli using Pascaline. Congratulations, you sly old fox. Congratulations, Duke. The people already acted as if Eli and Pascaline had already married. On the other hand, the supposedly married couple were leisurely walking around the gardens. Eli closed the gap between them, as they walked. And now, they were so close alongside each other, that their clothes soon began rubbing against each other, as they moved forward. Soon, they found a stone bench under a massive tree, and sat down underneath it. Pascaline. Boom, 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 boom. Pascaline's heartbeat quickly speeded up, as she heard Eli call her name out seductively. "Pascaline, your beauty is truly more striking than before, my prince." "Before?" she asked confusedly. "Yes, before. This isn't the first time that you've been to the palace, now isn't it, my prince?" "Right. I've come here more than 30 times already. But it's usually for birthdays and other festivities, your highness." "But your highness, you remember me?" she asked shyly, as her blush intensified. "Don't you trust this prince?" "I do, your highness. But it's just so shocking to me," she said, while struggling to calm her eager heart. "Pascaline, believe me, I've been watching you all these years, and all I can tell you is that with each encounter, your beauty radiated even more brightly than before," Eli said, while deeply looking into her eyes. Pascaline shuddered and couldn't help but wish that Eli would kiss her now. Eli looked at the love-struck fool, and leaned towards her ears. "Wait here for me. I have a surprise for you. And don't worry, I'll leave 3 of my men with you, just in case you need anything." Pascaline's eyes lit up, as she thought that it would be a token of love or something close to that. For Eli to give her a gift so soon, that could only mean that he had truly been thinking of her for many years now. She sat down on a stone bench and giggled happily, as she quickly found herself daydreaming about the future, being the next queen of Arcadina, as well as producing the first heir to Elis' throne, were all the things that she had desired for a long time now. Eli quickly used another path and exited the gardens undetected. And just a little distance from his exit point, he immediately met with his subordinates, who were all dressed as like Alec's guards. "How much time is left?" Eli asked, while hastily wearing a guard uniform. 29 minutes, your highness. But if we ride with the horses and take the path adjacent the palace library, then we should be able to arrive our attack point before His Majesty gets there," answered Elis' head knight, Zarius. "Good. Well, go just that. While Eli was still making his way towards his attack point, James, on the other hand, was already hiding in wait around the route. He clenched his sword eagerly, as he kept waiting for his father's arrival. And soon, he heard several footsteps approaching him. This was it. It was time for him to finally solidify his position as king. Chapter 313. Father and son. James looked at the eerie dark narrow road ahead, and a smile slowly crept onto his face as he envisioned his glorious victory. Finally, he would get rid of his biggest stumbling block ever, Alec Barn. For James, Alec's death was something that needed to be dealt with quickly. Firstly, one had to know that for close to 2 years now, everyone had been trying to convince Alec to change his mind about Eli being his successor. But of course, Alec was adamant about their suggestion. Hence they couldn't only smile bitterly about the whole matter. But thinking up to here, if Alec was truly dead, then all 3 princes would have a chance to become king. He would take a 33% chance any day, over a 0% chance. Plus, with Alec gone, Eli wouldn't have enough nobleman supporters, as he had never gone out of his way to gain their favor. This in its own already showed that he or Connor would have a better chance at being king over Eli. So with Alec dead, Eli would definitely lose his biggest supporter. Secondly, killing his father was for the best, as this father of his was a greedy man through and through. Other kings in other empires have all stepped down from their thrones already. But this 45-year-old father of his planned to do so when he reached 55 or 60. By that time, won't all the princes be in their early or late 30s? What sort of crap was that? Who would wait that long? Looking at it now, even if he killed Eli, his father would still sit there for many more years to come. So, it was better to kill him now. Yes, Alec had to die. Din, 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 din. The sounds of synchronized men could be heard getting louder and louder from James' hiding place. They waited until the group of unknown men had arrived at their targeted attack spot, before they swiftly dashed out from the bushes in a flash. "Protect the king!" someone yelled out, as they watched numerous men dash out from the trees and bushes. The whole scene became chaotic, as they tried to surround Alec. As for Alec, he just stood there unfazed. Like a magnificent statue brought to life, his pose was similar to all those Olympian bull riders who had red capes on during their fights. He pushed his chest forward, lifted his ear snobbishly into the air, and he held his sword, as if it were a walking cane. James walked calmly, and smiled. As he looked at his men, who greatly outnumbered Alex stared at his youngest legitimate son's face for a long time unmoved. "Good evening, Father," James said teasingly. Alec remained silent, as he coldly watched his son with utter disappointment in his eyes. "Father, this son greets you, so shouldn't you reply this son back?" James said, while playfully touching the tip of his sword. "What are you doing here?" Alec asked coldly. "Are you blind, Father? Or is your old age that's making your mind to not functioning well?" "Good, very good. You dare to talk to me like that?" Alec bellowed in anger. This was a side of James that Alec had never seen before, as this son of his would always agree to whatever he said. More than that, James always wanted to please or curry favor with him whenever they met. And even when Alec would scold James sometimes, the boy would shudder from fright, or act weak and timid just to gain his sympathy. But surprisingly, apart from Landon, this son had also received him too. Having his two sons play him like a flute in the span of a single night made him feel like a fool. Was he so useless that everyone could fool him if they wanted to? He couldn't help but wonder if Connor and Eli had hidden masks as well, but he quickly pushed those thoughts to the back of his mind as he knew that James was the exception. He would like to think that Connor and Eli had inherited his late father's gentle nature, while James on the other hand, had inherited his scheming nature. This situation was somewhat hard for him to accept, because deep down, he also loved James as well. In fact, he loved all his legitimate sons. But sadly only one could be king, and he gave it to Eli, because he was the oldest and the most caring of the lot. Now looking at James' face, for the first time ever, he saw the past and present self, staring him right in the face. Yes, he had killed his own father in the past. And even if it were the present him, he would still do it over and over again. He used to be like James, as he always acted nice to his brother, while having murderous intentions at the back of his mind. He had also tried everything to curry favor with his father back then. And when it didn't work, so he killed him instead. For him, killing was the best way to solve a problem. One could say that after killing his father, he began a killing spree to clear his tracks, and as time went on, his seemingly cowardly persona changed into what it was today. That's looking at James now, Alec could see a 90% similarity to his former self. The 10% difference between them was obviously for James' stupidity. He also blamed James' mother as well, as he knew that the boy hadn't been given the proper guidance while growing up. If he had been given enough attention from the start, then maybe he would have been as good as Connor or Eli, who were pampered silly by their own mothers. The child was rather a pitiful one. So, rather than blaming James, he decided to blame the third queen, who had suddenly gone mad after Jeanette's death. Son, I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Answer me truthfully, and I will spare your life. I want to hear it directly from your mouth, so I'll ask you again. What are you doing here? Alec asked indifferently, with a hint of anger in his voice. You'll give me a chance to redeem myself? Ha 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 ha. I say, old man, really too funny. Take a look at your situation, will you? Does it look like you can threaten me with that bullsh? Fine. As a last act of charity towards you, I'll humbly go along with you for the time being, like you've already guarded. I'm here to kill you, father, James said with a smile on his face. Immediately as James spoke, a tiny fraction of Alec's heart broke into pieces. Alec, Orphason, Is this what my father felt when he killed him? Authorson, No, Mr. Alec, only a tiny piece broke for you, but your father's entire heart was broken. Not the same dude. Underscore. Dot. Alec's body soon began vibrating, as he felt his interior being go hungry for destruction. He was as mad as a hippo with hernia. But of course, the anger from his eyes also showed a unique pain underneath it. He placed his right hand on his chest, and tried to calm his saddened heart. His throbbing heart slit entered a serene state of calmness one more, and soon, he had retained his previously cold aura. Why? What sort of question is that? You of all people should know the answer. Right, father? Yes, I do. But again, I want to hear it from your own mouth. Ha ha ha. Well, I don't mind telling you, since you'll die anyways. You see, no matter how much I tried to please you, I was never good enough in your eyes. We could have had a great relationship between us, but you chose to leave me in the dust for your favorite child. Aren't I also good enough to be king? James said emotionally. His lips trembled, as he remembered all the work that he had put into making his father recognize him. It was always Eli this, or Eli that. But what about me? What about what I wanted? So, let me ask you this. Did you ever lack anything growing up? No. Then why do you want the throne so badly? Of what use is it to you, if you have everything you needed? Father, I could ask you the same. Why kill Grandpa when you had everything you needed as well? Underscore. Silence stayed on for another minute or so, as Alec stared hard at his son. How did you know, father? Truly naive. Did you really think that no one would ever find out? Trust me, father. We all have our ways, James said, with a mischievous smile on his face. Indeed. We all have our ways. So to be clear, no matter what I say, you won't listen to me anymore? Isn't that obvious, father? Why are you so slow? Forget it. Let's just get this over with, shall we? James said impatiently. Yes. Let's. Men, come out. Underscore. Chapter 314. A private show. Thup, thup, thup. Immediately, several men from heaven knows where jumped out from different locations, all wearing black. Some even jumped down from the trees ninja style, as they rushed to surround the traitors. James looked around nervously, and soon, the smile on his face slowly faded away, as he quickly understood what was going on. In a blink of an eye, James and his men were all surrounded by over 600 knights. Even he was surprised at how many people his father kept as secret guards. Wasn't Alec supposed to have only 100 secret guards with him? James had brought out 300 guards just to ensure his victory. But of course, he had miscalculated and underestimated his father's shrewdness. This was the ruler of Arcadina he was attacking. James stood there lifeless, as he soon realized how foolish he had been. Alec, on the other hand, walked calmly towards his disappointing son in rage. Pa! The crisp sounds of Alec's slap resounded through the quiet night, and it instantly sent James flying through the air. Of course Alec didn't stop there. As he quickly rushed towards James, grabbed his hair with his right hand, and used his knee to hit James' chin and neck. Bam! Uck! Ah! James screamed out, as blood suddenly gushed out from his mouth. Slapoo! Alec looked at the pathetic wimp in front of him, and sneered. He then used his left leg to crush James' right hands, while using the other leg to kick James, who was currently on all fours, as many times as he wanted. Alec's entire weight had now been placed on James' right hand. Bam, 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 uck, father, bam, 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 f. Underscore. The more James tried to talk, the more Alec kicked him hard. He had made his choice, as Alec had asked him if he really wanted to walk down this path. So there was no turning back now. Even if he was his son. Although Alec loved James, he loved himself way more than anyone else. So when someone tries to kill him, then there's only one possible outcome from it all. Bam, 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 underscore. Funny enough, Whenever James was kicked, due to the momentum from the kick, his body wanted to fly backwards. But because Alec's left leg was firmly gripping James' right hand, the whole scenario occurred like a stretched elastic band, as James would always end up coming back to his original position, no matter how many times his body wanted to fly backwards, and every time it responded so, it felt like his right arm would soon rip out of its sockets. All the guards from both sides gulped at Alec's brutality towards his own son. They could see blood trickling down James' head, as it were a fountain of some sort. Finally, after countless kicks, Alec suddenly released his hands and gave enough distance between them, and soon, James thanked the heavens for giving him a breathing chance. But of course, before he could offer up his prayers, Alec came running in again like an angry hippo. Bam! Alec kicked him hard on his chest, and James literally rolled more than 7 times back. Sploog! James spat out more blood, as he looked at his father with hatred-filled eyes. Get up, Alec said coldly, while looking at his trembling son. He soon held James' neck, and pulled him up to his feet, while strangling the boy. Since you are my son, I'll let you fight me like a man. At least in this way, you'll die with some sort of honor. James, who heard this, knew that the verdict had already been announced. He was going to die today. Sword! Alec yelled, and soon, one of his men rushed forward, picked up James' sword that had been thrown a little distance back, and placed it on James' bleeding and swollen right hand. His hands looked like they had been mutated with some mysterious creature which was both hideous and deadly. It now had a green-purplish tone to it, as well as pieces of torn flesh on it too. And why wouldn't it look like that? Previously, when Alec was brutally kicking James, he had been balancing his entire weight on James' right hand, so of course it was swollen. In truth, James' fingers felt numb, as even when he tried to hold his sword it kept dropping to the floor instead. Palan Lanlan, what? After taking a little beating, you can't even hold a sword? TSK. I thought you were tougher than that, but it turns out that just as weakling. It was like those words unleashed James' rage, as that was the word he hated the most. Weakling. When Landon was still around, he wasn't the weakest. But after Landon's departure, everyone kept comparing his achievements with that of his brothers. And no matter how hard he tried, no one had ever appreciated his efforts, unless he bribed them to do so. In a way, he felt lonely, as he didn't have any real friends as well. He lived his entire life trying to please this father of his, and at the end, it was totally worthless. In everyone's eyes, he was still a weakling. Like magic, that word made him forcefully feel sensation in his numb fingers, and soon, he gripped his sword while gritting his teeth in anger. Don't you ever call me that, he said, while running and carrying his staggering body towards Alec. He swung his sword at full force towards Alec's neck, as he tried to kill the giant in one full swoop. But of course, Alec ducked, and punched his belly once more. And he spat out blood again. Are you joking right now? Is this the best you can do, weakling? Shut up. If you hadn't crippled me earlier, I'm sure I would have defeated you by now. Ha ha ha. Not even in a million years. Alright. Since you can't fight anymore, then there's no need dragging this on for so long. Father is done playing with you now, so go to sleep forever. In a flash, Alec ran up to James, and took out a dagger from his back pocket. Slice. In one swift move, the dagger sliced the front of James' neck midway, and soon, the head fell backwards, while still hanging from the back of his neck. James' eyes were still wide open from shock, as he didn't think his father would kill him without any warning. But he did. The bastard finished him off just like that. Motherfucker. He thought, as he saw his life flash before his eyes. During his final moments, for some inexplicable reason, He soon began to think of his mother. It was at this moment that he realized that the person he loved and wanted to see the most was actually that mad woman. "I'm sorry," he said to himself, hoping that she would somehow get the message. Those were his last thoughts before he lost consciousness, and slowly left the Hertfillian world. Eli, Connor and Carrie had all witnessed their brothers fall from their individual hideouts. Previously, they had been waiting for him to come along, but when he didn't show up, they sent out teams to secretly check out the situation. And when they heard that James had made a move, they decided to wait in the shadows and kill the victor as well. But seeing how prepared Alec was, who knew how many more of his men were hiding out in the bushes just from watching all this go down, instantly, they knew that tonight, they would have no chance at dealing with this father of theirs. Once James fell, his 300 guards all knelt down and waited for their own verdict as well. "Bosco." "Yes, your majesty." "Don't you think that it's a waste to kill perfectly good war weapons? Torture them for a year, before sending them to our base instead," Alec said, while wiping the blood off his dagger with his clothes. Alec's mind kept wandering around as he thought about the secret message that he had received 2 nights ago. "One of your sons is planning to take your life. Bring at least 600 guards with you wherever you go, or else you'll die on your birthday." Of course, the message was longer than that. And at first, he thought it was a joke. But when he thought of his own past, he decided to abide by the note's instructions. Lucky for him, he was saved by this mysterious stranger. In his mind, this person had good intel and resources. So if the note said one of his sons wanted to kill him, then didn't that mean that his other sons didn't want him dead? Thinking like that, it was just James that was the bad seed here. But of course, Alec couldn't be more wrong. Unbeknownst to all those around, and even all those hiding within the bushes, the organizers of the whole event were watching as well. They were having their own private show with the snacks that they had gotten from Baymard. Crunch. 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 SH. Keep it down. "This is the best part," someone said in a whispery tone. "Sorry, but they're so good." Crunch. Crunch. Chapter 315 Trade Route Establishment Part 1 From a distant corner, several others were also watching the show. "Young master, it looks like he abided to your instructions. But why didn't you just allow the boy to kill him?" one of the men said in a whispery tone. He just felt like rather than allowing Alec live, it would be better to let James survive instead. "Why do you keep asking the young master such questions?" "Let me break it down to you again. Firstly, whether he dies now or in a few months' time, sooner or later, his brothers would have killed him off. Not to talk of his father, when he realized that the brat had traded off 60% of Arcadina to the Terricans. That alone is enough to hang anyone publicly. Even if the young master wanted to spare his life, when news goes out, the entire empire would hate on the boy. His life would fall from heaven to hell. And the people have even riot and ask for him to be disgraced and put to death publicly. It's better for him to die like so than the alternative. He made his bed, and so shall he lie on it." "Fine, I get that. But this is Alec Barn we are talking about. Why not kill him now?" the other one said, while looking at Alec murderously. "Calm down. We all want to kill him. But for now, he would have to stay alive. Do you think that we are the only ones who want him dead? There are many others who would even kill us, if he took his life before they could. Some of them had made it their life mission to personally kill him by their bare hands. And all these people lived with him under the same roof. Do not underestimate a woman's hatred. Speaking of which, is she here?" "Yes. The men had brought her in a while ago." At another location, several men were currently holding down a woman, and preventing her from revealing herself. Yup. This woman was James' mother, third Queen Argenia. She had just lost her daughter last year. And now, her own son had died before her very eyes. She had just arrived on the scene when Alec told his men to come out. And before she could even understand the situation, her son was pummeled to the ground 100 times. No, she mumbled through the hands that were currently placed on her mouth. Of course, as several men tried to cover her mouth. Others who trying to pin her down, so as to alert Alec. They wrestled with her for a while. And honestly, they were more shocked that she had such strength in her. But of course, one should never come between a mother and her child. Even mothers who were the weakest of beings would fight to the death for their child. The WWE match continued, as she tried to reach her son. And when she heard Alec calling him a weakling and trying to crush his spirits, she almost successfully grabbed one of the men's swords, as she wanted to go out there and kill the bastard herself. How dare he? For sure. The blow came when she saw her son's head dangle backwards from Alec's kill. She lost it. Little James. She was basically screaming, yelling, and crying, while kicking all the men away from her. And while the wrestling match continued on for a while more, back in the open, Alec and his subordinates were still talking. Your Majesty, what do we do with the prince's body? He's not my son anymore. So why should I care? Burn the body and throw the ashes far away from Arcadina. Your Majesty. What do we tell Queen Argenia? Silence. Argenia, who was in the bushes, suddenly stopped wrestling, and looked at them intensely. Tell her that he was met with assassins and kidnapped. Anyone who dares to leak out what happened today will be hanged along with his entire generation. Is that understood? Yes, Your Majesty. For Alec, whether the assassins took him to Tariq, Corona or even any other continent, how would she know? Plus, he had already experienced her mad side, with Jeanette's death. Now picture what she would look like when her children were dead. This assassin lie was perfect for keeping her on a leash. He would tell her that if she didn't behave, then he wouldn't send out teams to look for their missing son. And vice versa. In this way, he would have her at his back and call. On the other hand, the woman he was talking about, felt like strangling him. When she heard his stupid made-up story, she wasn't dumb, as she knew what he was planning to do. And to make matters worse, he didn't even want to acknowledge his son or even give him a proper royal burial. What's more, her son's body would be burnt and taken far away from Arcadina. The bastard. She continued fighting with the men who were pinning her down, as she watched them carry her son's body as if it were trash. She couldn't sworn that he called her name out during his last moments. Call it a mother's intuition, but she could feel it. And every part of her body had vibrated then. The men soon realized that they couldn't keep this wrestling match up, so they immediately hit her unconscious. Like 12 times, no joke. The woman just refused to faint. Pang. Tears flowed down Argenia's beautiful face, as she slowly lost consciousness. And when she woke up again, she was in her room, comfortably resting on her bed. Was it all a dream? Yes. It must be, she thought. Very quickly, she wore her shoes and planed to make her way towards her son's quarters. But just when she wanted to leave her courtyard, some mysterious servant passed a note to her. 2 minutes later, the waterworks started all over again. Woo. 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 She clenched her fists in hatred, as she remembered last night's saga. She felt like if anyone dared to kill Alec before she did, she would find the person and tear them from limb to limb. He was hers to kill. Even Carrie Barn. Previously, she didn't make any obvious moves on Carrie, because she was afraid that her actions might affect James, and they might hold him hostage instead. But with James dead, please, she would give it everything that she's got. In short, those two were her life targets, and no one, not even the gods or the ancestors, could stand in her way. After all, what else did she have to lose? Her only children were dead, and the perpetrators were all living around her. Alec Barn, I will kill you. And so just like that, The wild birthday fiasco had finally come to an end. The fight for the throne had now been narrowed down once more. And James Barne was no longer within the Hertfillian world. But while all these events had occurred, Baymard, on the other hand, had been experiencing a massive inflow of people within this time frame. The Empire of Baymard. Days were blissful in the newly established empire, with numerous people from Corona rushing in. In preparation for the next public school semester, which started on April 3rd. Only 9 more days to go, and all classes of Coronians enrolled their children at the public schools. For those who were poor, they got the cheapest apartments located in District H, which was the district just before King's Landing. And even made payment plans, as well as looked for jobs as well as for those who could afford their own private homes. They too had several options as well, as there were villas and basic homes available to them. Of course, some people came early, so as to get acquainted with the place before the Law Academy, and the Culinary U0026 Winemaking Academy officially carry out their admission tests on May 7th till May 12th. From what they heard, the competition was to be fierce and like a battlefield. Hence no one wanted to be left behind. So they had come to Baymard to understand the food here, and hopefully gain an upper hand in the tests. Of course, these academies had 2 official start dates for the exams, May 12th and August 5th. Those were the only entry dates available throughout the entire year, as it was always better to have exams during the hot summer seasons. Again, apart from those with the intentions of studying, several new merchants had arrived at Baymard's shores as well. They were drunk in love with Baymard's goods, as all these items had sold out like hotcakes fast, especially the food. Do you know how many times people went to buy spices, salt, butter and so on? And one shouldn't even forget their drinks and snacks as well. Forget it. As merchants, they usually worked like a buzz, as they stopped here and there, conducting business wherever they went. Hence their ships always contained newly purchased goods within them, or goods that they wanted to sell out. But in Baymard's case, the merchants had realized that when it concerned Baymard, they had to take an empty ship to this empire for each trip, because everything sold out fast. Even things like mops, soaps and so on were really lifesavers to a lot of maids, and even housewives. Landon was currently driving his new Bexo 01 Jeep Wrangler towards the coastal region. The cruise-type ships were finally completed, and now, it was time for the Bakeronian transportation route to be established. Chapter 316 Trade Route Establishment Part 2 Your Majesty, she's a beauty. No. They are all beauties. Standing before several massive cruise ships were all the workers who helped transport the ships over, as well as all the royals, overseers, heads and main assistants of all workplaces within Baymard. Today, they wanted to see what these so-called cruisers were, and of course, as usual, His Majesty Landon's designs never disappointed them. Truly outstanding. The ship was way larger than regular ships, as they realized that even royal ships would be seen as child play before monstrous beauties. And what was even more surprising was that it was all made out of metal. If it were before, they would have thought that it would sink. But having studied a tad bit of the sciences for a while now, their doubts quickly casted away, as they started forming their own speculations in their minds. Was this buoyancy? Did they calculate, as well as take into account the atmospheric air and water pressures as well? Their minds were currently spinning, as they looked at the large ship before them. TSK. Knowledge was truly power. Light, Momo and Linda looked at the ships eagerly, as they were waiting for the go-ahead sign from Landon. There were 9 ships in total before them, and with each ship, its upper half, starting from the deck upwards, were all painted white. But what made them different were the colors used to paint their lower halves. Some were painted dark blue, just like the bottomless ocean, while others were painted red, black and so on. Of course, the ships all had different names. Like the Enchantress, the Sovereign, Oasis of the Ocean, Queen Kimberly, and so on. Of course, Landon would never name any of his ships the Titanic. One never knew what would happen. So Landon would be damned if he ever brought such bad luck to his passengers. Tim and the rest almost knelt down in worship, as they gazed at Landon with a revered look. "Your Majesty, do you know that you're a national treasure?" "No, national treasure is beneath you, Your Majesty. You're a Hertfillian treasure, HMMP. What do you know? He's definitely a heavenly treasure, _" Once again, Landon shook his head wryly, as he was left helpless against these citizens of his. All right. Let's take a tour on the Enchantress, shall we?" Very quickly, everyone made their way towards the ship, as they wanted to see what these beauties contained. Right from the get-go, each ship here had 3 floors below the main deck level, 1 main deck, 8 floors above the deck level, and 1 open rooftop floor as well. Of course, the tour started with the 3 bottom floors below deck. Of the 3, the last 2 were meant for storage of all guests' items, as well as all in-use ship items like foods, toilet papers and so on. Stepping onto these floors, everyone was taken aback to how organized they were. Stepping in, they could see several massive garage-sized doors within the floors, and each door had a number, lock system and name on it. Of course, rather they called it a garage, as they had never seen anything like it, but in actuality, it was a shipping container. For simplicity, Landon had divided up the residential areas into sections, and assigned storage units to them. For example, those living on the 3rd floor, from room 1030, would all have their stuff placed into residential container F3R1030, where F represented the floor, other room. In this way, storage and even identification would be made easier for all. Stepping into each shipping container, they realized that it had shelves with various sizes within it, which could accommodate small to massive-sized guest bags. And the shelves also had several straps and other fall prevention mechanisms, so as to keep the bags safe and secure during the trip, lest they fall and something within them gets broken. There wasn't much to look at with these 2 bottom storage floors, but the floor above them, which was also the first floor below the deck, was meant for war. That is, if someone dared to attack them. There were missile launcher all positioned around all points within the floor, as well as the main security office base within the floor. This floor also had its own storage area, which provided ample ammunition and other important weapons to take down the enemy. Of course, as the ships were going to travel out and about, Landon had obviously equipped the ships with radar systems. In simple terms, this system would allow them to know if incoming ships or objects were approaching them. In essence, radio signals would be sent out from all angles around the ship. From there, these signals go out and get reflected back to the ship, and of course, the system would convert the radio waves, and estimate how large the incoming object was. And if it were any danger to the ship, the alarm system would go off within the ward deck. Also, on this floor, there would also be an engine and electrical monitoring UO026 maintenance control center as well, which was off limits to everyone except those who worked in this particular control center. And finally, it contained an incinerating room, where the all waste would be recycled, destroyed or managed. Here, engineers would be called to play their part on the ship. So far, these were all the things that Landon had placed below deck level. Moving on from the lower part of the ship, the upper part, which entailed the main deck and the 8 floors above the deck, would for sure be the limelight of all future trips. In essence, the deck floor had a massive hotel-like building on it which took 34 of the floor space, leaving the other 14 as open deck space. which would be spread around the hotel building. So one can imagine it as a hotel surrounded by a lot of open space. And within this open deck space one would find a large theater at the back, where one could watch shows and plays. Several large open lounge areas with chairs at different locations. A man-made garden. Land and the rest had currently finished touring the deck space. And now, it was time for them to look at the massive building before them. They walked merrily and chatted amongst themselves, until they finally stepped into the main lobby. Your Majesty. It's indeed like a hotel. It's extremely huge. Your Majesty. At this point, I wouldn't even mind living in this ship forever, said another, as he knelt down and kissed the white crystalline-looking floor before him. The floor designs, patterns and decor all made one feel like they were at a 5-star luxury hotel. Just from entering the place, most of them felt like they should spend their vacation days cruising on these ships with their families as well. Who knows, maybe they could go to Corona just for the cruise experience. Soon, the helpless Landon continued his tour, as he led the overly excited crowd around the floor. One should know that the hotel-like building had 9 floors in total: ground or main deck floor for guests services and entertainment, floor 2 entertainment as well, floor 3 for staff sleeping quarters, floors 4, 5 and 6 for economy class sleeping quarters, floors 7 and 8 for business class sleeping quarters, floor 9 for first class sleeping quarters. Currently, Landon and the rest were viewing the deck floor, where one would find a massive lobby for check-ins, bag services, room allocations, help desks, and future bookings, a large indoor lounge, a massive restaurant, which had escalators and stairs which led to its upper half at the 2nd floor, a clinic, which also had its upper half on the 2nd floor as well, an indoor theater which also had its upper half on the 2nd floor too. Even though there was an outdoor theater, if rain fell the show would be pushed indoors. A massive casino, a hidden kitchen for staff only, a hidden laundry room where the staff could clean beddings and so on, as well as to take down requests from those guests who pay for laundry services as well. And finally, another hidden room which monitors those who request for extra services. One should know that each room would have a red bottom against the wall, which should only be pressed if they needed anything. Once pressed, the guest would have to speak into the speaker. From there, those in the room would be able to listen in and reply to the customer's needs immediately. If they needed food at night after restaurant closing hours, then those at the rooms would use their walkie-talkies to talk to those in charge of such duties. In such a massive ship, communication was always key. Of course, the 2nd floor was also solely for entertainment, as it had a bowling alley, spa, gym, tennis and basketball courts, several stores that all sold Baymadian goods, Arts U0026 studio for children and adults, daycare center, cafes, bars U0026 lounges open 247, the upper half of the clinic, the upper half of the restaurant, the upper half of the indoor theater, and finally, a library. Looking at these entertainment spots, everyone subconsciously nodded their heads, as they started thinking of their future vacation trips with their families. Everything was for relaxation. They finished looking at the main entertainment floors. And finally, it was time to view the residential areas. Landon had to round up things fast, so as to officially discuss the transportation route system with the Minister of Transportation. Soon, the Coronian Knights would be coming to train, and Landon needed to hurry things up. From the message he had gotten from one of Santa's merchant friends, Queen Penelope was currently on her way here, even now as he was touring. As per the contract, he had already promised to deliver before the arrival of the Knights. Hence time was not on his side. Alright. Let's look at the residential floors next. Chapter 317 Tour completion. The tour continued. And bottom line, for staff quarters, it covered the entire 3rd floor, and had 180 rooms within it. 80 to the left, 80 to the right, and 20 on the sides. One had to know that Landon's cruisers were smaller than most cruisers, and could be said to measure up to 70% of those massive ones back on Earth. So when concerning these flaws, most cruise ships would have a minimum of 260 wide rooms within the residential floor. But since his were smaller, of course the number of rooms would differ as well. Nonetheless, the rooms were set up like hotels, with their own bedrooms, toilets, closet spaces, and even a cozy sitting area. Of course, the higher one ascended, the more spacious and luxurious the rooms would be. Anyway, each staff residential room had 2 bunk beds, hosting a total of 4 people within a single residence. Of course, Landon had designed the rooms in a way that wouldn't make the staff feel cramped up, as everyone had ample breathing space around them. To sum it up, this floor would host 720 staff members overall, 180 times 4. If anyone was thinking that this number was too much, then they really didn't know much about cruise management. Most cruisers got at least 2,500 staff members for the smooth running of the ship. From the security guards, to the ship engineers, mechanics, floor cleaner and room cleaners, kitchens, casinos, restaurant, spa and all other aspects within the ship. One could even argue that the number was too little instead. One shouldn't forget that the staff had to be alert to attend to any customer needs, no matter what time it was. Hence they needed ample staff around the clock at all times. For economy class, it covered floors 4, 5 and 6 within the ship. These ones also had 180 rooms as well, but were more luxurious than the staff ones. So rather than having bunk beds like the staff members, these ones would have regular hotel beds, and those who booked earlier could choose what sort of room they wanted. Also, depending on how large their families were, their rooms could either have 2 beds or just one within them. Of course, for economy class, their rooms would only have single, twin, full or double-sized beds. Bottom line, just like how airlines did it, if one booked early and requested for a particular type, then it would be reserved. But if one booked late, and the type of room he or she needed were all reserved, then they would have to settle for another option instead. Of course, so as to give more options for those with extremely large families, Landon had made a rule that no one traveling in their own could book a room that had more than 1 bed within it. For now, this rule would stay, but in the future, for sure, it would be dropped. Looking at business class residences, one would find them in the 7th and 8th floors. Rather than having 180 residence rooms, these floors had 100 instead. And right off the bat, one could immediately spot several major differences from those in economy class. The most obvious one was that every residence was far larger than those within economy class, and had several rooms within it as well. The seating area was now in a separate room, and even had a dining table within it. And there was also a walk-in closet, as well as separate rooms for those who needed 2 beds within one business class residence. Also, these residences now had balconies that either overlooked the ocean, as well as the surrounding deck below. Of course, the beds within these rooms were all queen-sized as well. For first-class guests, they only occupied half of the 9th floor, with only 25 suites in total, 10 on the left, 10 on the right, and 5 at the side. In short, one could almost fit in 2 business-class residences into each first-class room. Here, each room had its own private butler, or attendant, who would be on their back and call throughout their trip. The high-ceiling suites were extremely massive, and had been designed just like a 2-story house without a kitchen. The suites had balconies the size of outdoor patios, a stairway which led to the bedrooms above, another room which acted as a second bedroom, a jacuzzi, and a wine and beverage spot with a complimentary deluxe beverage package consisting of 2 champagne bottles, and 2 other beverages. It also had an even larger walk-in closet, an entire living room area, a massive-sized bathroom, a private office, and VIP access to everything on the ship. This included unlimited spa treatments, which could be performed right in their suites, rather than going to the spa on the 2nd floor. Long story short, they would always get the best of everything. Like priority boarding, priority departures, and specialty dining where they could be intimate with the gourmet chef and have their meals cooked right before their eyes. Also, they would have access to VIP sections within the gyms, front row seats to all shows, and so on. As for the other half of the 9th floor, this region was the residential areas of the ship captains, the doctors on board, as well as those war soldiers below deck. The floor had a wall at its center, which blocked those from either sides from seeing each other. As Landon didn't want the first-class VIPs to see them. Also, he had made a private elevator from the deck level, which would lead them to the captains, doctors and soldiers straight to their residential sections at once. As for how their rooms looked like, within the sleeping chambers of each VIP residence there, Landon had essentially placed several bunk beds there, as if they were in the army. Again, on this floor, at a well-hidden region, one would find the captain's control and navigation center here. One had to know that the soldiers below deck only had to ensure the safety of the ship, but when it concerned those actual steering it, those would have to be the captains. The control center had an upper floor and lower floor within it, as well as high ceilings and glass windows, since it was within the first-class floor. Up next was the last floor, which was essentially an open-deck region above the 9th floor. There, one would find a swimming pool, several lounges, an outdoor bar, another garden, and even 3 outdoor snack restaurants there. Of course, to use the pool, one had to buy any of the fully covered-up swimwears before they hopped into the water. No swimming with stockings, boots and so on. As for those who couldn't swim, they could sign out arm floats free of charge as well. And just to be sure that they were alright, had decided not to make the pool too deep. With these many features in the cruisers, Landon was hoping that everyone would have fun during their trips. Chapter 318 Bakeronian Transportation Finalization. Didn't you see that first-class suite with the seashell sofa within it, bro? It was amazing. I know, right? And don't forget, His Majesty said that each room would have a personal butler assigned to it. The whole thing screams out luxury. Wait. But what did you think of the staff quarters? To be honest, I was expecting the rooms to look like a broom closet or something, since they basically came here to work, and not for vacation. But surprisingly, His Majesty had still requested for the staff rooms to be done as if it were a standard hotel room instead. Have you forgotten? His Majesty said that if someone lived in a depressing place, it could affect their work, and eventually themselves. That's why he made the place as comfortable as possible for them. Everyone chatted merrily, as they stepped out from the Enchantress. In their minds, they would definitely use their vacations to have this cruise experience, even if they had seen luxury before within the hotels in Baymard. Seeing all this within the ships was still breathtaking nonetheless. It was the same feeling people get when they visit places like Singapore or Dubai. Back on Earth, everyone had basically seen most of the features placed in those areas. But why did they still look at those regions in awe? Beauty, architecture, decor, scenic spots and so on played a major role in attracting everyone's attention. So no matter who it was, they would still be blown away to some degree. And even though some of them had aided in building the ships, it was still a wonderful experience to actually step on board for a tour and seeing the complete look. Because once construction was done, some of them hadn't even seen some parts of the ships yet, as most parts were closed off once done. So of course they were excited. Landon, on the other hand, was currently heading towards a newly built cruise management company with Paul there, who was the newly appointed Minister of Transportation. This company was meant for the workers and staff only. Here, the accountants, secretaries, cleaners, ship engineers, cooks and so on, would have their locker rooms, and even have project discussions here. Especially the engineers. If some new protocol had been issued out, they would be made known all about it within the company. On arriving at the company's site, they quickly proceeded towards one of the conference rooms there. Today, they would have a grand meeting with all the heads within the company, be it the head of operations, head of accounting, or head quality management personnel. Everyone was present for today's meeting. Chief Souza, you had just returned from Corona last night. So, how far has Corona gone with completing what we asked for? Landon asked the red-haired man seated on the right side of the conference table, 3 seats away. Your Majesty. It's done. The estate has just 2 massive 3-story buildings within it, as well as 1 small one for the security men. The man replied while subconsciously stroking his thick reddish beard. Landon had asked for a simple building to be made, so as to save more time. Without cement, Corona had to construct buildings made entirely out of stone. And this in itself was too cost-effective and time-consuming. Hence, he had just wanted not more than 4 buildings within the estate. With their office in Corona completed, their next agenda was training. Chief Winifred. How's training going? Your Majesty. The captains and engineers have been training using the fishing ships, tug ships, and some of the cargo ships that were completed 2 months ago. And we had also got them to train in simulated rooms that had all the controls within it as well. Your Majesty, so far, only 48% of the captains and navigation officers are ready. As for the rest, they need a little more time before they would be able to confidently give out orders or solve problems on their own, said a 29-year-old woman. Not bad. This is still good enough for the time being, since each cruise will have a team of at least 60 of them on board at once. Those who are strong will help those who are weak, while piloting the ships. Also, for the next 1 year, each trip would have 5 supervisors in it at all times, who will overlook everyone as well. In this way, everyone would be able to learn and gain experience in the job. But of course, just before we officially launch, we'll have them take 5 examinations using the cruisers for the next 3 weeks. Everyone nodded, as they listened on. Captain Dryas. Have you selected enough Marine soldiers for the job? Yes, Your Majesty. Good. Just like the rest, they too would have to take separate examinations as well. Up next, they quickly tackled scheduling. Boarding in Corona would take place on Mondays at 10 a.m. and 3 p.m. as well as Thursdays UO026, Saturdays at 9 a.m., 2 p.m. and 6 p.m. while boarding in Baymard would take place on Tuesdays at 10 a.m. and 3 p.m. and Fridays UO026, Sundays at 9 a.m., 2 p.m. and 6 p.m. too. For now, these were the only time intervals for boarding on each day. But of course, when more ships were created in the future, more time intervals would also be added to the schedule as well. There were 9 ships available, and a total of 16 trips to make weekly, with each trip taking at most 2.5 days to complete. So after drawing up a proper working schedule, which accounted for the workers' rest, weather delays and so on, Landon and his team were now ready to officially launch the Bakeronian cruisers. Somewhere on the open waters. Shwach, shwach. The waves gently rippled against each other as they mildly rushed in from directions. On a massive fleet, one could see a young girl currently training hard with her sword in her hands. Swish, swish, swish. She had placed her hair in a ponytail, as she continuously sliced through the air multiple times. Your Majesty, it's time for your lunch. If you don't go now, the good would get cold, said one of her knights. He'll be right, the Horace. Soon, the young lady swiftly placed her sword in its sheath. And looked at the calm waters below. It wouldn't be long before she would reach her destination. She was of course curious about this land of milk and honey that she had been hearing about. Soon, she would see what this Baymard was truly like. But unbeknownst to her and the merry Baymardians, several forces had already silently gathered around Baymard, as they too wanted to get their hands on this promised land. Chapter 319 Welcome to Baymard, Riverdale City, Arcadina. Gathered within a large dining hall, were Marder Shannon, City Lord Sanders, and their men. They had just had servings of ramen noodles mixed with some canned tuna from Baymard, while sipping on some cool beverages. The meal had truly made their taste buds tingle for more, while the drinks, which had been placed in cold stream water, made their whole insides fizzle in joy. Dinner time was over, and now it was time to get down to business. Once again, I welcome you all into my home. You are too humble, City Lord Marder. Instead, we should be the ones thanking you for giving us a roof over our heads. So, back to business. I have heard a great deal about this place, from the buildings, to how the people lived. And even though they have no night academy there, the few knights that they do have, all seemed to be well-trained knights. For this operation to be successful, we need enough people and enough resources on our sides. So tell me, how many men do you have for this operation? 6,000, my lord. Previously, Marder would have thought that this amount was enough to deal with Baymard. But that was before he stepped into the city himself. Hearing about it, and seeing it for himself, were two completely different things. When he had listened to the stories from his men, he felt like that number would be enough. But after visiting the newly established empire, he couldn't help but feel a little intimidated. Something kept nagging at the back of his mind that this number was nothing at all. He didn't know why he felt like that, but he just did. Call it fear, instincts or whatever. But he knew that he needed at least double the amount he had on hand, to successfully take down these Baymardians. So, all this time, he had been searching for an ally to aid him in his quest. Even if he had to give these allies a certain share of Baymard, he didn't mind, as he felt that it was better than fighting a losing battle. Of course, one of the important criterias for choosing any ally was that they weren't supposed to be close to Baron Kane or his other enemies. He had searched for potential allies for several months before stumbling upon City Lord Sanders. His spies around Sanders' territory had reported some of Sanders' plans to him. Hence he had sent a letter to Sanders, and the rest was history. For Sanders, he didn't mind working with Marder, as he felt like he could use the boy as a means to further ensure his victory over Baymard. Again, he also felt like the Marder was someone he could squash at any time if need be. So rather than working with allies who were too powerful, working with a B grade one was way better. As those AG+ grades typically double-crossed each other once the whole show was done. Sure, his plan was to double-cross his ally, as he wanted the entire Baymard to himself. But for that to work, only newly appointed power holders would be easy to deceive. 6,000 men. Not bad. And you say that another 1,000 should be arriving sometime within this week? Sanders asked curiously, while intensively eyeing Marder. That is correct, Lord Sanders. This is all I have on hand at the moment, Marder replied calmly. In truth, he had a total of 13,071 men already. But how could he use up all his men just for this battle? Before he was made city lord, his father had secretly given him 3,025 men. And after he was made city lord, by Arcadinian rule, he got another 6,000 again. But when his father died, all his father's men had suddenly vanished or died. So he had lost the privilege of inheriting all his father's men. So he was only left with 9,025 men, which was a minute amount for most city lords, as they usually had several hidden camps around as well. Hence within these past 7 months, he had been recruiting, kidnapping and trapping several peasants, as well as recruiting slave knights who had been captured and sold after losing a war or battle. So in addition to what he previously had, as of today, he had a total of 13,071 men, but he only decided to use 7,000 for this battle. If you don't mind me asking, my lord. But how many men do you have too? Marder asked as well. Well, I've brought in 9,000 men for this battle. That should be enough, right, my lord? It's more than enough, Marder said excitedly. With this number, Baymard would definitely be theirs. Now, they had a total of 16,000 knights. My lord. You had also mentioned that you brought in a lot of snow powder. Yes. A few of my alchemists had created it a while back. In total, we brought over 52 barrels of snow powder for the operation. Everyone from Marder's side, including Marder himself, looked open, their eyes wide from shock. 52 barrels. He actually brought over such a ridiculous amount. Wasn't that a little too much? One had to know that with all his money at hand, Marder would only be able to afford at most 6 barrels. But this guy could actually bring 52? Of course Marder knew that it was all thanks to the alchemists, but that in itself still showed how rich Sanders was. He personally didn't have any alchemists to himself, as keeping just a single one on payroll, while requesting for their absolute loyalty, would cause him a hefty amount, which wasn't something he could afford now. But Sanders had not one, but several alchemists all to himself. This alone made Marder and his men look at Sanders with a little reverence. Thinking about the snow powder, Marder couldn't help but grin widely. With this amount on hand, how could they lose? He had gone to Baymard, and had never seen or heard of snow powder there. So he was certain that once they rained their arrows of snow powder onto the Baymardians, their visitors would definitely be insured. As per our agreement, once this is all over, we'll share each district within the city equally, right? Of course. I'm a man of my word, Lord Marder. I would never go back on my words. District I, Coastal Region, the Empire of Baymard. Nature was at its playful stage during these last few days. As the flowers began to bloom, the butterflies fluttered about joyfully, and the greenness of the grass was soon echoed out by the trees. The early sunlight was soft and mild, as it gave off some warmth towards the Hertfillian grounds. Within the coastal region, the ocean's breeze gently whispered, as it sang its usual lullaby for all to hear. The cold drought of air whirled the waves together, bringing in the ocean's salty taste to one's tongue. On the beautiful harbor that seemed to stretch further into the ocean, one could see several ships lined up in an organized manner, around the harbor, as if it were a car park. Of course, while some ships stayed motionless, others soon took off from the harbor, while others approached it instead. On the harbor, one would be able to find several staff members dressed in uniform, who were either aiding in welcoming or sending off visitors. Dear guests, thank you for staying in Baymard. We hope that your trip here was satisfactory. Have a nice day, and a safe trip back. We look forward to seeing you again. Bye. Welcome to Baymard, dear guests. Please follow me, and I'll show you where you can check in. Of course. Not all the staff had to send off, greet or lead the staff towards the coastal port. Some were in charge of transporting cargo, while others aided in untying the ropes that acted as anchors. The entire region was bustling with activity, as everyone went about their day busily. On the harbor, 3 massive ships soon approached the dock. Very quickly, several staff members rushed over to assist those on board. The ships were anchored in place within harbor stations 92, 96 and 97. Poop. The ship was docked, and soon, a large board was placed between the harbor's dock point and the ship's entrance-exit. The cargo was brought out and placed on several massive baggage trolleys, and soon, when everyone on board was good to go, They quickly headed out in one go. Din, 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 din. They moved uniformly, as they all walked calmly around their leader while stepping into the harbor. Welcome to Baymard, esteemed guests. Your luggage has been secured, and you are all set to go. All check-ins will be carried out within the coastal port. My name is Sheila, and if this is your first time in Baymard, then I will be your guide for today. So how can I address you, miss? You may call me Penelope. Penelope Thallard. Chapter 320. Welcome to Baymard. 2. Penelope and her men waited in the palace's audience hall for the famous ruler whose name had taken Corona by storm. They waited for His Majesty, Landon Barn. Some said he was a messenger from the heavens, while others said that he was a god who had descended from above to these mortal planes. Of course, for others, he was an extremely blessed individual, who was sent to better Corona. All in all, everyone who had seen him had returned to Corona with an unshakable reverence for the man. He was an existence that no one could understand. More specifically, it was his mind that was unfathomable. Words alone couldn't describe what they were feeling right now. Sure, they had heard a lot about Baymard, but they soon realized that the stories didn't properly depict the place at all. No matter how one tried to explain it, seeing what they were talking about was definitely a game changer. And in all honesty, they thought that some of the stories were made up, as some tales were just too hard for them to believe. But now they know better. Penelope stood within the hall silently, as she tried to calm her chaotic brain. Just like everyone else, she also felt like she was in a different world. Right from the time she saw the harbor, and even the massive cruise ships that were stationed on the last harbor lane, she felt like she had truly seen a miracle. It was the biggest ship that she had ever seen, and it looked like someone had placed several buildings on top of it, as it was as tall as a small mountain from her own point of view. As a general rule, Penelope had learned to hide her emotions very well. But this time, things were different. As a tiny smile cracked through their aloof facade. She felt her blood itch, as she desperately wanted to get onto the ship and explore all its wonders. And that wasn't the only time that she felt like that since coming to Baymard. From the moment she stepped into the coastal port with a VIP pass, to time when she walked around the port looking at the stores, followed by her ride from the coastal port to here, she had been completely blown away by how advanced this tiny empire was. Not to talk about the beautifully crafted palace before her, which was way better than hers by tenfolds. She had seen glass buildings as high as hills, roads as smooth and black as night, people all looking well off while walking or driving their carriage vehicles, cars, trains that moved above their heads, and many more. In short, throughout this trip, she and all her knights had turned their heads so many times that it was a miracle that they weren't dizzy. Two things surprised them about the Empire the most. The first was its customer service. Since arriving, they had observed that whether it was them or even other guests, everyone was treated with respect and care. One could see a ruler's true nature by observing how the people interacted with others. They handled even the poorest and raggedy visitors with proper attention, as they made their visitation comfortable. This alone made them give Baymard a 5-star rating for their services. As for the second thing that surprised them, it would have to be the cleanliness of the entire empire. It was ridiculously clean, and even the well-paved sidewalks were void of any dirt at all. One should know that within the other empires, someone could even throw rotten foods onto the streets or roadsides, as well as the carcass of dead animals. Even human faces could be thrown just about anywhere within the city. In these medieval times, 85% of all places, even palaces, smelled like shit, especially during the summer. With no plumbing, the open toilets would let out a foul stench that would fill up the halls and rooms. Most times, only those who lived at the highest floors within the palace were privileged to have 70% of the stench removed, as all the popping would be dropped to the lowest level, and the shit workers would collect and dispose of all shit somewhere else. And even if they lived in courtyards, they did their businesses in buckets, so that the maids would throw it far away as well. But the stench would still linger around the rooms for a while. Long story short, even as royals, they were all used to the smell of poop lingering around the air. But here in Baymard, the air was ridiculously fresh. It was as if these people didn't poop at all. In fact, she didn't know that this was how air was supposed to smell like. And it wasn't just her, as her men also noticed the change as well. They had all whiffed it in and out, as if they were taking drugs. It was too damn clean. Within the coastal port, some of them had used the bathroom there, and had felt like it was the best invention ever. But that didn't lessen their curiosity at all. How did Baymard achieve this? More importantly, where did their poop go? The more they knew about this newly established empire, the more they had massive respect for His Majesty Landon Barn. How could a normal person think of all these things? Yup, the people were right. He was definitely not human. Maybe a god. Duke Samuel Carmelo's brother, as well as Ambassador Victor, who was the newly appointed Coronian ambassador assigned to stay in Baymard, were also shocked at Baymard's growth as well. They had seen water come out of a metal stick, light come on without fire, and many more. So how could their minds not be blown away? Duke Samuel felt like jumping around like a little kid, as he had finally arrived at Baymard. Last time, his family had left him in Corona, and had enjoyed their stay here without him. But now, it was his own time to have fun. He didn't believe that the night training here would be as tedious as they had said. So in his mind, he treated this whole trip was a very lax vacation. What harsh training. Bring it on, punk. They all remained dead silent, as the visitors waited attentively. And through the silence, all that could be heard were the steady tickings of a massive mirror-like clock. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. Eagerness. Every single tick was like an invisible weight, which made the visitors grow more and more anxious to see this Baymardian king. And soon, their patience finally paid off. Bam! The hall doors opened up again, and soon 12 men walked in unhurriedly, and leading them was a 17-year-old boy. Almost immediately, they had recognized the boy at first glance, as they had seen his profile sketch all over Baymard. He was on money, as well as on the brochures, massive billboards and so on. In a way, he was like a famous celebrity. This person was His Majesty Landon Barn. At once, they all showed him respect by going down on one knee, as they felt like Corona indeed owed him a depth of gratitude. Less people died from the cold, and their foods were now cheaper that even the peasants could have enough for a while. We greet your Majesty Landon Barn, they replied. Likewise, the men surrounding Landon also did the same as well. We greet Her Majesty, Penelope Thallard, they said, as they too went down on one bended knee. Soon, Landon introduced everyone around him, and Penelope did the same. For all the people who had higher positions within her group, she had brought over hundreds of soldiers with her. So introducing everyone would take all day long. Looking at the calm and collected man before them, the Coronian knights couldn't help but want to touch him, so as to bring blessings into their lives. Due to all the stories, and even all the things that they had seen, their minds had already accepted that Landon was a higher being. So right now, no matter what Landon did, his every move looked refined and godly in their eyes. And coupled with his extremely handsome appearance, they subconsciously nodded in affirmation of this Baymardian king. Some who were right at the back even tilted their heads in hopes of catching a glimpse of this divine being. Once more, I welcome you all to Baymard. Here, you all will train and better yourselves tirelessly. As Karana's first batch of soldiers, we have high expectations for each and every one of you while you're studying here. For the next 3 days, you all will rest and properly settle into Baymard. Everyone will be required to sign up for classes, as well as collect your schedules, army orientation documents, and complete any other important tasks too. Because come Monday morning, you all will officially start your training as Coronian soldiers. After his brief speech, Landon had some of his men send the Coronian knights to their new barracks, while he, Penelope, Duke Samuel, Ambassador Victor, Gary and Mark on the other hand, all went to his study instead. Of course Lucius, Threy and Josh couldn't meet them, because they were presently out on their missions within the other empires. As soon as they entered the office, Penelope turned around and silently looked at Landon intensively. Fight me,